Chapter 1. The Cruise Incident. Upon the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean sailed a luxurious cruise ship, accommodating thousands of eager tourists. Within its opulent confines, all manner of indulgent pleasures were readily available. At this moment, following the evening repast, the entertainment hall was alive with festivity, where a lively band performed on stage, while the audience swayed rhythmically, hands raised in joyous revelry. Ah, this place is rather dull. Let us venture to the casino, one patron suggested. Come, let us see if fortune favors me tonight. A few, having lingered only briefly, departed for the casino, while others meandered towards the pool area. A young man reclined on a sunbed by the pool's edge, engrossed in the pages of a book, though his eyes frequently darted about, surreptitiously admiring the long legs of the beautiful women passing by. Splash! A stunning woman in a swimsuit leapt into the pool beside him, sending water cascading onto his face. Just then his phone rang. The young man glanced at the screen, pressed the answer button, and said, "Hello. Where are you? You've just retired and haven't even returned home? Don't you realize how worried your mother is?" Listening to his father's voice emanating from the phone, Gu Chen smiled faintly. "Father, I spent 5 years in the military 5 years. Now, I wish to explore the world beyond. By the way, tell my mother not to fret. I shall return after my travels." As soon as he finished speaking, he ended the call, casually placing the phone aside, and resumed his observation of the lovely ladies around him. Gu Chen had recently concluded his military service and had purchased a ticket for a global cruise, embarking on this splendid vessel. "Hey, you eat so unattractively, how do you expect to attract a wealthy husband?" One of the beautiful women lounging nearby remarked. "I'm simply famished," he replied. "You just had dinner." On the adjacent sunbeds, two stunning women in swimsuits exchanged banter, and their conversation reached Gu Chen's ears. "Let us go to the casino. I'm certain there are many affluent individuals there." Upon finishing her statement, the woman rose and departed. "The casino?" Gu Chen murmured, setting his book aside and hastily leaving the pool area. Upon entering the casino, Gu Chen surveyed his surroundings with the chips he had exchanged. Banker, 8-player, 7-3, 4-5-12 is a big number. After wandering for a while, he settled at a dice table. As he watched the attractive dealer prepare to roll the dice, he glanced around and smiled. Bang! Betting is closed. As the dice cup descended, Gu Chen's ears perked up, and he chuckled softly, naturally placing his chips on the 3 of a kind. This person is betting on 3 of a kind? Should we follow suit? Foolishness. 3 of a kind is exceedingly rare. Trust me, bet on high. I shall bet on low. The surrounding patrons began to place their wagers, and the dealer, casting a glance at the tourists, smiled subtly. Roll. As her words concluded, she lifted the dice cup. Wow, 3 of a kind. 3 threes. Is it truly a 3 of kind? My goodness, exclaimed the dealer with a smile, as she pushed the chips won by Gu Chen toward him. Ha! I've won back the cost of this trip in just 1 round. Gu Chen smiled faintly at the chips in his hand, standing up and declaring, "No more gambling. It's time to admire some beauty." After leaving the casino, he made his way to the gym, exercising for half an hour before returning to his room. By 11 o'clock at night, Gu Chen arrived at a bar, savoring the lively music. "Hey there, handsome, could you buy me a drink?" A captivating woman in a purple cheapao approached, her porcelain skin suggesting she was in her early 30s. "It would be my pleasure," Gu Chen replied with a smile, gesturing for a drink to be brought over. The two clinked glasses, downing their drinks in one go, and Gu Chen ordered 2 more. "So where are you from?" she inquired. "Oh, I'm from Zhonghai." "Ah, Zhonghai, I've yet to visit." "You haven't been? Next time you come, I shall show you around." As their conversation flowed, they had consumed 7 or 8 drinks, and a rosy hue had crept onto the woman's cheeks, indicating she was slightly inebriated. Exuding charm, Gu Chen supported her and whispered with a laugh, "My cat can do backflips, would you like to see?" How annoying." With a chuckle, Gu Chen helped her leave the bar and return to his room. Meanwhile, the sky outside was shrouded in ominous clouds, crackling with thunder and lightning. The sea roared with tumultuous waves, as if boiling, while a hurricane whipped the waters into a frenzy, conjuring monstrous waves that towered 100 meters high. The cruise ship swayed precariously, as though it were on the verge of being engulfed. In the cockpit, the captain observed the chaos outside, his complexion paling as he barked orders. "Quick! Full speed ahead! We must leave this place!" Just then, a colossal wave surged towards the cruise ship, leaving no time for evasive action. Bang! The towering wall of water crashed against the ship, submerging it in an instant. Help! Save me! I can't swim. Someone please. Honey, where are you? As the wave receded, the sea was littered with struggling swimmers. Those who could not swim quickly vanished beneath the surface. In an instant, the air was filled with cries for help, shouts, and weeping. At that moment, the cruise ship resurfaced, but it was upside down, debris floating on the water surface. Many were trapped inside the vessel, while others had fallen into the sea. Whoa! The ship slowly sank, soon disappearing beneath the waves. Countless individuals floundered helplessly, calling out in despair, the scene marked by tragedy. Amidst it all, Gu Chen clung to a life buoy, desperately swimming forward. Save me, I beg you. I do not wish to die. Not far away, a woman struggled in the water, repeatedly calling out for his help. Upon noticing the situation, Gu Chen immediately grasped the life buoy and swam towards her, unable to abandon her to her fate. Suddenly, a massive wave surged forth, propelling Gu Chen far away. When he regained his bearings, he discovered that the woman had vanished. Damn it! This is a disaster. I come out for a vacation and encounter such a calamity. Gu Chen clung desperately to the life buoy, fully aware that without it, he would succumb to exhaustion and sink to the ocean depths, becoming a meal for sharks. The number of people on the surface dwindled. Some were swept away by the colossal waves. Others sank beneath the waves, while a few clung to their life buoys. Just then, a torrential downpour began. Gu Chen lay on the life buoy, surrounded by an impenetrable darkness. Time slipped away, and soon he found himself devoid of strength, allowing the waves to carry him away. Chapter 2. The Sister Flowers. Hey, wake up! On the sandy shore, two beautiful women shook Gu Chen, who lay on the ground, unresponsive as if in a deep slumber. Sister, do you think he's dead? He's still breathing. He's not dead. Let me handle this. The woman on the left raised her palm and struck Gu Chen's face with a resounding slap. Smack! Smack! The impact left 10 distinct fingerprints on his cheek. Cough, cough. Who hit me? Gu Chen jolted awake on the beach, his face ablaze with pain. As he sat up and beheld the unfamiliar faces before him, confusion filled his mind. Who are you? We are your saviors, Gu Chen replied. We dragged you back from the sea, otherwise the waves would have carried you away to feed the sharks. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen furrowed his brow and muttered, The seaside? Shaking his head, he recalled the harrowing events aboard the cruise ship. He had been clinging to the life buoy, only to be knocked unconscious by the towering wave. He had assumed he would surely meet his demise. Are you also passengers on the cruise? After a moment's contemplation, Gu Chen inquired, only to realize that the two women bore an uncanny resemblance, as though cast from the same mold. He thought perhaps he was imagining things. Is there any doubt? Do we look like we fell from the sky? Gu Chen leaned in closer, scrutinizing Gu Chen's face. You didn't suffer a concussion from the waves, did you? Gu Chen glanced at the two and then walked towards the shore. Before him stretched an endless expanse of ocean, with coastlines extending infinitely to either side and dense woods behind him. This must be an island, Gu Chen interjected. We must have been swept here by the colossal wave. We both just awakened on the beach below and came up here to find you. Thank you both, Gu Chen smiled gently, instinctively reaching for his pockets, only to discover that his phone, wallet, cigarettes, and lighter were all missing. Observing his dismay, Gu Chen offered a wry smile. We've lost our phones too, so we cannot call for help. For now, we can only wait for rescue. Rescue? Gu Chen remarked with a wry smile as he surveyed his surroundings. He understood that even if help were to arrive, it would not be swift enough to locate them in the immediate future. His foremost concern now was to devise a means of survival on this unfamiliar island. Having spent 5 years in the military, he had undergone training in primitive forests. Thus, he recognized that the primary challenge was to locate fresh water. Otherwise, the absence of hydration could lead to dire consequences for their health. Sister, I'm thirsty. I long for water, Gu Chen implored, tugging at Gu Chen's hand, her large, beautiful eyes gazing up at her as she swallowed hard. Gu Chen cast a glance at the two and proceeded into the woods. Where's he going? Let's follow him, Gu Chen replied, grasping Gu Chen's hand as they trailed Gu Chen into the thicket. The forest was littered with dry twigs and fallen leaves, and upon venturing deeper, they found no signs of fresh water. "What are you searching for?" Lu Shanshan finally succumbed to her curiosity and inquired. "There's nothing here." Gu Chen looked around and responded, "I'm looking for fresh water." "Are you planning to wait for rescue without food or drink?" Lu Shanshan frowned at this realization, having not considered the gravity of the situation. After more than half an hour of searching without success, the trio found themselves resting against the trunk of a palm tree. The sun blazed fiercely overhead, scorching the coastline, with temperatures soaring above 30 degrees Celsius. "Sister, I need water." Lu Qianshan buried her head in Lu Shanshan's embrace, repeatedly murmuring her thirst. Lu Shanshan gently stroked her sister's head and turned to Gu Chen. "Do you have any way to find water?" Gu Chen shook his head in response. "As you can see, there is no fresh water here at all. However, islands typically have coconut trees. The absence of them here suggests we must walk along the coastline to find one." Upon hearing this, Lu Shanshan immediately declared, "Then let us go search now." Seeing her sister's distress weighed heavily on her heart, especially since she too felt the pangs of thirst. Gu Chen nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the potential perils of venturing into the island's interior in search of water. If coconut trees could not be found without water, survival for even 2 days would be a challenge. "Wait for me." With that, Gu Chen stepped aside to a nearby tree, broke off several branches and leaves, and skillfully fashioned 3 hats. "Put these on. The sun is relentless," he advised, donning one himself before handing the other two to Lu Shanshan and Lu Qianshan. Curiously, he asked, "By the way, you both look remarkably alike. Are you twins?" "Yes," Lu Shanshan replied softly, nodding as she donned her hat and took Lu Qianshan's hand, following Gu Chen out of the woods. As they walked along the beach, making their way upward, the sweltering heat caused beads of sweat to form on their skin. "Sister, if I don't get water soon, I might perish from thirst," Lu Qianshan lamented, her eyes half closed, perspiration trickling down her delicate, fair face on her neck. Lu Shanshan murmured, "Just endure a little longer, we shall soon find water to drink." She too was parched and famished, yet she persevered, her body gradually succumbing to fatigue. After half an hour, the trio reached the end of the sandy expanse, where a sheer cliff loomed before them. The only way to traverse to the opposite side was to navigate through the seawater. To their left stood a formidable mountain, which would require considerable effort to climb. Gu Chen was concerned that Lu Shanshan and the others might lack the strength to ascend, so he opted for the water route. Fortunately, the area beneath the cliff was shallow enough to traverse with ease. "Look, what is that?" Lu Qianshan exclaimed as she spotted something floating in the sea. Upon closer inspection, Gu Chen approached and discovered it was a coconut. "It is indeed a coconut. There must be coconut trees nearby. Come on." Gu Chen exclaimed joyfully to his companions and hastened his steps. After walking for a while, he noticed that the cliff was indented, revealing a small pool of water within. Wading through the seawater, he soon found a tiny sandy beach, adorned with 2 crooked coconut trees, with a rugged rocky cliff as a backdrop. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Chen dashed inside, reaching the base of the coconut trees. There lay several pale green coconuts that seemed to have fallen only a few days prior. He picked up 4 and approached a protruding, sharp-edged rock on the cliff to smash them. After a dozen strikes, one coconut finally cracked open, releasing its refreshing juice. "Please, have a drink first," Gu Chen offered as he handed a coconut to Lu Qianshan, then resumed his efforts on another. "This is delightful. I want more." Lu Qianshan exclaimed eagerly after finishing her first coconut, her eyes fixed on Gu Chen. Chapter 3: The first night on the deserted island. As dusk descended, the 3 of them rested beneath the coconut trees. Gu Chen was diligently tearing apart the fibers of a coconut with his hands, smashing it with a stone to extract the tender flesh within. "Here, try it. It's quite delicious," he offered, handing some coconut meat to Lu Qianshan while indulging in a piece himself. The mature coconuts that had fallen to the ground emanated a subtle coconut aroma, more delightful than peanuts. This is tasty," Lu Qianshan exclaimed, a smile illuminating her face as she chewed on the coconut meat, savoring her very first taste of it. "Wait for me a moment," Gu Chen said, rising to his feet and dashing towards the ocean. He ventured to the base of a nearby cliff, where several sea urchins lay scattered on the seabed. He had noticed them upon his arrival, but had initially ignored them due to his thirst. "This one is quite large." Gu Chen bent down, carefully selecting the bigger sea urchins and tucking them into his shirt as he made his way back. Here, let us have some sea urchin. There isn't much to eat around here, he announced upon returning to the coconut tree. He placed the sea urchins on the sandy ground, scraping off their spines with a stone before cracking them open with a twig to reveal the golden insides. I've had sea urchin before. It's the yellow part that you eat, Gu Chen remarked, pointing at the sea urchin's roe with a grin. I want to try it, she exclaimed eagerly. Gu Chen smiled at her enthusiasm, lifting a piece of the roe with a twig and placing it in his mouth, nodding with satisfaction. Although it lacks any dipping sauce, the flavor is still quite pleasant. The sea urchin roe was soft and delicate, with a sweet taste that was enjoyable even raw. Gu Chen also sampled 2 sea urchins and, after swallowing, inquired, by the way, I still don't know your name. I'm Gu Chen, and this is my sister, Gu Chen. She introduced herself. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen began his introduction. I'm Gu Chen from Zhonghai. Observing the 2 sisters, he discerned that Gu Chen was the more demure of the pair, while Gu Chen exuded a lively and whimsical spirit, their personalities distinctly contrasting. Gu Chen, when do you think rescue will arrive? Gu Chen asked, her concern evident. How long must we remain here? Her primary worry was the uncertainty of their rescue, especially given their lack of food and water. Alas, I cannot say, Gu Chen replied, his gaze drifting to the dimming sky. Your question is one I cannot answer. However, be prepared. Even if they come, it is unlikely they will find us in the short term. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen's expression dimmed, her worry palpable. Don't worry, sister, rescue will surely come, Gu Chen reassured her, wrapping her arms around Gu Chen in comfort. Gu Chen, observing the 2 sisters, patted his chest confidently and declared, There's no need for concern. You have me here. As long as you follow me, I guarantee you won't go hungry. Haha. Brother Gu Chen, is that really true? Gu Chen gazed at him with her sparkling eyes, her cuteness radiating. Indeed, Gu Chen chuckled, ruffling her hair affectionately. As night approaches, let us settle here for the evening. As soon as the words left his lips, Gu Chen ascended the coconut tree, plucking the leaves and gathering several coconuts. Although the tree stood tall and was somewhat slick, climbing it posed little challenge for Gu Chen. Hey sis, do you think Gu Chen is a good person? Gu Chen inquired, glancing up at Gu Chen in the tree. She leaned closer to Gu Chen, whispering, with just the 2 of us being so beautiful, do you think he might not be able to resist? Surely not, Gu Chen replied softly. Judging by his words and actions, he does not seem that kind of person. Besides, we did save him. Yet, despite her words, a trace of worry lingered in Gu Chen's heart, accompanied by a hint of fear, for they were still strangers to Gu Chen, lacking any mutual understanding. What are you 2 discussing? Gu Chen asked curiously as he descended the tree and noticed them whispering. Oh, nothing important, just some topics among women. Gu Chen quickly responded. Indeed, echoed Gu Chen, eager to reassure him. Gu Chen observed their slightly evasive eyes, indicating they were not being entirely truthful. But he chose not to dwell on it. As dusk approached, Gu Chen spread the leaves on the sandy ground for them to rest upon. He himself sat on the ground, leaning against the trunk of the coconut tree, gazing ahead. Here, safety prevailed. There was no need to worry about wild beasts, nor did he observe any snakes or pests. As darkness enveloped the sky, beautiful stars began to twinkle above. The only sound was that of the waves lapping at the shore. Gu Chen closed his eyes and soon drifted into slumber. In truth, Gu Chen did not sleep either. She kept her eyes shut, consumed by worry that Gu Chen might be enchanted by the beauty of her and her sister, potentially leading to irrational actions. In this secluded place, should Gu Chen choose to act upon such impulses, they would be powerless to resist. However, upon hearing his steady breathing, she realized he had fallen asleep, allowing her heart to settle. Clearly, he was not that kind of person. With this thought, Gu Chen gradually closed her eyes and soon succumbed to sleep as well. Fortunately, the night air was warm, remaining above 20 degrees Celsius, and there were no mosquitoes to disturb them. A night devoid of conversation. On the following morning, As the first rays of sunlight graced Lu Shanshan and her sister's eyes, they awoke. The sun is out, Lu Qianqian said, sitting up and rubbing her eyes. She looked outside to see Gu Chen returning with some sea urchins. Awake? Come over and eat something. We must leave this place soon, Gu Chen stated, placing the sea urchins down and picking up a stone to crack them open. Lu Shanshan approached and asked, Leave this place? Where are we going? There's no fresh water here. We will move upward to explore, Gu Chen replied nonchalantly. Hurry and eat. The sun has just risen, and it isn't too hot yet. Upon hearing this, the two sisters hurried over, sitting down to enjoy the yellow insides of the cracked sea urchins. After several minutes, the ground was littered with sea urchin shells, and Lu Shanshan and her sister each held 2 coconuts as they followed Gu Chen away from the spot. Upon reaching the seaside, I ventured upward for approximately a kilometer, ultimately departing from the cliffs and arriving at a stretch of sandy shore. This place, devoid of coconut palms or any trees, was instead adorned with colossal boulders, upon which the relentless waves crashed, creating a multitude of frothy sprays. Oh, Brother Gu Chen, look over there. It appears there is something lodged between the stones. Lu Qianqian suddenly exclaimed, pointing excitedly towards the sea to the right. Upon hearing her, Gu Chen cast his gaze in that direction and, indeed, spotted an object resembling a box ensnared within the crevices of the rocks. I shall investigate, he declared, placing the coconut on the ground and sprinting towards the outer boulders. The journey was fraught with rugged terrain as the waves splashed against him. Soon, he found himself beside a massive rock, gazing at the object in astonishment, exclaiming, It is a box. Chapter 4: Encountering Survivors by the Shore. Gu Chen retrieved a black-wheeled suitcase, which was also waterproof. Quick, let's see what's inside, Lu Qianqian urged, squatting down to examine the suitcase. However, the zipper would not budge, revealing a combination lock instead. There's a combination, but what should we do if we can't open it? Lu Shanshan also crouched down to attempt the code, but her blind guesses proved futile after several tries. Let us just take it with us and try again later when we find a place, Gu Chen suggested. He picked up the suitcase and began walking ahead, with the two sisters carrying coconuts trailing behind. After walking for several minutes, the previously sunny weather suddenly darkened as clouds drifted in from the sea. Gu Chen furrowed his brow at the sight. We should hurry, it's about to rain. Let's find some shelter, he urged, turning to the two. Just as he spoke, thunder rumbled overhead and ominous clouds loomed, casting a shadow over the coastline. Without a second thought, the trio dashed up the path, but within moments, heavy rain began to pour. Looking around, Gu Chen saw no place to take refuge. The area was strewn with rocks. Quick, over to that large rock, he called, sprinting to a massive boulder. He crouched down, cradling the suitcase above them as the three huddled beneath its scant cover. Unfortunately, the suitcase was too small to shield them from the deluge, and soon their clothes were thoroughly soaked. The wind howled and the rain fell relentlessly. Even if they wanted to leave, it was impossible. They huddled closely together, and Gu Chen could even catch a whiff of Lu Shanshan's unique youthful fragrance. Silence enveloped them as rain cascaded down their faces. What should we do now? Lu Shanshan turned to ask. Our clothes are completely drenched. Gu Chen replied, glancing at the downpour. With rain this heavy, we can't go anywhere. We'll have to wait until it stops. Soaked to the bone, his greatest concern was falling ill. Becoming sick in such a place was no trivial matter. Half an hour later, Lu Shanshan and her sister's hands, which were gripping the suitcase, began to tremble from the cold. Fortunately, the rain had lessened considerably, and Gu Chen spotted a gap in the dark clouds above, indicating that the rain would soon cease. Let's go. The rain is about to stop, he announced, placing the suitcase down as they continued to walk through the rain. After a few more minutes, the rain finally ceased and the sun emerged. Lu Qianqian looked up at the sun and murmured, How strange. It just rained and now the sun is out. Let's not rush off. We should dry our clothes first, Gu Chen said, halting his steps. Wearing these wet clothes could easily lead to illness. He scanned their surroundings and pointed to the rocks above. You two should go up there to take off your clothes and dry them. I'll stay here. Lu Shanshan nodded, taking Lu Qianqian with her as they made their way to the higher rocks. Gu Chen turned and stepped into a crevice between the boulders. shedding his clothes and laying them out on the rock to dry. Arranging the garments, I nestled myself into a crevice of stone that comfortably accommodated a single individual, attempting to input the password to unlock the suitcase. 6 eights? No. 6 nines, also incorrect. 168, ah? It opened. Huh. I truly am a genius. Unzipping the compartment, I lifted the lid to reveal 2 folded sets of women's attire, seemingly casual wear. There was also a makeup pouch, facial cleanser, 2 unopened toothbrushes, toothpaste, a towel, nail clippers, and other various feminine items. Flipping open the inner compartment, I discovered several passports, identity cards, and a gold necklace, alongside several thousand in cash. Chung Xiaolu? Picking up the identity card, Gu Chen murmured as he gazed at the photograph. Quite lovely, what a pity. A quick rummage through the makeup pouch revealed only some cosmetics and a small pair of scissors. After my search, I zipped it up. There was nothing of use to me. Leaning against the stone, I closed my eyes to rest, patiently awaiting the drying of the clothes. After more than 2 hours, midday arrived and the garments were finally dry. After putting them on, I took the suitcase and ascended. Gu Chen stopped about 10 meters from the rocks, calling out, "Hey, are your clothes dry? I'm about to come over." "Wait a moment." From behind the rocks, Lu Shanshan's voice echoed. A few minutes later, the two emerged. "Brother Gu Chen, I'm thirsty. I can't break this." Lu Shanshan approached, carrying 2 coconuts, handing them to Gu Chen. He smiled gently, took the coconuts, and moved to the rocks to crack them open. After breaking them, he handed one to each sister and drank from the other himself. Once the coconut water was consumed, the trio continued their ascent. Within half an hour, they arrived at a bend, and upon passing it, they discovered a small cove ahead. "Hey, look, it seems there are people over there. Let's go take a look." They noticed a few individuals near the shore of the cove, seemingly searching for something in the water, prompting the 3 to quicken their pace. Soon, they reached the cove, observing 3 men and 2 women standing in the sea. At that moment, the 5 noticed Gu Chen and his companions approaching, turning to look at them. "Hey, Langu, 2 more stunning beauties have arrived," remarked a slender young man, glancing at the Lu sisters. "They appear to be twins." "Stop with the beauties nonsense," Shun Lang shot back at the young man, scolding. "We're waiting for rescue and are still hungry. You're thinking about women." Nevertheless, despite his words, his gaze lingered on them. Upon seeing the Lu sisters, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes, completely disregarding Gu Chen as he thought to himself, "Indeed, they are exceptional beauties, twins no less. Tsk. Eep only, if. I think she's the prettier one." At that moment, another man pointed to one of the women above, whispering, "Oh, enough of your chatter. We must hurry. My stomach is protesting," Shun Lang said to the 2 of them as he slowly advanced, his hands searching the seawater for conchs and clams. Gu Chen glanced at the 5 individuals and spoke, "Let us venture further in." As they entered the bay, they encountered a verdant expanse adorned with 7 or 8 coconut trees. Beneath the canopy of the coconut trees lay a thicket of low shrubs and several small trees. At the far end stood a steep and majestic peak, with a narrow ravine providing access to its heights. "Ah, Brother Gu Chen, look, they have a fire," Lu Qianshan remarked, directing her gaze towards the left, where a makeshift shelter had been erected on the sandy ground among the bushes, a flickering campfire burning within. Not far off, another shelter could be seen, constructed from dry branches and various leaves. Gu Chen surveyed the surroundings and pointed to a clear patch of ground at the foot of the mountain, saying, "Let us also construct a shelter here." Chapter 5. Conflict in the thicket. Gu Chen and his companions searched for a considerable time, yet they could not find suitable deadwood. The ground was sparse with dried branches, evidently already scavenged by the 5 individuals. "You 2 wait for me here," Gu Chen instructed his companions before slowly ascending the steep rock face. The cliff was dotted with numerous protruding stones, providing ample handholds for his ascent. After climbing approximately 4 to 5 meters, Gu Chen exerted himself, pushing off with his feet to flip into the gully above. Watching Gu Chen vanish from sight, the Lu sisters could only sit by their luggage, waiting. In the gully, remnants of a recent heavy rain had formed small streams trickling down. After climbing about 100 meters up the gully, Gu Chen surveyed the trees above and the surroundings, then ascended slightly further, navigating up the slope. Upon reaching the forest, he found a thick carpet of fallen leaves covering the ground, alongside many dried branches, some as thick as an arm and 2 to 3 meters long. Gu Chen picked up a branch and tested its resilience with his knee. Discovering it had some flexibility, he began gathering wood from the vicinity, tossing it into the gully. Venturing deeper into the woods, he also pulled down a bundle of vines before descending into the gully, organizing the collected wood and binding it with the vines to carry back down. "Hey, clear a path!" Gu Chen shouted to the two sisters seated by their luggage atop the gully's cliff. "Hurry up!" Lu Shanshan nudged her sister, standing up to pull the cart forward a few meters. With the sisters out of the way, Gu Chen hurled the wood down before carefully descending himself. "What are you standing there for? Come help." Noticing the sisters still rooted in place, Gu Chen beckoned them over. "We can't do that," Lu Shanshan replied as she approached. "How do you do it?" "If you don't know, you can learn. Come here. I'll teach you," Gu Chen said, picking up a vine to bind 3 pieces of wood together, arranging them on the ground to form a triangular frame. He then constructed a tripod approximately 3 meters away, securing 2 more pieces of wood atop it with vines, and placing additional branches on either side to complete the shelter's framework. The Lu sisters primarily observed, only lending a hand when Gu Chen called upon them. "Let us gather some leaves to lay on top," Gu Chen suggested with a smile. "Although it may not provide complete rain protection, it will suffice for sunshade." The sisters followed Gu Chen to the coconut trees outside, preparing to climb. "Hey kid, who gave you permission to pick coconuts?" At that moment, the 5 individuals from the beach returned, noticing Gu Chen about to ascend the tree, and rushed over. Li Dao pointed at Gu Chen, exclaiming, "These coconut trees belong to us. You must not pick them." Finding the situation amusing, Gu Chen replied, "Did you plant these coconut trees?" "No," Li Dao retorted immediately, "but we discovered these coconut trees first, so they are ours." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, you discovered it first, so it belongs to you?" The youth remarked, "Do you not understand the concept of precedence?" At that moment, Shen Lang cast a sidelong glance at Gu Chen, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Since we found it first, it undoubtedly belongs to us. However, considering the presence of those 2 lovely ladies behind you, you may take 2. "Indeed, young man, do not seek to embarrass yourself," added Xiao Hao, standing nearby with a hint of disdain in his eyes. With 3 men on their side, Gu Chen, being alone, likely dared not provoke them. The 2 sisters, Lu Shanshan and Lu Qianqian, observed the intimidating stance of the trio, retreating in fear behind Gu Chen. Lu Shanshan noticed that Shen Lang was frequently casting furtive glances at them, his eyes gleaming with a lewd glint, which filled her with dread. "Huh, is there someone even more arrogant than I?" Gu Chen mocked, casting a cold smile towards Shen Lang and his companions. "What if I insist on taking more? What do you do about it? How dare you? I, Li Dao, shall teach you a lesson today." Li Dao bellowed, infuriated. "Do not blame me for being ruthless. I can be quite terrifying even to myself." No sooner had he spoken than his fist hurtled towards Gu Chen's face. "Ah!" Lu Shanshan and Lu Qianqian gasped, lowering their heads in fear, not wishing to witness Gu Chen's imminent assault. "Humph!" Gu Chen snorted coldly, swiftly extending his left hand to grasp Li Dao's fist, twisting it with a slight exertion. "Ah, let go. My hand is going to break." Li Dao cried out in agony, his face turning ashen. "Release him," Xiao Hao exclaimed, witnessing Li Dao's painful expression. He had assumed Li Dao could easily handle Gu Chen, but was taken aback when Gu Chen subdued him with a single move. Rushing forward, he aimed a kick at Gu Chen's waist. "Do you truly believe I am easy to provoke?" Gu Chen released Li Dao's hand and reached out with one hand, instantly seizing Xiao Hao's foot as it swung towards him, then delivering a kick to his chest. Quick, precise, and ruthless. Bang! "Ah!" Xiao Hao screamed, hurtling backward several meters, clutching his chest in agony, his face pale and devoid of strength. A testament to the power behind Gu Chen's kick. "You possess more skill than I anticipated." Shen Lang, witnessing the plight of both Xiao Hao and Li Dao, could no longer contain himself. He charged forward, raising a fist as large as a cooking pot, towards Gu Chen's face. Shunlang, a muscular figure and fitness coach, wielded immense strength. As Gu Chen saw the punch approaching, a look of disdain crossed his face. He simply extended his hand to block it. Shunlang, astonished that Gu Chen could withstand his full-force blow, quickly raised his other hand to attack again, only to have that hand caught as well. In an instant, both of Shunlang's fists were firmly grasped by Gu Chen. "Wow, brother Gu Chen is amazing," Lu Qianqian exclaimed, clapping her hands and rushing over, her eyes wide with astonishment as she observed the struggle between the two. The muscles on Shunlang's arms bulged prominently, veins standing out, exuding a sense of formidable strength. Yet they were firmly grasped by Gu Chen. The latter's hand, concealed by his sleeve, revealed nothing. In an instant, the two engaged in a contest of might. "Huh!" Shunlang exerted all his strength to twist his arm. His face flushed crimson, but Gu Chen's grip remained as unyielding as steel. "I'm done playing with you," Gu Chen declared, seizing both of Shunlang's hands and pulling them towards himself, then thrusting his knee upwards, colliding forcefully with Shunlang's abdomen. Thud! Ah! Bang! Shunlang's anguished cries echoed as he was sent flying before he could even react. After dispatching Shunlang, Gu Chen turned his gaze towards Li Dahu. Upon meeting Gu Chen's eyes, was instantly filled with dread. "You, please don't come any closer. Take the coconuts as you wish." Chapter 6. Lu Qian you enough. Just as Gu Chen approached Li Dahu, the woman standing nearby spoke up. "We are all castaways on this cruise, and we should unite here while awaiting rescue. Violence will not resolve our issues." Upon hearing her words, Gu Chen glanced at the woman, surprise flickering in his eyes. Clad in a light blue attire, she could hardly conceal her voluptuous curves, her high and perilous bosom quivering slightly as she spoke. Her long, snow-white legs, perfectly straight, caught Gu Chen's attention for a few moments, the thighs rounded and firm, the calves glistening. Exquisite. The thought flitted through Gu Chen's mind. Among the women he knew, she would rank in the top 3. "What did you say?" After sizing her up, a hint of a smirk curled at the corners of Gu Chen's mouth. The woman noticed his gaze, and, detecting his scrutiny, a look of disdain crossed her features. She crossed her arms and replied coolly, "I said, violence will not resolve our problems." To this, Gu Chen scoffed. "Violence doesn't resolve problems? Huh. Then who struck first? Why didn't you step in to prevent it? And now you come to admonish me? Are you perhaps involved with him?" "Exactly. He was the one who initiated the confrontation." Lu Shanshan shot a glare at Li Dahu, adding her voice to the fray. "Qian, don't speak out of turn." Lu Shanshan quickly pulled on Lu Qian's hand to silence her. "You." Lu Qianyu was infuriated by Gu Chen's words, her chest heaving with agitation. Yet she struggled to find a retort. Her expression shifted, and she snapped back, "You are the one involved with him. I only met him yesterday. I don't care when you met, however." Gu Chen pointed at Li Dahu and his companions, his voice icy. "Do not provoke me again. Let us coexist peacefully. Do not claim these coconut trees as yours." Upon hearing this, Shunlang and his companions could only seethe in silence, for they knew they could not match Gu Chen's strength. "Very well, you have already struck them. Let this matter rest. How does that sound?" At that moment, the woman standing behind Lu Qian stepped forward and addressed Gu Chen. "Rest assured, we will ensure we do not disturb you again." Gu Chen glanced at her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. She too was a rare beauty, dressed in a deep purple qipao, with exquisite features and fair skin. She radiated the allure of a mature, sensual woman, likely in her 30s. Gu Chen, with a dismissive glance at Li Dahu and the others, turned and climbed up the coconut tree. Shunlang and his companions exchanged glances, stumbling away. The pain from Gu Chen's earlier kick still lingered in their bodies. "Oomph." Lu Qianyu shot Gu Chen a resentful glare before turning to leave. His insinuation that she was involved with Li Dahu had planted a seed of animosity within her. "That bastard. He kicked me so hard. I might have fractured a rib. I must endure this pain," she thought, inhaling sharply. Back outside the shelter, Xiao Hao sat on the grass, rubbing his chest, grimacing as he muttered to himself. Li Dahu wore a defiant expression, declaring, "Humph. Once the rescue arrives, I will ensure that he pays for this." This grudge must be avenged. I have many brothers. Shen Lang, equally sullen, remained silent, yet his demeanor betrayed his dissatisfaction. Sister man, how could that guy speak of me in such a manner? Nearby, sitting on the sandy ground beside the shelter, Lu Qianyue spoke bitterly. When we return, I will have my bodyguard teach him a lesson. Hearing this, Wen Man smiled gently, placing her hand on Lu Qianyue's shoulder. Let's not be angry. Our foremost task now is to await the rescue. Besides, I observe that his skills are quite formidable. Your bodyguard might not even be able to best him. If one cannot do it, then 10 or 100 can, Lu Qianyue retorted dismissively. I doubt he could take on that many. Wen Man merely chuckled helplessly, her gaze drifting toward the sky as she became lost in thought. Gu Chen gathered a significant number of coconuts and leaves, and the trio returned to the foot of a mountain. The leaves needed to be laid in layers. Gu Chen instructed the Lu sisters on how to arrange the leaves, for this shelter was to be their resting place for the night. Once the leaves were properly spread, any excess was placed inside the shelter to ensure they could lie down without dirtying their clothes. After constructing the shelter, they cracked open several coconuts and enjoyed the refreshing juice. At that moment, Gu Chen pondered how to spark a fire, as having fire would enable them to catch fish from the sea and roast them for sustenance. Although Li Dahu and his companions had a fire, Gu Chen felt it unwise to shamelessly request a spark from them after their earlier encounter. Brother Gu Chen, you were so impressive just now, taking them down with just a couple of moves. Lu Qianshan exclaimed excitedly. Have you practiced martial arts? Of course I have, Gu Chen replied with a proud smile. I excel in various areas. All right, you all rest here for a moment. I will go check ahead. In a small grove, Gu Chen collected several dry branches and carried them to the rocky shore to dry in the sun. The wood had been soaked by the rain and needed to be thoroughly dried before he could attempt to create fire by friction. At this moment, it was the only method he could conceive for kindling a flame. Walking along the beach, he watched the waves crashing rhythmically against the shore. The ocean's bounty was abundant, and survival relied heavily on its resources. Thus, the priority was to ignite a fire. Likewise, access to fresh water was imperative. Relying solely on coconut water would not suffice. Overindulgence could lead to diarrhea, and in severe cases, illness. As Gu Chen contemplated how to locate a water source, a cold snort echoed from behind him. Turning around, he found Lu Qianyue and Wen Man approaching. Lu Qianyue shot Gu Chen a glare before pulling Wen Man toward the sea. Brother Gu Chen, the Lu sisters suddenly ran up from behind. Lu Qianshan looked toward the ocean with a smile. Can we go play in the water? Go ahead, but be cautious and avoid the deep water, Gu Chen replied. Upon hearing his response, the sisters joyfully dashed toward the waves. As he gazed at the silhouettes of the two figures, Gu Chen turned and made his way back. Upon returning to the shelter, he ventured into the small grove to gather some withered branches, which he laid out in the clearing to dry. He also constructed a simple little shelter beside the refuge. 2 hours later, the sun had descended to the horizon, painting the sky with a brilliant crimson glow. At that moment, the Lu sisters returned. Brother Gu Chen, I am quite famished, one of them lamented. Let us partake of some coconut flesh. It is the only sustenance we have at present. Hearing this, Lu Qianshan could only pick up a coconut from the ground and began to consume the flesh within. Oh, by the way, Brother Gu Chen, it turns out that the beautiful sister shares our surname, Lu Qianshan suddenly exclaimed while relishing the coconut. Her name is Lu Qianyue. Chapter 7. The friction of wood to ignite fire as evening fell. The horizon was ablaze with vibrant hues reminiscent of a fervent flame. Gu Chen and the two sisters, Lu Shanshan and Lu Qianshan, found themselves seated outside their shelter, subsisting on a meager meal of coconut flesh to stave off hunger. When darkness enveloped the surroundings, the sisters retreated into their shelter, embracing one another as they succumbed to slumber. The coastal air was somewhat humid, and while a brisk wind kept the mosquitoes at bay, a few still managed to intrude upon their refuge. Gu Chen cast a wistful glance at the sky, murmuring a silent hope for a sun-drenched morrow. The sparse twinkling stars offered little comfort. Should the heavens weep the following day, his efforts to create fire through friction would be thwarted. In the dead of night, the rhythmic sound of the sisters' steady breaths filled the air, while Gu Chen lay at the entrance of the shelter, swiftly drifting into the realm of dreams. The night passed in silence. With the dawn of a new day, the first rays of sunlight graced the exterior of the shelter, rousing Gu Chen from his slumber. Gazing at the unblemished azure sky, he recognized that today promised to be another sunlit day. Upon reaching the shore, he spotted Lu Qianqian and others standing upon the sandy expanse, peering intently into the vastness of the ocean. The beach bore the marks of an international distress signal, a desperate plea for attention from any passing aircraft. "We have been stranded here for 3 days. Why has rescue not yet arrived?" Lu Qianqian voiced her concerns. Her brow furrowed as she gazed into the depths of the sea. "Surely, they wouldn't abandon us? What shall we do?" "Fear not. The rescue team requires time to mobilize," one man replied with a reassuring smile. "They may very well arrive within the next few days to escort us home." Yet, deep within her heart, uncertainty lingered. Her words were merely a balm for Lu Qianqian's anxiety. "Let us venture into the water to search for sustenance. For I am ravenous beyond measure," declared Li Dahu, striding toward the sea. Among them, only one man and Xiao Hao possessed a modicum of swimming ability. Yet the tumultuous waves beyond the shallows deterred them. They dared only to scour the shallow waters for small sea snails and clams. Standing upon the rocky outcrop, Gu Chen felt the waves crash against him, splashing his trousers with briny water. It would be prudent to ignite a fire first, he muttered to himself before turning back. Upon returning to the shelter, he found Lu Shanshan and Lu Qianqian seated on the ground, their expressions lacking vitality. "What troubles you?" Gu Chen inquired with a gentle smile. "Are you parched? There are coconuts within the shelter. Why not quench your thirst?" "It is not thirst that ails us, but hunger," Lu Qianqian replied, pouting slightly. "I feel utterly drained. Could it be that I am unwell from hunger?" "I share your sentiment. My stomach growls incessantly," Lu Shanshan added, rubbing her belly. "Could it be the coconut flesh that has caused this?" Gu Chen nodded thoughtfully. "That is indeed a possibility. Rest here for now." With that, he descended the steep slope and began to ascend the ravine above. With a resounding thud, he picked up a stone and struck it forcefully against another, shattering it into fragments. "This one appears promising," he remarked, examining a shard with a sharp edge, suitable for crafting a stone axe. After returning to the shelter with the stone and placing it down, he stepped out onto the rocky shore to retrieve the dried branches and withered grass that he had set out to dry. Upon returning to the shelter, he skillfully drilled a small hole into a piece of wood using a sharp stone, then gently tapered one end of a straight stick. "Brother Gu Chen, what are you doing?" Lu Qianqian inquired curiously, bending down to observe his actions. Gu Chen slightly raised his head and caught sight of the spring light peeking from her collar, a radiant white. He pointed and chuckled. "Hey, you seem to be a little exposed. Haha." Upon hearing this, Lu Qianqian glanced down and quickly covered herself with her hand. "Brother Gu Chen, you're too perverted." "Pervy?" Gu Chen responded with displeasure. "I was merely trying to give you a kind reminder, and you call me perverted? Had I known, I would have kept it to myself. I could have enjoyed the view too, hee hee. By the way, I've opened that box. It's filled with various women's items. You should take a look." Lu Qianqian rushed into the shelter, bringing out the box and placing it on the ground, where she and Lu Shanshan proceeded to open it together. "Clothes and a makeup bag? Sister, this makeup bag is for you, and there's just enough clothing for each of us." As Lu Qianqian pulled out the garments, they both realized their own attire had been worn for several days and had developed an unpleasant odor. Eagerly, they dashed back into the shelter to change into the fresh clothes. After changing, they stepped outside, and Gu Chen glanced at their feet, instructing Qianqian, "Untie your shoelaces quickly." "What do you need my shoelaces for?" Lu Qianqian asked but complied, untying them and handing them to Gu Chen. "Shanshan, come over and hold this stone down on the wood." Gu Chen instructed Lu Shanshan, who took the stone and stick. He inserted the stick into the small hole in the wood and pressed the stone on top of it. Next, Gu Chen wrapped the shoelace around the stick and began to rotate it slowly with both hands. With a sudden force, the stick popped out. "Don't apply too much pressure, nor too little," he advised Lu Shanshan, continuing to twist the shoelace. As the shoelace spun faster, the wood gradually began to generate a wisp of white smoke. "It's smoking! It's smoking!" Lu Qianqian exclaimed in astonishment, crouching down to observe the smoking wood. However, despite the smoke, no sparks appeared. Alas, the wood is still a bit damp. It should dry out by afternoon, Gu Chen remarked, placing the wood back on the shelter to continue drying. Then, Gu Chen instructed the two to carry coconuts with him to the seaside, where they smashed a few open on the rocks. Now, their only source of fresh water and sustenance was the coconuts. Brother Gu Chen, we're off to play with Sister Qianhua, Lu Shanshan said, and the two dashed down to find the newly acquainted Lu Qianhua. Ah, weren't you just saying you felt weak? And now you have the energy to play? Gu Chen chuckled, shaking his head in resignation as he walked along the beach. On the beach, scattered about were exquisite seashells, some larger than a palm. Gu Chen picked them up, envisioning their potential utility. Sister Qianyu. Upon hearing her name, Lu Qianyu glanced at the Lu sisters, a gentle smile gracing her lips. You have arrived. In her expression, there was a special acknowledgement towards the pair of twin sisters, for they brought her immense joy as they shared a delightful rapport. Meanwhile, the three men, Li Dahu and Shun Lang, were resting on the sandy shore. Hey, look at that! Li Dahu whispered mischievously to Shun Lang and Xiao Hao. If I had these two sisters, I would gladly spend my life here. Dahu, you're exceedingly selfish. Xiao Hao chuckled softly, stroking his chin. Such treasure should be shared after all. Shun Lang, however, remained silent, his gaze fixated on Lu Qianyu. She was, without a doubt, the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered. Chapter 8. Capturing the Lobster Noon. Gu Chen returned to the clearing outside the shelter, continuing his efforts to kindle a fire. Hurry! Faster! It's smoking. Lu Qianqian squatted nearby, her fist raised in encouragement. Upon noticing the wood beginning to smoke, Gu Chen diligently tugged at his shoelaces. When the moment seemed right, he swiftly removed the stick, pouring the glowing embers into the prepared tinder, then gently blew upon it. After several breaths, the white smoke billowed more profusely, and soon the tinder ignited into flames. Wow, it's lit! We have fire! Lu Qianqian exclaimed joyfully, rising to her feet, while Lu Shanshan stood nearby, her mouth agape in astonishment. It was her first time witnessing such a method of fire-making. Gu Chen placed the burning tinder on the ground and delicately arranged some small twigs atop it. All right, you both watch over the campfire and ensure it does not extinguish, he instructed with a smile. Qianqian, please gather more firewood from over there. On it, Lu Qianqian replied enthusiastically, sprinting toward the small grove on the right. Gu Chen ascended the hillside into the woods, searching for a sturdy yet slightly flexible stick which he relentlessly chopped at with a sharp stone. After several minutes, he managed to fell a stick approximately 2 meters in length. Not bad, quite manageable, he mused, swinging the stick a few times. This stick was intended for crafting a spear. Before returning, he collected a sizable bundle of firewood, binding it with vines to carry back. Upon seeing Gu Chen approach with the bundle, Lu Shanshan smiled. There was an abundance of firewood on the mountain. Even a casual collection could sustain a fire for an entire day. Gu Chen set the firewood down and remarked there might be animals around. Tomorrow, I'll set some snares to see if I can catch anything. What is a snare? Lu Shanshan inquired, tilting her head in curiosity. Having grown up in the city, she was filled with wonder about many things. A snare is used to trap animals, Gu Chen replied, sitting down and placing one end of the stick in the campfire to dry it out. He then entered the shelter and retrieved a small pair of scissors. As the moisture evaporated, the stick hardened, and with a stone atop it, he gently tapped it, soon splitting the stick into 4 small prongs, which he meticulously sharpened with the scissors. After tapering the points, he wrapped them with 2 small vines, thus crafting a simple spear. Lu Shanshan watched quietly from the side. Her curiosity piqued as she could not help but ask, "What is this? Why are you shaping it this way?" "This is a spear," Gu Chen replied with a slight smile. "I plan to fish in the sea. After a day of consuming coconuts, I'm nearly out of energy, haha." At that moment, Lu Qianqian returned, cradling a bundle of firewood. "Let us go, I'll take you fishing. Then for the fire, just place some larger logs on it." Gu Chen placed several thick logs into the bonfire, allowing them to burn slowly as he led the 2 companions toward the seaside. As they passed by, they caught the attention of Shun Lang and others. Where they headed? One of them wondered. Where else but the beach? Xiao Hao stood up, brushing off his trousers. Let us go. I'm getting hungry again. Over the past 3 days, they had only managed to collect a few small sea snails and shells, insufficient to satiate the appetites of 5. Fortunately, they still had coconut meat to eat. Upon reaching the shore, Gu Chen removed his clothing and laid it on the sand, revealing a physique of impressive musculature, with 2 deep scars etched across his back and chest that sent shivers down one's spine. Wow, brother Gu Chen, your physique is remarkable, and you have abs too. Lu Qianqian exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at his muscles. How did you achieve such strength? Lu Qianqian, however, blushed slightly, turning her gaze away shyly, though she couldn't resist stealing glances at him. You all wait for me here. It's dangerous outside. Do not follow. Gu Chen replied with a gentle smile, grasping his spear as he waded into the sea, gradually making his way toward deeper waters. Beyond the shallows, the waves surged fiercely, currents roiling beneath the surface, while the relentless tide crashed against the rocks, producing a cacophony of sound. What is he doing out there? It's so tumultuous. Isn't he afraid of being swept away? One of them mused. It would be best if he were washed away, wouldn't it? Chuckled another. At that moment, Shunlang and Li Dahu approached, whispering amongst themselves as Lu Qianyue and Wen Man followed behind. Ah, Sister Qianyue, Sister Man, you've come. Upon seeing them, Lu Qianqian disregarded the 3 men, rushing to greet Lu Qianyue and taking their hands in salutation. Wen Man smiled softly and glanced towards Gu Chen, inquiring quietly, Qianqian, where is he going? Lu Qianqian giggled. Brother Gu Chen said he is going to catch fish for us. Catch fish? With such rough seas? Isn't he afraid? Wen Man pondered, concerned by the treacherous conditions. She found herself surprised by Gu Chen's audacity. That guy. It would be best if he were swept away, Lu Qianyue murmured, though she too felt a flicker of astonishment. As everyone watched, Gu Chen had already climbed onto the outer rocks. Taking a deep breath while gazing at the tumultuous sea, he leaped without hesitation, his decision resolute. With a resounding splash, Gu Chen swiftly vanished beneath the surface. Descending 7 to 8 meters, he reached the ocean floor, where sunlight permeated the depths, illuminating the surroundings. Swimming towards the coral reefs, he diligently searched through the crevices for prey, colorful fish of various sizes darting around him. Soon, he discovered a wolf eel lurking in a small crevice, its teeth remarkably sharp. Gu Chen merely cast a glance before swimming to the left. After a while, he found 2 long tentacles in another small hole. Upon peering inside, he realized it was a rare blue lobster sheltering within. Carefully, he extended his spear into the crevice and with a powerful thrust, he pierced through the lobster's body and drew it out. As he prepared to swim upward with his catch, he noticed a large sea snail, larger than his fist, meandering slowly along the ocean floor. Without hesitation, he swam over and seized it, quickly ascending as he felt the urgency of breathlessness. Before long, he broke the surface, inhaling the fresh air, and then swam towards the shallows against the waves. Lu Shanshan and Lu Qianqian watched intently from the shore, their faces reflecting a hint of concern. Suddenly, as they spotted a figure swimming back, their expressions transformed to one of excitement. Gu Chen is back, Lu Qianqian exclaimed joyfully as she dashed toward the water's edge. Chapter 9. Weaving the fishing net. As Gu Chen slowly returned from the sea, the expressions of Li Dahu and his companions turned grim, their gazes darkening. Brother Gu Chen! Brother Gu Chen! Lu Qianqian joyfully sprinted over, her eyes widening in astonishment upon seeing the large lobster on the spear. Wow, a giant lobster, and such beautiful sea snails. Standing at the water's edge, Lu Shanshan beamed at the returning Gu Chen. Get to me. Lu Qianqian dashed into the shallows, and Gu Chen handed her the spear and the sea snail. Once back on the beach, he donned his clothes and, glancing briefly at Lu Qianqian and the others, led the 2 sisters, Lu Shanshan and Lu Qianqian, back home. Look at him so smug, Li Dao muttered, casting a sidelong glance at the departing trio before turning to Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao, aren't you a swimmer? Why don't you catch a lobster too? Upon hearing this, Xiao Hao promptly shook his head. Do you want me to die? I can swim in a pool, but going into the ocean? Absolutely not. He was only comfortable in a pool. The sea posed too many dangers. What if a wave swept him away? He wasn't willing to take that risk. Li Dahu scoffed. TCH. Coward. You call me a coward? Why don't you go catch one yourself? Xiaohao retorted defiantly. I can't swim. If I could, I would have gone already. Enough arguing. Shen Lang interjected, observing the squabbling duo. Instead of bickering, why not search for other food? Let us go. As soon as Shen Lang finished speaking, he strode out onto the beach, prompting Li Dahu and Xiaohao to exchange defiant glances before following suit. Lu Qianqian watched the three depart, momentarily at a loss for what to do. She turned to Wenman's sister man. Wenman glanced in the direction Gu Chen had gone, then at the expanse beyond the beach. Let us go. We should also look for something. This won't do. In recent days, they had subsisted on only a few small sea snails and mussels, mostly relying on coconut meat. She sensed her body beginning to deteriorate. If they did not find substantial food soon, she feared she might perish before rescue arrived. Outside the makeshift shelter, Gu Chen constructed a framework over the bonfire and placed the lobster atop it to roast, while he directly placed the sea snail into the embers. As the lobster turned a vibrant red, releasing a tantalizing aroma, Lu Qianqian involuntarily swallowed hard, her eyes fixated on the feast, nearly drooling. After approximately 20 minutes, Gu Chen skillfully peeled the lobster shell, using small scissors to delicately cut the tender, delectable meat into 3 portions, placing them onto the shell. He then extracted the meat from the sea snail, removing the gills and bile, and also slicing it into 3 pieces. Fashioning 3 pairs of chopsticks from twigs, Lu Shanshan and her sister eagerly took their chopsticks and shells, savoring the scrumptious lobster and snail meat. This was their first meal on the island that was so delightful. Though the meat was somewhat scarce, they found great satisfaction in it. It was simply exquisite, and I longed for more, giggling to myself. After finishing, Lu Qianqian placed the shells and chopsticks on the ground, gazing at Gu Chen with a gentle smile, even patting her belly. Rest assured, are you worried about a lack of seafood by the seaside? Gu Chen responded with a slight smile. I fear you might grow weary of it after a while. Not at all. I adore seafood, Lu Qianqian replied, tilting her head slightly. I could never tire of it. Gu Chen merely smiled in response, choosing to remain silent as he stood and walked towards the thicket. After a brief interlude of over 10 minutes, he returned, carrying a bundle of branches, which he placed on the ground. He meticulously arranged the branches, gently bending them, and began to slowly wrap slender twigs around 4 thicker branches, spiraling upwards. Lu Shanshan and her sister watched Gu Chen with curiosity, sitting quietly beside him. After another 10 minutes, the first circular fishing net was completed, with a vine tied at both ends for easy transport. The net appeared rather crude and unappealing, yet was undeniably practical. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Lu Qianqian inquired, "What is this? What purpose does it serve?" "A fishing net," Gu Chen replied with a faint smile. "You can take it to the seaside to catch crabs, small sea snails, or fish and store them inside." With that, he set the net aside and resumed weaving the branches. The afternoon sun was rather intense, and after crafting 3 nets, the trio sought refuge inside the shelter to escape the scorching rays. "Brother Gu Chen, how do you know so much?" Inside the shelter, Lu Qianqian, watching Gu Chen with curiosity, asked, "It seems you can do anything." Lu Shanshan also sat nearby, gazing at Gu Chen with a look of intrigue. "In my 2nd year of military service, I was cast into the primitive forest to live alone." Gu Chen began to recount his past. "We were allowed to bring nothing and had to survive in the wilderness for 2 months. As Gu Chen narrated his story, the sisters' expressions shifted from curiosity to astonishment and then to admiration. "Once I encountered a wild boar king. It weighed around 700 or 800 pounds, and its tusks were long and sharp." As he spoke, Gu Chen animatedly gestured with his hands, his facial expressions shifting continually. "You have no idea. A wild boar of that caliber would even make a tiger wary. At that moment, it chased after me, and I had to climb a large tree to escape. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire." "And then what happened?" Lu Qianqian, captivated, quickly pressed on as Gu Chen paused. "Did the wild boar king run away?" "No." Gu Chen shook his head. "It circled the tree a few times before darting into the nearby woods." Just as I thought it had left, it suddenly sprang out from the thicket, startling me into climbing back up the tree. It had been waiting for me to descend. Lu Shanshan, upon hearing this, exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, are wild boars really that intelligent? They can set ambushes?" "The wild boar is undoubtedly intelligent," Gu Chen continued. "Those that lack would have already fallen prey to beasts." As they engaged in their lively exchange, time slipped away, and over 2 hours had passed. Noticing that the sunlight outside had softened, Gu Chen led the two sisters, carrying their fishing nets, towards the seaside. Upon reaching the shore, Gu Chen cast a glance at the horizon and promptly guided them upwards. The surrounding shallow waters had been scoured by Shun Lang and his companions countless times, which is why Gu Chen chose to ascend. After a half-hour trek, they arrived at the end of the beach, where they encountered a stretch of shoreline strewn with pebbles. The area was characterized by rugged, uneven rocks, some of which jutted above the water surface. Gu Chen approached the edge of the sea, meticulously examining the marks on the rocks before settling down on the ground with the sisters. Lu Qianqian inquired, "Why are we sitting here? Aren't we here to search for seafood?" Gu Chen, gazing out at the rocky expanse, replied with a gentle smile, "I am waiting for the tide to recede. Once it does, there will be a bounty of marine treasures." Chapter 10. The Water Crisis on the Coast. Gu Chen retrieved 2 wooden sticks and handed them to the Lu sisters. Beyond a rocky area, the sea slowly receded, revealing the submerged rocks. At this moment, the sun tilted westward, nearly touching the surface of the ocean, while gusts of sea breeze rustled the clothes with a gentle whoosh. "The sea has receded," exclaimed Lu Qianqian, joyfully dashing out. The uneven rocky terrain was dotted with numerous small puddles, possibly harboring fish that had not yet managed to escape. "Be cautious," Gu Chen warned the sisters. "Crabs can pinch, and there may be sea snakes. When you cannot ascertain what lies beneath, use the sticks to prod it gently." As dusk fell, the trio tirelessly searched for seafood along the rocky shore. They discovered an abundance of mussels, barnacles, small crabs, and sizable sea snails, along with some stranded fish, which Gu Chen promptly collected and placed into a fishing basket. "Look, they're up there," shouted Xiao Hao, pointing at 3 figures above. "It seems there might be something of interest." Shun Lang, holding 2 scallops, straightened up and waved his hand. "Let us go and investigate." Lu Qianyue and Wen Man exchanged glances before following suit. "Brother Gu Chen, this large crab looks ferocious. I dare not catch it." Lu Qianqian crouched down, pressing a large blue crab with her stick as its formidable claws waved threateningly, instilling fear within her. "I shall handle it," Gu Chen replied, rushing over to grasp the blue crab from behind. "Brother Gu Chen, they have also arrived." At this moment, Lu Shanshan pointed below, and Gu Chen glanced over, smiling nonchalantly. "Let us disregard them. We shall focus on our catch. Hurry, it will soon be dark." Shanshan, how much seafood have you gathered?" Upon arrival, Wen Man inquired with a smile. Lu Qianqian gleefully ran over and opened the lid of the fishing basket. "Sister Man, look, I've caught many crabs and fish." "Such an abundance?" Wen Man's expression turned to one of astonishment as she beheld the nearly full basket of seafood. Shun Lang and his companions rushed outside, exhilarated by the plentiful catch, forgetting all else. Gu Chen led the Lu sisters to the higher ground, and after a brief gathering, they returned to their campsite. Upon returning, they emptied the fishing basket, scattering shrimp and crabs across the ground. The sight of such a bountiful harvest brought smiles to their faces. It was enough seafood for a grand feast that night. The Lu sisters could hardly contain their excitement, immediately placing crabs and some large sea snails onto the charcoal fire to roast. Gu Chen stepped outside onto the grassy area, observing the 7 or 8 coconut trees. 4 of the trees bore no coconuts, while 3 still held fruit, a disheartening sign for him. The absence of coconuts and the lack of fresh water nearby indicated that this locale was becoming uninhabitable. He picked a few coconuts and carried them back to the camp, placing them outside the shelter. "We may have to leave this place." "Put down the coconut," Gu Chen said, sitting down to watch the 2 sisters. "We will depart tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Lu Shanshan immediately inquired, "Why? We have only stayed here for 2 days. Why must we move?" Lu Qianqian tilted her head and echoed, "Yes." "Brother Gu Chen, what is the reason?" Gu Chen skewered a fish with a small stick and placed it over the campfire to roast, responding, "The coconuts are nearly gone, and without water, we must seek another location." As soon as the sisters heard there were no coconuts, their expressions shifted, and they understood Gu Chen's rationale for leaving. "Where shall we go?" "I do not know. We will take it one step at a time." After a while, crabs and various shellfish, including small sea snails, scallops, and abalone, were ready. The three of them sat on the ground, indulging in their feast. This seafood banquet left the sisters leaning against the shelter, stroking their bellies in contentment. In the evening, a strong wind arose, rustling the bushes and small groves, while the sky was still light. Gu Chen dashed to the woods above the ravine. "Sister Qianhua, sister man, we have come to see you." Lu Shanshan and Lu Qianqian called out as they approached the group. Upon seeing the two sisters, the previously listless Li Dahu instantly brightened. "Have you eaten? If not, join us." Lu Shanshan ignored him completely, while Lu Qianqian only shot him a glance, choosing to sit beside Lu Qianhua and the others. "Sister Qianhua, we are leaving tomorrow," Lu Qianqian announced as soon as she settled down. "We came to bid you farewell." "Leaving here?" Lu Qianhua paused, taken aback. "Why must you leave?" "Indeed, everything has been well. Why depart?" One man also inquired, her fondness for the lively and charming sisters evident. Li Dahu and Xiao Hao's expressions darkened upon hearing that the two lovely young ladies would soon be gone, feeling reluctant to part with them. Shen Lang, too, found their decision perplexing and regarded them intently. "Brother Gu Chen said that the coconuts are nearly depleted," Lu Shanshan explained. "He mentioned that there is no water source here, and we must leave to find one." "A water source?" Shen Lang glanced at the coconut trees outside, realizing that indeed, few coconuts remained. In such hot weather, an individual would need to consume at least 4 or 5 coconuts a day. With so many of them, the coconuts on the trees would likely be picked clean by tomorrow. Now, he comprehended Gu Chen's reasoning for their departure. "What shall we do, Lango?" Xiao Hao whispered. "Should we also move?" Shen Lang pondered deeply, realizing that without water, they might not survive even 2 days here. If they did not relocate, they would face danger in 2 days when water became scarce. Lu Qianhua and Wen Man, upon hearing Lu Shanshan's words, fell into deep contemplation. The lack of water was indeed a significant predicament. "Sister Qianhua, sister man, it is nearly dark, and we should return," Lu Shanshan remarked. Rising to lead Lu Qianqian back towards the camp. After the sisters departed, Wen Man turned her gaze towards Shen Lang. "Should we also relocate? I believe we ought to converse with that Gu Chen." Lu Qianhua interjected, "We are utterly ignorant. What shall we do if rescue does not arrive in the coming days? Shall we simply wait for death?" Upon hearing this, Li Dahu immediately expressed his discontent, muttering, "Humph, why should we consult him? What does he know?" Lu Qianhua, with an impassive expression, replied, "Qianqian has informed me that he not only knows how to kindle a fire using wood, but possesses a plethora of peculiar skills. I believe his wilderness survival abilities are commendable." Upon hearing this, Wen Man pondered for a moment, then stood and stated, "I shall go speak with him." Chapter 11. When Man's visit before darkness enveloped the sky, Gu Chen returned to the shelter, cradling 2 fan-shaped fungi in his hands. These fungi, when ignited, would burn slowly, serving as an excellent means to transfer fire. "Brother Gu Chen, does the fishing cage still contain crabs for a midnight snack?" Lu Qianqian inquired, lifting the lid to glimpse inside the cage, where she discovered a dozen crabs of various sizes. "Not quite," Gu Chen replied, placing the fungi on the ground with a smile. "These are for breakfast tomorrow. As for a midnight snack, you should all head back to sleep." "I can't sleep yet," Lu Qianqian protested, shaking her head. "It's still early. Night has just fallen." "Then stay here," Gu Chen suggested, picking up a coconut shell and meticulously carving its edge with a sharp stone. The Lu sisters instantly gathered around, captivated by Gu Chen's craftsmanship under the glow of the campfire. After a while, he had fashioned a bowl from the coconut shell. Though the interior was somewhat rough, it was suitable for holding food, and even water would not leak. Gu Chen gazed at the bowl with a gentle smile, prompting Lu Qianqian to take it for inspection. "Brother Gu Chen, make a couple more so we each have one," she urged playfully, with several coconut shells surrounding them. Gu Chen purposefully selected 2 or 3 larger ones to continue his work. At that moment, a flicker of light approached from behind, revealing a figure holding a torch. Lu Shanshan looked up in surprise. Man Jia, what brings you here? I came to check on you. When Man replied, casting a glance at Gu Chen, who appeared unperturbed by her presence, continuing his task without lifting his head. Noticing Gu Chen's indifference, When Man took a seat beside him, watching as he skillfully carved the coconut shell. Man Jia, what do you think of this bowl? Lu Qianqian asked, presenting it to her. When Man accepted the bowl, examining it before nodding with a smile. Quite nice. The size is just right. It won't leak, will it? After commenting on the bowl, she turned to Gu Chen, offering a gentle smile. Gu Chen, hello. Allow me to introduce myself. I am When Man. Gu Chen simply glanced at her, offering a faint smile before returning to his bowl. Observing his aloof demeanor, even the usually patient When Man felt a twinge of annoyance. Can we have a conversation? She asked after a few moments. Once Gu Chen completed another bowl, When Man spoke up. We are all trapped here and should assist each other while we await rescue. Don't you think? Gu Chen set down the bowl and picked up another coconut shell, responding with a casual smile. Assist each other? That won't be necessary. Besides, what can you possibly offer us? Didn't you mention previously that we would not interfere with one another? When Man's expression shifted slightly, she realized that Gu Chen was likely still upset about the events from a couple of days ago. I understand. When you first arrived, Shen Lang and the others acted inappropriately. When Man spoke up, however, that is all in the past now, and it was merely a trivial misunderstanding. Surely, you need not hold on to it any longer? If they acted inappropriately, why did you not intervene at the time? Gu Chen regarded When Man with a mocking gaze at that moment. I believe they were akin to Columbus, discovering a new world and presuming it belonged to them. Had I not possessed some skills, I would have undoubtedly been beaten senseless by them. When Man, momentarily at a loss for words, took a deep breath and continued, I did not come here to argue with you. I came to resolve a problem. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen found it rather amusing. Resolve a problem? How absurd. Do I have any issues with you? I do not even know you. You. Forget it, I must have come to the wrong place. At this, When Man abruptly stood, casting a fierce glare at Gu Chen before turning to her sisters, Lu Qianqian and Lu Shanshan. Shanshan, I am leaving. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she stormed off in anger, neglecting to take the torch with her, astonished at Gu Chen's unreasonable demeanor. Bang! Suddenly, a loud crash resonated behind her as When Man fell, letting out a cry, evidently not unscathed. Upon hearing the commotion, Gu Chen and the others turned to look. Gu Chen smiled faintly and handed the torch to Lu Shanshan. Here, take this to her. Lu Shanshan hurriedly took the torch and rushed over, returning a moment later. Brother Gu Chen, in truth, Sister Wen and Sister Qianyue are good people. Lu Shanshan stated as she sat down. They are not bad. It is only those 2 men who leered at us. Just a glance at them shows they are not to be trusted. Gu Chen chuckled softly. What do you know about good and bad? Off to bed with you. We shall depart from here in the morning. Sister, let us go. Lu Qianqian tugged at Lu Shanshan as they entered the shelter, while Gu Chen resumed his task of preparing the bowl. Upon returning to the shelter, When Man sat by the campfire, visibly upset. Seeing her sit down, Lu Qianyue immediately inquired, Sister Wen, what happened? Did he say anything? Shen Lang and the others also turned their attention to her, awaiting her response. Do not ask. He said nothing at all. When Man exhaled deeply, seeking to calm her emotions, I believe we must rely on ourselves. Rely on ourselves? Lu Qianyue replied, her expression turning serious as she spoke softly. In this place, we know nothing. How can we rely on ourselves? Oh, do not worry. We still have each other. Right. Shen Lang reassured Lu Qianyue, patting his chest with a smile. I refuse to believe that we 3 men cannot compare to that. Gu Chen. Exactly, Li Dahu chimed in, tilting his head slightly. What he can do, we can also achieve. After a long silence, Xiao Hao, stroking his chin, suddenly spoke up. I have thought of a plan. We could construct a raft. As long as we venture out onto the sea, we might encounter passing ships, thus allowing for our rescue. There should be plenty of fallen deadwood on the mountain. We can gather those. Smash. Upon hearing this, Li Dahu slapped his forehead in astonishment and exclaimed, Indeed. How could I have overlooked such a solution? It is quite clever. Turning to Shun Lang, he inquired, Brother Lang, what are your thoughts on this proposal? Shun Lang tilted his head slightly in contemplation before shaking it gently. I cannot shake the feeling that this plan lacks reliability. One man cast a glance at the three of them, then stood up and took Lu Qianyue back to their sanctuary. Hey, sister man, I can't help but feel that they have a point, Lu Qianyue remarked as they entered the shelter. Perhaps it could work? One man lay down, muttering with annoyance. Are you foolish? A massive cruise ship was overturned by the towering waves. Do you truly believe we can venture out to sea on a mere raft? I have no intention of perishing. I won't accompany you in them. Chapter 12. The forest pool. The following morning, the sky appeared overcast, accompanied by a gusty wind that obscured the sun behind a veil of clouds. Upon rising, Gu Chen ignited some tree fungi with burning charcoal, placing them within a shell and covering it with another, fastening it with vine. The Lu sisters emptied the crabs from their fishing cage, directly placing them over the charcoal to roast. Will it rain today? Lu Qianqian glanced at the sky. With such strong winds, what if it starts to pour? Gu Chen also surveyed the heavens, sensing an unsettling change in the weather. If a typhoon were to strike, their shelter would be perilously unsafe. They needed to depart promptly. Don't eat yet. Put the roasted crabs in the box quickly. Gu Chen called out to the sisters. We must leave now. Lu Shanshan, upon hearing this, dashed into shelter to retrieve the box, while Lu Qianqian used a stick to extract the cooked crabs. Once their belongings were gathered, Gu Chen pulled the box along, leading the sisters toward the beach. The sea breeze whipped around them, making it difficult to keep their eyes open, and their garments rustled violently. Beyond the shore, the ocean churned restlessly, with towering waves surging, resembling ominous signs of an impending storm. Manjia, are we truly going to follow them? Shouldn't we at least inform Shun Lang and the others? Lu Qianqian questioned. What would we say? We barely know them. It's time to move before they get too far. One man and Lu Qianyue, having observed Gu Chen and the sisters depart, quickly trailed behind. To one man, accompanying Gu Chen seemed far preferable to sticking with Shun Lang and his companions. At the very least, Gu Chen did not regard her with lecherous eyes, unlike Li Dahu and Xiao Hao, who frequently stole glances her way. Though she was aware, she dared not voice her discomfort. As a delicate woman, she feared provoking them. In such a place, should any trouble arise, no one would come to her aid. Half an hour later, the trio reached the end of the beach, where the path ceased to exist. Let's go inside, Gu Chen urged, leading the sisters into the woods, moving inland. Hey, wait for us. Just as they reached the edge of the forest, they heard shouts from behind. Turning around, they saw Lu Qianyue and one man running towards them. Qianyue? Manjia? What are you doing here? Lu Shanshan exclaimed in surprise. Have you been following us? One man paused, breathless, gazing at Gu Chen. We wish to accompany you. Is that permissible? Gu Chen glanced back, noting that Shun Lang and his companions had not pursued them. He then turned his attention to the turbulent sea, where dark clouds gathered ominously. This was not the time for conversation. The weather here was capricious, with the potential for sudden downpours or a fierce storm. Lu Qianqian, upon hearing this, joyfully grasped the hands of the two newcomers. That's wonderful. We could be together. Hee, Gu Chen, let's bring Qianyue and Manjia along. You may follow, but you must heed my instructions. What do you say? Gu Chen addressed them firmly. If you do not agree, you shall return. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianyue immediately protested. On what grounds? Qianyue. One man tugged at Lu Qianyue's clothing, silencing her with a gesture, and declared, All right, but you must refrain from making excessive demands. Enough. Let us proceed, Gu Chen said with an air of impatience, grasping the suitcase as he ventured into the depths of the forest. The five of them plunged into the thicket, ascending the slope. Within mere minutes in the stifling heat of the jungle, Gu Chen's garments were already drenched in perspiration. Lu Qianyue and her companions were equally affected, beads of sweat cascading down their necks. At that moment, Shun Lang returned from the lower woods, arms laden with firewood. Qianyue, we have returned, he called out, tossing the wood outside the shelter. After a brief pause with no response, Shun Lang scratched his head in confusion and approached, muttering, What could be amiss? Are they perhaps asleep? Upon bending to peer inside the shelter, He found no trace of Lu Qianyue and one man. Could it be they have gone to the shore? Finding no sign of them within the shelter, Shun Lang returned to the sandy thicket, calling out, "De Hu, have you seen Qianyue and one man?" Li De Hu shook his head in response. "No, are they not in the shelter? They are not here. I wonder where they could have gone. I shall search by the sea," Shun Lang replied, making his way toward the coastline. The winds along the shore were fierce, making his journey somewhat challenging. After searching for about half an hour, he still found no trace of the two and was compelled to return to the campsite. "This is strange. Where could they have gone?" Shun Lang murmured, furrowing his brow. "There is nowhere else for them to go." Just then, Xiao Hao rushed back, breathless. "Gu Chen and the others are also missing. Do you think Qianyue and one man have gone with them?" Shun Lang's expression darkened instantly, and he exclaimed, "Damn it! They must have gone with him. That scoundrel!" Without further ado, he sprinted toward the shore, while Li De Hu and Xiao Hao exchanged glances before following suit. Meanwhile, Gu Chen and his companions had traversed the dense jungle for over half an hour, arriving at a peculiar meadow dotted with palm trees. This area was odd. The ground was solely populated by palms, covering an expanse of nearly 100 square meters. Several palm trees lay toppled, some in decay, others appearing to have fallen recently. "Why are there so many palm trees here?" Lu Qianqian gazed up at the palms in astonishment. "But where are the coconuts?" Gu Chen smiled faintly upon hearing her. For the resemblance between palm trees and coconut trees could easily lead to confusion for the unacquainted. "These are palm trees, not coconut trees," he clarified, surveying their surroundings. "Let us move forward." As they passed through the grove of palms and ventured deeper into the forest, Gu Chen suddenly perceived the sound of rushing water. "It is the sound of water," one man exclaimed, turning her head and pointing toward the slope below. "It is down there. Let's go." Without hesitation, Gu Chen made his way down the slope, with Lu Qianyue and the others hastily following behind, descending approximately 7 to 8 meters. The sound of flowing water grew increasingly pronounced, prompting Gu Chen to hasten his descent. Soon, the 5 individuals reached the bottom of the slope, standing upon a smooth and level stone. This secluded valley lay nestled between 2 mountains, its floors strewn with rugged, polished stones, while the river meandered gently through the crevices, cascading in places where the stones varied in height, creating a delicate waterfall. A few meters away, the terrain dipped further, allowing the river to pool into a serene basin of about several square meters, its waters crystal clear and revealing the bed beneath. The river's course twisted and turned, stretching upward into the horizon, its end obscured from view, while the landscape below mirrored this enchanting scene. Opposite, a dense thicket flourished, and gazing upon the river, Gu Chen mused to himself, "I never would have imagined such a hidden sanctuary could exist within this lush forest." Chapter 13. Setting up camp, Gu Chen surveyed his surroundings. The landscape was adorned with mountains and rivers, not far from the sea, merely an hour's journey away. It was an ideal location to establish their camp. "Come, let us ascend and take a look." Gu Chen gestured upwards, lifting his box as he walked along the riverbank. As they climbed higher, the terrain opened up, revealing an abundance of stones, making the path somewhat treacherous. After traversing several dozen meters, they reached a bend where a rocky hill emerged on the right. Nestled at the edge of the jungle, they veered right, walking across the grass until they arrived at the base of the rocky hill. "This spot is quite agreeable," Gu Chen remarked as he stepped onto a higher, flatter area, noting a slight depression beneath the rock face. The ground below the cliff was dry and even, albeit a bit narrow, but sufficient to accommodate 5 individuals comfortably. "Are you suggesting we construct a shelter here?" one man inquired, observing Gu Chen's demeanor. "Are we to settle down here?" "Yes," Gu Chen nodded slightly. "We departed from the coastline due to the absence of a water source. But now that we have located one, there is no need for further searching." He gazed skyward, continuing, "Moreover, judging by the sky, rain will soon follow, leaving us with little choice. Additionally, as this location is not far from the sea, should we find ourselves without food, we can at least venture to the shore to catch crabs, cannot we?" One man nodded gently in agreement. Indeed, this was a commendable campsite, particularly due to its proximity to the ocean. "Shanshan, you and your sister go into the woods and gather some firewood," Gu Chen instructed the two sisters. Be cautious. There may be venomous snakes lurking in the forest. You two, accompany me to the palm grove to collect some palm fronds, he continued. Although this cliff is advantageous, we must erect a barrier. Otherwise, when the rain arrives, water will cascade down the rock face. Having given his instructions, Gu Chen led Lu Qianyue and went man away toward the palm grove. Despite feeling a tinge of fear in this unfamiliar area, the two sisters mustered their courage, clutching a piece of wood as they ventured into the forest. Inside, the ground was littered with dead wood and decaying leaves, making it easy to gather ample firewood. In less than 10 minutes, the trio reached the palm grove, where they used sharp stones to cut down the low-hanging palm fronds, which the two sisters then carried back. The palm fruits were still green, unripe. Glancing at a nearby palm tree, Gu Chen observed clusters of palm fruits, noting their lack of the orange hue indicative of ripeness, indicating they were inedible. Surely there must be something here, he said as he approached a decayed palm tree lying on the ground. After tapping it, he noticed it was somewhat hollow, prompting him to retrieve a stick from the forest and start digging. The rotting palm tree yielded easily, revealing a couple of plump, creamy white larvae. Gu Chen's eyes gleamed with delight as he picked up the larvae, smiling. Indeed, what a find! This is a true delicacy, an excellent source of nourishment. This is a larva known as the red-brown palm weevil, a delicacy in other regions. However, for palm trees, it is a notorious killer, posing a significant threat. Gu Chen, what are you doing? After one man and Lu Qianyue returned with palm fronds, they came back to find Gu Chen digging into a dead tree with a stick. Piqued by curiosity, searching for delicacies, Gu Chen replied, his actions unceasing. Delicacies? Lu Qianyue questioned, puzzled by the notion that this decaying wood could offer any culinary delight. Yet, upon spotting several larvae on the ground, her mouth fell agape in astonishment. You can't mean these, can you? One man, hearing this, also approached for a closer look. Aren't those just insects? Can they be eaten? Indeed, Gu Chen smiled slightly. Quickly gather the leaves over there. The sky grows darker. As they observed the wriggling larvae on the grass, both women felt a wave of discomfort wash over them, their skin prickling with unease, rendering the thought of consuming them utterly unthinkable. They could only retreat, clutching the palm fronds as they left. Minutes later, Gu Chen had unearthed over 20 larvae, wrapped them in leaves, and, with a bundle of palm fronds in his arms, ventured into the jungle, cutting down a large bundle of vine in the process. Upon returning to the camp, the sky had darkened considerably, ominous clouds creeping in from the sea. Nearby, a substantial pile of firewood lay, the result of the industrious efforts of the Lu sisters. He laid the leaves atop the wood, secured them with 3 logs, and bound them with vines. On the grass, Gu Chen instructed them on how to bind the leaves while he propped a long piece of wood against the rock face and affixed the secured leaves in layers above. This way, even if the rain fell, it would not seep through. They moved the firewood inside, just as the rain began to fall, hastily bringing all the wood indoors. Once the shelter was erected, the interior grew dim, and Gu Chen produced some tree fungus, igniting a fire that illuminated the surroundings. Any excess palm fronds were spread on the ground, ensuring their clothes remained unsoiled while reclining. Quickly bring out the crabs. My stomach is growling with hunger, Lu Qianqian urged. She promptly opened the box and retrieved the 10 or so roasted crabs. They had not eaten anything since morning. You all enjoy. I shall feast on this, Gu Chen declared as he opened the leaves and skewered the red-brown palm weevil larvae with small twigs, placing them directly over the bonfire. One man and Lu Qianyue watched with trepidation as the larvae continued to squirm. Lu Qianqian, wide-eyed, exclaimed, Brother Gu Chen, we have crabs. We need not consume insects. What do you know? Gu Chen shot back at them. I assure you, this is a delicacy. I am not deceiving you. In some places, you cannot even buy it with money. But what a boast, one man murmured, picking up a crab and slowly beginning to eat it. Gu Chen paid no heed to them, engrossed in his own task of roasting. After a while, the larvae transformed into a golden hue, appearing quite delectable. A few minutes later, the larvae emitted an enticing aroma, drawing the attention of one man and the others, who could not help but glance over. Hey, would you care to join me? Gu Chen inquired, holding up several skewers of larvae with a grin. I assure you, they are truly delicious. I am not deceiving you. No. The four of them quickly shook their heads in refusal. The thought of consuming insects was utterly unthinkable to them, and they would rather face starvation. Observing their dismissive gestures, Gu Chen smiled faintly, directly taking a bite of one, savoring it with evident pleasure. Quite delightful, though I must admit, I prefer them fried. The texture was slightly crisp upon entry, and with each bite, the mouth was filled with protein, accompanied by a subtle hint of palm flavor. Lu Qianqian watched Gu Chen relish the larvae with such enthusiasm that she instinctively swallowed a few times, her gaze fixated on him, forgetting about the crab in her hand. Chapter 14. After the rain outside. The rain fell steadily, neither too heavy nor too light, while a delicate mist enveloped the surrounding jungle. The river swelled rapidly, transforming into a furious torrent. Lu Qianqian gazed intently at Gu Chen devouring the insects, nearly drooling with desire, unable to resist the urge to speak. Brother Gu Chen, I wish to taste one, just to savor its flavor. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen smiled gently and offered her a skewer of insects. Lu Qianqian took a branch, eyeing the golden-hued creatures and swallowing hard. If Brother Gu Chen can eat it, so can I. After a moment of internal struggle, she closed her eyes and bit into one, chewing delicately. When she opened her eyes again, astonishment gleamed within them. It's truly delicious. She then turned to Lu Qianqian and the other two girls, exclaiming, I'm not lying to you. It's genuinely tasty. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianqian assessed Lu Qianqian's expression and shook her head. I don't believe you. Even if it's good, I want to eat it. I'll give it a try. Before Wenman could finish her sentence, Lu Qianqian snatched the skewer from Lu Qianqian's hands and bit into one. After tasting, she nodded vigorously. Yes, she wasn't deceiving us. It's indeed delicious. Before long, the skewer was devoured by the two sisters, while Lu Qianqian and Wenman hesitated to take even a single bite. Gu Chen consumed 7 or 8 larvae before feeling somewhat sated. He retrieved a bowl made from coconut shell to collect rainwater for a drink. Observing this, Lu Qianqian mimicked him, using her own bowl to catch rainwater. The rainwater was untainted and safe to drink directly, unlike the stream water, which required boiling due to the uncertainty of parasitic organisms or other bacteria. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Gu Chen leaned against the stone wall, closing his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian and the others opened their box, retrieving its contents while conversing in hushed tones. The rain persisted outside, seemingly unyielding, shrouding the entire valley in thick mist, resembling a fairyland. As time passed, Lu Qianqian and her sister, along with Lu Qianqian, lay on the ground, their breaths steady and serene. When Gu Chen opened his eyes, he discovered Wenman idly poking the embers of the campfire with a stick, murmuring, Why don't you take a rest? Wenman smiled and shook her head. I cannot sleep. Gu Chen stretched his body and yawned. Why did you choose to follow me? It must be quite inconvenient for 2 women to reside with 3 men. Wenman offered a faint smile. Moreover, we only met them by the seaside. Gu Chen nodded slightly. I thought you knew each other on the cruise. Not at all. Qianqian and I awakened on the beach when Man recalled, gazing into the fire. At that time, it was just the 2 of us. We encountered Shun Lang and his companions as we descended. Say, do you think there are any other survivors on this island? Who knows? Gu Chen shook his head. It's hard to say. Perhaps some individuals were swept away to other locations. When Man recalled the moment the cruise ship sank, thinking she was doomed. Now that she had survived, she considered herself incredibly fortunate amidst the misfortune. As they conversed, rain fell outside, and time slipped by swiftly. By nightfall, darkness enveloped the surroundings, yet the rain persisted. Lu Qianyue and her companions had awakened, but their supplies had run out, leaving them hungry. Gu Chen roasted the remaining 12 red-brown larvae. Shall we partake? He inquired, smiling at Lu Qianyue and Wenman. This is all we have now. If we don't eat, we'll go to bed with empty stomachs. He added, I must tell you, we can only search for food at the beach tomorrow if it doesn't rain. Otherwise, I fear you may lack the energy to walk. Ah, Qianyue, Manjia. These insects are truly delicious. What is there to fear? Lu Qianqian directly popped one in her mouth, grinning, "Look, I'm brave enough to eat it." Upon hearing this, Lu Qianyue furrowed her brow, gazing at the insect with trepidation. However, her hunger was overwhelming, making her feel quite uncomfortable. I suppose I shall give it a try." She picked up a larva, slowly placing it in her mouth, and closed her eyes as she gently bit down. After a few chews, she realized that the insect was not unpleasant at all. It was merely a psychological barrier. Eventually, Woman also tasted one, discovering that it was indeed quite palatable, far from the dreadful flavor she had imagined. As the night deepened, everyone lay down to sleep, and the rain ceased. The following morning, the woods nearby echoed with the lively calls of birds, and a beam of sunlight illuminated the stone wall. The sun had risen. Gu Chen called to the five. Qian Qian grabbed the fishing nets and spears. "We are heading to the beach." With fishing nets in hand, the group ventured into the woods, making their way up the slope. Due to the recent rain, the forest floor was slippery, necessitating careful steps. After more than an hour's trek, they finally reached the beach, though their clothes were soaked from the rainwater on the leaves. The damp fabric clung to one man and her companions, accentuating their striking figures. The sea today was tranquil, and the five arrived at the rocky area, where the tide was slowly receding. "Now that the tide has gone out, you all search while I explore below," Gu Chen announced as he descended. Half an hour later, he arrived at a small cove, where upon entering the bushes, he discovered Shun Lang and his group's shelter in disarray, with their bonfire extinguished. Could they have left? He murmured, returning to his own shelter, dismantling the vines above to weave a net, and climbing a coconut tree to gather a dozen coconuts before departing. Upon returning to the rocky area, Lu Qianyue and the others had successfully caught a bounty of seafood, including scallops, mussels, oysters, small crabs, and several modest-sized fish. Gu Chen removed his clothing and placed it upon the rocky surface, wielding a spear as he ventured into the depths of the sea. After a few minutes, he returned, triumphantly bearing a fish weighing several pounds. "Brother Gu Chen," exclaimed Lu Qianqian, her voice brimming with joy as she beheld his return. "The 3 fishing baskets are filled to the brim with seafood. Let us return now that we have gathered enough," Gu Chen replied with a gentle smile. After donning his attire, the 5 of them returned, engaged in cheerful conversation. Upon reaching the campsite, Lu Qianyue and the others eagerly placed the fish and crabs over the crackling bonfire to roast, for their hunger had long since set in. Approximately 10 minutes later, they began to feast with great enthusiasm. Once satiated, Lu Qianyue caressed her stomach and remarked, "The sensation of being full is truly delightful. How about we bathe in the nearby pond? Let's go. Since our arrival here, I have yet to wash, and I feel utterly filthy," she added. Shan, please retrieve the towels from the box." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Gu Chen's eyes. A bath? How could I possibly miss such an occasion? Chapter 15. A Shared Bath Noon. The scorching sun cast its relentless rays upon the jungle, evaporating the moisture within and rendering the atmosphere unbearably sultry, with an increase in buzzing insects. By the pond, Lu Qianyue and her companions washed their garments, laying them upon a nearby boulder to dry. A towering tree nearby provided a canopy that shielded the pond from the sun's harsh glare, creating a refreshing coolness in the area. The 4 women, clad in their undergarments, lounged in the water, exuding a captivating allure. Gu Chen stood upon a stone to the left, observing the ladies with a mischievous smile, his gaze roaming over them incessantly. "Gu Chen, you should leave. Can't you see we are bathing?" one of them called out. "Haven't you had your fill yet?" At this, Gu Chen smiled slightly. "Why not join us for a bath?" Lu Qianyue crossed her arms over her chest, shielding her fair skin, and pointed to a smaller pool below. "How can a man like you dare to bathe with us? You should go wash down there." Gu Chen glanced toward the smaller pool, situated several meters below, but realized that the water from the pond flowed into it. Washing there would mean using the water they had already bathed in. He simply would not do that. "I'll bathe right here," he declared. Before the words had fully left his lips, he had already stripped off his clothing, placing it on the stone, and cheerfully strolled over in his boxers. "Ah, no, you rogue." Lu Qianyue quickly scooped water from the stream and splashed it at Gu Chen. "Relax. Such a large pond can accommodate us all. Hee hee. Besides, There's no one else around. It's perfectly fine. Gu Chen settled on the edge of the pond, leaning against the smooth stone, his eyes continually roving over the four women, a sly smile never leaving his face, giving him a rather lecherous appearance. Oh, how refreshing. This feels delightful. As he gazed at the four, Gu Chen smiled softly and splashed water on his torso. Lu Qianyue, arms still crossed, glared at him and scolded, "You shameless rogue. Can't you wait until we finish before coming down?" Hee hee, Gu Chen replied with a devilish grin. Bathing alone is rather dull. Wouldn't you agree? While speaking, he deliberately extended his foot to lightly brush against theirs. The sensation was smooth and delicate, sending a thrill through Gu Chen. When his foot touched Lu Shanshan's, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly withdrew her foot, looking adorably flustered. "All right, I shan't tease you any longer. Take your time washing," Gu Chen said with a chuckle, standing up and walking away to don his clothes before making his way into the adjacent woods. If he lingered any longer, he would risk a nosebleed and perhaps an even more embarrassing reaction. Within the woods, Gu Chen picked up a stick, observing his surroundings as he walked. Ah, is that a feather from a capercaillie? It seems they are present here as well. Amidst the underbrush, he spotted a feather on the ground, crouching to examine it closely, confirming it to be from a capercaillie. Though somewhat simple-minded, capturing a capercaillie by hand was an impossible feat to catch one. He would need to fashion a snare or create a bow and arrow. To craft a bow and arrow, one requires a stick or bamboo with exceptional elasticity and resilience. However, with neither bamboo nor suitable trees in sight, I could only attempt to set a few snares. I gathered several slender vines, fashioned them into slip knots, and chose a few prime locations to set my traps. For Gu Chen, setting snares was a simple task, as he was well-versed in 7 or 8 methods. Suddenly, Gu Chen's expression shifted with alarm. A sudden spring caused him to stumble backward. A venomous snake, adorned with horns upon its head, lurked among the foliage, launching an unexpected attack. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have been bitten. A horned viper? How could such a poisonous creature be present here? Upon discerning the snake's form, a wave of dread washed over Gu Chen. A bite from it, if not treated promptly, could prove fatal. In this remote location, being bitten would mean certain death. Hurriedly, Gu Chen rose to his feet and cautiously approached with a stick. The horned viper fixated its gaze upon him, flicking its tongue menacingly. Gu Chen understood that failing to eliminate this threat could render future ventures into the woods perilous. Seizing an opportune moment, he pressed the snake's head down with the stick. Once subdued, he cautiously grasped its head and lifted it triumphantly. Ah, a fine addition to our meal. Upon returning to the camp, he observed Lu Shanshan and the others struggling to carry damp firewood from the woods to the grass for drying. "Why are there only the 3 of you? Where is Qianqian?" Gu Chen inquired. When Man pointed upward, "She went up there." At that moment, she noticed the snake in Gu Chen's hand, exclaiming in surprise, "You caught a snake?" "Indeed, this is a highly venomous one," Gu Chen replied, holding up the horned viper. "In the future, when venturing into the woods, make sure to carry a stick to beat the underbrush. Such places are favored by venomous snakes." With that, he walked to the riverbank, picked up a sharp stone, and severed the snake's head, subsequently skinning it and removing its entrails, leaving only the meat. "Sister, Qianyue, come quickly." Just then, Lu Qianqian's voice rang out from above. Turning to look, Gu Chen saw her dragging a bamboo stalk adorned with leaves and branches. "Bamboo?" His face lit up with surprise as he hurried over. "Qianqian, where did you find this bamboo?" Lu Qianqian pointed to the riverbank above, right up there. "It was wedged between the rocks, so I dragged it back." Gu Chen examined it closely, noting the numerous roots still attached, indicating that this bamboo had been swept down by a flood. This suggested the presence of a bamboo grove upstream. Bamboo is immensely useful. It can be woven into tools, serve as containers for boiling water, and even be crafted into bows and arrows. "You can keep it. Just hand the bamboo to me." Gu Chen passed the snake meat to Lu Qianqian and dragged the bamboo to a stone by the river, seeking a protruding rock to utilize its sharp edges. With a deft motion, he sawed through the bamboo, creating a deep groove. Then, using his knee to apply force, the bamboo snapped cleanly in two. Continuing, they sawed the bamboo into several segments, creating 7 or 8 cylindrical pieces. Subsequently, a wooden stick was employed to puncture a joint at one end of each bamboo tube, thus enabling them to hold water for boiling. After filling 3 bamboo tubes with water, they carry them back. What purpose does this bamboo serve? Lu Qianqian inquired from her seat. Are we to place it directly over the fire? Not quite. You will soon learn how to use it, came the reply. As soon as the words were spoken, Gu Chen exited the shelter, returning shortly with 3 stones from the riverbank, which he positioned beside the campfire, leaning the bamboo tubes against the stones. At that moment, Lu Qianyue and the other 2 joined them, taking a seat nearby. The bamboo cannot be placed directly in the flames, Gu Chen addressed the group. Doing so would easily scorch it. It merely needs to be near the fire. Every few minutes, we must rotate the bamboo tubes to prevent burning. One man interjected, so this will allow us to boil the water? Indeed, Gu Chen elucidated. River water is not safe for direct consumption. It must be boiled to eliminate any potential parasites or bacteria. Upon hearing this, one man nodded subtly, understanding. Chapter 16. Crafting Bows and Arrows Afternoon. Gu Chen had just finished roasting the snake meat, tearing it apart with his hands and savoring it. He glanced at Lu Qianyue and her companions, chuckling, "Would you care for a taste?" "Absolutely not." Lu Qianyue swiftly shook her head. "I have an aversion to snakes. I dare not eat it." "Brother Gu Chen, I am not afraid." Lu Qianqian raised her head, extending her hand. "I want some. Give me a piece." With a gentle smile, Gu Chen tore off a portion and handed it to Lu Qianqian, subsequently offering several pieces to Wen Man and Lu Shanshan. "Go ahead. It's quite palatable. It's high in protein and devoid of fat. Just think of it as chicken. Having eaten insects before, what is there to fear in snake meat?" Wen Man and Lu Shanshan took the snake meat cautiously, savoring it slowly, and only after a few chews did they fully commit to consuming it, for they discovered that the taste was indeed quite agreeable. "I bear bad news," Gu Chen announced after sipping some coconut juice. "After all these days, rescue may not arrive. To survive here, we must rely solely on ourselves." "Impossible." Lu Qianyue's expression darkened at his words, panic evident in her voice. They must have been delayed by some unforeseen circumstance, so, in her fluster, she stumbled over her words, her face betraying her anxiety. "Perhaps I am overthinking," Gu Chen observed Lu Qianyue's demeanor and spoke solemnly. "However, we must prepare for the worst." "Ah, surviving at all is already a stroke of luck," Wen Man replied with a wry smile. "Even if rescue doesn't come, I have resigned myself to fate." "Come now, let's not be so pessimistic," Gu Chen remarked lightly at the somber expressions of the 4. "As the saying goes, the boat will find its way when it reaches the bridge. As long as we remain alive, we shall surely devise a plan to escape." "Indeed, I believe in you, Brother Gu Chen." Lu Qianqian was the first to raise her hand, her trust in Gu Chen unwavering. One man cast a deep glance at Gu Chen. He had become their greatest reliance in this dire situation. "All right, let us not dwell on this too much. Consider it a wilderness survival competition." Gu Chen stood up with a smile. "Fear not. As long as I am here, things are not as dire as you imagine. Let's go. We shall ascend and see what lies ahead." Although Lu Qianyue's mood was not the brightest, she followed Gu Chen and the others along the riverbank. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, Gu Chen finally located the bamboo grove he sought, albeit with only a dozen bamboo stalks growing along the sloping riverbank. Looking upward, not far away was the end of the ravine, where a small waterfall cascaded down the steep stone cliffs. Gazing at the bamboo, Gu Chen produced a sharp stone and crouched down to meticulously cut a slightly older stalk. When man pointed upwards, "Gu Chen, we wish to explore the waterfall." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen surveyed the surroundings and nodded. "Go ahead. This ravine is the only one here, surrounded by sheer rock faces. It should pose little danger." "Darn it, not having a proper knife is quite troublesome. It takes an eternity just to fell a bamboo stalk." With a mix of grumbling and effort, after several minutes of laborious chopping, the bamboo was finally felled. Once the bamboo was cut, when Man and her companions returned, for there was little to behold at the waterfall aside from the cascading water and the rocky cliffs. They dragged the bamboo back to the riverbank, employing the previous method to saw the bamboo into segments, which they then carried back beneath the stone wall. splitting the bamboo tubes. They selected 2 strips and carefully used a small pair of scissors to whittle away the thicker portions. Though diminutive, the scissors were sharp enough, and Gu Chen possessed the patience to diligently carve away. Lu Qianqian and her companions watched curiously, uncertain of what Gu Chen was crafting. After nearly an hour of continuous whittling, a bow was finally fashioned, with grooves carved at both ends to facilitate the binding of the bowstring. The bow's body was made from bamboo, chosen for its exceptional flexibility. With the bow structure complete, the next crucial step was to determine the material for the bowstring. Gu Chen had already settled on the answer in his mind: to use the bark of vine. Do not disturb these bamboo strips. I shall step outside for a moment, he instructed, placing the bow on the ground before departing. Once Gu Chen had left, Lu Qianqian glanced outside and gently picked up the bow, murmuring, "Why doesn't Brother Gu Chen want us to touch these bamboo pieces? What purpose do they serve?" "Put it down," Lu Shanshan quickly interjected, reclaiming the bamboo strip and returning it to its place. "Did Brother Gu Chen not say so? Do not touch it. You simply cannot resist. Cut it out." "It's just a glance," Lu Qianqian retorted, casting a sidelong glance at her sister and mumbling softly. When Man smiled gently at the 2 sisters. "If you are curious, you can simply ask him when he returns." Lu Qianhua examined the bamboo strip closely. "I believe he is crafting some sort of tool. I am thirsty. Would you like some water?" Lu Qianqian asked, pouring the water from the bamboo tube into a bowl and drinking it down in one go. Just then, Gu Chen returned, carrying a bundle of vines and placing it on the ground. "What are you making?" When Man inquired even before he had taken a seat, her curiosity piqued. "Archery equipment," Gu Chen replied with a slight smile as he settled down. "In a place like this, a bow and arrow are the finest hunting tools." As he spoke, he carefully sliced through an old vine with the small scissors, meticulously peeling away the inner bark to preserve the integrity of the fibrous structure. These fibers were supple, and once thoroughly dried to eliminate moisture, their resilience would only increase. Gu Chen tore away many lengths of vine bark, laying them out on a nearby stone to dry. "Brother Gu Chen, you are amazing. You can even make bows and arrows," Lu Qianqian exclaimed, joyfully clinging to Gu Chen's arm, her soft, elastic form pressing against him, eliciting a secret thrill within him. "Such skills are merely a fraction of my talents." "Haha," Gu Chen replied with a self-satisfied smile. "You will come to see much more." All right, let go of my arm. I must craft the arrows now." Though he relished the pressure against his arm, Gu Chen, with reluctance, urged Lu Qianqian to release her hold, for he had work to complete. The arrows, requiring both roundness and straightness, were meticulously whittled down with small scissors, demanding a considerable amount of patience. Lu Qianqian and her companions, witnessing Gu Chen's intense focus on crafting the bamboo, felt a reluctance to disturb him and remained silent, quietly observing from the side. After more than an hour, Gu Chen had fashioned 6 arrows, placing one end into the bonfire for tempering before sharpening it against a stone. The tempered arrowheads would become exceedingly hard, capable of easily piercing even the hide of a wild goat. As evening approached and the sun began to set, when Man and her companions took the seafood from their fishing basket to roast. Once Gu Chen had finished sharpening the arrows, he picked one up to examine, nodding in satisfaction. If fortune smiled upon him, and he could catch a capercaillie in the forest the following day, he would be able to craft fletching from its feathers. As night fell, the sky became adorned with countless stars, and a crescent moon emerged atop the mountains, casting a pale glow over the surroundings. Chapter 17. Be my woman. In the stillness of the night, under the hazy glow of the moonlight, Gu Chen sat upon a stone, gazing into the dense thicket ahead. The river flowed quietly, and the forest was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any sounds. Just then, a long shadow approached, and upon turning, Gu Chen discovered it was one Man. With a soft chuckle, she inquired, "Are you unable to sleep?" "No," Gu Chen replied. When Man approached and settled onto the stone beside him, her voice calm as she spoke, "I was sleeping soundly when I suddenly awoke, realizing you were gone. So I came out to see." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen smiled gently. "Did you have a nightmare?" When Man shook her head, "No, I rarely dream." In the dim moonlight, Gu Chen noticed how increasingly beautiful when Man appeared, possessing a unique allure. When she glanced around and then turned back, She caught Gu Chen's gaze fixed upon her, a look reminiscent of a hunter spotting its prey. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Wen Man asked playfully. "You are truly beautiful," Gu Chen declared with a charming smile, "a particularly exquisite beauty, indeed." Wen Man's heart fluttered at his words, and she responded with a coy smile. "Really? You must have used this line often when wooing women, huh?" Hee hee. Her laughter intensified her beauty, igniting a sudden desire within Gu Chen. He stood abruptly, moved to face her, and looked down at her with commanding intensity, declaring, "I want you to be my woman." Wen Man, taken aback by his directness, found herself momentarily speechless. She had never anticipated such an assertive proposition from Gu Chen. She began, but before she could finish, Gu Chen leaned in and kissed her, cradling her head in his hands. "Let go of me." Wen Man struggled, her voice a frantic whisper. "Gu Chen, I never expected you to be this kind of person." Gu Chen smirked wickedly. "What kind of person am I? I only know that I am a normal man." Before his words could fade, he kissed her again, his lips trailing from her face to her ears and down her neck. Wen Man's ears, being her most sensitive spot, quivered under his touch, involuntarily releasing an enticing sound. This sound, resonating in Gu Chen's ears, acted like an aphrodisiac, igniting a deeper fire within him. He grasped her curves, caressing them fervently, while Wen Man's cheeks flushed crimson, her breath coming in heated gasps, eyes slightly closed with soft moans escaping her lips. Gu Chen, please. I want you to be my woman." At this moment, Gu Chen succumbed to his primal instincts, disregarding everything else as he swept Wen Man into his arms and carried her towards the sandy terrain above. Under the ethereal moonlight, their silhouettes intertwined passionately upon the sand. The night was intoxicating. Half an hour later, Wen Man lay on the ground, breathless, her gaze fixed upon the moon above, her complexion a rosy hue, rendering her even more enchanting. Having been divorced for 3 years, she had not been with a man since. Turning her head slightly, she observed Gu Chen beside her and whispered, "I hope this matter remains unknown to Qian Yu and the others." Gu Chen smiled faintly and leaned closer, reassuringly saying, "Don't worry, haha. Shall we do it again?" Just as the words left his lips, he pressed down, and yet another battle was about to commence. The following day, bright and early, Gu Chen, in high spirits, entered the adjacent forest wielding a wooden stick. To his surprise, none of the 5 snares he had set off had been triggered. Inspecting the traps he had arranged the previous day, he found them all intact, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Thus, he ventured deeper into the woods. This shouldn't be the case. There were feathers from a grouse scattered about. Beneath the trees, Gu Chen discovered several grouse-tail feathers, indicating that grouse had indeed been active in the vicinity. After wandering around, he noted that aside from a few small birds and insects, no other animals were to be found. He scraped some resin from the trees before heading back. Upon returning to the camp, he found Lu Qianyue and the others turning over the firewood laid out on the grass to dry. Observing the 4, he suggested, "Let us go, grab your things, and we shall head to the seaside." With no game to be found in the forest, the only option was to pursue seafood along the shore. He placed the grouse-tail feathers under a stone wall and led the 4 into the thicket. An hour later, the 5 arrived at the seashore, venturing into the rocky area in search of seafood. Lu Qianyue stood atop a massive stone, gazing into the depths of the ocean, hoping to spot a passing ship as she awaited the arrival of a rescue team. "Gu Chen, come quickly. There's a big fish here." Lu Qianqian's call prompted Gu Chen to rush over. In a crevice between the rocks, he discovered a large octopus curled tightly within. Using his spear, he relentlessly prodded at it until he successfully extracted it. "This octopus is quite impressive," he mused, before forcefully placing it into the fishing basket. Lu Shanshan and Wen Man were busy digging in the sand, having unearthed several clams. Gu Chen and Lu Qianqian navigated the rugged rocks, inspecting the small puddles. "A grouper!" Gu Chen exclaimed upon spotting 2 sizable groupers in one of the pools. He quickly descended to catch them, while Lu Qianqian busied herself capturing small shrimp in a nearby crevice. After a good 15 minutes, Gu Chen successfully caught the 2 groupers. Half an hour later, all 3 fishing baskets brimmed with seafood. He placed them on the beach, and the 5 began to frolic by the shore, chasing each other in delightful abandon. Ah, Sister Man, Sister Chinwe, come help me. Amid the playful chaos, Gu Chen indulged in some mischief, leaving Lu Qianyue and the others thoroughly soaked. By noon, he finally led them back. Upon returning to the camp, Lu Qianyue and the others soaked in a pool to wash away the seawater, while their freshly cleaned clothes dried on a nearby rock. Gu Chen sat by the campfire, crafting arrow fletchings from the grouse feathers he had collected. He embedded the feathers into the knot, secured them with resin, and then wove a fine cord from slender vine fibers, wrapping it tightly around. Soon, arrows adorned with feathers were crafted, and now it was merely a matter of weaving the dried vine bark fibers into a sturdy string to fashion the bowstring. Upon completing the string, the two bamboo pieces were bound together with the cord, creating a bow with sufficient tensile strength capable of piercing even a wild goat. Once the bowstring was fashioned, the bamboo limbs were gently curved and the bowstring was affixed, resulting in a completed bow and arrow. Gu Chen pulled the bowstring with force, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction with his creation. Shortly thereafter, Lu Qianyue and her companions returned, settling by the campfire to roast octopus and grouper. At that moment, several figures emerged from the jungle, their eyes fixed upon the rock wall, a sinister grin spreading across their faces. "Ha! So this is where you've been hiding. We finally found you." They were Shun Lang and his two companions, accompanied by two unfamiliar faces. Li Dahu strode forward, shouting, "Lu Qianyue, one man, come out quickly. Your brother has come to find you." Chapter 18, Bodyguard. While the group was grilling seafood, a sudden shout from outside startled them. Gu Chen promptly ventured out and, upon reaching the grassy area, discovered that Shun Lang and Li Da, who were already present, accompanied by two unfamiliar individuals, a man and a woman. At that moment, one man and Lu Qianyue also emerged, standing behind Gu Chen. Upon seeing Shun Lang and his companions, one man and Lu Qianyue were momentarily taken aback, surprised that they had managed to locate this place. As one man and the others stepped outside, a middle-aged man in a black suit with a buzz cut, standing about 6 feet tall, cast a lascivious glance at Lu Qianyue and her companions, his predatory gaze unabashedly scrutinizing them. Shun Lang's eyes swept over Lu Qianyue and one man behind Gu Chen, and he chuckled lightly. "Qianyue, one man, you could have at least informed us before leaving. We were beginning to worry you had gone missing." "Indeed, it seems you were merely sneaking away with someone." Li Dahu chimed in with a sarcastic laugh. One man, however, remained unperturbed and replied coolly, "Neither Qianyue nor I are particularly acquainted with you. We have only known each other for a few days. Furthermore, whom we choose to accompany is our personal choice, and there is no obligation to inform you." "Ah, but that's not quite fair. After all, we have shared a few days together, haven't we?" Shun Lang waved his hand with a smile. "If you choose to leave, at the very least, you should let us know. We wouldn't attempt to stop you." One man merely glanced at the group without offering further comment. "Let's not dwell on past matters." The man in the suit interjected with a smile, turning to Gu Chen. "Greetings, my friend. I am Chen Bao. Since we are all fellow travelers on this cruise, having survived this calamity and found ourselves stranded on this deserted island, we ought to cooperate and face this challenge together. Wouldn't you agree?" Lu Qianyue studied the man before her, finding him somewhat familiar. After a moment's reflection, she leaned closer to Gu Chen and whispered, "I believe I saw him on the cruise, standing beside a rather rotund individual at the casino. He appeared to be a bodyguard." Gu Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement and regarded Chen Bao, stating plainly, "What is it that you wish to convey?" Chen Bao, glancing at one man and the others, smiled slightly. "What I propose is that we should join forces and reside together while awaiting rescue. I shall take on the role of your leader. I will manage the food supply and oversee its distribution. You will all be expected to follow my directives." Gu Chen, in response, offered a faint smile. "I'm afraid we are currently managing quite well on our own and have no need to join anyone's group, nor do we require a leader." Gu Chen, do not be ungrateful. It would be an honor for you to join us under Chen Ji's guidance. Li Da, who interjected, "Do not refuse this opportunity. Indeed, Chen Gu is rather formidable," remarked the woman with curly hair, casting a disdainful glance at Gu Chen. Upon hearing Gu Chen's refusal to collaborate, Chen Bao's brow furrowed slightly. and he slowly drew a 30-centimeter-long, jet-black dagger from his waist, its serrated edge glinting ominously in the light. He gently toyed with the dagger, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Chen with a sly smile. "So you're Gu Chen? I hope you recognize the current situation and refrain from being so solitary. Living together is for your own good. You are accompanied by 4 stunning beauties, yet I fear you may not be able to support them." As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Lu Qianyue and the others. "Do not worry. As long as you follow me, I guarantee you will live in luxury and indulgence. We have no intention of following you." Lu Qianqian shot a glare at Chen Bao. "We will only accompany our brother Gu Chen. Indeed, who would wish to follow you? It is evident you are not a good person," Lu Shanshan murmured. "Enough." Gu Chen's expression darkened as he looked at Chen Bao and his companions. His voice low and firm. "There is no possibility of partnership. You may leave." Upon hearing this, Chen Bao's countenance grew somber. "Gu Chen, it seems you are refusing to give me face. Do you understand the consequences of crossing me?" Chen Bao was seething with anger. Initially, he had envisioned a partnership that would allow him to gradually pursue the 4 beautiful women. Once he became the leader, they would not escape his grasp. The mere thought of having these 4 beauties catering to him alone filled him with exhilaration. Gu Chen, upon hearing this, tilted his head slightly and smiled. "Oh, you think I am obliged to give you face? What can you do to me?" Chen Bao's face darkened, his gaze fixed on Gu Chen, brimming with malice. He knew that eliminating Gu Chen would ensure the 4 beauties would follow him, and he resolved to commit the act, rationalizing that killing here would not be a crime. Gu Chen observed Chen Bao with a gentle laugh, sensing the murderous intent emanating from him. Shen Lang and the others exchanged glances, gripping their wooden sticks tightly. Wen Man also sensed the tension, urging Lu Qianyue and the others to step back slightly. "Oof, since you seek death, I shall oblige," Chen Bao shouted, brandishing the dagger as he lunged toward Gu Chen, aiming for his heart with blinding speed. Gu Chen's cold smile remained as he swiftly extended his left hand, seizing Chen Bao's wrist, halting the dagger just before his chest. With a rapid punch from his right hand and a forceful twist of his left, the dagger clattered to the grass below. Bang! Chen Bao was propelled backward, skidding several meters before coming to a halt, clutching his chest in shock. How is this possible? He then turned to Shen Lang and the others. Everyone attacked together. "Go!" Shen Lang shouted, and Li Dahu and Xiao Hao immediately raised their sticks to strike Gu Chen. "Oof, do you really think you can harm me with such pitiful attempts?" Gu Chen retorted, suddenly springing into action, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick, a heavy punch, and a sweeping leg strike. Bang! 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 Before Shen Lang and the others could advance, Gu Chen dispatched each of them effortlessly, leaving them sprawled on the ground. "Go to hell." Just then, Chen Bao launched a sneak attack from behind, throwing a punch toward Gu Chen's skull. As Gu Chen's mind sparked with inspiration, he swiftly seized Chen Bao's hands, executing a powerful shoulder throw. A resounding crash echoed as Chen Bao was violently slammed to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. Yet, Gu Chen was far from finished. He approached and delivered a fierce kick to Chen Bao's chest. However, Chen Bao reacted in time, raising his hands to shield himself. The kick struck his hands with a thud, sending him rolling backward in a desperate retreat. Once he regained his footing, terror filled his eyes as he gazed at Gu Chen, unable to fathom that he was no match for him. "Cough, cough. We must flee." Seeing the peril, Shen Lang and his companions sprang to their feet and dashed toward the riverbank. The woman, realizing the danger, hurriedly turned and ran as well. Witnessing Shen Lang's group escape, Chen Bao shot a fierce glare at Gu Chen before turning to flee himself. "Thinking of running? Have you consulted me first?" Gu Chen sneered, immediately pursuing him, resolute in his intent to not let those who harbored murderous thoughts escape. At that moment, Lu Qianyue and Wen Man rushed over, grasping his hand. Wen Man quickly implored, "Gu Chen, let it go. After all, they provided shelter for me and Qianyue for several days." Chapter 19. Gu Chen's concerns after glancing at Wen Man and Lu Qianyue. Gu Chen paused and did not pursue further. He turned back to retrieve the dagger from the ground, examined it, and waved it a few times, chuckling, "Not bad. Having this will certainly be more convenient." At this moment, Shun Lang and his companions had fled deep into the jungle. Upon realizing that Gu Chen was not in pursuit, they settled down to rest on the ground. Damn, I never expected that the four of us would be no match for him. Shun Lang gasped, leaning against a tree. Even Brother Chun can't handle him. What are we to do now? Li Dahu and Xiao Hao exchanged glances but remained silent, their expressions dark and brooding. Do not worry. Since we cannot defeat him, we shall devise another strategy, Chun Bao suggested with a menacing expression. Let us capture one of those women to use as leverage against him. I refuse to believe he would disregard their lives. Li Da nodded eagerly. Excellent. That plan is brilliant. Indeed, Shun Lang concurred. They will surely separate at some point. And when that happens, we shall... Let us return to the camp and formulate a thorough plan, Chun Bao declared as he rose. And the woman approached to assist him. The five quickly vanished into the thicket. By the riverside, Gu Chen sat on a stone, enjoying a skewer of grilled octopus tentacles while gazing into the dense jungle ahead. Are you blaming me for not allowing you to pursue them? Wen Man asked as she approached and sat beside him, aware of the idiom about letting a tiger return to the mountain. Not at all, Gu Chen replied with a faint smile. To me, they're insignificant. My concern lies with you. We? Wen Man queried, somewhat puzzled. Yes, Gu Chen nodded. If they cannot contend with me, they will inevitably seek to target you. Surely not, Wen Man exclaimed, her voice rising. Shun Lang and the others do not seem like that kind of people. Huh, you have only known them for a few days, Gu Chen scoffed. And then there's Chun Bao. They will certainly not relent. I am not afraid, for you are here to protect us, Wen Man replied, a playful smile gracing her features, making her look exceptionally lovely. Indeed, I shall certainly protect you. Gu Chen responded with a gentle smile, reaching out to caress her face, which felt smooth and delicate to the touch, evoking a sense of fondness. Stop, they might see us. Wen Man quickly recoiled, casting a glance toward the direction of the camp. We cannot linger here any longer. Let us return and inform them. Gu Chen stated as he stood and began walking back to the camp. He understood that while he was unafraid of them, should anything happen to Lu Shanshan and the others, he would find himself in a precarious position. Upon returning beneath the stone wall, Gu Chen addressed Lu Qianyue and the others. I believe we should relocate. This place is no longer suitable for us. What are your thoughts? Why? Lu Qianyue questioned, perplexed. We have been quite comfortable here. Why must we move? Lu Qianqian and Lu Shanshan remained silent, following Gu Chen wherever he chose to go. Gu Chen nodded slightly, patiently explaining, you all witnessed the earlier incident. They will undoubtedly pursue this matter further. No one can predict their next move. What if they capture any one of you? Li Qianyue, upon hearing this, lowered her head in contemplation. Indeed, Gu Chen could not protect them individually. Should a crisis arise, regret would be futile. She was a perceptive individual, quickly identifying the crux of the issue. Moreover, I must convey something to you all. Gu Chen continued. Here, the law of the jungle prevails. It's survival of the fittest. If you lack ruthlessness, it may very well be your demise. Wen Man and the others exchanged glances, realizing the absence of laws and rules. Everything is dictated by strength. Wen Man smiled slightly. Regardless, we will follow your lead. Gu Chen nodded and glanced at the sky. It will be dark in a few hours. Let us depart in the morning. No sooner had he spoken than he left the sanctuary and ascended. Li Qianyue, troubled by Gu Chen's words, kept her head down, lost in her thoughts. Qianyue, do you harbor any concerns? Wen Man observed her troubled expression and inquired. If something is bothering you, please feel free to share. Li Qianyue shook her head gently. Manjia, do you think we have any chance of returning? Rest assured, Wen Man comforted her softly, embracing her. As long as we are alive, we will surely devise a way to find our way back. Li Qianyue nodded slightly, burying her head in Wen Man's embrace. After half an hour, Gu Chen returned with several bamboo stalks, using his dagger to cut them into segments. Leaving 2 stalks aside, he whittled them into bamboo strips and began weaving on the grassy ground. Brother Gu Chen, what are you crafting? The 2 sisters, Lu Qianqian, emerged and curiously inquired, picking up a bamboo strip for inspection. Be careful, the strips are quite sharp and can easily cause injury. Gu Chen quickly urged them to set the strips down. Smiling, I'm weaving a backpack-like basket that can be worn on the back to carry items. Oh, Lu Qianqian nodded slightly, and then added, Brother Gu Chen, I would like a bow and arrows as well. Could you assist me in making one? Certainly. Once I finish the basket, I'll craft one for you. Gu Chen smiled gently, and upon hearing this, Lu Qianqian joyfully took Lu Shanshan by the hand and ran off to play by the river. You seem quite knowledgeable about crafting such items. One man approached from behind, smiling. Where did you learn this skill? Gu Chen chuckled lightly. During my military service, I spent 2 months alone in a primitive forest. Not only did I endure solitude, but I also had to contend with ferocious beasts, which naturally led me to gradually acquire many skills. Upon hearing this, one man nodded slightly. Oh, I see. That explains it. As she spoke, she glanced at the 2 sisters playing in the river, a smile gracing her face. After Gu Chen meticulously crafted a backpack, the sky began to darken, with the final rays of sunlight casting a warm glow atop the mountain peaks. Within the sanctuary, Lu Qianyue and her companions busied themselves roasting seafood, while Gu Chen sat nearby, diligently fashioning bows and arrows. With the availability of a dagger, the process of crafting bows became significantly more manageable. The remaining vine bark fibers from midday provided ample material to create another bowstring. Brother Gu Chen, come, have a bite, Lu Qianqian cheerfully said, tearing a piece of the grilled grouper and offering it to Gu Chen. Delicious, indeed, Gu Chen replied, savoring the morsel with a pleased chuckle. Qianqian, your cooking has truly improved. Of course. Lu Qianqian beamed with pride at Gu Chen's compliment, lifting her chin in delight. As night fell and Lu Qianqian and her friends drifted into slumber, Gu Chen completed his bow and arrow, carefully crafting 2 arrows and fashioning fletching from the remaining feather. In the stillness of the night, the moonlight danced alluringly, accompanied by the soft, rustling sounds emanating from the surrounding jungle. Chapter 20. The Low-Lying Valley the following day. At the break of dawn, Gu Chen ventured into the forest to inspect the snares, instructing one man and the others to tidy up in his absence. Qian, please transfer the water from one bamboo tube to another. Shan, there's no need to take the fishing net. Gu Chen has said it can stay here. In the shelter, Wen Man and her companions diligently organized their belongings, setting aside what was unnecessary. Once everything was in order, Lu Qianqian joyfully played with the bow and arrow that Gu Chen had crafted for her. After about half an hour, Gu Chen returned from outside, clutching a wild chicken in his hand. It was a pheasant, weighing just over a pound, its plumage vibrant and striking. Wow, what a beautiful bird! Upon spotting the wild chicken, Lu Qianqian immediately abandoned her bow and ran over. This is a wild chicken. Hee. Gu Chen smiled faintly. It's still alive. Be careful not to let it fly away. Hold on to its legs. Have you finished packing? One man nodded slightly. Everything is ready. Then let us depart. Gu Chen bound the wild chicken's legs with a vine and placed it into his backpack, igniting some fungus, and led the 4 of them away. As they walked into the palm grove, Gu Chen excavated a dozen larvae from the rotting deadwood before entering the forest. Inside the jungle, the trees were sparse, and there was little underbrush, all concealed beneath thick foliage, making the path relatively easy to traverse. As they ventured deeper, the symphony of birdsong intensified, and Gu Chen discovered several spherical white mushrooms amidst the undergrowth. Though unfamiliar with them, he refrained from picking them, as foraging for unknown fungi in the wild could lead to poisoning. After more than 2 hours of wandering, the 5 had yet to exit the forest and decided to rest beside a century-old tree. Come, everyone, let us hydrate. Gu Chen retrieved the bamboo tube from his backpack, distributing it to one man and the others before taking a few sips himself, carefully observing their surroundings. Having traveled for so long, the trees had transformed. Many towering ones were adorned with parasitic plants, while the stones beneath were cloaked in moss. After resting for a brief 10 minutes, they resumed their journey, with Gu Chen leading the way. As they delved further, numerous shrubs emerged, prompting Gu Chen to cut several sticks and hand them to the 4 trailing behind for safety. With the sun ascending, the temperature gradually rose, and beads of sweat began to form on their brows. By midday, they paused in a small clearing within the jungle. One man and Lu Shanshan gathered some firewood, and once Gu Chen ignited a campfire, he began to prepare the wild chicken. Having only consumed a bit of water since morning and not eaten anything, their stomachs were already growling with hunger. After preparing the chicken, he skewered it on a stick to roast, with the reddish-brown larvae suspended beside it. Suddenly, a strong gust swept through the jungle, nearly extinguishing the flames of the campfire. Exhausted from their long trek, the group lacked the energy for conversation. Soon, the larvae were the first to be cooked, and they each consumed a few to quell their hunger. Having tasted them once, Wenman and Lu Qianyu found them no longer repulsive. Wenman took a sip of water and spoke. Gu Chen, are we to continue walking like this indefinitely? Indeed, Gu Chen replied with a slight nod. As long as we proceed inland, we shall surely find a suitable camping site. Do not worry. After roasting a wild chicken, Gu Chen tore off one wing and distributed the remaining portions among Wenman and the others. Despite the absence of seasoning, the chicken was succulent and well-cooked, and the four of them relished the meal, even crunching the tiny bones as they consumed it. After satisfying their hunger and quenching their thirst, they rested for half an hour before resuming their journey. As they ventured deeper into the jungle, the trees grew denser, casting a canopy that obscured the sunlight. The ground was strewn with dead wood, much of it cloaked in moss. The oppressive heat attracted numerous mosquitoes, which incessantly buzzed around them. Cluck, cluck, ah, ah. The surrounding area was alive with the calls of wild chickens and birds. Gu Chen even spotted a sloth ascending a tree. Brother Gu Chen, quick, look, what is that? Suddenly, Lu Qianqian exclaimed, pointing at the dense foliage. Gu Chen turned to see a wild deer, but as soon as it detected their presence, it swiftly darted into the woods, disappearing from view. The sighting of wildlife brought a sense of joy to Gu Chen's heart. After traversing for more than an hour, they finally emerged from the jungle, standing atop a lofty peak, surveying the landscape around them. Below the summit lay a vast, low-lying valley, carpeted with expansive meadows, encircled by towering mountains. The base of these peaks was blanketed with lush, primitive forests, while distant summits were veiled in layers of mist, creating an ethereal ambience. Looking to either side, the only way down into the valley was to descend along the sloped terrain of the mountain. Lu Qianyue surveyed the surroundings and queried, "Shall we proceed downwards?" "Yes, let us go." Gu Chen decided to descend to the right. The incline proved challenging, and he was careful to ensure the safety of Lu Qianqian and the others, preventing any falls. After nearly 2 hours, they finally reached the grassy expanse at the foot of the mountain. Casting a glance around, they ventured forward to the base of the opposite peak, where a freshwater lake appeared in a low-lying area of the meadow. Water cascaded from the rocks above, flowing directly into the lake. Gu Chen surveyed the surroundings. With the presence of a freshwater lake, woods, and meadows, this location was quite suitable for habitation. He glanced at the sky, noting that darkness would soon descend upon them. Wenman and the others were utterly exhausted, and continuing further would be futile, especially since they had no food left. They decided to settle here for the night. Circumnavigating the small lake, they entered the woods in search of a small clearing. Gu Chen resolved to construct a shelter to pass the night. Wenman, you and the others go gather the fallen wood. Be cautious. There may be venomous snakes, he instructed. Wenman nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. Let us go. The forest floor was littered with dead wood, easily accessible for collection. Gu Chen ventured forth to gather numerous vines, and upon returning, he found Lu Qianyue and the others carrying an armful of timber. Gu Chen promptly began to assemble the shelter using the trees as a framework. With the assistance of Wenman and her 3 companions, a simple shelter was erected in less than an hour. One can only hope that rain does not fall tonight. The rudimentary refuge, merely covered with a few leaves, offers scant protection from the rain. Seizing the opportunity before dusk, Gu Chen ventured into the woods with a bundle of vines, setting several snares around the ground and gathering a few termite mounds. Upon returning to the shelter, he constructed a makeshift bed from wood, laying some leaves atop it. After igniting a fire, he placed the termite mounds upon it, allowing the rising smoke to effectively repel mosquitoes. As the sky gradually darkened, Wenman and her companions, weary from their day's journey, drank some water and quickly succumbed to sleep on the bed. Leaning against the trunk of a tree, Gu Chen gazed into the flickering flames, lost in contemplation. Chapter 21. The cactus in the thicket in the stillness of the night, as he watched when man and the others nestled together in slumber. Gu Chen utilized the leaf to ward off the surrounding mosquitoes. Following the destruction of the termite mound, the mosquitoes had resumed their relentless assault, prompting Gu Chen to place a damp leaf upon the campfire, employing the smoke to repel the pests. The night passed with an unexpected tranquility. As dawn broke, with a first light barely illuminating the landscape, Gu Chen ventured into the woods to inspect his snares. Oh, it triggered. Upon observing the scattered twigs bouncing up, he discovered a small animal bound by the vine of a young tree, and he rushed over with joy. To his surprise, it was a bird. He did not dwell on it too long. Any catch was a fortunate one. Suddenly, a sound emanated from the left snare. Turning, Gu Chen beheld a massive rat pilfering his catch. Cursing under his breath, he hastily grabbed a stick and sprinted towards the creature, which, upon noticing Gu Chen's approach, clenched the small bird in its jaws and darted into the thicket. Gu Chen pursued with fervor, and when he spotted the rat disappearing into a tree hollow, he lunged forward, reaching in to seize it. Caught! Gu Chen grasped its tail and dragged it out, only to find it was an opossum. Weighing several pounds, no wonder it was larger than a rat. Triumphantly, he thought to himself that breakfast was assured. After inspecting the opossum, he returned to the shelter, buoyed by his find. Upon his return, when man and the others had risen, sipping water from bamboo tubes. "Wow, a giant rat!" exclaimed Lu Qianqian, her mouth agape at the sight of the opossum in Gu Chen's hands. One man and Lu Qianyue exchanged concerned glances, having already endured insects and snakes. The sight of such a formidable rodent was enough to quell their appetites. "This is an opossum," Gu Chen declared with a grin as he stepped away from the small lake, intending to prepare the opossum and the bird for roasting. Aware of the potential viruses carried by possums, he knew they must be cooked thoroughly before consumption. "Can't you find something more palatable to eat?" When man lamented, "It's either insects or rodents. At this rate, I shall surely starve." Gu Chen, sensing her frustration, replied with a hint of resignation, "There's nothing to be done. We must eat whatever we catch. I'll venture out shortly to see if I can bring back a few wild chickens." Once the opossum was roasted, Gu Chen began carving pieces of meat. Among the four, only Lu Qianqian dared to partake. "You all can share this bird," he said, offering the roasted fowl to Wen Man, while he and Lu Qianqian savored the opossum meat. The flavor was somewhat pungent, reminiscent of rat meat. Chewing thoughtfully, Gu Chen nodded slightly. "The taste isn't particularly pleasant, but at least it fills the belly." Having consumed nearly all the opossum, Gu Chen noted that Lu Qianqian had only managed to eat 2 small pieces before losing her appetite. After satisfying their hunger, he instructed the others to remain in the woods and tidy up around the shelter. Having already surveyed the area, Gu Chen was reassured by the absence of large carnivorous animals, so he need not worry about their safety as long as they stayed within the forest. Once he had given them their instructions, he took up his bow and arrows and stepped out of the grassland. Casting a glance around, Gu Chen resolved to venture further ahead to explore. In the meadow, Gu Chen discovered 2 varieties of wild vegetables, plantain and dandelion, both in considerable abundance. It was a delightful find, and he resolved to gather some to bring back later. He crouched down to pluck one, observing it closely before placing it back and continuing his stroll. The plantain, too, served as a medicinal herb, with its leaves suitable for consumption as wild greens. After approximately half an hour of walking, he reached the edge of the meadow, entering a thicket of shrubs. To his astonishment, he noticed that many of the shrubs were thorny vines, and most surprisingly, a cactus was thriving there. Typically, cacti flourish in arid shrublands or deserts, making its presence here quite remarkable. As he ventured into the thicket, Gu Chen cautiously maneuvered around the thorny plants, mindful that their spines could snag his clothing. The cylindrical cacti towered 4 to 5 meters high, adorned with fruits, some crimson and others green. The red ones were ripe, while the green had yet to mature. Surrounded by a myriad of cacti, numbering at least in the hundreds, he felt a wave of relief knowing food would no longer be a concern. The sight of such an abundance of prickly pear fruits filled Gu Chen with joy. There were enough to sustain them for quite some time. Moreover, he spotted another type of wild fruit, black raspberries. Upon seeing them, he quickly plucked a few and tasted them, sweet and fully ripe. He sampled a few more, which were pleasantly tart, indicating they were just coming into maturity. It was time to return and fetch the others. With that thought, he turned back. Upon returning to the forest, when Man and her companions were busy clearing fallen leaves with branches. "Oh, you're back so soon?" exclaimed Wen Man, surprised to see Gu Chen. As he had only been gone for about an hour, Gu Chen smiled slightly at her remark. "I found a plethora of wild fruits and came back to take you all along." Upon hearing about the wild fruits, Lu Qianqian rushed over, inquiring eagerly, "Where?" "Let's grab a baskets." Gu Chen instructed Lu Qianqian to carry a basket while he retrieved a 3 to 4 meter long stick from the woods, which had a forked end, perfect for reaching the prickly pear fruits. Together, they made their way back to the thicket. Soon, within the thicket, Gu Chen raised the stick to harvest the fruits from the top of the cacti. Lu Qianqian and her sister Lu Shanshan busily picked black raspberries, munching on them as they went. The sweet and tart raspberries kept them coming back for more. While consuming prickly pears, one must exercise caution with the spines. They needed to be removed before splitting the fruit open to access the flesh inside. Gu Chen guided them on how to enjoy the prickly pears, for a careless prick could be quite unpleasant. In truth, the flavor of prickly pears mirrored that of black raspberries, both offering a sweet tart taste. The ripe ones were notably sweeter, while the unripe ones had a more pronounced acidity. "Delicious! I love it!" Lu Qianyue exclaimed, as she eagerly devoured the fruit as flesh. Having gone without food the night before and only nibbling on a couple of bites that morning, leaving her ravenous and consuming a dozen prickly pears in quick succession. Half an hour later, Gu Chen had gathered a full basket of prickly pears, and their pockets brimmed with raspberries. "You all head back first. I wish to explore ahead," Gu Chen instructed, pointing towards the distance. "We might return by noon, so do not wander about. There could be unknown dangers lurking here. Rest assured, we shall not stray. We will simply organize the shelter," Wen Man replied softly. "Do take care. Indeed, I shall be off now." Gu Chen picked a few prickly pears and turned to venture into the thicket. The four of them exchanged glances at Gu Chen's retreating figure before carrying the basket back to the camp. Within the thicket, Gu Chen stumbled upon a plant resembling a flat bean. She plucked one and tasted it, discovering a hint of sweetness. Suddenly, a few bleats resonated from ahead. Upon hearing them, Gu Chen's excitement surged. Wild goats. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed towards the source of the sounds. Chapter 22. Another move emerging from the thicket and standing upon the overgrown terrain, Gu Chen immediately spotted a few wild goats perched upon the steep cliff to his left, bleating loudly. The sight of these goats filled him with excitement. If he could capture one, he would not have to worry about food for the next few days. To avoid detection, he crouched low and stealthily made his way along the edge of the nearby forest. Upon reaching the woodland's boundary, he began to jog lightly downward. A few moments later, he arrived at the base of the mountain, crouching down to gaze at the cliff not far ahead. The sheer rock face towered 100 meters high, flanked by cliffs and trees, with the goats standing on a protruding ledge halfway up. How could he possibly ascend to such heights? Gu Chen furrowed his brow, pondering aloud. What am I to do? After some contemplation, he quietly ventured into the forest, climbing the slope to approach the exposed rock face. Upon reaching its base, he realized that the smooth, vertical surface was utterly unscalable. He could only navigate around it. As he circled to a lower section, he noticed that the rock surface was rugged and uneven, offering a potential route upward, albeit steep and perilous, where one misstep could lead to a disastrous fall. Determined, Gu Chen secured his bow and quiver on his back and began to ascend by grasping the protruding stones. Ma! After climbing a mere 10 meters, the bleating of the goats echoed from above. Pressing his body tightly against the cliff, he continued his slow ascent. Upon reaching 20 meters, he finally spotted a large jutting rock that provided a momentary respite from the sounds of the goats. He surmised that he was now within a mere 8 to 10 meters of them. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he realized that the cliff was alarmingly steep, with no footholds in sight. How was he to climb further? Frustration welled within him. Unable to proceed, he resolved to retreat. Suddenly, a piercing cry broke the air. Glancing ahead, he noticed a dark figure swooping down from the sky, drawing nearer with alarming speed. It soon became clear that it was an eagle, its wingspan stretching 2 to 3 meters wide. Damn, a golden eagle. Ma, ma. Before Gu Chen could finish his thought, the wild goats above erupted into a cacophony of frantic footsteps, evidently having spotted the predator and fleeing in haste. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Chen turned and swiftly retraced his steps, fearful that the eagle might mistake him for prey. Descending several meters, he felt the shadow of the eagle circling above him. Gu Chen pressed himself against the rock, hastily sliding down. Thud! Ouch! He landed heavily on the ground, pain shooting through his backside as he grimaced in discomfort. The fall had not been kind. After resting for approximately 10 minutes, he staggered to his feet and made his way down the slope of the forest. With the wild goats eluding capture, Gu Chen exited the woods and ventured into the overgrown field below. After traversing the grassy expanse, he entered a grove of spruce trees, where the ground was littered with fallen branches. Observing his surroundings, Gu Chen noticed several small squirrels swiftly retreating to the treetops. The expanse of spruce forest grew upon a slope, and he descended the incline. In less than 10 minutes, the sound of flowing water reached his ears, prompting him to venture outside. To his astonishment, he discovered a broad river meandering through the grassy landscape. Approaching the riverbank, he realized the water was merely calf-deep, with a width of 5 to 6 meters. This river bisected the valley, and the surrounding hillsides were adorned with sparse groves and patches of grass interspersed with numerous exposed boulders. The picturesque scenery, coupled with the presence of the river teeming with fish of various sizes, rendered this location far more suitable for habitation than the higher valley. Gazing around, Gu Chen mused to himself that relocating here would be a wise decision. Furthermore, he contemplated the lightness of the spruce wood, which made it easy to fell. Constructing a wooden dwelling would not pose a challenge. Abundant salmon inhabited the river, and it was conceivable that this waterway flowed all the way to the sea. Gu Chen was aware that, during certain seasons, salmon would return from the ocean to their birthplace. After a moment's reflection, he turned and departed, intent on summoning Wen Man and the others to this newfound haven. An hour later, upon returning to the shelter, Gu Chen found that Wen Man and her companions had thoroughly tidied the area. Upon seeing Gu Chen, Lu Qianqian joyfully approached him, inquiring about the hunt. Brother Gu Chen, where's the game? Did you not say you would bring back some wild chickens? Gu Chen shook his head with a smile. I discovered a few wild goats, but I was unable to capture them. However, I have found a place that is quite suitable for dwelling. Come, let me show you. The 4 of them, without further questions, gathered their belongings, hoisted their packs, and followed Gu Chen out of the forest. As they emerged from the spruce woods and reached the riverbank, smiles spread across their faces. One man remarked with a slight smile, "Indeed, the scenery here is exquisite, much better than living above. Wow, so many fish." Upon spotting the fish in the river, Lu Qianqian eagerly removed her shoes and dashed into the water, attempting to catch them with her bare hands. Lu Qinhua turned to Gu Chen and asked, "Where shall we reside?" Gu Chen pointed to the slope on their right. "See, there lies another expanse of spruce forest, and it appears the terrain there is relatively flat. Let us settle there." Turning to Lu Qianqian, he added, "Qianqian, come now, we can catch fish later." The slope was only 50 to 60 meters from the river, and the woods were merely 100 meters away. Upon entering the forest, Gu Chen observed that while the ground sloped slightly, it was entirely acceptable. The spruce trees here were mostly as thick as a thigh, with many being the girth of a calf. As they ventured deeper, Gu Chen noted that by clearing the surrounding trees, sunlight would pour in unobstructed, and their presence would remain concealed from the outside. "Let us establish our home here. Please tidy up the branches and leaves, and pile them together for firewood," he instructed. No sooner had he spoken than Wen Man and her companions, armed with their spears, began to clear the ground. Gu Chen withdrew a dagger and a piece of wood, commencing the task of felling trees. Placing the dagger upon the tree trunk, he struck it with a piece of wood, and the sharp blade swiftly penetrated deeply. Within mere minutes, a spruce tree succumbed and fell to the ground. 2 hours later, the surrounding 30 square meters transformed into a clearing, with dozens of felled trees lying beside it. When Man and her companions diligently cleared away the dry branches and fallen leaves. Gu Chen, with all this timber you've cut, are you planning to construct a house? When Man inquired, savoring a celestial fruit. Do you intend to reside here permanently? Indeed, Gu Chen replied with a slight smile. I aim to build a sturdy wooden cabin for safety's sake. Should we encounter any ferocious beasts, at least we would have a refuge within the cabin. Gu Chen was aware that the river harbored salmon, and it was not inconceivable that one day they might come across a bear, a formidable creature. With the wooden cabin, there would be at least a semblance of security. Chapter 23. The Howl of Wolves at Midnight Within the Forest. Gu Chen felled several spruce trees, each as thick as his wrist, and constructed a makeshift shelter beside a clearing, for erecting a wooden cabin is not a task to be accomplished in a day. Inside the shelter, he dug a pit in the ground with wooden sticks to create a place for a fire. As twilight descended, Gu Chen instructed Wen Man and the others to follow him to the riverbank, carrying wooden sticks. Wen Man, you and Qian, you stay below, while I and Qian and Shan Shan will be above, Gu Chen said, removing his shoes. When you see fish, strike the surface with force. Let's hope to catch a few. Wen Man nodded and led Lu Qianyu down into the river, wading about 5 or 6 meters. Gu Chen and the two sisters moved slightly upstream, also entering the river, sticks in hand, watching for fish. Suddenly a splash. Upon sighting a fish, the three immediately raised their sticks and struck down with vigor. Water splashed everywhere. Startled, the salmon darted downstream, only to be met by Wen Man and Lu Qianyu striking the water, causing 7 or 8 salmon to retreat upstream once more. They're coming back, exclaimed Lu Qian, her excitement palpable as she prepared to strike again. Just then, she spotted a salmon floating belly up on the water's surface and joyfully cried out, I hit one. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she sprinted forward, seizing the fish and tossing it onto the grassy bank, then resumed her energetic strikes as if fueled by boundless energy. Suddenly, another salmon dashed towards the shore. Gu Chen, noticing, rushed over and grabbed it with both hands. You won't escape, he declared, swiftly inserting his fingers into the fish's mouth and tossing it onto the bank. In the end, before darkness enveloped the land, he managed to catch one more, bringing their total to 3, each weighing no less than 2 pounds. Gu Chen promptly gutted the salmon by the riverbank and carried the fish back up the slope. Inside the shelter, the 5 sat on wooden logs as Gu Chen taught Wen Man and the others how to grill the fish. The interior was thickly layered with spruce leaves, topped with bark, creating a cozy bed for sleep. As night fell, the outside world turned pitch black. The darkness so profound that one could not see their own hand in front of their face. The Lu sisters savored the charred salmon, relishing each bite without any seasoning, simply because they were famished. Eating in this manner, they enjoyed the mix of fruit flesh with fish meat. Gu Chen broke open a cactus fruit, combining its flesh with the fish in his mouth. This way, it has flavor. You should try it, he encouraged. Observing Gu Chen's method, the Lu sisters eagerly imitated him. And indeed, it transformed the fish into a delightful sweet and sour dish. After satisfying their hunger, the moon emerged, illuminating the forest in a soft, white glow. The sky was adorned with countless stars, a sight to behold. Look, that star shines much brighter than the others, one remarked. I'm his home. Outside the shelter, Wen Man and the others sat on the logs, gazing up at the sky and engaging in idle chatter. Suddenly, a howl pierced the night, startling the 4 into silence. What was that sound? Unbeknownst to him, he had never encountered such a sound before. Upon hearing it, Gu Chen's brow furrowed immediately. It was the howl of a wolf, a sound he recognized all too well. How could there be wolves here? Gu Chen pondered anxiously. If a pack of wolves were nearby, it would spell trouble. Brother Gu Chen, Lu Qian timidly approached, clutching his arm, her face nestled against his attire. It's all right, Gu Chen reassured her, gently stroking her head. I'm here, so there's nothing to fear. Just relax and get some sleep. He instructed Wen Man and the others to return to the shelter, to rest, while he took his bow and ventured into the woods alone. Beneath the moonlight, Gu Chen ascended to the summit of a hillside, surveying the surroundings, but finding no trace of wolves. The sound he had heard earlier must have emanated from afar. He thought to himself, surely, they wouldn't come here? Nevertheless, it would be prudent to investigate further. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Gu Chen dashed down the slope and made his way upward again. After running for a while, he reached another hilltop, scanning the area but detecting no anomalies. After observing for a spell, he retraced his steps, concerned for Wen Man and the others. Upon returning to the woods, Gu Chen sat upon a log, and he noticed that Wen Man and the others had not yet fallen asleep. When Lu Qianqian saw him return, she and the others finally found solace and closed their eyes. As midnight approached, the moon hung high in the sky, and the howls of wolves had ceased. Gu Chen, in a half-slumber, awoke and glanced at the moon above, then caught a whiff of his own clothing before rising and stepping outside. Brother Gu Chen, after taking just a couple of steps, he heard someone call from behind. Lu Shanshan emerged from the shelter. Gu Chen turned to her and whispered, "Why aren't you sleeping?" "I can't fall asleep," Lu Shanshan replied softly, approaching his side. "Where are you going?" With a slight smile, Gu Chen explained, "I have a bit of sweat on me and wish to wash in the river." Upon hearing this, Lu Shanshan's eyes widened. "I want to go with you." Gu Chen nodded slightly and led her out of the woods, soon arriving at the riverbank. After removing his clothing and placing it on the shore, he stepped into the cool water, reclining within its embrace. The night air was refreshing, and he gently rubbed the fine sand from the riverbed against his skin. Lu Shanshan joined him, lying beside Gu Chen and delicately skimming the water's surface with her hand. "Brother Gu Chen, what kind of animal made that sound earlier?" she inquired softly. "It was so frightening that I couldn't sleep." "It's nothing to worry about. It was probably just a bird call," Gu Chen replied with a light chuckle. "Some bird calls can indeed sound eerie, but there's no need to be afraid." He refrained from revealing the truth, fearing it would only heighten her anxiety. As they spoke, he remained vigilant, aware of their surroundings. "Brother Gu Chen, let me help you wash," Lu Shanshan offered, extending her hand to his chest and gently gliding her fingers. The delicate touch sent a jolt through Gu Chen, prompting him to sit up and withdraw her hand. "Shanshan, that's unnecessary. I can manage on my own." He thought to himself, "Goodness, if this continues, it could easily lead to complications." "Brother Gu Chen, allow me to wash your back," Lu Shanshan offered, resuming her gentle ministrations. Gu Chen could only acquiesce to her request. After a while, Lu Shanshan unexpectedly enveloped him from behind, her supple form pressing against his back as she rested her head upon his shoulder. In a soft whisper, she confessed, "Brother Gu Chen, I have feelings for you." Taken aback, Gu Chen hastily replied, "Shanshan, you are still young and do not comprehend the true essence of affection. Please let go of me. I'm not a child anymore. I am 20 years old," Lu Shanshan retorted, tightening her embrace. "You are only a few years my senior." "Very well, it is time for us to return." Gu Chen gently patted her small hand. "If we linger any longer, dawn will break." He feared that if they stayed, he might find it impossible to resist, for he too was a man fueled by youthful passions. Chapter 24. The Bamboo Grove. The following morning, before the sun had risen, Gu Chen had already departed from the woods. Before leaving, he instructed Wen Man and the others to refrain from wandering off, permitting them only to explore the nearby grassy area. Gu Chen strolled along the riverbank, keenly observing the environment around him. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, he noticed an entrance nestled between two peaks to his right. Curiously, he approached it. Upon entering, he found that the mountainsides were merely 3 or 4 meters apart, with steep, vertical stone walls adorned with lush greenery. A closer look revealed streams of water cascading down the rock faces. At the foot of the cliffs, numerous vine-like plants thrived, some even boasting vibrant purple flowers. As he ventured deeper into the grove, navigating through winding paths for about 10 minutes, the area ahead suddenly opened up. What magnificent expanse of bamboo! Standing still, Gu Chen marveled at the sight of countless bamboo stalks flourishing below the slope. It was undeniably a vast bamboo forest. Descending further, he meandered amidst the bamboo, where a gentle stream flowed silently at the base. With a sense of awe, Gu Chen gazed upwards and chuckled. What a rare sight this expansive bamboo grove is. He pointed out various species as he walked, There's single bamboo, mozo bamboo, giant bamboo, and nan bamboo, not to mention dragon bamboo, arrow bamboo, and green bamboo. As he ventured further, he could hear the soft sound of flowing water and hurried into the depths. Upon reaching the innermost part, he discovered a small waterfall, water cascading from a sheer cliff over 10 meters high. Below lay a pond, divided by a large boulder that split the water into two sides. Surveying the surroundings, Gu Chen noted that apart from the bamboo, there thrive an abundance of wild grass, along with several large trees standing on the flat ground above. After exploring for nearly 2 hours, Gu Chen completed his circuit of the area. He realized that the grove was encircled by towering cliffs, creating a natural fortress. Save for the entrance, there was no way in or out, resembling a cage. These two majestic peaks formed a protective embrace around this sanctuary. This truly is an extraordinary place, Gu Chen mused while seated on a patch of open ground. If we seal the entrance, we need not fear wild beasts or wolf packs. Since hearing the howling of wolves the previous night, Gu Chen had been troubled, even with a wooden house. Safety was not guaranteed. Relocating here seemed a far wiser choice. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Chen rose and made his way back outside. Upon returning to the woods, he shared his thoughts with one man and the others. Moving again, Lu Qianyuan muttered with a pout. We just chopped so much wood. Isn't it a waste of effort to move once more? Well, he is considering our safety, when Man replied with a soft laugh, promptly gathering her belongings to follow Gu Chen out of the woods. 20 minutes later, Gu Chen led the group into the bamboo grove. Upon witnessing the abundance of bamboo, they were equally astonished. Gu Chen led them to a secluded area beneath the sheer cliff, where a dry clearing awaited them, resembling the entrance to a cave as it sloped inward. This place offered a single entrance from the outside, ensuring their safety. Observing the four women, Gu Chen explained, You heard the sounds last night. They were the howls of wolves. This indicates the presence of a wolf pack in the valley, making it perilous to dwell in the woods. Upon hearing this, the four women finally comprehended Gu Chen's decision to relocate here. Now, let us tidy up the bamboo leaves around us, Gu Chen instructed, producing a dagger to cut down some bamboo branches. He fashioned 2 brooms, directing them to clean the clearing both inside and outside the cliff. Subsequently, he cut a length of bamboo, sharpened one end, and began digging holes around the clearing, intending to construct a bamboo hut. Fortunately, the ground was not overly hard, and in about an hour, Gu Chen had excavated several pits, each around 20 centimeters deep. Next, Gu Chen led the 4 into the bamboo grove, selectively harvesting the sturdy nan bamboo. As he felled each stalk, the women took turns dragging them back to the clearing. Suddenly, Lu Qianyue exclaimed, Look, what is that? She had spotted a dark creature moving on the ground. Gu Chen turned to see and joyfully shouted, A bamboo rat. Without hesitation, he dashed towards it, but the rat, startled by the noise, attempted to escape into a nearby burrow, only to be caught by Gu Chen. Ha! How plump! Excellent! Lu Qianqian and Lu Shanshan rushed over, their eyes fixed on the bamboo rat, mouths agape in astonishment. Brother Gu Chen, why is this rat so large? Will it bite? Lu Shanshan questioned. This is a bamboo rat. I've eaten it before, Gu Chen replied. At that moment, one man approached with a smile, saying, A few years ago, I visited a rural village where they raised bamboo rats. After tasting it, I even bought 2 to take home. Isn't this just a larger version of a rat? Lu Qianyue interjected. Its appearance is so unappealing. It must taste terrible. You are mistaken. One man replied with a gentle smile. Its meat is quite delicious. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought 2 home. Gu Chen, listening to their conversation, merely smiled as he secured the bamboo rat with some bamboo strips and placed it in his backpack for dinner later. By noon, nearly 100 bamboo stalks had been gathered in the clearing. Gu Chen casually munched on a few fairy fruits before commencing the construction of the bamboo hut. He selected 10 sturdy, aged bamboo poles and buried them in the pre-dug pits. The pits had been excavated on both sides, allowing him to insert additional bamboo poles in between and secure them with bamboo strips. This method of construction enabled him to complete the bamboo hut in less than a day, though the roof would require more time. To ensure there were no gaps when inserting the bamboo, Gu Chen carved grooves on both sides, effectively sealing any openings and securing the structure. After burying the bamboo, Gu Chen meticulously cut each piece to a length of 3 meters. He then instructed Wen Man and the others on how to secure the bamboo in place and how to bind it with bamboo strips for maximum strength. While binding the strips, utmost caution was imperative. Gu Chen held a bamboo strip and addressed the group, saying, "Observe carefully. The edges of the bamboo strip are exceedingly sharp. A mere slight graze could result in your finger bleeding profusely." Upon his words, everyone set to work, seeking Gu Chen's guidance whenever they encountered confusion. By approximately 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the 4 walls of the bamboo house were complete, with a doorway opened on the left side. Now, all that remained was to finish the roof, which could be accomplished the following morning. Gu Chen looked at the 4 and smiled, saying, "Come, I shall teach you how to handle bamboo rats." Upon hearing this, Lu Qianyue immediately shook her head, exclaiming, "I won't go. I have never harmed an animal before. I can't even kill a chicken." Gu Chen, upon hearing her, smiled gently and replied, "You need not worry. It is a skill that can be learned. Let us proceed." With that, he took her hand and led her toward the creek, prompting Lu Qianyue to cry out in alarm, "No!" Chapter 25. The night in the bamboo grove by the stream, Gu Chen squatted on the ground, instructing Wen Man and the others on how to process bamboo rats. "How can you survive here if you cannot even handle your prey?" he remarked, observing the 4 of them. "Here, you must learn to transform yourselves and adapt to your surroundings. If one day I were to be gone for several days, would you allow yourselves to starve?" Listening to Gu Chen, Lu Qianyue lowered her gaze slightly. She was aware that this place was not her home, where she could indulge in her whims. However, she had never killed an animal and could not even manage the simplest task of cooking. Noticing the silence among them, Gu Chen continued, "In fact, the simplest way to process prey is to skin it, cut open the abdomen, and remove the entrails. Do not shy away from the mess. It can be cleaned, after all." Suddenly, a sharp and loud sound echoed from the bamboo forest above. Everyone's attention was drawn to the noise, and they saw several bamboo chickens foraging for insects amidst the bamboo. Their feathers were vibrant, and they were small and delicate, measuring about 30 centimeters in length, weighing less than a pound, with the heaviest among them barely half a pound. "Are those birds?" Lu Qian exclaimed with wide eyes. Her curiosity piqued as she yearned to rush over and catch them. "Those are bamboo chickens." Gu Chen smiled slightly. "They can fly, so it is impossible to catch them barehanded." In such a large expanse of bamboo forest, it was no surprise to find numerous bamboo chickens and bamboo rats. After processing the bamboo rats, Gu Chen examined the area carefully. The distance from the small waterfall to the campsite was approximately 100 meters. Once the roof was constructed, he contemplated using bamboo to divert water to the stone wall nearby, thus eliminating the hassle of fetching water from the stream. While daylight lingered, Gu Chen led them outside to gather firewood, as the bamboo grove contained few trees. Before nightfall, he returned them to the campsite. The darkness descended swiftly here, with the sky turning black around 5 o'clock. As night enveloped the land, Gu Chen sat by the campfire, roasting the bamboo rats, while Lu Qianyue and the others savored the sweet fruits of the celestial fruit tree. Of the once full basket of celestial fruits, only a few dozen remained. In the dark, the sound of animals trampling on bamboo leaves echoed from the nearby grove. Soon, once the bamboo rats were roasted to perfection, Gu Chen sliced off several pieces of meat and handed them to the others. Lu Qianyue, holding a piece of meat, observed how much Wen Man and the others relished their meal and decided to take a tentative bite herself. Lu Qian and her sister eagerly gnawed on the legs, quenching their thirst with sips from bamboo tubes. "If only it were a bit saltier," Wen Man remarked after finishing her meal, wiping her mouth. "Although there is a fragrant charred aroma outside, the meat itself is quite bland." "Saltier, you say?" Gu Chen pondered for a moment. To obtain a salty flavor, one would need to venture to the seaside to refine sea salt. Sea salt is generally not suitable for direct consumption. However, it can be filtered through plant ashes and weeds to produce coarse salt, which can then be dissolved and filtered once more before being refined into edible salt, allowing for its occasional use. Although sea salt is not suitable for direct consumption, it can certainly be utilized for curing meats. Gu Chen, Having never tried the process of making sea salt himself, often watched videos on the subject and decided it might be worth a try. The pressing issue, however, was the lack of a container. He pondered, how could one produce sea salt without a vessel? His gaze wandered towards the bamboo grove. Could bamboo serve the purpose? Yet, bamboo cannot be directly burned. One can only use charcoal to gradually evaporate the seawater, a process that would take far too long. What are you thinking? Lu Qianwen inquired, noticing Gu Chen lost in thought as she waved her hand in front of his eyes. Gu Chen glanced at one man and replied, I do have a method to acquire salt, but it requires a trip to the seaside. One man considered this for a moment, asking the seaside, why must we go there? You'll understand soon enough. Gu Chen waved his hand dismissively, knowing they would not comprehend even if he explained. As night deepened, they retreated into the cliffside to sleep while Gu Chen settled on the ground, leaning against the bamboo hut. Gazing at the campfire and listening to the sounds emanating from the bamboo forest, he realized that it was undoubtedly the bamboo rats emerging to forage. These nocturnal creatures feed on bamboo shoots, roots, stems, and various other plants. Hearing the rustling sounds, an idea suddenly struck him. He picked up a burning log from the fire, armed himself with a stick, and stealthily ventured into the bamboo grove. Under the flickering light, he soon spotted several bamboo rats gnawing on bamboo shoots. However, upon sensing the light, they quickly scurried away into a nearby burrow. Are they really that alert? Gu Chen thought to himself, swiftly turning to explore another section of the grove. Yet, the bamboo rats remained highly vigilant. As soon as the firelight touched them, they would flee. Half an hour later, having achieved nothing, Gu Chen leaned against the bamboo wall and closed his eyes to rest. In the dead of night, the moon quietly emerged, casting its luminous glow. After a few hours of sleep, Gu Chen awoke suddenly to find that the campfire had dwindled to smoldering embers. He placed some dry bamboo leaves atop the coals and gently blew on them, rekindling the flames. Adding some logs to the fire, he surveyed his surroundings and then descended the slope towards the stream, following the moonlight to the small waterfall. Upon reaching the waterfall, he shed his clothes and laid them on a nearby rock before stepping into the pool of water. How refreshing! Immersed in the cool water, he felt an immense sense of comfort. After approximately half an hour, he emerged, dressed, and returned to the campsite. Glancing inside the cliffside, he saw that one man and the others were deep in slumber. Unable to sleep himself, Gu Chen took a dagger and began to split bamboo, carefully crafting bamboo strips. He envisioned the river to be a little over 5 meters wide and set about weaving a bamboo net to match this width. The process of weaving the net was straightforward. It merely required inserting the bamboo strips with the bamboo strips above and below, leaving small openings no larger than a finger. Gu Chen, what are you doing? At that moment, Lu Qianyue approached, rubbing her bleary eyes, appearing as though she had just awakened. She was engaged in the crafting of fishing tools. Gu Chen glanced at her and smiled faintly, remarking, with this, catching fish will become significantly easier, haha. By the way, why aren't you sleeping a bit longer? It's still not dawn. I've had enough rest, Lu Qianyue replied, retrieving a toothbrush and toothpaste from the box, then taking a bamboo tube to the side to brush her teeth. Inside the box, there were only 2 toothbrushes. Lu Qianqian and her sister shared one, while Lu Qianyue and Wen Man used the other. Consequently, Gu Chen had to make do with a toothbrush fashioned from twig for his oral hygiene. Once Lu Qianyue finished her ablutions, she approached, squatting down curiously to observe Gu Chen as he wove. When Gu Chen slightly lifted his head, he noticed that the neckline of Lu Qianyue's garment was quite unbuttoned, revealing her fair and firm curves. Hey, you're exposed, he remarked. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianyue looked down, shot him a glare, and hurriedly buttoned up her clothing. Chapter 26. A leisurely day, buttoning her garment, Lu Qianyue spoke lightly. Are all men so lascivious? Teach which man isn't? Gu Chen replied with a gentle smile. Besides, what I possess is not lechery, but an appreciative eye. At his words, Lu Qianyue cast a disdainful glance at Gu Chen, choosing to remain silent. After half an hour, a bamboo net measuring 3 meters in length and 5.5 meters in width was completed. Gu Chen propped it up against the bamboo wall. Can this really catch fish? Lu Qianyue expressed her skepticism as she regarded the net. Whether it works or not, We shall see at dawn. Gu Chen replied with a slight smile. Hey, with your beauty, you must have a boyfriend, right? No. Lu Qianyue raised her chin with pride. Those pursuing me line up from Beijing to Paris, but I have high standards and find them lacking. Oh, quite impressive. Gu Chen said with a mischievous grin as he approached her, leaning in a whisper. So, do you fancy someone like me? Not at all. Lu Qianyue shook her head firmly. You are decent looking, but not handsome enough. Moreover, I enjoy romance. Romance? Is this how it is? Gu Chen inched closer, attempting to kiss her petite, alluring lips. Seeing his face draw near, Lu Qianyue quickly turned away, a blush rising to her cheeks. That's not how it goes. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Qianyue pushed Gu Chen away with both hands and dashed into the cliffside. Watching her retreating figure, Gu Chen smiled subtly, even brushing his lips with a rather mischievous demeanor. Glancing up at the sky, Gu Chen settled down to continue weaving a backpack with the remaining bamboo strips. At that moment, the moon had already descended, and the moonlight gradually faded. As he finished a small backpack, dawn began to break, and a flock of birds chirped as they flew past the precipice. One man and the others also rose, heading to the stream to freshen up. After eating a few prickly pears, Gu Chen took 2 bamboo poles over 2 meters long and gently drilled a few holes in the joints. He then inserted several short bamboo tubes into the holes, placing another bamboo pole atop them and tapping down to create a ladder. Once the ladder was finished, he began to break open other bamboo stalks, using a wooden stick to clear the joints of the bamboo strips, then commenced constructing the roof. Brother Gu Chen, catch! Lu Qianqian called from inside the bamboo hut, handing up the bamboo strips from the ground. By this time, the sky had brightened considerably, though the sun had yet to rise. Gu Chen, we are running low on firewood. Let's go collect some, one man said, clutching a few prickly pears, and then led Lu Qianyue and Lu Shanshan outside. Gu Chen first laid the bamboo strips in a row atop the horizontal bamboo poles, securing them with bamboo strips before flipping them over and covering them, then using bamboo poles to press down and bind the sides tightly. Over an hour later, the roof was completed, and only a door remained for the bamboo house to be finished. At that moment, one man and the others returned from outside, each carrying bundles of firewood. Gu Chen, we spotted a rabbit on the stones by the grass, one man exclaimed eagerly as soon as she set down the firewood. It was hopping around, so adorable. Rabbit? Gu Chen remarked with a slight smile. It must be a wild hare. Quite splendid. It seems this place is rich in resources. The absence of human activity hinted at a thriving ecosystem, where certain species, particularly wild hares, could proliferate abundantly. This also led Gu Chen to ponder the presence of wolf packs in the vicinity. How about we catch a wild hare? Lu Qianqian grinned at the group. Let us bring one back to raise. Perhaps another time, Gu Chen suggested. Let us head out to chop some giant dragon bamboo and make a bamboo bed. This way, we want to have a sleep on the ground. Upon hearing about the bamboo bed, Lu Qianqian and the others promptly followed Gu Chen. The giant dragon bamboo grew on a slope beside a small waterfall. Upon reaching the open area on the slope, Gu Chen selected an older bamboo stalk and began to chop. The inner wall of the giant dragon bamboo was quite thick, requiring him to strike it with wood to penetrate with his dagger. The dagger was sharp. Within 10 minutes, Gu Chen had felled a giant dragon bamboo. Step aside. Don't let it fall on you. One man and the others quickly moved away. With a resounding thud, the 30-meter-long bamboo crashed down. Gu Chen then used his dagger to cut the bamboo into segments for the others to carry back. Upon returning to the bamboo house, Gu Chen instructed the 4 to dig 6 holes inside with the pointed bamboo tubes. He then split the giant dragon bamboo, meticulously carving out thin bamboo strips with his dagger. Brother Gu Chen, we're done digging. Lu Qianqian shouted as she ran out. Gu Chen, upon hearing this, brought in the 6 30-centimeter-long bamboo tubes prepared on the ground. He buried the tubes in the 6 holes located at the front, middle, and back, carving a groove on top and placing 3 bamboo poles horizontally as supports. The 6 giant dragon bamboo pieces served as bed legs, providing ample stability, even able to withstand someone dancing atop. Now, all that remained was to lay the bamboo strips side by side on the supports and secure them. Gu Chen spent nearly 2 hours carving the bamboo strips, ensuring that both ends were smooth to prevent any injuries. Once arranged, He bound the strips together using bamboo splints at both ends, completing the bamboo bed. This bed measured 2 meters in length and 2.5 meters in width. Ample space for one man and the others to sleep, occupying nearly half of the bamboo house. Quite sturdy, one man remarked as she sat down with a smile. Indeed, a bit firm, Gu Chen and Gu Chen climbed up and even lay down to test it. It's fine. We could bring back some soft grass to lay on top, which will make it more comfortable, Gu Chen replied with a faint smile. Now, let us head out to catch some fish. Gu Chen instructed the two sisters, Gu Chen and Gu Chen, to carry a woven basket, while Gu Chen and one man held wooden sticks. He himself grasped a bamboo net, and together they exited the bamboo grove amidst laughter and chatter. Upon reaching the riverbank, Gu Chen identified a low-lying area and placed the bamboo net directly into the water, propping it up with stones at the rear. Qian, you and your sister should guard the bamboo net. When you see a fish, simply catch it. Understood? After giving his instructions, Gu Chen ascended the bank with Gu Chen and one man. Our task is to drive the fish towards the bamboo net. Startled, they will leap right into it. Let us proceed. The three of them stood in the water, rhythmically striking the surface with their wooden sticks to herd the fish downwards. Schools of river fish, startled, swam deeper. As Gu Chen and his companions approached the bamboo net, the fish had already begun to leap onto it. Wow! So many fish! The sisters, filled with joy, danced upon the bamboo net, eagerly capturing the fish and placing their catches into the woven basket beside them. Chapter 27. A busy day by the riverbank, the two sisters Gu Chen joyfully chased after the fish that danced on the bamboo net, eagerly collecting every one, regardless of size, into their woven basket. What a slippery fish! What kind could it be? One exclaimed. Does it matter? Just catch it. Their gleeful antics caught the attention of Gu Chen and one man, who rushed over to lend a hand. Gu Chen approached the basket to inspect its contents, discovering not only salmon but also creek grouper, minnows, shrimp, and numerous small river fish, each no bigger than 2 fingers. The bountiful catch was a testament to the river's rich aquatic life. Once all the fish were gathered, Gu Chen carefully placed the bamboo net on the riverbank, saving it for their next excursion. Let us head back. The 4 of them joyously hoisted the basket and made their way home. Gu Chen, with so many fish, can we cook them all at once? Gu Chen asked excitedly. If we do, we would never finish them all, she added. Gu Chen pondered for a moment before suggesting. Let us cook the smaller ones first and keep the larger ones in the pool beneath the waterfall for later. It was indeed wise to reserve some food. By keeping the fish in the pool, they could easily catch them whenever they desired, enhancing their convenience. Without hesitation, Gu Chen brought the basket to the pool's edge, depositing the larger fish into the water while the smaller river fish and shrimp were cleaned and prepared for the journey home. Today, let us savor fish soup, Gu Chen said with a gentle smile, placing the river fish and shrimp into 2 bamboo tubes, adding some creek water, and setting them atop the charcoal fire to simmer. The larger fish were entrusted to Gu Chen and her sister to roast. After about 10 minutes, a delicate aroma of fish wafted from the bamboo tubes. It's nearly ready. Bring the bowls, Gu Chen instructed as she noticed the water had reached a rolling boil. As there was no table, they placed the bowls on the ground. Gu Chen removed the bamboo tubes, allowing them to cool for a moment before pouring the fragrant fish broth into the bowls. The soup was brimming with tender fish meat and vibrant red shrimp. One man was pleasantly surprised that they could enjoy a steaming bowl of fish soup without any cooking utensils. Delicious, Gu Chen exclaimed as she took the first sip, grinning as she remarked, though the flavor is a tad mild. It would be even better otherwise, hee. One man remained silent, savoring her soup slowly while also taking a bite of the roasted fish. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Oh, we still have a few fairy fruits. Should we gather some? Gu Chen finished her bowl of fish soup in one go and poured another, replying, Let us go in the morning. This afternoon we need to seal off the entrance outside. The unsealed entrance made Gu Chen uneasy at night, as the prospect of a wild beast intruding was a daunting thought. After satisfying their hunger and resting for a while, they set off to cut down giant bamboo. The colossal dragon bamboo was substantial and heavy, hence Gu Chen opted for the larger variety. After felling several stalks, they dragged them to the entrance to determine the best spot for sealing it off. Ultimately, Gu Chen decided on a straight path leading in from a bend. The distance between the stone walls on either side is merely over 3 meters, and the uneven rock crevices allow bamboo to be wedged in completely. Both sides are steep, vertical cliffs. If this area is sealed off, it would be impossible for wildlife to enter. After a few attempts to dig into the hard ground beneath, Gu Chen discovered that it required considerable effort to make any progress. He realized there might not be enough bamboo. Handing a dagger to one man, he instructed, "Please go and fetch a few more pieces." One man accepted the dagger and entered with Lu Qianqian and 2 others, while Gu Chen squatted down, armed with a sharpened bamboo tube, to commence his excavation. After more than an hour of labor, beads of sweat adorned Gu Chen's face, and his clothes were thoroughly drenched despite having only managed to dig 2 pits approximately half a meter deep. "This is quite laborious," he muttered, wiping his brow and continuing his work as one man and the others returned with over a dozen large bamboo stalks. "Take a break. Allow us to dig for a while." Noticing Gu Chen's exhaustion, one man said, and she and Lu Qianyue began to dig with the bamboo tubes. After nearly 2 hours of collaborative effort, they had excavated 6 pits. Gu Chen buried 12 4-meter-long giant bamboo poles to serve as posts, measuring out the lengths and cutting them to approximately 1 meter each. For the lower half-meter, he inserted the bamboo horizontally and secured them tightly with strips of bamboo. An hour later, as Gu Chen installed the bamboo door in the center, the imposing barrier, towering 4 meters high, was complete. To enter, one would have to gnaw through the bamboo, which would be an improbable feat inside the bamboo door. 5 additional poles were wedged securely into the rock crevices, ensuring stability. "Phew! Finally done," Gu Chen exclaimed, nodding in satisfaction at the formidable barrier. To exit, one merely needed to remove the 5 poles and loosen the latch to open the bamboo door. Back at the bamboo hut, everyone sat on the ground to rest. As dusk settled in, the installation of the barrier had consumed an entire afternoon. "Brother Gu Chen, I still crave fish soup," Lu Qianqian chimed playfully. "And I want to eat bamboo rats." Bamboo rats can be quite tricky to catch. Gu Chen pondered, then suddenly conceived a plan. "Let's go. I'll take you to catch some bamboo rats." Grab the bamboo tubes. "I'll pass. You all go ahead," Lu Qianwei replied coolly, picking up a broom to clear the bamboo leaves from the slope, sweeping them all the way to the stream and depositing the leaves into the adjacent bamboo forest. A clean path now led directly to the stream. Gu Chen, accompanied by Lu Qianqian and the others, took their bamboo tubes to the stream's edge, instructing them to fill the tubes with water and bring them to the nearby bamboo grove. Gu Chen dug a few times at the entrance of a burrow with the bamboo tube, pouring the water inside. His intention was to flush the bamboo rats out of their den. "Hurry, fill up more water." After filling 7 or 8 bamboo tubes, he stood with a stick, watching the burrow's entrance. After about 2 minutes, a head emerged, followed swiftly by a large bamboo rat leaping out. "Ah, it's out." Upon seeing it, Lu Qianqian let out a cry. Gu Chen immediately pressed it down with a wooden stick, swiftly seizing its head and lifting it. Just then, another bamboo rat scurried out of the hole. Gu Chen noticed that this one was considerably smaller, weighing only about half a pound. Lu Shanshan pointed at the escaping bamboo rat and shouted, "Brother Gu Chen, there's another one. This one is too small. Let us nurture it a bit longer. The other one is sufficient for our meal." Gu Chen smiled slightly. "Let us go to the pond and catch a fish for soup." The task of fishing was delegated to one man and Lu Qianqian, while Gu Chen took charge of preparing the bamboo rat. Once the bamboo rat was properly handled, dusk began to descend, and they prepared to roast it upon their return. As they roasted the bamboo rat and simmered the fish soup, they engaged in light-hearted conversation. After approximately 20 minutes, they savored the fish soup while enjoying the roasted bamboo rat. After a long day of labor, Gu Chen lay down within the cliff to rest, while one man and the others retreated to the bamboo house to sleep on their beds. At night, only the campfire continued to burn. Chapter 28. Prickly Pear Pie. The following morning, the sky was shrouded in layers of ominous clouds, preventing even a glimmer of sunlight from penetrating. Gu Chen and his 4 companions had ventured into the thickets to gather prickly pears. One man glanced upward and remarked, "With this overcast sky, do you think it might rain? Regardless, let us hasten our gathering. Once we are finished, we can return came the reply. Lu Qianyue cast a sidelong glance, and, armed with a long pole, busily knocked down the prickly pears. The Lu sisters, Lu Qianqian and Lu Qianqian, crouched on the ground, diligently collecting the fallen fruits. The prickly pears, now abundantly ripe, had attracted a multitude of small birds, and traces of lizards could be seen scuttling across the earth. Not far to his right, Gu Chen discovered several wild ginger plants and clusters of wild onions. He had not explored this area previously, and he was pleasantly surprised to find such additional bounty. These wild onions were interspersed among the weeds, and without careful scrutiny, one might easily overlook them. After excavating 3 wild ginger roots and a handful of wild onions, Gu Chen made his way back. "What are you doing with those weeds?" Lu Qianyue inquired curiously as she observed the wild onions and ginger in his hands. "Weeds?" Gu Chen replied with a slight smile. "Let me enlighten you. These are indeed treasures. Sister Qianyue, my basket is already half full." Lu Qianqian exclaimed. "Is that enough?" "It will suffice. Come over and assist me in gathering some beans for our return," Gu Chen instructed. The beans he referred to were pods growing on a nearby shrub. Having sampled one previously, he discovered them to be edible. The pods flourished abundantly across the 2-meter-high tree, which had numerous branches, making them relatively easy to harvest. After plucking just one tree, Lu Qianqian's small basket was nearly filled, a testament to their plentiful yield. As Gu Chen observed the darkening clouds gathering overhead, he sensed that rain was imminent and hastily led his companions out of the thicket. "Quickly, it's about to rain." Just as they emerged from the woods and reached the riverbank, droplets began to fall, prompting the 5 to dash back. Upon returning to the bamboo hut, their clothes were already drenched, yet Gu Chen swiftly placed some bamboo leaves atop the charcoal fire, and soon, flames flickered to life. Fortunately, they had returned in time. Otherwise, they would have been thoroughly soaked. Lu Qianyue wiped the rain from her face and chuckled. "Thankfully, my clothes are only slightly damp." Glancing outside, Gu Chen noted that the rain was light, so he dashed out to retrieve a large bamboo tube. He then placed the bean pods into the tube and began to pound them with a stick. One man and the others were drying their clothes by the bonfire when they noticed Gu Chen's activity and approached out of curiosity. Unable to contain her intrigue, Lu Qianqian asked, "Brother Gu Chen, what are you doing?" Gu Chen smiled gently. "You shall see shortly," he. After a brief interval, the beans and their skins had separated perfectly within the bamboo tube. Gu Chen removed the skins and tossed them onto the fire, leaving only the bean powder in the tube. He poured in some water and kneaded the mixture with his hands, soon forming a substantial mass of carbohydrate-rich bean powder, akin to flour. Continuing, take a small piece of bean flour and knead on a bamboo tube to form a thin layer of dough, reminiscent of a wonton wrapper. Then, place a dollop of cactus fruit pulp inside and wrap it up. Voila! The cactus fruit pastry is ready. Gu Chen, holding the dumpling-like pastry, laughed heartily, declaring that it would be ready to eat once roasted. He placed the pastry on a bamboo stick and set it slowly to roast over the charcoal fire. After approximately 10 minutes, the pastry, slightly charred, was ready, and Gu Chen quickly retrieved it. "Brother Gu Chen, I want to eat first," Lu Qianqian exclaimed, eagerly reaching out. Gu Chen handed it over with a smile, cautioning, "Be careful, it's hot, just taken out." Puff, puff. Lu Qianqian held the pastry in her palm, blowing gently on it before taking a delicate bite. Delicious, truly delicious. The sweet and tangy pastry, with a thin skin and ample filling, made her nod in approval. "Hey, Gu Chen, quickly make one for us too," Lu Qianyue chimed in, noticing how much Lu Qianqian enjoyed it. "Don't worry, there's plenty more," Gu Chen replied, kneading the remaining bean flour and crafting a total of 8 large pastries, which he placed back onto the fire to roast. Once they were ready, each person took one and began to devour it. This way is still the best," Lu Qianyue exclaimed, taking a large bite, and then curiously inquired, "How did you come up with this method?" With a light chuckle, Gu Chen replied, "I made them this way a few times before, so it's not unusual." "Oh, I see." Lu Qianyue nodded gently, continuing to enjoy her pastry. As Gu Chen ate, he placed some bamboo skewers into the bamboo tube, leaning it against the bonfire to roast. Seizing a moment of leisure, he took a long piece of bamboo and slowly carved it with a dagger. After about 10 minutes, a cup emerged, with the inner walls smoothed considerably by his deft hands. Just then, the water in the bamboo tube began to boil, and he quickly took it out, setting it aside and pouring a cup into the newly crafted vessel. Hee, this cup is mine now, Lu Qianyue exclaimed, swiftly seizing the cup with a mischievous grin. You can make another one for yourself. She took a sip of the tea afterward. Gu Chen, momentarily taken aback by her words, chuckled and shook his head, picking up the bamboo to create another cup. One man smiled slightly, suggesting, "Let us each make a cup then." Gu Chen nodded slightly, realizing that there was no more bamboo available at the moment, and they would have to wait until the rains ceased to gather more. After satisfying their appetites, Lu Qianqian and her sister reclined on the bed, whispering to each other. Outside, the rain continued to fall incessantly, accompanied by occasional gusts of wind that rustled the bamboo leaves. "I want to lie down too," one man said, stretching before lying down beside them, gently pushing Lu Shanshan in a little. Before long, the three of them were enveloped in deep breaths, soundly asleep. By the bonfire, only Gu Chen and Lu Qianyue remained, exchanging glances. "Why do you keep staring at me?" As Lu Qianyue noticed Gu Chen staring intently at her face, a faint smile gracing his lips, she could not help but inquire, "Is there something on my face?" "No," Gu Chen replied, shaking his head slightly with a smile. "I have simply come to realize that you become increasingly beautiful the more I look at you." I have always been beautiful, Lu Qianyue retorted quietly. Though her expression remained impassive, the compliment stirred a delightful warmth within her heart. Gu Chen chuckled mischievously as he gradually moved closer to Lu Qianyue, leaning in toward her. What are you trying to do?" Lu Qianyue stammered, her heart racing as Gu Chen's face approached hers, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue, her fingers nervously fidgeting. "Inhale." Gu Chen closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, and softly chuckled. "I had no particular intention." After saying this, he leaned back against the bamboo wall, casting a glance at Lu Qianyue before closing his eyes once more. Outside, the tempest raged on, showing no signs of abating anytime soon. Chapter 29. Hunting rabbits. The rain persisted until the afternoon, while one man and her companions remained nestled in their beds. Gu Chen ventured to the pond for a brief inspection before turning towards the towering trees. He maneuvered through the bamboo grove, ascending for several dozen meters, where he discovered a cluster of trees adorned with an abundance of droppings. A glance revealed it to be the excrement of bamboo chickens. Indeed, they were present. As he peered to the left, he spotted several bamboo chickens foraging on the forest floor, their claws deftly sifting through the bamboo leaves, blissfully unaware of the lurking danger. Gu Chen crouched low, knocking an arrow to his bow, stealthily concealing himself behind a tree as he aimed at one of the unsuspecting birds. With a swift whoosh, the arrow was released, striking true. The fallen chickens startled the others, who vanished in an instant. Rushing over, Gu Chen retrieved the bamboo chicken, extracted the arrow, and, after a quick survey of his surroundings, departed. Upon reaching the stream, he meticulously removed the feathers from the chicken before making his way back. As he returned to the bamboo hut, he encountered Lu Qianyue exiting. Upon noticing the bamboo chicken in Gu Chen's grasp, she inquired, "What do you have there?" "Bamboo chicken." Gu Chen replied with a faint smile, hanging it beneath the eaves before grasping a dagger and heading toward the nearby bamboo grove to fell some bamboo. After cutting down a dozen stalks, he laid them on a clearing and began measuring the area, using a stick to dig holes in the ground. The recent rain had left the earth damp, making it a relatively easy task. Half an hour later, he had excavated 6 holes, each several decimeters deep. Hearing the commotion outside, one man and her sister Lu Qianqian emerged from the hut. "Brother Gu Chen, do you need assistance?" Lu Qianqian called as she approached him, noticing his work. "No need," Gu Chen chuckled, shaking his head. "Why don't you go over there and gather some bamboo shoots?" "Qianqian, Shanshan, let us go collect bamboo shoots," one man suggested, leading the 2 sisters towards the upper bamboo grove. In the grove, the bamboo shoots had just begun to break through the soil, standing tender and fresh. A swift kick would sever them effortlessly. After securing the 6 bamboo stalks in place, Gu Chen carved a notch in the center before laying a horizontal bamboo piece across it. He called Lu Qianyue to assist, binding it securely with bamboo strips. As they supported the bamboo, Lu Qianyue inquired, "Are you constructing another bamboo hut?" "Not quite. It's a shelter," Gu Chen replied with a light laugh. "It can hold firewood and serve as a place for conversation and refuge from the rain." With 3 sides reinforced by horizontal bamboo, he proceeded to cut the remaining bamboo into lengths of 2.5 meters, sharpening one end for easy insertion into the soil. Once positioned against the horizontal beam, he arranged them neatly and secured them with bamboo strips woven through both inside and outside. At that moment, when Man and the others returned, settling in the crevice to peel the outer shells from the bamboo shoots. After Gu Chen had fortified the 3 bamboo walls, he sliced the shoots into thin pieces, soaking them in a large bamboo container filled with water. These bamboo shoots require no blanching. A 2-day soak with regular water changes renders them ready for cooking. By the way, when you have time, feel free to gather more bamboo shoots, he suggested. Slicing the bamboo shoots, Gu Chen addressed the 4 individuals. Once soaked, we can sun-dry them into bamboo shoot chips. He contemplated catching more fish from the river to dry as well, yet the lack of salt rendered such efforts futile. In this sweltering heat, even dried fish would not last long. Thus, he planned to stroll along the riverbank in the coming days, hoping to reach the seaside. "I'll be stepping out for a moment. You all stay here," Gu Chen announced as he took his bow and arrow and ventured outside. With a glint in her eye, Lu Qianqian grabbed her bow and followed suit. After their departure, the 3 remaining, idling without purpose, had no choice but to take their baskets and resume harvesting bamboo shoots. Brother Gu Chen, wait for me." As he opened the door and stepped outside, Lu Qianqian's voice echoed from behind. Turning to see her running toward him, he smiled slightly. "Why are you following me?" "Brother Gu Chen, are you going hunting?" Lu Qianqian exclaimed with a grin as she approached. "I want to accompany you." "All right, let's go." Accepting her presence, Gu Chen led the way. Arriving at the riverbank, they crossed to the opposite side and ascended the hillside. "Brother Gu Chen, are you hunting rabbits?" "Yes, but keep your voice down." They stood midway up the slope, scanning the surroundings in hopes of spotting a rabbit. After a while, without success, they pressed on. Before long, they found themselves amidst undulating mounds of earth, with a vast expanse of grassland just ahead, strewn with large stones. At a mere glance, Gu Chen spotted 2 wild rabbits grazing on tender grass, occasionally lifting their heads to survey their surroundings, ever vigilant. "Brother Gu Chen, they are right there." Spotting the rabbits, Lu Qianqian felt a surge of excitement, whispering and pointing ahead. "Shoo!" Gu Chen urged quietly. "Remember, when hunting, it's best to remain silent, so as not to startle them. We must approach stealthily." With that, he took her hand, bending low and moving forward through the uneven ground. Soon, they crouched on a small slope, observing the rabbits, now merely 20 meters away. "Patience is key," Gu Chen murmured. "If you are unsure of hitting your target, it's wise not to take a shot to avoid alarming the prey." "Understood." Lu Qianqian nodded slightly, attentively absorbing Gu Chen's advice and concentrating on learning the art of hunting. After a moment, one of the rabbits hopped onto the grass, nibbling on wildflowers. Gu Chen focused intently, estimating the distance to be around 17 or 18 meters, well within his range. He slowly nocked an arrow, drew his bow, and aimed, while Lu Qianqian watched breathlessly. Swoosh! Seizing the moment, Gu Chen released the arrow with unwavering resolve, the projectile swiftly sailing towards the rabbit. Thud! The arrow struck the rabbit's belly, causing it to flip several times before lying motionless on the ground. However, the other rabbit, startled, darted into a burrow beneath the stones. "I got it!" Lu Qianqian joyfully exclaimed, rising to her feet and dashing forward. Gu Chen also stood and surveyed his surroundings. He noticed several figures in the distance that quickly vanished into the grass, murmuring to himself, "It appears there are quite a few wild hares around here." At that moment, Gu Chen sensed something observing him. Turning his gaze to the front right, he spotted an animal resembling a fox intently watching him. However, as he looked, the creature swiftly turned and departed. A faint smile graced Gu Chen's lips. It seemed he was not the only hunter in this realm. "Brother Gu Chen, look! What a plump wild hare!" Lu Qianqian returned, proudly holding the hare aloft for him to see. "Let's go home now," Gu Chen said, gently ruffling Lu Qianqian's hair before leading her away. Chapter 30. Discovered? In the evening by the campfire, one man roasted a wild rabbit while Gu Chen chopped up bamboo chicken, placing the meat into a bamboo tube along with some wild ginger for simmering. Scattered around them were several large bamboo buckets, soaking with bamboo shoots. Gu Chen, you mentioned going to the seaside. When shall we embark on this journey? Lu Qianyue inquired while peeling wild scallions. Do you know the way to the beach? Is it the same path we took to arrive here? Gu Chen pondered for a moment before responding. Let us set off the day after tomorrow. We'll finish covering the shelter tomorrow, and then we can prepare to depart. Instead of retracing our steps, we can walk along the riverbank. As long as we follow a single path, we shall surely reach the seaside. One man, focused on roasting the rabbit, remained silent, acknowledging that speaking further was futile. She would simply follow along. The same could be said for the Lu sisters. After a while, steam began to rise from the bamboo tube, releasing a delightful aroma. Wow, it smells divine, Lu Qianqian exclaimed, leaning in to inhale the fragrance, her face alight with joy. Lu Shanshan stood up and dashed into the bamboo hut, retrieving bowls and utensils. Observing the dishes on the ground, one man remarked, Gu Chen, can you fashion a table? Eating on the ground makes us seem like savages. Lu Qianyue promptly nodded in agreement. Sister man is right. A table? Gu Chen slapped his forehead, realizing he had considered this a couple of days prior, but had momentarily forgotten. No need to build one. Do you recall the large stone by the river? He smiled slightly. That stone has one smooth, flat side. We can bring it back to serve as a table. I remember now, Lu Qianyue exclaimed. When we were bathing in the river, I leaned against it. It would indeed make a fine table. Tomorrow, after we finish the roof, we shall retrieve it. Gu Chen nodded with a smile. However, that stone must weigh over 200 pounds. I cannot carry it back alone. With that, he opened the bamboo tube and poured the bamboo chicken soup into a bowl. One man sliced the golden brown rabbit with a dagger, placing the pieces into one of the large bamboo buckets. Lu Qianqian eagerly took a bowl of soup, blowing on it before taking a sip, followed by a bite of meat. The tender bamboo chicken was delectable, and the rich, flavorful soup was irresistible. She couldn't help but indulge further, gnawing on a piece of wild rabbit, savoring the exquisite taste. Alas, there was only enough soup for each person to have one bowl, and the meat was limited as well. This soup is simply delightful, Lu Qianyue remarked with a smile after finishing her bowl. If only we could have a bowl every day. That is not a difficult task, one man replied softly. This bamboo forest is vast, and there must be plenty of bamboo chickens. Just ask Gu Chen to catch one for us daily, ha? Why not go catch it yourselves instead of relying on me? Gu Chen chuckled at Lu Qianyue. Tomorrow, when I have some free time, I will teach you how to set snares. Then, you can check them periodically. Lu Qianyue beamed with delight at his words and cast a furtive glance at Gu Chen. A wild hare, meager in flesh, was swiftly consumed by the 5 individuals. Soon, darkness enveloped the sky as night fell, rendering the surroundings pitch black. After a brief conversation, one man relocated the bonfire to the bamboo hut. Outside, only Gu Chen remained. Yet he busied himself by sitting beside the fire, skillfully carving bamboo splints to weave into bamboo sieves. Time passed slowly, and after more than 3 hours, he had crafted 3 sieves. With a stretch and a yawn, Gu Chen stood to loosen his limbs, placing the sieves in a shed. He added a few more pieces of firewood to the bonfire and poured himself a steaming cup of bamboo needle tea. The night was quiet and still, devoid of any sounds. In that moment, Gu Chen recalled a time spent alone in the primordial forest as seen unchanged, save for the presence of 4 enchanting women by his side now. Deciding to take a bath, he fashioned a torch from a bamboo tube, ignited it, and descended the slope, following the stream upstream. Upon reaching the waterfall, he placed his clothes on a rock, planted the torch firmly in the ground, and climbed onto the stones, allowing the cascading water to wash over him. Suddenly, croaks echoed from the crevices of the waterfall. Gu Chen turned to look, but the darkness obscured his view. Stone frogs? He mused, surprised by their presence in this shadowy realm. Had it been lighter, he might have captured one for a late-night snack. As the water continuously cascaded over him, Gu Chen spread his arms wide, eyes closed, savoring the sensation of the flowing water. At that moment, a faint glow approached from the stream. Opening his eyes, he saw a figure approaching, one man. He leaped down from the stones and walked towards her, grinning as he asked, "What is this? Unable to sleep?" One man gazed at the bear Gu Chen, nodding slightly. "I slept all morning today, but now I find myself unable to doze off." With a mischievous smile, Gu Chen wrapped his arms around one man, gently caressing her as he whispered, "Are you missing me?" She replied dreamily, her eyes half closed, relishing his touch. He explored her curves with abandon, slowly unfastening her buttons and slipping his hand inside. With a soft sigh of pleasure, one man leaned in, initiating a passionate kiss, and soon they were lost in each other's embrace. "Gu Chen, give me." One man transformed her initial hesitation into boldness, pushing Gu Chen down onto the sandy ground. Meanwhile, in the bamboo hut, Lu Qianyue, upon feeling an empty space beside her, rubbed her eyes and realized when man was gone. Where's Sister Man? Did she go to freshen up?" She murmured to herself. Rising from her bed, she added a few more logs to the bonfire before stepping outside. The fire still blazed, yet Gu Chen was nowhere to be seen. Where could they have gone? After pondering briefly, Lu Qianyue picked up a burning piece of wood and descended the slope towards the stream. After walking several meters, she heard a sound ahead. Upon listening closely, it was the voice of one man. Lu Qianyue hurried over and, upon seeing the scene before her, was instantly taken aback, her mouth agape in astonishment. In the dim light of the flickering flames, two silhouettes were entwined in a passionate embrace, and when man's alluring cries echoed, seemingly filled with anguish. They. Lu Qianyue covered her mouth, unable to believe her eyes, her jaw dropping in disbelief. As she continued to watch, her face flushed, and she bit her lip in embarrassment. How could this take so long? Wasn't it supposed to be just a matter of minutes? Nevertheless, after nearly 10 minutes, Lu Qianyue finally turned and left, returning to the bamboo hut where she lay on her bed. At that moment, her mind was filled with the images she had just witnessed, rendering her unable to sleep. After more than an hour, one man returned, quickly falling asleep after lying down. Meanwhile, Lu Qianyue remained wide awake, quietly opening her eyes to observe one man, scrutinizing her closely. Chapter 31. A Journey by the Sea the following day. After a bustling morning, Gu Chen successfully erected the roof of the shelter and ventured into the woods to gather an abundance of bamboo. He skillfully fashioned them into bamboo tubes and neatly stacked them in a corner of the shelter, thus alleviating the need for constant trips to gather more bamboo, rendering the task much more convenient. After casually indulging in a few dragon fruits, he led his companions away from the riverbank to a spot along the slope above. "Behold, this stone," Gu Chen exclaimed, approaching a large rock with a smile. "Isn't it remarkably flat and smooth? It would serve splendidly as a table." Observing the stone, Lu Qianyue remarked, "This stone must weigh at least 200 or 300 pounds. How shall we transport it back?" "Fear not. Moving it shall be simple enough. Wait here for my return," Gu Chen assured, dashing into the forest, leaving the four behind at the riverbank. After more than half an hour, Gu Chen returned, carrying 2 wooden beams and a bundle of vines. He placed the items on the shore and, with sheer determination, managed to flip the stone over. He then secured it with the vines and threaded the wooden beams through them. Chan, you two take one end," Gu Chen instructed, addressing the group. "Let us lift it together." With collective effort, the heavy stone was gradually raised and carefully maneuvered down the slope. What should have been a brief journey of mere minutes took nearly an hour to transport the stone back to the shelter. "Oh dear, I'm utterly exhausted. I need water," Lu Qianyue exclaimed, drenched in sweat as she rushed to quench her thirst after setting the stone down. Gu Chen then procured 4 30-centimeter tall, giant bamboo tubes and arranged them neatly on the ground within the shelter. Satisfied with his work, he positioned the stone atop the bamboo, ensuring that even in the event of a torrential downpour, they could enjoy tea, meals, and conversation beneath its protection. As for seating, he decided to simply bring in 5 more giant bamboo tubes, as their size was ample. After a brief respite of half an hour, Gu Chen led his companions out of the valley and into the woods on the left slope to fell more trees. "Chan, you and your sister can carry 1 log each. Rest if you tire," he instructed, aiming to gather enough firewood to avoid further chopping upon their return. Throughout the afternoon, when Man and her companions tirelessly transported logs, filling both the cliffside and the shelter with a substantial supply of wood. Exhausted, the four women collapsed onto their beds, too weary to rise. The wood they had gathered would suffice for a month, and Gu Chen had also collected a considerable amount of resin, which is highly flammable and can be used for making torches or candles. After a long day, Gu Chen took a refreshing bath in the pond and caught 3 salmon for dinner. One would be prepared as soup, while the other 2 would be roasted. As evening fell, Gu Chen finished cooking the fish soup and roasting the salmon, then called for his companions to come out from the bamboo house. "Oh dear, my shoulders still ache," Lu Qianyue lamented, stretching her arms as she and when Man emerged, both rubbing their shoulders. Gu Chen chuckled softly at their complaints, saying, "Is it truly so exhausting after such a bit of work? It seems you all are quite the young ladies, haha. Come, let us dine before resting." Approaching the table, they settled upon the large bamboo bucket, each of the 4 appearing rather listless as they partook of their meal. After consuming a modest amount and sipping a bowl of soup, they soon returned to their slumber. Tomorrow, they would journey to the seaside, with no certainty of when they might return, prompting Gu Chen to retrieve the bamboo shoots from the bucket and place them upon a bamboo sieve. Inside the shed, 2 bamboo poles were set at a height of 2 meters, allowing the sieve to rest upon them, to be taken out for drying upon their return. As night enveloped the land, Gu Chen reclined upon the wooden beams of the shed and succumbed to sleep. The night passed in serene tranquility. The following morning dawned bright and beautiful. After breakfast, when Man and Lu Qianqian donned their backpacks, each wielding a 2-meter-long bamboo spear, and departed the valley in Gu Chen's company. Upon reaching the riverbank, they ventured downstream along the river's course, their spirits buoyed. The river served as a natural highway through the primordial forest, facilitating their passage. However, swiftly, the 5 encountered a predicament. They arrived at the river's end, where a cascading waterfall plummeted from a cliff towering over 10 meters. Gu Chen surveyed the surroundings, realizing that descending was utterly impossible. Glancing towards the mountain peak on the right, he spoke gravely. "It appears we must ascend. Let us proceed." The ascent was steep, with Gu Chen leading the way, frequently turning back to assist the others. After 2 hours of arduous climbing, they finally reached the mountain's summit and ventured inward. Along the path, the ground was strewn with withered logs and decaying leaves, exuding a foul odor of rot. "Tread carefully. The ground may be slippery," Gu Chen cautioned. The 4 could only use their bamboo spears for support as they advanced cautiously. Throughout the journey, Gu Chen marked the trees with his dagger. Descending a slope, they found themselves in a deep ravine flanked by steep rock walls, a mere 7 or 8 meters apart, with a waterfall cascading down from a height of several meters below. Numerous thick vines hung down the cliff, and Gu Chen tugged at one, finding it sturdy. With no path available, they would have to swing across to the opposite side. "Can you swing across?" Gu Chen inquired, pointing ahead. Lu Qianyue's expression shifted to one of panic. "What? Swing across? What if I fall? It's too high. I fear I cannot do it." "Do not be afraid. I shall demonstrate," Gu Chen reassured her. Grasping the vine with both hands, he pushed off with his feet, swinging across securely to stand on the cliff's edge. "Come quickly. It's safe, just hold on tight," Gu Chen called out to the others. Observing this, when Man gritted her teeth, grasped the vine, and emulated Gu Chen's motion, soon swinging across as he swiftly caught her and guided her to a safe spot. "I shall go next." Lu Qianqian followed suit, mirroring Wen Man's actions. Finally, it was Lu Qianshan's turn, leaving Lu Qianyue as the last one remaining. "Qianyue, do not fear. Come over. Sister Qianyue, hurry." Listening to the shouts of a few individuals, Lu Qianyue steeled herself, gripping the vines tightly. With her eyes closed, she swung forward, calling out loudly, "Ah!" Upon noticing Lu Qianyue approaching, Gu Chen immediately reached out to grasp her hand. "See, you made it over." He chuckled softly. "Let us depart from this place and find a moment's respite." After traversing the precipice, they finally arrived at a level clearing within the woods, where they sat upon the gnarled roots of a tree to rest. After about half an hour, they resumed their journey deeper into the forest. After more than an hour of walking, they descended a steep slope and reached the bank of a river. Surrounding the water were numerous trees, all withered, leaving behind only massive trunks. The shore was strewn with similar colossal deadwood, and the river's waters were murky and unclear. For reasons unknown, as Gu Chen gazed upon the river, an instinctive sense of danger whispered to him. Chapter 32. The terrifying riverway. A sense of unease enveloped the air, prompting Wen Man to murmur as she surveyed her surroundings. "Hey, Qianyue, do you sense something amiss?" "No, not at all," Lu Qianyue replied, shaking her head. "What could possibly be wrong? There is nothing here." Gu Chen cast a quick glance around, eager to depart from this unsettling place. The most prudent course of action was to traverse the river. Approaching a withered tree by the riverbank, he noted its bizarre, contorted shape. "Hey, come over here and help me push these 3 logs into the river," Gu Chen called out. Instantly, Wen Man and the others rushed over, joining forces to send the logs tumbling into the water. With a resounding splash, the 3 dead logs were propelled into the river. Gu Chen swiftly maneuvered them together. Their twisted trunks interlocked perfectly, forming a makeshift raft. "Quick, get on," he urged, as he beckoned them to climb aboard the raft and take their seats, wielding bamboo spears to paddle gently downstream. The river flowed languidly, allowing the raft to drift serenely along its course. The air was thick with an unpleasant stench of marsh gas, while grotesque, gnarled trees littered the surroundings. At that moment, from a small crevice in one of the dead trees, a swarm of insects emerged. These creatures, with 8 legs, armored shells resembling exoskeletons, long antennae, and sharp fangs, measured nearly 20 centimeters in length, their appearance decidedly fearsome. Suddenly, Lu Qianyue screamed in panic, pointing at a nearby dead tree. "Gu Chen, look, there are some truly disgusting bugs over there." With a swift motion, Gu Chen turned to see an insect leap from the withered tree onto the raft. Kill it! Kill it!" As the creature bounded closer, Lu Shanshan and the others shrieked in terror, frantically striking at it with their bamboo spears. The insect moved with astonishing speed, and just as it attempted to bite Lu Qianyue's foot, Gu Chen hurled a dagger, pinning it to the wood. "Everyone be cautious," Gu Chen warned as he approached, withdrawing his dagger and preparing for battle, scanning the area. Insects swarmed the dead trees, some already plunging into the water, advancing towards the raft. With a flurry of movement, more insects leapt from the nearby trees. Gu Chen brandished his dagger, employing both hands and feet to send them tumbling into the river. Lu Qianyue and the others brandished their bamboo spears, tirelessly fending off the encroaching creatures. Suddenly, Lu Qianyue cried out, crouching down to clutch her foot. She had been bitten by one of the insects. Gu Chen, upon noticing her distress, promptly thrust his bamboo spear into the water, steering the raft sharply to the right. "Qianyue, are you all right?" Upon seeing Lu Qianyue injured, Wen Man hurriedly knelt beside her. "I'm fine, just a bite," Lu Qianyue grimaced, enduring the pain. "Don't worry about me. Just drive these bugs away." Before long, the raft reached the riverbank. Gu Chen shouted urgently, "Quick, get ashore. Head up the mountain. Now." Without hesitation, the 2 sisters Lu Qianyue leaped onto the bank, while Wen Man supported Lu Qianyue, and Gu Chen positioned himself in front, bravely warding off the pursuing insects. Guyalu. At that moment, bubbles erupted from the water's surface, and suddenly, a long tentacle lunged forth with astonishing speed, ensnaring Lu Qianyue and pulling her down. Lu Qianyue collapsed instantly, causing Wen Man to fall as well. "Gu Chen, save me!" Lu Qianyue cried out, as the tentacle threatened to drag her into the depths. Gu Chen's expression changed dramatically. He lunged forward, grasping her hand and executing a swift roll, drawing his dagger with precision. With a swift slash, the tentacle was severed, and Gu Chen promptly pulled Lu Qianyue upward, urging her to flee. "Run to the surface." He pushed her forward and turned to wield his dagger defensively, as 2 more tentacles surged from the river towards him. Lu Qianyue and her sister rushed over to assist Lu Qianyue, helping her scramble up the slope. Gu Chen, while fending off the tentacles, gradually retreated until he finally escaped their grasp and reached the top, where the menacing creatures vanished from sight. Once in the clearing of the forest, the 5 of them sat on the ground, breathless and shaken, their hearts racing with lingering fear. Gu Chen, is Qianyue all right? Lu Qianyue had a small bite on her ankle. Fortunately, it was not deep and only bled slightly. Gu Chen fetched a bamboo tube, pouring clean water over the wound to cleanse it, shaking his head. It's nothing serious, just a bit of bleeding. Thankfully, the creature is not venomous. He then tore a piece of fabric from his own clothing with the dagger to bandage the injury. As the terrifying image of the creature and its long tentacle lingered in one man's mind, she hesitantly inquired, Gu Chen, what? What kind of creature was that tentacle? I don't know, Gu Chen replied, maintaining a serious demeanor. It seems this island is not as simple as we imagined. I have never encountered such a creature before. Should we head back? Let us not go to the seaside anymore, Wen Man expressed her concern. I'm afraid. It's all right, Gu Chen reassured her with a smile. Since we've come this far, we cannot simply turn back. Rest assured, I am here with you. He then turned to Lu Qianyue, asking, Can you walk? Let South leave this place first. Gu Chen sensed that this location was not secure. They needed to find a safe spot to rest. I'll try. Lu Qianyue slowly stood and took a few steps, saying, It just hurts a little, but I can walk. Support her and follow my lead, Gu Chen instructed as he moved ahead. Lu Qianqian and Wen Man assisted Lu Qianyue, while Lu Shanshan closely followed Gu Chen. As they ventured into the forest, towering trees loomed above, their canopies blocking the sunlight, creating an atmosphere of dimness and moisture, imbued with an aura of mystery. Amidst the lush foliage resembling taro leaves, Gu Chen discovered a small, vividly colored frog resting quietly on a leaf. Poison dart frog? How could such a creature inhabit this place? A look of astonishment crossed Gu Chen's face, surprised to encounter such a rare species here. Let us proceed with caution. Do not touch anything. Gu Chen regarded Wen Man and her three companions with a serious expression. Simply follow me, he instructed before turning and disappearing into the dense thicket. After 2 hours of trekking, the four companions began to feel fatigued and struggled to keep pace. Gu Chen glanced up at the sky, noting that dusk was approaching. It was imperative to find a place to spend the night. Scanning the surroundings, he led them into a cluster of tangled trees, where they discovered a clearing adorned with wild grasses and several 2-meter-high palm trees. We shall rest here for the night. Darkness is imminent, he declared. Upon hearing his words, Lu Qianqian set down her backpack. Gu Chen flattened the underbrush before venturing out to gather some dead branches and wood, constructing a shelter in the clearing. Once the framework was complete, he skillfully severed numerous leaves from the palm trees with his dagger, and with the assistance of Wen Man and Lu Shanshan, they swiftly erected a simple yet effective shelter, generously adorned with palm fronds. As twilight deepened, Gu Chen hurriedly produced a piece of tree fungus and kindled a fire. Chapter 33. Walking through the dense forest in the heart of the jungle. After Gu Chen kindled a fire, he approached a nearby palm tree and skillfully peeled away its outer bark with a dagger. Lu Qianyue and her companions gathered around the campfire, savoring the celestial fruits they had brought along. Here, have some of this, Gu Chen said, returning with 2 palm cores, which he handed to Wen Man. What is this? Wen Man inquired, taking a bite of the palm core. It's quite delicious, a bit crunchy. Qianyue, Shanshan, you two should try as well. Alas, from 2 palm trees, we've only found 5 or 6 larvae, Gu Chen remarked, stringing a few larvae onto a twig and roasting them over the fire, a smile playing on his lips. But better than none, haha. By the way, Qianyue, you need to keep that wound on your foot dry for it to heal faster. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianyue promptly removed her shoes, extending her fair feet towards the fire to dry. As night gradually enveloped the sky, mosquitoes began to swarm around them. Gu Chen had no choice but to toss some damp grass onto the flames, the rising white smoke driving the insects away. Would you like some to eat? He offered, presenting the roasted larvae to Wen Man and the others. There are only these few, so each of you can have one. Lu Qianyue shook her head. I want to eat it. You all can have it. I only ate those insects out of necessity last time. Now that we have celestial fruits, I certainly want to touch the larvae. With her refusal, Gu Chen distributed the larvae among Lu Qianqian and the others, keeping 2 for himself. As night fell, Wen Man and her companions nestled together in the shelter. Gu Chen moved the campfire to the entrance of the shelter, ensuring that the interior remained dry. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed through the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning that illuminated the surroundings. Gu Chen gazed outside, murmuring, "It seems it will rain tonight." Before he could finish his thought, the rain began to pour. Fortunately, the shelter was well covered with thick palm leaves, preventing any leaks. In the pitch-black jungle, some hunters concealed themselves beneath decaying leaves, perched in trees, preparing for an ambush. However, the downpour disrupted their hunting plans. High above, on a towering ancient tree, a large nest rested on a branch. A mother monkey-eating eagle shielded her newly hatched chicks from the rain with her body. Without this rain, the night jungle would have been fraught with peril. Listening to the sound of the rain, Gu Chen laid down beside the campfire, closing his eyes to rest. The night passed in silence. The following morning dawned clear and bright, sunlight streaming through the jungle, causing the water droplets clinging to the leaves to glimmer like gems. Gu Chen ignited some tree fungi and placed them into his backpack as when Man and her companions emerged from the shelter. After a night's rest, the spirits of the four women were considerably lifted, and Lu Qianyue's foot felt much better than the previous day, allowing her to walk normally. After a brief preparation, Gu Chen led them deeper into the jungle. "Gu Chen, do you think we can reach the seaside this way?" When Man voiced her doubts. "What if we get lost and wander around?" "Don't worry, we want tea," he reassured her. Gu Chen glanced at the sun overhead and remarked, "The sun rises in the east, and we are currently heading south. We shall not lose our way." In the wilderness, if one is uncertain of their location, the sun can be employed to ascertain direction. After traversing for over 2 hours, their garments had become dampened by the dew upon the grass. Within the dim forest, a white mist enveloped the surroundings, evoking an ethereal ambience. Upon breaking through the dense thicket, they arrived beside a stream, where stones were strewn about, each adorned with a lush carpet of moss. Gu Chen surveyed the area and suggested, "Let's take a moment to rest." Hearing this, when Man and the others promptly seated themselves upon the stones, Gu Chen, navigating the uneven rocks, descended slightly to observe his surroundings and resolved to follow the stream's edge, as it would expedite their journey significantly. "Gu Chen, we have nearly depleted the immortal fruit," when Man remarked, glancing into their basket and noting the few remaining pieces. Gu Chen nodded in response. "We shall seek sustenance beyond this jungle." Having wandered through this thicket for nearly a day without discovering any wild fruit trees, Gu Chen felt a tinge of perplexity, having encountered scarcely any wildlife. It was not that the forest lacked wild fruit trees. They simply had not come across any. "Had I known, I would not have ventured out," Lu Qianyue murmured, lamenting how delightful it would be to reside within a valley. "Indeed, I share that sentiment," Lu Shanshan interjected, sitting beside her. "Yes, after 2 days of trekking, I feel utterly exhausted," Lu Qianqian chimed in. "Who knows how much longer we must walk before reaching the seaside?" Upon hearing their grievances, when Man interjected, "Enough of this lamentation. We have ventured forth. Are we to return now?" "I was merely expressing my thoughts," Lu Qianyue whispered, secretly hoping to see the sea, perhaps encountering a vessel. After resting for a brief while, the five resumed their journey along the stream. An hour later, they finally emerged from the forest, arriving at the bank of a river. The water appeared murky and deep, and the opposite shore was shrouded in dense foliage. Observing the weary expressions of the four women, Gu Chen made a decision. They would travel by water. "Follow me," he instructed, turning to enter the woods. The four women exchanged glances, pondering how they would return, questioning whether they were abandoning their seaside quest. Upon following him, they soon discovered that Gu Chen was in search of driftwood. "Come here and assist me in moving this large log to the riverbank," he beckoned to the bewildered group. The forest was littered with fallen timber, and the larger pieces required all four to lift them. After half an hour, Gu Chen cut some vines and tied together a dozen logs at the riverbank, pushing them into the water. Sitting upon the makeshift raft, the four women finally exhaled in relief, grateful to relinquish their weary feet. Gu Chen stood at the front, wielding a bamboo spear to steer them downstream. Squeak, squeak. Flanking them were trees, and Gu Chen spotted a wild fruit tree along the bank. where several monkeys chattered excitedly upon seeing them. Soon, the raft emerged from a thicket and arrived beneath a towering cliff, with lush meadows to the left. "Oh, look over there. There's so much smoke," exclaimed Gu Chen, noticing the rising haze in the distance. Everyone turned their gaze, and indeed, a thick plume of smoke billowed forth. "That must be a volcano," Gu Chen remarked, propelling the raft while speaking. "A volcano?" Gu Chen inquired immediately. "Will it erupt? I've seen in films that volcanic eruptions can trigger earthquakes that submerge islands." "I'm not sure," Gu Chen replied, shaking his head. "It's possible." As the raft navigated several bends, the river's current quickened significantly, flowing swiftly downstream without Gu Chen's assistance. After approximately 20 minutes, the raft entered a main river, wide yet sluggish, with murky waters. Suddenly, Gu Chen spotted a crocodile in the river, which filled him with concern. Chapter 34. Tasting alligator meat. Upon spotting an alligator in the river, Gu Chen swiftly silenced Wen Man and the others, urging Shu, "Do not speak, nor make any noise." As he spoke, he pointed to the river's surface not far to the right, where an alligator had emerged. The moment Gu Chen and the others noticed the creature, their expressions shifted dramatically, a wave of anxiety washing over them. The raft drifted slowly downstream, and Gu Chen, vigilant of his surroundings, discerned that there were not merely one, but several alligators in the water. As the raft continued its gentle course, one alligator soon became aware of its presence, promptly submerging itself. Realizing the imminent danger, Gu Chen hastily maneuvered the bamboo pole to steer the raft towards the left bank. Knowing the alligator was undoubtedly heading for them. "Gu Chen, it's coming," Gu Chen exclaimed, her voice trembling as a 200 or 300-pound alligator broke the surface just 5 meters from the raft. Gu Chen, quick to react, exerted force, guiding the raft to the left. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the alligator lunged, clamping its jaws onto the raft. Crack! The thick wooden beam, as wide as an arm, was severed in an instant. The startling event caused Gu Chen to scream, clutching Wen Man tightly. At that moment, the raft was a mere 3 to 4 meters from the shore. Observing the chaos, Gu Chen immediately drew his dagger, shouting to Wen Man and the others, "You all get ashore first." Before his words could fully dissipate, Gu Chen leapt forward, grasping the alligator's head, and both he and the creature vanished beneath the surface. A tremendous splash ensued, sending water spraying. The audacity of his action left Gu Chen and her companions in shock, their faces pale with fear. "Quick, push the raft to the bank," one man shouted without a moment's hesitation. Gu Chen and the others seized their bamboo poles, straining to steer the raft towards the shore. Upon reaching the bank, they scrambled onto solid ground, anxiously gazing into the river. "Sister man, do you think Gu Chen will be all right?" The prolonged absence of Gu Chen made Gu Chen nearly succumb to tears. Just then, a stream of crimson erupted from the water, tainting the surrounding river with blood. Suddenly, Gu Chen erupted from the depths, dagger in hand, while his other arm dragged the alligator into the shallows. Thankfully, this alligator was not overly large, weighing perhaps just over 200 pounds, likely still in its juvenile stage. Otherwise, Gu Chen would not have managed to subdue it so effortlessly. Gu Chen, seeing him unharmed, Gu Chen and the others rushed towards him in excitement. "Gu Chen, hurry back. Several alligators are swimming this way." As Wen Man took a few steps forward, she spotted several alligators approaching from a distance, prompting her to shout in alarm. Gu Chen understood that the commotion and the scent of blood had attracted the nearby alligators. He swiftly began to slice open the belly of the subdued alligator. "Do not come closer. Wait for me up ahead." While cutting, Gu Chen called out to Wen Man and the others, urging them to move away from the riverbank. The dagger was remarkably sharp, easily slicing through the tough hide beneath the alligator's belly. After slicing open the skin, he hastily cut off several pieces of flesh. By the time the crocodile swam over, Gu Chen had already made his way to the grassy bank. Standing on the shore, he watched as the corpse of the deceased crocodile was dragged into the river by a few approaching crocodiles for consumption. Gu Chen, Wen Man and the others rushed over. Gu Chen waved his hand. "Let us go, we'll move ahead." Walking to the foot of the hill 100 meters above, The five of them rested on two large stones. Lu Qianqian and her companions had also regained their composure after the fright. Lu Qianyue gazed at Gu Chen with an unusual look. She could hardly fathom that he had the prowess to defeat a crocodile, let alone slay one. "Brother Gu Chen, is this crocodile meat?" Lu Qianqian exclaimed, staring at the fist-sized pieces of crocodile meat resting on the stone. "Is it delicious?" "Haha, you'll find out shortly," Gu Chen replied with a gentle smile. "Why don't you all gather some firewood? We'll roast the crocodile meat." "Wonderful. Sister, let us go collect some firewood," Lu Qianqian said joyfully, pulling Lu Shanshan along as they scampered off to search for timber. Gu Chen shook his head, exhaling deeply as he removed his soaked clothing and laid it on the stone to dry. Before long, the two sisters returned, arms laden with firewood. Gu Chen instructed one man to ignite the fire. After the flames were kindled, he did not rush to roast the crocodile meat. Instead, he waited until the coals were ready before skewering the meat onto bamboo sticks for slow roast. As the coals cooked, the crocodile meat became crispy on the outside, yet tender within, bursting with juices, its texture rich and firm, yielding a delightful bounce and complexity with each bite. Once cooked, each person took a hearty piece, savoring the succulent morsel that left their mouths glistening with flavor. "So this is what crocodile meat tastes like, quite unique indeed." One man wiped her mouth and chuckled. "I used to be too afraid to eat this." "I've never had it either," Lu Qianqian said, tilting her head with a smile, "but I find it quite delicious. If only we had some seasoning to marinate it before roasting, it would be even more exquisite." Gu Chen smiled slightly. "This is only my second time tasting crocodile meat. The last time was several years ago." Lu Qianyue remained silent, feeling that since arriving here, she had dared to try everything she once hesitated to eat. Under the bright afternoon sun, after their clothes had dried, Gu Chen led them further up the hill. Wow, so many beautiful wildflowers. The hillside was adorned with a riot of colorful blossoms, while butterflies, bees, and various insects flitted among the blooms. Upon spotting dandelions, Gu Chen plucked several leaves and handed them to Lu Qianyue. Dandelions possess certain anti-inflammatory properties. If you chew them and apply them to your wounds, they will help prevent infection. Lu Qianyue tilted her head. "No, thank you. I'm doing this for your own good," Gu Chen said sternly. "If your wound becomes infected, you will regret it when it's too late. It could cost you your life. Take it." Hearing the seriousness in his tone, Lu Qianyue reluctantly accepted the leaves, chewed them, and then applied the mashed mixture to her wound using a strip of cloth. As they continued their ascent up the hill, the scenery was picturesque, surrounded by majestic mountains. Upon reaching the summit, Gu Chen surveyed his surroundings and pointed toward a distant peak on the right. "Tonight, we shall spend the night there. Let us proceed." Though the mountains appeared close, Gu Chen was acutely aware that reaching them would require several hours of arduous trekking. Along the way, the group scarcely paused for rest as they traversed meadows, navigated through thickets, and climbed undulating hills, steadily advancing toward the looming peak ahead. "Ah, Gu Chen, do you see that? Is it not a wild hare?" Suddenly, as they approached a thicket, one man whispered, pointing ahead. Just there among the underbrush. Gu Chen halted to gaze, but discerned no sign of the hare. At that moment, the grass in the thicket rustled unexpectedly. Gu Chen swiftly drew his bow and, bending low, crept forward, instructing the others to remain still. Coming within mere meters of the thicket, he crouched behind several scraggly trees and murmured, "Little bunny, here I come." Chapter 35. Arrival at the seaside. As evening descended, 5 individuals gathered around a campfire in a small clearing encircled by towering boulders on the mountainside. They were preparing to spend the night here, feasting on roasted wild rabbit. The last rays of the setting sun illuminated the mountain peaks, casting a brilliant tapestry of colors across the sky. "Come, have some water," one man said, retrieving a bamboo tube from her backpack. After taking a few sips, she passed it to Lu Qianyue beside her. "How beautiful!" Lu Qianqian exclaimed, gazing at the sky. "This is the first time I've seen such magnificent clouds." "Oh, I'm exhausted," Lu Shanshan remarked. "I have no energy to admire the view. I just want to sleep." With that, she laid herself beneath a boulder, resting her head on Gu Chen's lap. Though the surface was uneven, it offered a modicum of comfort. As night fell, Darkness enveloped the surroundings, and a myriad of stars twinkled in the sky. Gu Chen leaned against a rock, gently prodding the campfire with a stick. The exertions of the past few days had rendered one man and the others fast asleep almost as soon as they lay down. Watching them slumber peacefully, Gu Chen pondered. He had anticipated reaching the seaside within 2 days, but he had underestimated the vastness of the island. Now, on the 3rd day, the ocean remained elusive. As the night deepened, distant animal calls echoed from the woods below, yet Gu Chen felt no trepidation, for their location was sufficiently concealed. In the middle of the night, while half awake, Gu Chen suddenly felt a weight upon him. Opening his eyes, he discovered Lu Shanshan had unknowingly draped herself over him in her sleep. He carefully sat up, gently laying Lu Shanshan back on the ground, before adding a few more logs to the dwindling fire. Brother Gu Chen, are you still awake? Lu Shanshan murmured drowsily from the ground, leaning against him once more. With a resigned smile, Gu Chen found himself hesitant to move, her soft form nestled against him. Ultimately, he leaned back against the stone, closing his eyes to rest. Thus, the long night passed in tranquility. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, Gu Chen ascended to the mountain's peak, standing atop a boulder to survey the distant landscape. Before him lay an expansive plain, devoid of mountains, replaced by dense jungles, thickets, and vast wetlands. Observing the terrain, Gu Chen surmised they were nearing the coast. After a while, he descended and returned to the campsite, where Wen Man and the others had already packed their belongings. Navigating the steep slope, they reached the foot of the mountain just as the sun emerged. Walking through the overgrown grass, they ventured towards the nearby woods. Upon entering the thicket, the rising temperature brought a stifling heat. As they traversed the forest, the presence of small creatures increased, and they even spotted rare species, such as the macaw and birds of paradise, along with playful squirrels. After more than an hour, they emerged from the jungle, arriving at the edge of a wetland. The marshland was lush with water plants towering over a meter high, interspersed with small ponds and meandering streams. This place is a sanctuary for birds, where countless avian species make their homes, including storks, egrets, and the formidable herons. Gazing upon the expansive wetlands, Gu Chen furrowed his brow, acutely aware that such a locale undoubtedly harbors marshes. Should one inadvertently stumble into them, it could prove perilously hazardous. He cautiously probed the water's depth with a bamboo spear, only to be taken aback as it sank significantly, indicating that the water was at least 2 meters deep. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that the aquatic vegetation to the right was particularly dense, presenting a viable route to the opposite shore. "Let us proceed this way," Gu Chen declared, leading the way as he gradually ventured into the thick reeds, using the bamboo spear to push the vegetation aside before stepping onto it. Wen Man and the others followed closely behind. As they passed through, they startled a group of egrets hidden within, sending them fluttering into the sky. In the midst of their journey, Gu Chen discovered a nest nestled among the reeds, containing 4 pristine white eggs, which he carefully collected and handed to Lu Qianwei. After nearly 2 hours of traversing, they finally reached the bank, having gathered a dozen eggs along the way. Entering a thicket, they continued deeper without pausing for rest. Navigating through the dense underbrush, they soon emerged into a clearing. "I can hear the sound of the waves," Lu Qianqian exclaimed, momentarily disregarding her fatigue as she dashed ahead. Gu Chen and the others followed at a measured pace, and, after a few minutes, they found themselves on sandy ground, where sparse grass grew. Before long, they arrived at the seashore, a vast coastline with an expansive beach. "Look, there are coconut trees." Gu Chen turned at the sound of Lu Qianqian's voice and indeed saw. 100 meters away along the shoreline, numerous coconut trees lined up, with a dense forest behind them. "Brother Gu Chen, I caught a baby sea turtle." Lu Qianqian joyfully approached, cradling a turtle the size of her fist. "Let us descend to set up a shelter," Gu Chen commanded with a wave of his hand, and everyone eagerly made their way down. As they neared the coconut trees, Gu Chen noticed chaotic footprints in the sand and scattered coconuts, remnants of which had clearly been consumed. "There are people here." Gu Chen crouched down to inspect, murmuring, "These are shoe prints. It seems there are inhabitants nearby." Upon hearing his words, Wen Man and Lu Qianyue began to scan their surroundings. Suddenly, raucous laughter echoed from around a bend. "Hold her down. I want to be the first to taste a foreign girl. No, please, let us go. You brutes. Release her." At that moment, faint sounds drifted from the corner. Gu Chen immediately sprang to his feet and rushed toward the noise, with Wen Man and the others hastily following suit. Upon rounding the bend, they were met with familiar figures, Chun Bao and Shun Lang among them. They had pinned a foreign woman against the rocks, intent on nefarious deeds. While Li Dahu restrained a man on the ground, evidently another foreigner, the woman cried out for help, her pleas drowned out by the laughter of Shun Lang and his companions, as Chun Bao attempted to remove her clothing. "Behave obediently, or I shall cast you into the sea to feed the fish." With a resounding slap, Chun Bao struck the woman's face, laughing maniacally, exuding an air of arrogance. "No, no." The foreign woman pleaded incessantly, tears streaming down her cheeks, yet she was firmly restrained by Xiao Hao and Shun Lang, rendered utterly immobile. "What are you up to? Bullying someone?" Gu Chen approached with a smile, remarking, "Is this all you are capable of?" Upon hearing Gu Chen's voice, Chun Bao and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Turning around, they realized it was Gu Chen, accompanied by Wen Man and several other women. "Gu Chen? Qianyu?" Shun Lang exclaimed in astonishment upon spotting Gu Chen and the others. "What are you doing here?" Chapter 36 Here, I hold the authority. Chun Bao cast a dark gaze upon Gu Chen and her companions, astonished by their unexpected presence. After Gu Chen departed from the ravine, it took them merely 2 days to search for her, only to realize she had already left. Unable to find any trace of her nearby, they resolved to follow the coastline, arriving here just yesterday, where they encountered 2 foreigners leading to the current predicament. Over the course of several days, Chun Bao had come to terms with the fact that rescue was unlikely, emboldening them to take action against the 2 foreigners. "Help us! Please help us!" The foreign man pleaded desperately upon seeing the newcomers. "Gu Chen, I strongly advise you to refrain from meddling," Chun Bao said, straightening his attire as he approached with a heavy tone. "And return my dagger." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen chuckled softly, producing the dagger for inspection. "This one, apologies, but now belongs to me." "Shun Lang, Xiao Hao, I never imagined you would stoop to such depths," exclaimed Lu Qianyu, unable to bear the sight any longer as she stepped forward. "Let her go." Hearing Lu Qianyu's words, Shun Lang's expression shifted slightly as he contemplated her request before responding. "Qianyu, I can release her, but you must come with me." "What do you say?" "Shun Lang, I misjudged you." When Man joined, her brow furrowed. "I believed you to be virtuous, yet now you engage in such despicable acts. Why should we comply? Who are you to dictate our actions?" Just then, a curly-haired woman stepped forward, eyeing Lu Qianyu and her companion with disdain. "You both have aligned yourselves with men, yet you presume to be virtuous? How laughable! You are nothing but shameless." "Lo Hong, silence yourself," Shun Lang interjected sharply, casting a warning glance at the curly-haired woman. "You shall not speak of Qianyu in such a manner." "I will not accompany you," Lu Qianyu stated plainly, her resolve unwavering. "I offer you both a choice," Gu Chen declared, her icy gaze sweeping over Chun Bao and his cohorts. "First, release her immediately and leave this place. Second, I shall personally incapacitate you and discard you into the sea." At this, Chun Bao's fury ignited. "Do you truly wish to meddle in affairs that do not concern you?" "Indeed, it is my duty to confront injustice," Gu Chen retorted, extending a finger towards Chun Bao and Shun Lang, tauntingly beckoning them. "You may all advance together." Faced with Gu Chen's challenge, Chun Bao and the other men found their anger stifled, fully aware that even united, they could not overpower her. "How dare you? Do you believe I am made of clay?" Chun Bao bellowed, launching himself towards Gu Chen with fierce determination. "Umph!" Gu Chen scoffed, executing a rapid kick with her right foot. Thud! The impact struck Chun Bao squarely in the chest, sending him reeling backward. Without hesitation, Gu Chen charged forward, executing a swift turn and delivering a sidekick. Thud! Chun Bao was once again sent flying by a kick, landing several meters away, coughing violently on the beach. He clutched his chest and spat out blood, indicating that Gu Chen had shown no mercy in his strikes. "This is my domain now." Gu Chen coldly addressed Shun Lang and his companions. "Will you leave, or will you stay? If you choose the latter, I would not hesitate to assist you on your way." His words carried a hint of menace, prompting Shun Lang and his companions to exchange glances before promptly releasing their hold on Chun Bao and aiding him in departing down the beach. As they left, Gu Chen caught a glimpse of Chun Bao's vengeful gaze. Once they were gone, Lu Qianyue and Wen Man rushed over to assist the two foreigners. "Thank you. Thank you." The foreigners expressed their gratitude in English, casting appreciative glances at Gu Chen. Observing the retreating figures of Chun Bao and his group, Gu Chen understood that this matter would not conclude peacefully. At that moment, a sense of lethal intent began to brew within him. He recognized that as long as those individuals remained alive, trouble would inevitably follow. However, in the presence of Lu Qianyue and Wen Man, he felt reluctant to resort to violence. "Thank you for saving us," said the foreign woman, approaching Gu Chen with a respectful bow. "Have you always lived here, or have you come from elsewhere?" Gu Chen inquired. "We woke up here," replied the foreign man, stepping forward. "We have been waiting for rescue since then." He gestured toward a pile of wood on the rocks ahead. "If we spotted a ship, we would light a signal fire. Yet to this day, no ship has passed, and no rescue has arrived." Gu Chen nodded slightly upon hearing this. "I am Will, and this is my sister," the foreigner introduced. "Her name is Tina. I was the chef on the cruise ship, and she was a waitress." "A chef?" Gu Chen remarked, assessing Will's attire with a smile. It is evident Will was still clad in his chef's uniform. "Come, I shall take you to where I reside." Will enthusiastically led Gu Chen and his companions into the woods. After walking several dozen meters, they arrived at a clearing where a shelter and a makeshift hut had been constructed. Inside the hut, wooden benches had been fashioned, and beside it stood a stone stove with a frying pan atop it, alongside a square iron can that appeared to be a container for resin. "When the cruise ship began to sink, I pulled my sister onto a lifeboat," Will recounted with a smile. "At that moment, I was still cooking a late-night meal, never expecting such a sudden turn of events." He pointed to the iron can. "Oh, I found this can in the cove above, along with this lighter and some clothes." As he spoke, he retrieved a lighter from his pocket. This lighter was discovered on the body of a deceased individual, along with the clothing. Listening to Will's lengthy discourse, Gu Chen could only stand by in silence, while Lu Qianyue and the others engaged in conversation with Tina nearby. Noticing the bird eggs in the backpack, Will smiled slightly. "Did you come from the wetlands above?" he inquired. "Indeed," Gu Chen nodded in response. "We journeyed from the island, and it took us several days to reach here." "Ha! You must be exhausted then. Allow me to prepare some fried eggs for you. Just sit back and relax." Before he finished speaking, Will began to kindle a fire in the stove with the bird eggs. Stepping outside the shelter, Gu Chen observed the forest surrounding them, littered with coconut shells, suggesting that they had been discarded after consumption. Mere minutes later, Will had successfully fried the bird eggs. "Come, it's time to enjoy the fried eggs," he said with a grin, holding the frying pan. "Unfortunately, without any seasoning, you must make do with them as they are." Chapter 37. Li Dahua's scheme beneath the forest several hundred meters below, under a massive boulder. Chun Bao lay on the ground, seething with anger. "That bastard! I must see him dead. He fights too well." Shun Lang let out a bitter laugh. "We are no match for him." "Humph! What good is his strength?" "He is but one man," Li Dahua replied in a low voice. "Once he is dead, Lu Qianyue and the others will have no choice but to follow us." Upon hearing this, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Shun Lang's eyes. The reason Lu Qianyue refused to leave with him was because of Gu Chen. Once Gu Chen was out of the picture, Lu Qianyue would return to his side. "Indeed, we cannot go back now. If we have a few beautiful women with us, even death would be worth it." He chuckled. Xiao Hao smiled lightly. "That bastard Gu Chen. He surely knows he cannot go back, which is why he clings to them. How greedy he is, not even sharing them with us, not fearing he might wear himself out." Listening to their words, Chun Bao's eyes glimmered with hostility. "Shun Lang, let us devise a plan to eliminate Gu Chen." Shun Lang pondered for a moment. To take him down openly is out of the question. "We need bows and arrows for a surprise attack. That would give us a chance." "Yes, bows and arrows," Chun Bao exclaimed with a wicked grin. "I can craft them." You two find some bamboo or wood that is flexible and resilient. We shall go at once. Xiao Hao and Li Dahua promptly stood and ventured into the forest. Sitting nearby, Luo Hong spoke up, Brother Chun, let me join you. An extra pair of hands is always beneficial. All right, go ahead. I'm fine. No need to look after me. Chun Bao gently caressed her face. Be careful. Luo Hong nodded and departed, leaving Chun Bao alone at the camp. Thoughts of Lu Qianyue's unparalleled beauty and those two adorable, lively twin sisters ignited a surge of wicked desire within him. With a grim expression, he murmured to himself, once you are dead, they will be mine. Gu Chen, you must perish. In the forest, Luo Hong was searching for flexible branches alone when suddenly a figure appeared behind her, swiftly embracing her, causing her to panic. Who? Let go of me. It's me. Keep your voice down. Li Dahua grinned mischievously. Luo Hong, I've been holding back for too long. Will you help me? Li Dahua, recognizing his voice. Luo Hong exclaimed, let me go. I am Brother Chun's woman. Aren't you afraid of him? Be careful he doesn't kill you. Brother Chun? What is he? Just someone with good skills. I'm not afraid of him. Li Dahua said coldly. You spend all your time frolicking in the woods. Have you ever considered our feelings? Don't think I don't know. I've been listening. Upon hearing this, Luo Hong's face turned crimson. Let me go. I will tell Brother Chun that you are bullying me. Wretched girl. Slap. Li Dahua turned Luo Hong's face and slapped her, cursing, still want to report me? Damn it. Today, you must give, regardless of your willingness. I want you. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Li Dahu swiftly carried Luo Hong into the woods. 10 minutes later, Luo Hong, with tear-streaked cheeks, sat on the ground, her face reflecting a profound sense of grievance as she gazed at Li Dahu, slowly rearranging her attire. Satisfied, Li Dahu, after donning his clothes, caressed her cheek and smiled faintly. How do you find it? Am I not far superior to Chengge? He chuckled. You are doomed. I shall inform Chengge. Luo Hong glared at Li Dahu with resentment. He will surely end your life. You are overthinking it, Li Dahu replied with a low chuckle. Chun Bao is presently preoccupied with those women around Lu Qianyue. You are merely his temporary plaything. To ease your mind, he still requires our assistance to deal with Gu Chen. Thus he would not dare to harm me. As for you, should you divulge our secret, he will undoubtedly distance himself from you. Only I am sincere towards you. Upon hearing this, Luo Hong's expression shifted, the sting of Li Dahu's words piercing her deeply. This matter is known only to heaven and earth, and to us alone. Li Dahu observed Luo Hong's demeanor and smiled. As long as we remain silent, no one will ever know. Rest assured, I shall treat you well from now on. Ponder over it. I shall take my leave. With that, Li Dahu exited the woods, leaving Luo Hong alone in her solitude. An hour later, Shun Lang and the others returned with some wooden sticks and branches. This won't do, Chen Bao remarked, examining the sticks on the ground, pressing them with his hands. These branches are far too brittle. They possess only a hint of resilience and elasticity, suitable for kindling but not for crafting bows. Upon hearing this, Shun Lang queried, what should we do then? This area is filled with such trees, and there are no bamboo. Indeed, we have scoured the vicinity. Xiao Hao added, should we venture deeper into the woods? Yes, we shall search within the forest. Chen Bao nodded. However, it is too late now. I will guide you tomorrow. For now, you should gather food by the seaside. I am injured and shall not accompany you. Shun Lang nodded and led Li Dahu and Xiao Hao outside. Oh, Luo Hong, what happened to your face? At that moment, Chen Bao noticed a faint handprint on Luo Hong's cheek. Oh, it's nothing. Luo Hong quickly covered her face and replied. There were too many mosquitoes in the woods. They bit my face, and I accidentally struck myself. Chen Bao, hearing this, smiled faintly. Even if it were mosquitoes, there is no need to strike yourself with such force. It pains me to see it. As he spoke, he gently stroked her face with a lewd grin, whispering, come, while they are away, let us converse about life in the woods. I have recently acquired a new skill. Before he could finish, he seized her hand and pulled her into the woods, indifferent to Luo Hong's consent, exhibiting his domineering nature. 2 minutes later, Chun Bao emerged alone, appearing quite satisfied. Expressionless, Luo Hong trailed behind, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Bao, silently pondering, all show and no substance. Meanwhile, by the seaside, Shen Lang and his companions stood in the shallow waters wielding their spears. After several days of practice, their fishing skills had significantly improved. Within half an hour, the trio managed to catch 2 sea fish and collect a few small sea snails and oysters. Brother Lang, must we acquiesce to Chen Bao's commands? Li Dahu could not contain his frustration. Who's he think he is? Just because he arrived first, he expects us to recognize him as our leader? I refuse to comply, and he constantly orders us around. Sighing softly, Shen Lang replied, "What can we do? None of us can match him in strength." With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Li Dahu leaned closer and whispered, "Brother Lang, if we were to—" Upon hearing Li Dahu's words, a spark of insight flickered in Shen Lang's eyes. Chapter 38. The unrestrained Tina. As dusk descended, the radiant hues of the sunset bathed the sea in a golden veil, transforming the waters into a shimmering tapestry. The waves crashed rhythmically upon the shore, while Gu Chen and her companions joyfully chased the tides, momentarily forgetting the fatigue of the past few days. Gu Chen stood beneath a coconut tree, sipping fresh coconut juice, his gaze tenderly resting on the girl's laughter. After frolicking for a while, Tina turned and spotted Gu Chen, her face lighting up with joy as she dashed towards him. "Hi, thank you for saving us today," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. "I heard from them that you are quite formidable, having even battled an alligator." Gu Chen regarded Tina with a hint of surprise, noting her clear articulation in the summer language. Observing his astonishment, she chuckled softly. The cruise caters to international guests, so even the staff must be proficient in several languages. "Ah, I see," Gu Chen replied, a smile gracing his lips. "No wonder your summer language is so impressive. It seems being a server is not an easy task, indeed." "You're too kind," Tina said, her head tilting slightly as she smiled, her demeanor utterly charming. With her cascading golden curls, delicate features, alabaster skin, and deep blue eyes that captivated the heart, she was a striking beauty, tall and statuesque, easily surpassing 1.7 meters, her figure alluringly curvaceous. "Hey, dinner is ready." At that moment, Will emerged, calling out to Gu Chen and the others. "Ha, let us go," Gu Chen replied with a gentle smile, walking back with Tina, their conversation light and cheerful. In the dining area, a bonfire crackled, casting a warm crimson glow around. The ground was strewn with coconut leaves, adorned with several dishes served in coconut shells. Fish, crabs, conch, mussels, and a delightful combination of sea urchin roe and kelp, accompanied by some coconut flesh. "Ha, no need for formality. Please sit down," Will said, bringing forth the final dish, grilled coconut crab. "Wow, a seafood feast," Gu Chen exclaimed as she sat down and immediately grabbed a crab to enjoy. Savoring a conch, Gu Chen smiled. "Well, I may need to borrow your iron can for a moment." "Don't even mention borrowing. Just take it." Will wave his hand cheerfully. "Everything here is at your disposal." Gu Chen picked up a coconut shell, tasting the sea urchin roe with kelp, nodding thoughtfully. Quite delightful. Sister man, you must try some." Tina watched Gu Chen converse with her brother, her gaze fixed on him, a soft smile playing on her lips. "Brother Gu Chen, I want to eat the crab legs. The shell is quite tough." Gu Chen broke off a crab leg and handed it to Gu Chen, who skillfully used his knife to crack it open before passing it back. As darkness enveloped the sky, the stars twinkled into view, and the moon ascended, casting its serene glow. "Ha, I'm off to sleep now that night has fallen. You all enjoy your conversation," Will announced, getting up and lying down on the ground to the left. Within moments, the sound of his gentle snores filled the air. After a brief conversation, one man and Gu Chen, along with a few others, retreated to the sanctuary where Tina resided to rest. Although the space was somewhat cramped, it was still sufficient for them to find repose. This evening, they were determined to rest well, as the past few days had indeed taken a toll on them. Gu Chen glanced at the sky, rose to his feet, and, clutching a metal canister, ventured out to the seaside illuminated by the moonlight, swiftly returning with a jar of seawater for boiling. His objective was clear: to extract sea salt, which he would subsequently dissolve, filter, and refine into edible salt upon his return. The wait proved rather tedious, so Gu Chen kept himself occupied by crafting a torch and heading back to the shore. Standing in the water, he gazed into the distance, and at that moment, he felt a gentle brush against his foot. Small fish had unknowingly swum close. How curious. He pondered, what brings so many fish here? Perhaps the flickering light had attracted them. These fish were quite diminutive, some no larger than 2 fingers. Yet they swam in abundance around him. Gu Chen recalled a video he had seen in the past, where fishermen, in pursuit of a bountiful catch, would use torches at night to lure schools of fish. It appeared this method was indeed effective, as clusters of tiny fish danced at his feet. However, catching them by hand would prove futile. A fishing net would be necessary. After a while, the torch burned out, prompting Gu Chen to return to his shelter. As the hours ticked by the late night, he had successfully produced a modest amount of sea salt, which he carefully stored in a bamboo tube. It is time for rest, he sighed, stretching languidly before lying down on a bed of coconut leaves. Uncertain of how long he had slumbered, he was stirred from his drowsiness by the sensation of being watched. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Tina smiling at him. Has dawn arrived? Gu Chen inquired, rubbing his eyes as he surveyed his surroundings. Only a faint moonlight graced the area. Daylight had yet to break. Not quite, Tina replied with a gentle smile. There are still at least 2 hours until sunrise. I wake up at this hour every day. Come, let me take you for a swim. Before Gu Chen could respond, Tina had already taken his hand, leading him toward the shoreline. Under the soft moonlight, the waves lapped gently against the beach. Tina shed her clothing, leaving only her white undergarments as she waded into the sea. Her flawless figure was laid bare before Gu Chen's gaze. Come in, Tina beckoned from the water, which reached her chest. Gu Chen, unable to resist the invitation, smiled and disrobed, stepping into the ocean alongside her. They frolicked in the water, occasionally diving down to depths of 5 or 6 meters, reveling in their merriment. Look, I caught a conch, Tina exclaimed, floating atop the water, proudly displaying the large shell to Gu Chen. Impressive, he replied, swimming closer, their eyes meeting in a delightful exchange. Gazing into Gu Chen's eyes, Tina tossed aside the conch shell and wrapped her arms around his neck, slowly leaning in for a kiss. Gu Chen was taken aback. He was aware that many foreign beauties were quite open, yet he did not anticipate Tina's boldness. He fervently reciprocated her affection, and they were soon engulfed in a passionate embrace. As they kissed, they drifted back to the shallow waters, Gu Chen's fervor surging uncontrollably. Unable to suppress the fire within him, he pressed himself against Tina. Half an hour later, they lay on the beach, Tina resting her head on Gu Chen's chest, gazing at the moon poised to descend. Let us go back, she suggested. We must rise early tomorrow. Indeed, Gu Chen replied, gently kissing her cheek. Tina nodded slightly, donned her clothing, and together they returned to the shelter. Chapter 39. A few words to scare them away? The following day, at the break of dawn, the surrounding woods were alive with the cacophony of birdsong. The sky had taken on a gloomy hue, and was mending the roof with coconut leaves. Judging by the weather, it seemed rain was imminent. The somewhat portly Will remarked nonchalantly, the last typhoon swept away everything around us. Fortunately, we found refuge in a cave within the woods. Gu Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, the weather on this island is quite unpredictable. Alas, I had hoped for a swift rescue. Once the work was completed, Will approached with a coconut in hand and sat down, stating, who would have thought that so much time has passed without even a glimpse of a ship? He understood that they were trapped on this deserted island, and if help were to arrive, it would have done so by now. Gu Chen were heading outside. At that moment, when Man announced as she walked over, accompanied by Lu Qianqian and a few others. The bow and arrows crafted were remarkably exquisite. Upon seeing the arrows on the ground, Will picked one up and marveled. 2 bamboo strips joined together, and this string, woven from vine bark, quite impressive. Gu Chen smiled slightly in response. It is nothing of great significance. No, Will shook his head. Few possess the skill to craft a bow and arrows by hand. Gu Chen merely smiled, continuing to fashion the spear in his hands. Brother Gu Chen, they are back again. Just as Lu Qianqian finished her spear, she rushed in, exclaiming, those troublemakers have returned. Troublemakers? Gu Chen instantly recognized them as Chun Bao and his group, promptly rising to grab his bow and spear, following Lu Qianqian outside. What brings you here? He questioned. Are you joking? This isn't yours. We came to fish, is that a problem? One of them retorted. Exactly. Do you think the sea belongs to you? As they stepped outside, they overheard Wen Man and her companions arguing with Chun Bao's group. Upon noticing Gu Chen's approach, Chun Bao and his cohorts fell silent, a hint of fear evident in their demeanor. What is going on? Gu Chen advanced, casting a cold glare at Chun Bao and his companions. What are you doing here? Is your body itching again? Do you need me to help you loosen your bones? Though Chun Bao felt a surge of anger, he concealed it, replying, We just came here to fish. Is that not permissible? We haven't disturbed you. Disturb us? Your mere presence here has already interrupted our peace. While I'm still in a good mood, I suggest you leave promptly. Gu Chen retorted. Li Dahu, hearing this, angrily challenged. On what grounds? This isn't yours. Why should you stop us from coming here? Simply because my fists are larger. Gu Chen coldly regarded Li Da, whose icy stare caused him to instinctively take 2 steps back. Have I not made it clear that this is under my authority? Gu Chen continued. Or do you think my words are merely whispers in the wind? You, Dahu. Li Dahua intended to say something further, but was halted by Shen Lang, who cast a glance at Lu Qianyuan and declared, Let us depart. No sooner had he spoken than Shen Lang led Li Dahua and Xiao Hao away. Chun Bao, witnessing this, muttered a curse under his breath. Bah, cowardly wretches. Luo Hong, let us go. As Shen Lang and his companions exited, Lu Qianqian swiftly clutched Gu Chen's arm, exclaiming with delight, Brother Gu Chen, you were magnificent. With just a few words, you frightened them away. All right, you all may continue with your pursuits. I shall venture into the sea now. Gu Chen affectionately patted Lu Qianqian's head before making his way towards the rocks with his spear. Let's head to the shallow waters above. There are small sea snails there. Tina approached with a smile, suggesting, Let us catch some to bring back. Wen Man nodded, and the group followed Tina upwards. I will not go. I wish to stay with Brother Gu Chen. Upon finishing her words, Lu Qianqian dashed towards Gu Chen. In the woods, Li Dahua vented his fury by striking the tree trunk several times. Let us retreat into the forest. Once we acquire bows and arrows, it will be his demise. Chun Bao cast a cold glance at Shen Lang and his companions, grasping Luo Hong's hand as they walked deeper into the woods. Once Gu Chen is gone, it will be your turn. Watching Chun Bao's departing figure, Li Dahua inwardly mused. At that time, they shall all belong to me. Mine. Gu Chen stood atop a massive rock and leaped into the sea, causing splashes of water to erupt, submerging himself at a depth of 7 to 8 meters. He was greeted by a myriad of colorful fish. Among the coral reefs, an abundance of seaweed flourished, while a sergeant major fish diligently tended to its garden, removing any sea urchins that ventured too close. As he swam among the coral, he spotted a vibrant eel, its beauty striking. Gu Chen's gaze swept through the crevices of the coral, searching for lobsters hidden within. Although he did not find any lobsters, he did discover several palm-sized scallops. Seizing the scallops, he swam upward, needing to surface for air. Brother Gu Chen, spotting him break the surface, Lu Qianqian waved her hands eagerly. Hearing her voice, Gu Chen swam over and handed her a scallop, saying, Take this. I shall dive once more. With that, he plunged back beneath the waves. Lu Qianqian placed the scallop on a flat surface, patiently awaiting his return. After a few minutes, Gu Chen resurfaced, this time with a large lobster impaled on his spear. Wow, a big lobster! Lu Qianqian exclaimed in excitement. Let us return. After donning his clothes, he departed with Lu Qianqian. Initially, he intended to collect some large sea urchins, but the lack of a suitable container prevented him from doing so. Upon returning to the camp, he presented the lobster and scallops to Will before taking a dagger and heading into the woods. Shortly after, he emerged carrying a bundle of tree bark, which he placed inside the shelter. Such large scallops and lobsters could only be found on the ocean floor. Will chuckled lightly. It seems you are quite adept at diving. Though I possess some swimming skills, I dare not plunge into the depths of the ocean. Oh, it's nothing. After a few more attempts, you shall find your courage. Gu Chen replied with a faint smile. Are you afraid of encountering sharks? Indeed, Will candidly nodded. Once, as I descended into the water, I came face to face with a shark. Ever since that incident, I have harbored a fear of the water. You cannot imagine. That shark swam towards me, mouth agape, and I was so petrified that I stood frozen in place. Fortunately, my friend pulled me up. Their laughter resonated as Gu Chen and Lu Qianqian listened to Will's tale. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed from beyond the sea, and dark clouds began to gather ominously. "It's going to rain. Let us collect some rainwater," Will remarked, glancing at the gathering storm. He placed several empty shells outside to catch the rain and retrieve the firewood that had been drying in the open. "It's raining. Hurry." At that moment, Tina and one man rushed back indoors. Chapter 40. Encountering a conspiracy with a resounding clap of thunder, rain droplets as large as copper coins cascaded from the heavens, accompanied by gusts of sea breeze. While Will busied himself with culinary endeavors, Gu Chen sat beside the campfire, meticulously weaving bark and vines. He glanced at the iron pot on the stove and said, "Qianqian, keep an eye on the water in the pot. Inform me if it runs dry." "All right," Lu Qianqian promptly replied, moving to sit beside the pot and adding a few more pieces of firewood. Meanwhile, when Man and her companions, engaged in light conversation, noticed Gu Chen skillfully crafting a vine net and approached with curiosity. Tina picked it up and inquired, "What are you making?" "A net," Gu Chen replied with a subtle smile. "It is for fishing." Upon hearing this, surprise flickered across Tina's face. "Fishing? The ocean is vast, and you have no boat. How do you intend to catch fish?" "You will find out in due time," Gu Chen chuckled, his hands continuing their rhythmic work without hesitation. To enhance his chances of catching fish, he deliberately wove the net tightly, ensuring that no fish could escape through the small openings. In a moment of boredom, one man picked up some vines and began to weave alongside Gu Chen, soon joined by Lu Qianwei. "Come, let us eat before we continue," she suggested with a playful smile. At that moment, Will approached with a platter of freshly cooked scallops and lobsters, accompanied by small sea snails, oysters, and crabs. "Open wide," Tina urged, carefully offering a piece of scallop meat to Gu Chen, who smiled and took a hearty bite. Lu Qianwei observed the two, her brow furrowing in confusion. When had they become so intimate? When Man cast a glance at Tina, her expression remaining inscrutable. "By the way, is the water in the pot seawater?" Will inquired, cracking open a crab and looking toward Gu Chen. "Are you, perhaps, boiling sea salt? Isn't that inedible?" "Indeed, it is sea salt," Gu Chen confirmed with a gentle nod. "While it cannot be consumed directly, it can be used to cure certain meats." "Oh, you have quite the plan," Will remarked with a slight smile, pleasantly surprised by Gu Chen's ingenuity. "Rainy days are perfect for an afternoon nap," he added, rising after the meal. "I shall take a rest. Call for me if needed." Gu Chen nodded with a smile, returning to his weaving. Lu Qianqian glanced outside, her eyes sparkling with mischief, and whispered, "Manjia, we haven't bathed in days. Shall we step out and enjoy the rain?" Lu Qianwei, alarmed, responded, "Won't we catch a cold?" "A brief shower should be fine. Come on," one man replied, standing and stepping outside, clothes and all. Within moments, their garments were soaked, and they busily scrubbed their bodies with their hands. The alluring curves of their figures were now fully exposed to Gu Chen's gaze. "All right, let us return before we catch a cold," one man called out after approximately 10 minutes, urging Lu Qianqian and the others to head back. Returning to the shelter, a pile of firewood was ignited outside to dry the clothes. Time passed slowly, and after 2 hours, the rain outside began to diminish. Gu Chen had also finished weaving a vine net, measuring 3 meters in length and 2 meters in width. Observing the net, he felt it would suffice. Glancing towards the shelter, he noticed when Man and the others lying on the ground, fast asleep. As the rain subsided, Gu Chen ventured alone to the seaside, gazing out at the vast ocean. The sky above was dark, but a crack in the clouds allowed a beam of sunlight to pierce through. Strolling along the beach, he gradually descended, savoring the breathtaking scenery. Upon reaching a bend, he continued downward, where the area was strewn with rocks. Suddenly, he caught sight of Chun Bao and his companions sneaking into the woods at the edge of the forest. What were they up to? Gu Chen furrowed his brow and murmured to himself, "I should go take a look." With that, he stealthily slipped into the thicket on his right, moving closer to observe. Do not underestimate them. Outside the shelter in the woods, Chun Bao held a venomous snake and addressed Shen Lang and the others. "This is a king cobra. A single bite from it will send you to meet your ancestors. Luo Hong, hand me that water bottle you found. Hearing this, Luo Hong picked up the bottle, trembling, and cautiously passed it over. Why are you giving it to the who? Give it to me. Chen Bao shot a glare at Luo Hong before turning to Li De, who, you take the bottle and seal the opening with a piece of cloth. Li De, who complied, tearing a piece of cloth from his pocket to seal the bottle. Place it on the ground and don't touch it. Obeying Chen Bao's command, Li De, who set the bottle down, steadying it with his hand. Chen Bao positioned the king cobra's head near the bottle's opening and pried its mouth open, allowing it to bite the cloth. Instantly, the snake's venom squirted from its fangs into the bottle. After extracting the venom, Chen Bao drew a short dagger from his waist and swiftly severed the snake's head. Haha, as long as we coat the arrowhead with this venom, even a mere scratch will suffice. Once it bleeds, the venom will seep into the victim's body. Raising the bottle to inspect the snake's poison, Chen Bao smirked. At that point, even a deity descending from the heavens wouldn't be able to save him. Shen Lang, roast the snake, we must not waste it. I'll go fashion some bows and arrows. With that, he dashed into the woods, still clutching the water bottle. Hidden in the foliage, Gu Chen overheard their conversation. Venom? He pondered, could they be plotting against me? There were no others around. Aside from him, Gu Chen could not fathom whom else Chen Bao might target. At that moment, he had already sentenced Chen Bao to death in his mind. Casting a glance at Shen Lang and the others, he quietly retreated, leaving the woods behind. They wish to kill me? Huh. Walking along the beach, Gu Chen coldly chuckled. I shall ensure you do not see the sun rise tomorrow. Back in the shed, Will and Wen Man were extracting the flesh from the coconut shells. Gu Chen, you're back. Where have you been? Tina exclaimed joyfully, rushing over with a piece of coconut meat and offering it to his lips. Gu Chen smiled faintly and accepted the offering. Lu Qianyue cast a glance at the two and whispered, Hey, Manjia, Tina seems a bit off today. Why is she being so nice to Gu Chen? How would I know? You should ask her, Wen Man replied nonchalantly. Perhaps she has taken a liking to him. Aren't you jealous? Lu Qianyue blurted out without a moment's hesitation. Jealous of what? Wen Man smiled gently. He is not someone I have any claim over. Hearing her words, Lu Qianyue looked at her in confusion, pondering. Not someone you have any claim over? What about that night? Unable to make sense of it, Lu Qianyue shook her head and picked up a piece of coconut meat to eat. Chapter 41. Night fishing as dusk descended. Wen Man and her 5 companions frolicked joyfully along the shoreline, chasing the waves. Will wielded a spear, diligently searching the crevices of the rocky seabed for hidden seafood. Gu Chen sat beneath a coconut tree, admiring the vibrant hues of the evening sky, patiently awaiting the arrival of night. A lizard crept near, which Gu Chen swiftly captured with one hand. This particular species was common in the woods and quite palatable when roasted. Brother Gu Chen, Lu Qianqian, clad in a thin garment, dashed over and clung to his arm with her petite frame. Let us go play together. You all go ahead, Gu Chen replied with a gentle smile. Just be cautious and don't wander too far. Upon hearing Gu Chen's refusal to join, Lu Qianqian pouted. If you're not going, then neither will I. I'll stay here with you. Gu Chen chuckled softly, stroking her head as she nestled comfortably between his legs. Time passed swiftly. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the brilliant sunset faded. As darkness approached, Gu Chen constructed a wooden frame from branches in the shallows, layering it with sticks and placing some dry grass and firewood atop. He then set the vine net nearby, piquing the curiosity of Will and Wen Man, who were left wondering about the purpose of his actions. As night enveloped the scene, Gu Chen instructed Lu Qianqian and her sister to ascend slightly and ignite the torches while directing Wen Man and Tina to stand at either end of the wooden frame. Remaining still, he ignited the firewood on the frame and whispered to them, Do not move. When I call, you must immediately lift the net. Wen Man and Tina nodded in response, standing motionless in the water. Soon, the flames blazed brilliantly, illuminating the surrounding area. Gradually, small fish began to appear in the water, drawn by the light, their numbers increasing. Watching the tiny fish swim closer, Wen Man and Tina exchanged astonished glances. Before long, a large school of small fish gathered within the net, with a few larger fish also attracted by the glow. Unable to contain their excitement, Wen Man and Tina were eager to act. Quick, pull up the net, Gu Chen commanded, and they promptly bent down to grasp the net and hoist it upwards. The fish, unable to escape, became ensnared within it. Gu Chen rushed over, helping to lift both sides of the net as they made their way back to shore. "Oh my goodness, so many fish," Will exclaimed in astonishment. "This method is brilliant. He caught so many at once." They laid the net on the beach, where the lively fish flopped about. Lu Qianqian and her sister, along with Lu Qianyue, gleefully collected them into a basket. The haul amounted to nearly 100 small fish, along with 2 larger specimens. This method is truly effective. We need not worry about having no fish to eat in the future. With admiration etched on her face, Tina approached Gu Chen and affectionately kissed his cheek. "All right, let us take the fish back," Gu Chen smiled, as Will effortlessly carry the basket away. The fish that leave the embrace of the sea soon perish. Thus, upon returning to the shelter, Gu Chen meticulously extracted the innards of the small fish with a dagger, threading them through the gills with slender vines, and suspended them beneath the eaves to dry, intending to sun them the following day. By the time he finished hanging the fish, it was already past 8 in the evening. "The fish soup is ready," Will exclaimed with a chuckle. "Let us indulge a bit before sleep. It will help us rest more soundly." He combined the 2 large fish with several smaller ones to prepare a tin of fish soup. "Gu Chen, with your method of fishing, we shall be able to dry a substantial amount of fish," Will remarked, settling down with a smile. "This way, we need not fear a shortage of food." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen chuckled lightly. "Well, have you considered that there is no fresh water nearby? Relying solely on rainwater is insufficient." "Ah, I am aware of that." Will sighed after taking a sip of the fish soup. "The water from the wetlands, even when boiled, is undrinkable due to the abundance of insects and bacteria. Consuming it in excess could lead to dire consequences. Coconut water is not a viable alternative either. Fortunately, rain does come occasionally, allowing us to collect some for drinking." Upon listening to Will, Gu Chen spoke up. "In a few days, we plan to return. Would you like to join us?" "Return?" Will paused in surprise. "You mean to the interior of the island?" "Indeed," Gu Chen nodded. "You should know that rescue is unlikely to arrive. The coconuts here will last at most a week. Without them, if it does not rain for a week, you'll have to leave this place." Will pondered Gu Chen's words and realized the situation was indeed as he described. "Brother, let us depart together," Tina interjected from her seat, eager to join the conversation. "Rest assured, we will make time to visit the seaside," Gu Chen replied with a gentle smile. "Even if rescue arrives, upon seeing the shelter and the pile of firewood, they will know someone has been here. They will surely search the island for us." "You're correct," Will nodded thoughtfully. "Well, since Tina has agreed, we shall accompany you." Gu Chen felt a surge of joy upon Will's agreement. As the cook, he would simply hand over the game upon their return, relieving him of any burdens. Furthermore, he reflected on his relationship with Tina. Now that they had shared such intimacy, she was undeniably his. "May I inquire if there is food within the island?" Will asked after a moment's contemplation. "With so many of us, our daily food requirements are considerable." "Do not worry," Gu Chen reassured him, patting his shoulder with a smile. "From now on, you will handle cooking and preparing the game. I will take care of the food situation." "Ha, that is absolutely no problem." Will laughed heartily. "Handling food and cooking is my forte." After chatting for a while, Will decided to return to his rest, while one man and the other women finished their fish soup and also retired for the night. At that moment, the crescent moon emerged, surrounded by a tapestry of stars, heralding another day of splendid weather ahead. As the night deepened, Gu Chen stepped outside alone, settling beneath a coconut tree, listening to the soothing sound of the waves. At that moment, someone approached from behind and covered his eyes with a hand. Gu Chen gently removed the hand and turned to discover it was Wen Man. "Is it you?" he inquired. Wen Man smiled faintly in response. "What? Did you think it was Tina? I only sneaked out after they fell asleep." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen merely chuckled. Initially, he did indeed think it was Tina. Wen Man gazed at Gu Chen, then boldly sat on his lap, caressing his face with tender eyes. Gu Chen, with a mischievous grin, embraced Wen Man and leaned in for a kiss. Moments later, the two became passionately entwined. After half an hour, Wen Man lay across Gu Chen's legs, her face flushed, breathing slightly unevenly. You should head back now. I want to sit here alone for a while. All right, she nodded. Retreating inside, Gu Chen cast his gaze downward, murmuring, "It is time to resolve matters with you all." Chapter 42. Chun Bao's despair in the dead of night. Under a hazy moonlight, the sound of crashing waves echoed as Gu Chen slowly made his way down. At this moment, outside the makeshift shelter where Chun Bao and his companions sought refuge, the campfire had nearly extinguished. "Hush, Luo Hong, Luo Hong." Noticing that Shen Lang and Xiao Hao were fast asleep, Lida Hu quietly crouched at the entrance of a shelter and tugged at Luo Hong's foot. Who is it?" Luo Hong murmured sleepily. Lida Hu quickly tugged again, whispering, "It's me, wake up. I need to discuss something urgent with you." Upon recognizing Lida Hu's voice, Luo Hong immediately sat up and glanced at Chun Bao, who was soundly asleep beside her. Only then did she exhale in relief. She stepped out of the shelter and softly inquired, "What is it at this hour? Couldn't it wait until morning?" "Oh, it's urgent. Come with me." Lida Hu promptly took Luo Hong's hand and led her into the woods. Not long after they departed, Gu Chen entered, surveying his surroundings. He noticed Chun Bao deep in slumber, and about 5 to 6 meters away, Shen Lang and Xiao Hao were also asleep. But Lida Hu and the woman were nowhere to be found. Gu Chen presumed they were nestled at the far end of the shelter. Thus he thought little of it. To perish in one's dreams could indeed be considered a form of fortune, he mused with a smirk. Drawing his dagger from his belt, he approached the shelter with a murderous glint in his eyes. Upon entering, he beheld Chun Bao's face. Without uttering a word, he raised the dagger and plunged it toward his chest. "Who?" Chun Bao, alert as a bodyguard ought to be, sensed the impending danger and jolted awake, only to find Gu Chen lunging at him. With a swift movement, Chun Bao evaded the lethal strike, yet the dagger found its mark in his arm, forcing him to retaliate with a punch. Gu Chen raised his left hand to block, swiftly withdrawing the dagger and exiting the shelter. Quite alert, I see. Standing outside, he watched as Chun Bao emerged, clutching his arm, a cold smile creeping across his face. "But do you believe this will spare your life? Gu Chen, what are you doing here?" At that moment, Shen Lang and Xiao Hao were roused by the commotion. Upon recognizing Gu Chen, they quickly grabbed wooden sticks, pointing them at him. Noticing the trio, Gu Chen offered a slight smile. "I came here, of course, to eliminate you. Did you think I approached merely for idle chatter? Eliminate us?" Shen Lang exclaimed in disbelief. "Why? We merely had a few minor disagreements." Minor disagreements?" Gu Chen scoffed, his voice cold. "Do not assume I am unaware of your discussions earlier today about how to dispose of me, even resorting to snake venom." "What?" The three were taken aback, staring incredulously at Gu Chen. "How did he come to know of this? What? Have you conceded?" Gu Chen's chilling smile widened as he radiated an air of menace. "Now, do you believe you deserve to live? Do not claim I am denying you a chance. Come at me together. Gu Chen, murder is a crime. Kill us, and you shall meet the same fate." Xiao Hao trembled as he spoke. "If you leave now, we can pretend nothing has happened." Standing silently beside him, Chun Bao tore a strip from his clothing to bandage his wounded arm and staunch the bleeding. Law." Gu Chen laughed heartily here. "I am the law." No sooner had he spoken than he spun the dagger in his hand and lunged at the three. "Let us fight." Shen Lang gritted his teeth and swung a wooden stick fiercely at Gu Chen's head, while Xiao Hao followed suit with a sweeping strike. Gu Chen dodged to the right and kicked Xiao Hao's stick from his grasp. With a swift turn, he executed a move akin to a dragon's tail, sending Xiao Hao crashing into a tree trunk, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, Chun Bao, with a fierce expression, brandished an eagle-clawed dagger and lunged at Gu Chen with ruthless precision, targeting his vital spots. Gu Chen evaded while retreating, his gaze fixed on Chun Bao, waiting for an opening. Clang! He parried with his dagger and swiftly drew it across Chun Bao's wrist. Chun Bao cried out as the dagger slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Thud! As he attempted to retreat, Gu Chen seized the moment to kick him down. Chun Bao hit the ground, but immediately sprang back up, lunging at Gu Chen once more. Seeing Chun Bao's assault, Gu Chen thrust his dagger forward. In that instant, Chun Bao deftly evaded the strike, positioning himself behind Gu Chen, wrapping his arms and legs tightly around him. Quick, kill him. Securing Gu Chen, Chun Bao shouted to Shun Lang and the approaching Xiao Hao. If we don't kill him, we will all perish. Hurry. Shun Lang exchanged a glance with Xiao Hao, and they immediately turned to flee into the woods. They knew that if they did not escape, they would die here tonight. In truth, Li Dahu and Luo Hong had been hiding in the trees, watching their struggle, too frightened to intervene. Upon seeing Shun Lang and Xiao Hao dash into the forest, Li Dahu quickly pulled Luo Hong to follow suit. Damn, you scoundrels won't meet a good end. Chun Bao cursed furiously as he witnessed their escape. Ha! Gu Chen shouted, breaking free from Chun Bao's grasp, causing him to tumble to the ground. Yet, as soon as he landed, he scrambled back up, clinging to Gu Chen's foot. Let go! Gu Chen, infuriated, delivered a kick to Chun Bao's head, the pain forcing him to release his grip. Coughing, Chun Bao fell to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his expression one of agony. Gu Chen pursued into the woods, only to find that Shun Lang and the others had vanished. It was night, and although the moonlight cast a faint glow, the forest was dark and fraught with danger. After a moment's contemplation, he returned to Chun Bao and delivered a swift strike to render him unconscious. Searching the shelter, he discovered 2 bows and arrows along with a bottle of mineral water. The bow, crafted with a lack of finesse, was carelessly discarded by Gu Chen, while he thoughtfully pocketed the water bottle, aware that it contained venom from a snake. Upon stepping onto the ground outside, he picked up the eagle-clawed dagger, examined it briefly, and then secured it at his waist. With determination, he seized the unconscious Chun Bao by his clothing and dragged him toward the shore. Coughing, when Chun Bao regained consciousness, he found himself bound by vines to 2 wooden poles. Gu Chen, what are you planning to do? Chun Bao exclaimed in terror. Release me. With a faint smile, Gu Chen replied, I'm merely escorting you home. You should be grateful. Not everyone possesses such kindness. No sooner had he spoken than he thrust the wooden poles outward, sending them into the depths of the sea. Gu Chen, Gu Chen. Chun Bao's hoarse cries diminished into silence, observing the vanishing wooden structure. Gu Chen's expression remained impassive. He would show no mercy to those who sought to harm him. Chapter 43. The tide. Upon returning to the shelter, Gu Chen added a few logs to the campfire and lay down on the ground to sleep. In the depths of the forest, under the faint moonlight, Shun Lang and his companions, breathless, reached a sunken hollow and glanced back cautiously. Xiao Hao inhaled deeply and whispered, They shouldn't be pursuing us, right? Surely not, Shun Lang replied, shaking his head as he sat on the ground. If they were coming after us, they would have caught up by now. Li Dahu, still somewhat anxious, intermittently looked around. After a while, relieved by the silence, he relaxed. What do we do now? He asked quietly. Should we head back to the beach? Return? Are you seeking death? Shun Lang shot Li Dahu a glare and stated solemnly, Chun Bao has undoubtedly fallen into peril by now. With that, he surveyed the surroundings. We will wait here until dawn. Once the sun rises, we shall venture further in and find a secure place to settle. Xiao Hao and Li Dahu nodded in agreement. It seemed they had no other choice. The following morning, the sun shone brilliantly in a cloudless sky, its rays filtering through the treetops and casting light upon the shelter. When Wei Er awoke, he took the fish that had been hanging from the eaves and laid them out to dry. By the time Gu Chen stirred, he found himself alone. Stepping out towards the beach, he spotted Wen Man and the other 4 girls following Wei Er in the rocky area below. Gu Chen, over here. Lu Shanshan waved at him from the rock formations. Gu Chen smiled gently and made his way over. How was the catch, Wei Er? He inquired, grinning as he approached. Did you manage to find anything rare? No, Wei Er replied, shaking his head with a chuckle. But I did catch a few large blue crabs. Gu Chen smiled at this and began to wander among the rocks. The surfaces were teeming with small, spicy snails, densely clustered yet too diminutive to entice even Lu Qianqian and her sister to collect them. Hey, Gu Chen, come look. Is this a fish? Lu Qianyue called out from her crouched position as she spotted Gu Chen approaching. Gu Chen moved closer, reaching into the water and swiftly pulling out a fish. This is a sand tiger fish, renowned for its exquisite flavor. Let us keep it, he declared, tossing it into a metal can before picking up two sizable mussels nearby. Gu Chen and her sister were on the right side, rummaging through stones with Tina in search of small sea snails. Gu Chen explored numerous crevices, finding stone crabs and some sizable white sand clams. Despite their size, he seized the stone crabs directly, noting their delightful taste. After half an hour, the metal can brimmed with seafood, while Tina had also gathered numerous small scallops, sea snails, and oysters, storing them in her backpack. "Let us head back," Wei Er called from above, prompting Gu Chen and his companions to depart from the rocky area. Upon returning to the shed, Will promptly attended to the seafood. The oysters were notably large, placed beneath an iron can, followed by a pot filled with crabs and small conchs. A few sand tiger fish and bighead fish were chosen by Will to be pan-fried. After approximately half an hour of cooking, Gu Chen poured the seafood from the iron can onto a coconut leaf. The group settled down to indulge in the feast of seafood, cracking open the crab shells to savor the rich crab roe within. Delicious. It would have been even better with soy sauce and wasabi. Indeed, a few bottles of beer would enhance the experience. Haha. Hey, don't toss those shells around. Gather them together to be discarded into the sea later. When Man and the others chatted and laughed, Tina, after consuming a few crabs, lost interest. For her, seafood had become monotonous, unless some rare variety might capture her attention. Once Gu Chen had his fill, he took the iron can to the shore to collect seawater for further salt production. He instructed Gu Chen to tend to the fire while he ventured outside to gather a few coconuts. "Will, we're running low on coconuts. Some aren't even ripe yet. It seems we need to return sooner than planned." Back in the shed, Gu Chen remarked to Will, "We've also run out of rainwater. Now, with 6 of us, we must consume ample water daily to meet our bodily needs. A lack of water could lead to discomfort." Will nodded in acknowledgement. "Oh, when do you intend to leave?" Gu Chen pondered. "The day after tomorrow, perhaps." "Huh, as you wish," replied Will, patting his shoulder with a smile before wandering into the woods. With a sigh, Gu Chen muttered to himself, "It appears I shall be tirelessly producing sea, salt day, and night for the next couple of days." By midday, when Man and her companions were frolicking on the beach, while Gu Chen strolled alone upwards. At the beach's end, rocky formations rose, rugged and uneven, making traversal quite challenging. Behind lay lush, low shrubs, dense and likely difficult to navigate. Upon reaching the stones in the sea, he stood observing the surging waves. After a while, he turned away, for there was little of interest to behold. In the afternoon, Gu Chen constructed a wooden frame in the shallow waters, preparing to fish by firelight that evening. Upon returning to the shed, he found Gu Chen holding a bottle of mineral water, peering inside at the snake venom. "Chen, put that down." Gu Chen hurried over, retrieving the bottle. "This is snake venom. It mustn't be handled carelessly. If you have any cuts on your hands and come into contact with it, you're done for." Gu Chen muttered, "I thought it was drinkable." "It's not. Go outside and play." Gu Chen waved her off, encouraging her to join when Man and the others. He then placed the mineral water bottle securely on the roof of the shed. Once Gu Chen departed, Gu Chen was left alone on the ground, continuing the salt production. Time passed swiftly, and as evening approached, Will and the others returned with more seafood. After feasting, darkness enveloped the landscape, and Gu Chen led the group once again to the shallow waters. This time, there was no need for him to instruct. When Man and the others instinctively understood what to do, the campfire was ignited, and the flickering flames quickly attracted a multitude of fish. When Man and Tina were well prepared, after approximately 10 minutes, the net was brimming with numerous small sea fish. Exchanging a glance, when Man and Tina promptly bent down to pull the net up and hurried towards the shore. "Hee, tonight's catch exceeds last night's," Gu Chen remarked with a slight smile, observing the lively little fish. "There must be at least 100. Let us return and prepare a fish soup," said Wei Er, beaming with joy as he joined Gu Chen in carrying the basket back. Upon returning to the shelter, Wei Er busied himself with cooking fish soup while Gu Chen and the others sat on the ground, meticulously preparing the small fish. After nearly an hour of diligent work, they finally strung the fish up and hung them properly. Sipping the fish soup, Gu Chen shared some insights about their current circumstances with Wen Man and the others. "Why not leave the day after tomorrow? We could return tomorrow at noon instead. After all, we have grown weary of our activities here. Indeed, I too wish to return. After several days of seafood, my stomach feels quite unsettled when Man and Lu Qian chimed in eagerly, with even Lu Qian and her sister expressing their desire to head back sooner. Hearing their sentiments, Gu Chen nodded slightly. Very well. Then we shall depart tomorrow at noon. Chapter 44. The return on the following morning. As dawn broke, Gu Chen, with dark circles under his eyes, continued to prepare sea salt. You should rest for a while. I can handle the cooking, Will suggested, noticing Gu Chen's exhausted state. All right, wake me up by noon. Gu Chen nodded and lay down nearby, quickly succumbing to slumber. To avoid disturbing Gu Chen, when Man and the others ventured out to the beach for some leisure, Lu Qianyue climbed atop a large rock, gazing blankly at the vast ocean. What's on your mind? Missing home? Just then, Tina joined her on the rock, chuckling softly. When I first arrived here, I was just like you, standing on the rocks every day, staring out at the sea. As days turned into weeks, hope transitioned into disappointment. Huh. Observing Tina's smile, Lu Qianyue remarked, I see no trace of disappointment on your face. Sigh. Compared to other tourists, we are fortunate, Tina replied. At least we are alive, aren't we? As long as we live, we have the chance to leave. Frowning will only entrap you in despair. By the way, have you read Robinson Crusoe? We are akin to him. Only luckier, he was alone. Robinson Crusoe? Lu Qianyue pondered. I've heard of it, but never read it. Huh. In truth, we are like Robinson. Tina twirled her hair with a laugh. He lived on the island for 28 years and 2 months before finally escaping. 28 years? Lu Qianyue gasped, her eyes wide in astonishment. Alone? Surviving on an island for that long? Yes, and he eventually rescued a native, Tina nodded. He built a shelter, cultivated crops, and tamed animals. I truly admire him. Lu Qianyue paused, intrigued. And there were natives? Indeed, Tina smiled subtly. Not only natives, but entire tribes. The mention of natives conjured vivid images from a chilling film Lu Qianyue had seen, titled Cannibal, with its gruesome and horrifying scenes flashing through her mind, sending shivers down her spine. She glanced around cautiously and whispered, Do you think there could be natives on this island as well? Who knows? Tina shook her head. My brother and I have yet to encounter any. If we did, you wouldn't find us here. Hey, come down and pack up. We're leaving soon. When Man called out to the two. Let us go, Tina said, leaping off the rock and heading towards the campsite. Upon returning to the shelter, when Man and the others began to pack up, placing the sun-dried fish into their baskets, along with bamboo tubes and sea salt. By noon, when Man roused Gu Chen, Wall prepared some fish soup to ensure everyone was well fed before their journey. A nap feels delightful, Gu Chen stretched. As when Man served him a bowl of fish soup. After everyone had their fill, they tidied up and prepared to leave, with Tina casting a lingering glance at the shelter. Let us go. We can return another time. Gu Chen gently patted her shoulder before stepping outside. Exiting the woods, the group ascended, making their way back to the thicket they had previously emerged from, where they soon found themselves in the wetland. Gu Chen, carrying a backpack and wielding a bamboo spear, took the lead, navigating the familiar path. Once they departed the wetland, they entered the forest. Gu Chen, is the place you mentioned far from here? Wall inquired, glancing around. How long do you think it will take? Perhaps 4 days if we move quickly, Gu Chen replied with a faint smile, aware that they would need to circumvent the river ahead, as traversing it by raft would be perilous. Upon hearing this, Wall exclaimed, Oh my gosh, 4 days? I've never traveled such a distance before. Don't worry, consider an adventure, Gu Chen chuckled. In the forest, the air was filled with melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms, with numerous macaws chattering atop the treetops. Shortly after exiting the woods, they reached the foot of a mountain, where Gu Chen led the ascent. Be careful. Take your time, when Man cautioned from behind, urging the cautious Lu Qian to proceed carefully. Upon reaching the hillside opposite, where they had previously rested, the group settled on stones to catch their breath. Standing atop a rock, Gu Chen gazed at the sun, which was dipping towards the west. They had about an hour before darkness fell. At this juncture, they could descend the mountain and reach the thicket before nightfall. Yet spending the night in the thicket posed its own dangers. Thus, Gu Chen resolved that they would camp here for the night. Let us stay here for the night, he announced, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the weary group. Fortunately, there was still an ample supply of firewood collected during their last visit, negating the need to descend the mountain to gather more. While climbed onto a large boulder, admiring the distant mountains shrouded in mist, and marveled how magnificent. As evening approached, Gu Chen kindled a campfire, and the group prepared dried fish from their backpacks for roasting. As twilight enveloped the surroundings, they leaned against the stones, savoring the grilled fish. With nightfall, silence descended, and they all lay down to sleep. The night passed quietly. The following morning, before the sun had risen, Wal had already brewed a pot of fish soup for everyone. After satisfying their hunger, the horizon began to blush with the dawn, heralding the sun's ascent. They descended the mountain and advanced towards the thicket, hurrying along the path. After traversing the thicket and crossing grassy plains, they soon arrived at the riverbank, known to harbor crocodiles. Oh, goodness, there are crocodiles in the river. Upon spotting a crocodile surfacing, Wal exclaimed, Gu Chen, are you certain we should cross to the other side? Gu Chen surveyed the surroundings before proceeding upriver, with Wen Man and the others promptly following. After approximately 10 minutes, Gu Chen stood at the river's edge, carefully observing the water's surface. This area is devoid of crocodiles. With a swift motion, he plunged the bamboo spear into the water. Gauging its depth, it was relatively shallow here, approximately 1 meter deep, allowing us to wade across. No sooner had he spoken than Gu Chen was the first to descend into the water, followed closely by the Lu sisters. Upon witnessing that Wen Man and her companions were also brave enough to enter the river, Wal steeled himself and joined them. Throughout the crossing, Gu Chen remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the undulations of the water's surface, while the Lu sisters clutched at his clothing in trepidation. Fortunately, the distance to the opposite bank was merely 7 or 8 meters, and they all managed to reach the shore unscathed. Once on solid ground, Wal exhaled deeply, having been apprehensive about the lurking crocodiles beneath the surface. Venturing into the woods, they soon arrived at the riverbank. The wooden raft could not navigate upstream, so they had no choice but to walk alongside the river. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the trees ahead as several monkeys began to screech wildly, vigorously shaking the branches. At that moment, Gu Chen sensed the impending danger, his brow furrowing as he immediately adopted a defensive stance. Chapter 45. The turkey in the dense forest perceiving the imminent danger, Gu Chen raised his hand to signal everyone to halt, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings. What is it? Asked Lu Qianyue, noticing Gu Chen's alert demeanor. Is there something? Shoo! Do not make a sound. At that moment, Gu Chen finally discerned the situation. Not far ahead, beneath a tree on the right, a leopard was concealed among the underbrush, fixated upon them. Proceed slowly, he urged, gesturing for them to advance. Quickly, upon hearing his command, Wen Man and the others refrained from questioning further and began to make their way along the riverbank. Did he sense something? One of them speculated. Do not speak. If there is anything to discuss, we shall do so later. After Wen Man and the others departed, Gu Chen kept his gaze trained on the leopard, which had now risen from its crouch and was locking eyes with him. As Wen Man and her companions ventured farther away, Gu Chen cautiously began to retreat. After several minutes, they arrived at a flat area where the river flowed swiftly, strewn with stones. Above, a fallen log stretched across to the opposite side. Let us traverse the log, Gu Chen suggested, eyeing it closely. Approaching the log, he stepped onto it first. The log was as thick as a barrel and sturdy enough to support their weight, albeit with some risk involved. Just like this, move steadily across. Halfway across, Gu Chen called out to Lu Qianyue and the others. Hurry up. Manjia, you go first, Lu Qianyue urged, pulling Wen Man along. Without further ado, Wen Man climbed onto the log, carefully inching forward. Next were the Lu sisters, who clasped hands as they crossed together. When it was Lu Qianyue's turn, she clambered onto the log, but soon began to tremble. This won't do. I'll proceed like this, she declared, sitting down and pushing herself forward step by step. Finally, it was Tina and Will's turn. Upon reaching the other side, Gu Chen helped each of them across before they ascended the slope. After they departed, the leopard emerged from the thicket, glanced ahead, and then turned to leave. The steep slope was thick with vegetation, compelling Gu Chen to wield his dagger to clear the branches and leaves obstructing their path. After climbing several dozen meters, they finally reached level ground within the jungle, where the terrain became considerably easier to navigate. At this point, everyone's garments were damp with sweat, and the jungle felt stiflingly warm. As they journeyed deeper, Gu Chen remained ever watchful, noticing the perspiration glistening on Lu Qianqian's brow. "Brother Gu Chen, I am so tired. May we pause for a moment?" Lu Qianqian lamented, furrowing her brow. "I can hardly move. There's a sound of water ahead. Let us rest when we reach there," Gu Chen replied, having faintly heard the sound of flowing water, indicating a waterfall not far ahead. After ascending a few dozen meters, he discerned that the sound was emanating from the right, prompting him to hasten in that direction. Descending a slope, they beheld a small waterfall cascading from a cliff, with smooth stones beneath it forming a pool approximately 10 square meters in size. A water pool with a waterfall. "At last we can bathe." Lu Qianyue let out a loud cry and dashed toward the waterfall, allowing the cascading water to wash over her body. Lu Qianqian and the other girls quickly followed suit. The flowing water cleansed away the dirt and sweat, refreshing them immensely. After a while, when Man and the other girls reclined on the stones to rest, letting the water flow over them, Gu Chen and were set down their baskets and sat at the edge of the pool. "Sister, I need to relieve myself," Lu Qianqian said, tugging at Lu Shanshan. "Come with me. I'm too tired." "You go by yourself." Lu Shanshan waved her hand dismissively. Seeing this, Lu Qianqian had no choice but to head left toward the sloping path. As she ascended the slope and entered the moss-covered thicket, she noticed fallen dead wood scattered about. Lu Qianqian glanced around and decided to relieve herself beneath the deadwood. Just as she was pulling up her pants, she spotted an animal not far ahead, foraging for insects among the underbrush. "Wow, what a big chicken. I must tell Brother Gu Chen." Excited, Lu Qianqian hurried down the slope, calling out, "Brother Gu Chen, Brother Gu Chen, I found a huge chicken. It's right up there." She pointed towards the slope as she spoke. "A chicken? How big?" Gu Chen pondered, unsure of the creature's identity. "I'll go take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Chen grabbed his bow and arrow and made his way over, with Lu Qianqian quickly following behind. We watched their departing figures, chuckling to himself before lying back in the pool. Upon reaching the deadwood, the two crouched beneath it. Lu Qianqian whispered, "It was just over there in the thicket." "You wait here," Gu Chen instructed softly, bending down and stealthily advancing. As he entered the underbrush and concealed himself behind a large tree, he indeed spotted the creature Lu Qianqian had described, a wild turkey. It was busily searching for insects, oblivious to the impending danger. Observing the turkey, Gu Chen slowly drew his bow, estimating the distance to be merely a dozen meters. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth, striking the turkey in its side. It fell to the ground, flapping its wings wildly. By the time Gu Chen approached, it had already succumbed to its injuries. "Quite sizable. Not bad at all," he chuckled, picking up the turkey and weighing it in his hands. This turkey was at least around 20 pounds, ample enough for their group of 7 to enjoy a hearty meal. Before departing, Gu Chen scanned the surroundings, aware that turkeys are social creatures that forage in flocks during the day, so there could be more nearby. After a brief glance, he left, satisfied that this single turkey would suffice. "Ah, I've caught it. So big." Upon seeing Gu Chen emerge with the turkey, Lu Qianqian excitedly rushed over to take it from him. "It's so heavy, Brother Gu Chen. What kind of chicken is this? Why is it so big?" "This is a wild turkey," Gu Chen replied with a slight smile. "Now let us head back." Upon returning to the edge of the pool, Wu was astonished at the sight of the turkey, never having expected to encounter a wild one here. "Oh, Gu Chen, you're amazing. Ha ha," Wu chuckled heartily. "Lend me your dagger. I can handle this myself." Gu Chen offered a faint smile and handed over the dagger. Wu then made his way to the stream with the turkey and tin to attend to his task. "Gu Chen, our clothes are soaked. Why not spend the night here and rest well?" Lu Qianyue approached Gu Chen, suggesting, "A good rest will prepare us for the journey ahead." Observing Lu Qianyue's drenched attire clinging to her, Gu Chen nodded with a smile. "Very well, we shall stay here for the night." Upon hearing Gu Chen's agreement, Lu Qianyue joyfully dashed back to inform when Man and the others promptly heading towards the woods on the slope to gather firewood. Bang! After Lu Qinyue's departure, Gu Chen leaped into the pond, diving beneath the surface for a while. In truth, Gu Chen did not feel the urgency to rush. After all, returning a few days later would make little difference. Chapter 46. An unexpected downpour in the afternoon, beside the water pool. We'll place the chopped turkey meat and entrails into an iron pot, constructing a makeshift stove from stones to begin cooking. Down the slope, one man and several other girls had kindled a bonfire on the ground to dry their clothes. Gu Chen was situated beneath the stone wall to the right of the pool, erecting a shelter from timber. The area beneath the stone wall was covered in dry, fine sand, allowing for a comfortable rest without the need for leaves. Gu Chen, here are the turkey feathers I gathered, he said with a smile as Will held up the feathers. These can be fashioned into arrow fletchings. Gu Chen chuckled in response. Indeed, you're quite thoughtful. I nearly overlooked them, haha. Given our circumstances, we should utilize everything we can. Will stroked his beard and replied in my eyes. Nothing is waste. Everything possesses potential utility. Gu Chen nodded slightly at his words, agreeing that indeed, every item has its purpose, simply differing in application. Brother Gu Chen, can we eat now? I'm hungry, called Lu Qianqian, who approached while patting her belly. Haha, it's ready. You can go fetch the others, Will exclaimed with a grin. Oh, and don't forget to bring the bowls from the backpack. After speaking, he stirred the meat in the pot with a stick. The turkey meat was already well cooked, accompanied by nearly half a pot of rich broth. When Man and the others approached with bowls and chopsticks, lining up to ladle the broth and meat. Though the turkey meat lacked flavor, they relished it eagerly, praising the savory and delectable broth. The tender, juicy turkey meat tore easily with a bite, especially when paired with the broth, which heightened its deliciousness. Haha, finally no more seafood, Will remarked, savoring the meat with a slight smile. You have no idea. I now fear seeing seafood, he chuckled. Gu Chen grinned, understanding their predicament. Living by the sea, what else was there to eat if not seafood? They had not sought other food sources. After satisfying their hunger, when Man and the others rested in the shelter, while Gu Chen ventured down alone. Beneath the stone wall, he discovered a small opening just large enough for a person to enter. However, it was dark inside, rendering visibility impossible. To investigate further, he would need a torch. Returning to the woods, he crafted 2 torches from wood, igniting them before approaching the cave entrance. Hey! At that moment, Tina suddenly appeared behind him, smiling as she asked, what do you plan to do with that torch? Gu Chen, pointing towards the opening, smiled faintly. I was bored and wanted to see what's inside. Let us go. I want to join, Tina replied, wrapping her arms around Gu Chen's, and he nodded in agreement, taking the torch as they entered together. Inside, illuminated by the flame, the surroundings brightened. The narrow passage was damp against the stone walls, with some areas necessitating a stoop to navigate. A cool breeze wafted through, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Look, there are animals here. Tina pointed at the damp stone wall, where insects and spiders resided. Gu Chen merely cast a glance before continuing onward, for it was entirely commonplace to encounter such creatures in a cave. After walking for several minutes, the space suddenly widened, revealing a low-lying area with water pooling on the ground and droplets cascading from the rocks above. Tina stepped into the water, feeling its chill, and gradually ventured deeper. Hey, Gu Chen, come quickly. It seems there is an exit here. Upon hearing her exclamation, Gu Chen hastened into the water, finding that it grew deeper the further they progressed. After traversing several dozen meters, they spotted a glimmer of light ahead. However, by this time, both were submerged in the frigid water, with Gu Chen holding the torch aloft to prevent it from extinguishing. They slowly made their way toward the light, soon emerging into a deep pit. This pit measured several dozen square meters and was oval-shaped, rising to a height of over 10 meters. The steep cliffs ahead were adorned with numerous tree roots descending, from which a magnificent ancient banyan tree towered. Gu Chen approached, caressing the massive aerial roots, and remarked, we can climb up from here. With that, he placed the torch on the ground and grasped the roots, beginning his ascent. The intricate roots provided ample handholds, allowing Tina to closely follow him as they climbed upwards. Before long, they reached the surface and rested beneath the ancient banyan tree. If we head that way, We should be able to return to the camp. Gu Chen said with a smile, gesturing forward. I never expected to find such a deep pit here. Haha. This cave proved to be exceedingly simple. Lacking any semblance of challenge, Gu Chen had anticipated encountering something peculiar, but was met with disappointment. After resting for about 10 minutes, Gu Chen stood up and declared, Let us return. Upon hearing this, Tina smiled slightly, wrapping her arms around his neck and playfully exclaimed, It's so quiet and beautiful here. Why rush back? We might as well engage in something meaningful. Before her words had fully settled, her alluring lips pressed against his, and Gu Chen reciprocated. The two quickly lost in a passionate kiss. As their garments fell away, they found themselves entwined on the ground. Soon Tina took the initiative, and Gu Chen reveled in her fervent affection. Her captivating figure was almost beyond his grasp. An hour later, they returned to the waterfall. Where Will lay asleep on a rock, and Lu Qianyue sat alone in the sand, lost in thought. Where have you two been? Lu Qianyue inquired, her expression somewhat peculiar. Did you go off to do something? We just wandered about, Gu Chen replied dismissively, heading up the slope with his bow and arrow. Time passed swiftly, and by evening, Gu Chen emerged from the forest, carrying 2 birds in his hands. Well, these are for you. After handing the birds to Will, Gu Chen approached the stream beneath the pool to wash his face. In the jungle, dusk fell rapidly. Within merely half an hour, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Having had a hearty meal only around 2 in the afternoon, none felt particularly hungry at this hour. As night descended, everyone gathered around the campfire, engaging in lively conversation and spirited discourse. It was only late into the night that they retired to their shelter to rest. Gu Chen leaned against a stone outside the shelter, the warmth of the fire flickering nearby. The night deepened, and he gradually succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, he found the sky aglow with morning light. He quickly glanced at the shelter, reassured to see that when man and the others were safe. Fortunately, no wild beasts had approached during the night, which could have led to dire consequences. Ah, it's morning, Gu Chen exclaimed, promptly rousing Wen Man and the others to freshen up. After a brief period of preparation, they departed from the pond and ascended the slope, continuing deeper into the wilderness. The paths through the jungle became more navigable, allowing their pace to quicken significantly. 2 hours later, they arrived at the shadowy depths of an ancient forest. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the sky, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Rain was imminent, and there was no shelter in sight. As Gu Chen surveyed his surroundings, he found himself in a quandary. Just then, he spotted a type of plant, giant taro, whose broad leaves could serve as makeshift umbrellas. Quick, over there, he urged, as torrential rain began to pour down in an instant. Chapter 47. Continuous journey in the midst of the torrential downpour. Everyone hurriedly sought refuge beneath the broad leaves of the wild yam. The ample foliage provided sufficient cover for an individual to remain dry. The rain descended abruptly, and Will crouched on the ground, gazing at the deluge outside, murmuring, Are we going to be trapped here? Fear not. The heavier the rain, the sooner it will cease. Gu Chen reassured, producing a dagger to cut down 2 leaves, offering one to each of the Lu sisters to shield them from the splattering rain. Half an hour later, the rain had significantly diminished, just as Gu Chen had predicted. Heavy rains tend to abate swiftly. 10 minutes later, the downpour had virtually ceased, and the group resumed their trek through the jungle, each clutching a leaf for protection. The forest post-rain had become quite damp, yet the refreshing cleanse had dispelled the oppressive heat. Numerous small birds flitted about, hopping from branch to branch. By noon, they arrived at a stream nestled within the dense thicket. Gu Chen cast a glance at a nearby tree, where his previous markings, etched with his dagger, remained visible. Will surveyed the dimly lit woods and inquired, Gu Chen, are you certain we are on the right path? We are not lost. Lu Qianqian pointed to the markings on the tree. Look, there are the signs. Upon hearing this, Will raised his gaze and indeed saw a cross-shaped mark on the trunk. As the group rested upon a moss-covered stone, Gu Chen ventured into the adjacent woods to gather some dry twigs and a small bird's nest. Although the exterior of the twigs was damp, the insides were dry. After a brief respite of several minutes, they resumed their journey, with Gu Chen's markings guiding the way. They walked intermittently until they reached the familiar shelter from their previous stay, which still stood intact. By this time, darkness had begun to envelop the sky. Gu Chen used the bird's nest to kindle a fire on the ground outside the shelter, the dry twigs igniting readily. Lu Qianyue and Wen Man also collected some dry wood to place beside the bonfire to dry out for later use. "Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted," Will remarked, wringing out his clothes, water dripping from them. "How much longer until we reach the place you mentioned?" "Oh, it will be soon," Gu Chen replied with a slight smile. "If all goes well, we shall arrive tomorrow. If not, then the day after." "What will we do when we reach that river tomorrow?" When Man approached the bonfire, squatting down to warm her soaked clothing. "That river is home to terrifying creatures and monstrous insects." "Indeed, I have no desire to traverse that river," Lu Qianyue interjected, recalling their earlier fortunate escape from danger, still haunted by fear of the waters. "We need not take the water route. We shall circumvent it." Gu Chen acknowledged the peril, opting instead for the higher woods to navigate around. "What kind of monsters?" Upon hearing Wen Man's words, Tina's curiosity piqued, and she eagerly inquired, "Are there really monsters on this island? What are they like?" "I cannot say what manner of monsters they are," Lu Shanshan chimed in, "but their tentacles are quite lengthy. Sister Qianyue nearly got dragged into the water last time. Thankfully, Brother Gu Chen was there to save her." "Indeed, there are many insects." As Lu Qianshan spoke, she gestured animatedly. "For what you all have said, this island seems perilously mysterious." Will smiled faintly. "Could it be akin to the Skull Island in the movies? Might there be a King Kong lurking here?" He chuckled lightly. Gu Chen responded with a soft laugh. "Thus far, our understanding of this island is utterly negligible." He added, "I was merely jesting." Will stood, chuckling. "Surely, there are no monstrous creatures like King Kong in this world. They are mere figments of science fiction." After speaking, he retrieved an iron can from his backpack and stepped outside, returning shortly with the can filled with rainwater. He took out some dried fish and placed them into the can to begin cooking. Having only eaten a morsel in the morning, their stomachs were already rumbling with hunger. Just as the fish soup was ready, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and they gathered by the campfire, eating and chatting. After satisfying their hunger, Wen Man and the other women squeezed into the shelter, utterly exhausted and craving sleep. Will and Gu Chen leaned against the entrance of the shelter, resting their eyes. In the depths of the jungle, the rustling sounds of nocturnal predators began to emerge. Fortunately, nothing untoward transpired that night. A night of silence. The following day, early in the morning, the jungle was shrouded in mist. After a brief tidying up, they departed without breakfast. After over an hour of walking, the sun finally rose, and at this point, Gu Chen and the others were nearing the riverbank. This time, Gu Chen led them to the left, circumventing the river. However, the peaks ahead were steep and treacherous, making ascent nearly impossible. They could only continue along the left, skirting the base of the mountain. After several minutes, they arrived at a fissure that led directly to the mountain's summit, albeit steeply. Observing their surroundings, it became evident that this was the only path to ascend. "You're not thinking of climbing up from here, are you?" Lu Qianyue remarked, eyeing Gu Chen. "It's far too steep. If one were to fall, they would surely be bruised and battered." "This is the sole route upward," Gu Chen replied calmly. "Just be cautious. It will be fine. Let us proceed." Gu Chen took the lead, climbing upwards. The fissure was strewn with stones, and the earth was somewhat muddy, with small trees sprouting from the crevices. To ascend, they had to use both hands and feet, navigating through the rocky terrain slowly. For safety, Gu Chen deliberately allowed Wen Man and the others to climb ahead. Pebbles and dirt tumbled down beneath their feet. Suddenly, Lu Qianyue stepped on a loose stone, lost her balance, and cried out as she slipped downwards. Hearing her scream, everyone halted and looked down in alarm. "Qianyue!" one man shouted, while Gu Chen swiftly grasped a nearby tree, spun around, and extended his arm, quickly catching the slipping Lu Qianyue. One arm encircled her waist, inadvertently gripping her soft form. "Climb up. Steady yourself." Gu Chen effortlessly lifted her up, positioning her atop a stone. "You're hurting me. Let go." Lu Qianyue exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. It was only then that Gu Chen realized he had grasped an inappropriate area. It was an accident," he chuckled, and in an attempt to alleviate the awkwardness, he began to ascend further, secretly thinking to himself, "This sensation is rather delightful." After climbing for a while, they took a brief respite. 2 hours later, they finally reached the summit, settling down to rest. Gazing at the sun overhead, Gu Chen estimated it to be around noon. They rested for less than 10 minutes before Gu Chen urged them to continue their journey. "I'm so tired. Let's take a break," one complained. "My feet are sore." "Come on, as long as we keep moving forward, we'll reach the river at the foot of the mountain." Gu Chen smiled gently at the group of women. "Let us aim to return to the valley before nightfall." Chapter 48. Encounter with the wolf pack. Be cautious. At the base of a steep cliff, Gu Chen assisted one man and the others down one by one. After several hours of trekking, they finally reached the mountainside just as dusk began to settle. They only needed to descend to the riverbank to return to the valley. Observing the darkening sky, Gu Chen hurriedly gathered small pieces of wood and twigs, binding them tightly with vines to fashion 3 torches. "Let's proceed." With the torches prepared, Gu Chen led them down the slope, determined to reach the riverbank before nightfall. Exhaustion was evident on the faces of Lu Qianqian and the others. Their legs trembled, rendering them unresponsive. "I can't go on," Lu Qianyue declared, collapsing onto the ground without regard for the dirt. Gasping for breath, she added, "My legs are shaking." One man and Lu Qianqian also sank to the ground, leaning against a tree, trunk to rest. Tina and Will perched upon a nearby rock, all utterly fatigued. "Manjia, look, my legs are trembling," Lu Qianqian pointed out, her legs quaking uncontrollably. "My legs are trembling too." "Huh, a brief rest will do us good." One man tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled. When she glanced at Gu Chen, she noticed he appeared unaffected by fatigue, which struck her as peculiar. Was he made of iron? Did he not feel exhausted? For safety's sake, Gu Chen patrolled the vicinity, finding nothing amiss before returning. Observing Gu Chen's unperturbed demeanor, Will shook his head with a wry smile. "Gu Chen, your stamina is remarkable. After such a long trek, you seem as though nothing has transpired." "Ha, this distance is trivial." Gu Chen smiled faintly. "You are accustomed to a life of comfort and cannot endure hardship. I won't hesitate to tell you that if I were alone, I could return from the seashore to the valley in merely a day and a half." Upon hearing this, Lu Qianyue retorted coolly, "Are you implying we are a burden to you?" "A burden?" "Undoubtedly." Gu Chen nodded candidly. "Consider this. It took nearly 4 days to reach the seashore, whereas I could accomplish it in a day and a half. Wouldn't you agree that is a burden?" "Umph." Although Lu Qianyue felt disgruntled, she could not deny the truth in Gu Chen's words, leaving her somewhat irritated by his assertion that they were encumbrances. "Gu Chen, is there any water left?" "None. We shall drink upon our return." After resting for half an hour, their energy was somewhat restored. By this time, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Will produced a lighter, igniting 2 torches as he and Gu Chen illuminated the path ahead. Soon, they emerged from the thicket and reached the riverbank, continuing their ascent. "A woo!" Suddenly, several wolf howls echoed from across the river, startling Lu Qianqian and the others, who hurriedly took refuge beside Gu Chen, feeling a semblance of security only in his presence. Will and Tina's expressions shifted dramatically. They recognized the ominous sound. "Gu Chen, there's a wolf pack nearby." Will hastened to Gu Chen's side and whispered, "How far is it to the valley?" "Not far. Let's go," Gu Chen replied, quickening her pace. After traversing a mere few dozen meters, several gray wolves emerged on the opposite slope, their keen eyes fixated on Gu Chen and her companions, perceiving them as potential prey. "Howl!" Suddenly, one of the wolves threw back its head and howled, the sound resonating powerfully and hauntingly throughout the valley. In the pitch-black night, only the wolves' cries pierced the silence, igniting a sense of impending danger deep within Gu Chen's heart. "Quick!" Gu Chen urged, "Follow me back." She raised her torch and led the way, with Lu Qianqian and the others trailing closely behind. Weir, clutching a torch, ran at the rear, frequently glancing back in fear. At that moment, a pack of over a dozen wolves gathered on the slope, among them a magnificent wolf with pure white fur, robust and imposing. It was the Wolf King. Its piercing gaze was fixed upon Gu Chen and her group before it charged forward, rallying the pack to pursue them. By this time, Gu Chen and Wen Man had reached the entrance of the valley. Upon entering, Gu Chen hurriedly opened the bamboo gate, ushering them inside before sealing it shut. "What should we do?" "They might know we're here," Tina said, fear evident on her face. Can they get in? Don't worry, Gu Chen reassured her. With this gate, they can't enter. You all head back first. Yu, take them back. Don't come out unless necessary. As she spoke, she handed the torch to her. Taking the torch, Yu led Tina and the others away. Once they departed, Gu Chen sat beneath the wall with her bow and arrow, listening intently to the sounds outside. Minutes passed, and suddenly, faint footsteps were heard, but soon they faded away. Gu Chen realized the wolves were prowling outside, waiting quietly. Time ticked by, and, after several minutes, silence enveloped the area, leaving Gu Chen puzzled. She thought to herself, have they left? Though there was no noise from outside, Gu Chen dared not venture out, aware of the cunning nature of wolves. Over half an hour passed without a sound. By this time, the moon had risen, casting a silvery glow upon the narrow path outside. Gu Chen, when man approached, sitting beside her, and softly inquired, how's it going? Gu Chen shook her head in response. There was some noise at first, but now it's quiet. Have they really gone? I don't know. Let's wait a bit longer. Have they fallen asleep? In the midst of boredom, Gu Chen lifted Wen Man onto her lap, gently caressing her soft, smooth skin, unable to resist the allure. Hey, stop that, or you'll end up wanting more, Wen Man playfully admonished. Hee, wanting is a good thing. I'm ignoring you now. I'm too tired today. I'm going back to sleep. Wen Man swiftly struck Gu Chen's wandering hand and stood up to return. Ah, truly a captivating beauty. At that moment, a figure appeared along the narrow path, gently approaching the wall to sniff around. Gu Chen held his breath, quietly sitting on the ground, listening intently. Howl! Suddenly, a wolf's cry echoed from outside, causing the figure to immediately turn and flee. After a moment, hearing the stillness beyond the wall, Gu Chen finally exhaled in relief. Although the wolf pack had departed, he remained, leaning against the wall to rest. As the night deepened, the luminous moon cast its glow across the valley. Gu Chen, lulled into a drowsy slumber, still grasped his bow and arrow. Gu Chen, brother, wake up. Gu Chen, lost in his dreams, was stirred awake by Lu Qianqian's incessant calls. Opening his eyes, he discovered that dawn had broken. Is it morning already? Gu Chen stood, stretching lazily to loosen his muscles. Uncle Wei sent me to fetch you for breakfast. Come on. With a smile, Gu Chen affectionately ruffled her hair, and the two made their way inside. Chapter 49. The hunt upon returning to the bamboo hut. Will had already placed the freshly prepared fish soup on the stone table within shelter. Haha, you're back, he exclaimed, grinning as he noticed Gu Chen approaching. You've worked hard. Do have some soup. He continued, by the way, I took a look around, and this place is indeed quite splendid, very suitable for living. Gu Chen smiled slightly at this. Of course, I personally selected this spot. How could it be anything less than perfect? He chuckled, while nodded thoughtfully. If we could channel the water from the waterfall to the stone wall, it would be even more ideal, making it much more convenient without the need to fetch water from the brook. I've been meaning to do that, but I've just never found the time. Gu Chen replied with a gentle laugh. It's actually quite simple. We just need to connect the joints of the bamboo. Haha, I understand that, Will said, lightly patting Gu Chen on the shoulder with a smile. Leave it to me. Nodding in agreement, Gu Chen decided to entrust these tedious tasks to Will, as he had other matters to attend to. After satisfying his hunger, Gu Chen moved 2 large dragon bamboo buckets to dissolve the sea salt within, adding a sprinkle of wood ash as well. During his leisure time, he began crafting arrows from bamboo. Once the sea salt was fully dissolved, he drilled small holes in the joints of the bamboo tube, filling it with weeds, fine sand, and charcoal before pouring in the brine for filtration. This filtered brine would eliminate some harmful substances. The purified brine was then poured into an iron pot for boiling. While waiting for the boiling process, Gu Chen dug a pit in the open space above, intending to construct another bamboo hut there. A small cluster of bamboo stood in the center, which he planned to cut down to create a bamboo fence, allowing the 2 huts to connect seamlessly. Qianqian lowered a bit over there, he instructed. Qianyu, just hang the bamboo on the branches and tie it. By the stone wall, Wu was assisting Wen Man and the others in bringing over the bamboo. A distance of over 100 meters could be bridged with just a handful of bamboo. All right, let me see, Wu said as he approached, standing beneath the stone wall. He pointed to the ground and instructed, dig a pit here, Then place some small stones and fine sand. This way, the water will become much clearer. Bury a bamboo pole here to connect directly to the brook, preventing water from flowing everywhere. Motivated by Will's guidance, when Man and her companions quickly set to work, their movements swift and efficient. 2 hours later, the task was complete. Water had been successfully channeled to flow into a small pool, with a bamboo pole buried beneath directing it to the brook below. "I'm so thirsty," Gu Chen remarked as she returned, spotting the bamboo tube by the campfire. She promptly poured herself several cups of water. Gu Chen intends to build another bamboo hut, it seems. Taking a sip of water, she noticed Gu Chen busy burying bamboo poles. When Man smiled slightly and commented, "That's for sure. We are residing in this bamboo hut, while he and will have yet to find a place to sleep." Will and Tina took a sip of water before heading over. "Gu Chen, are you constructing a house?" Before anyone could approach, Will chuckled and remarked, "I have some experience in this matter." Tina remained silent, directly picking up the bamboo from the ground to assist. "If we don't build another room, we will have nowhere to sleep," Gu Chen said with a slight smile. "I intend to construct a few more, primarily for storage purposes." "Excellent." We'll observe the surroundings and added, "Given the abundance of bamboo here, we can build as we please." "What is this insect? How disgusting." At that moment, Gu Chen and Wen Man approached. Upon seeing the bamboo tube on the ground, she picked it up to find it brimming with numerous insects. "These are bamboo worms," Gu Chen explained. "They are quite delicious and can also be used as bait for snares." "Ugh, more insects, I want to eat those." Gu Chen disdainfully set the bamboo tube down, her face twisted in disgust. "Enough talk, let us all help out quickly," Wen Man urged, and everyone promptly picked up the bamboo. Having learned from their previous experience, even the Lu sisters knew what to do. It was a simple task of inserting the bamboo and binding it tightly with bamboo strips. Thus, with the combined efforts of 7 individuals, 3 bamboo walls were erected in just over an hour. At noon, they sat inside the shelter while Will prepared 2 salmon fillets in a frying pan. Gu Chen crafted bows and arrows from bamboo, while Wen Man stepped outside to rummage through the dried bamboo shoots. "Well, there's salt in the bamboo tube. You can sprinkle a little on it." Will paused, surprised. "Sea salt? Is it edible?" "Rest assured," Gu Chen replied with a light laugh. "It has been filtered. Using a little occasionally is harmless." After hearing this, Will poured a bit of sea salt from the bamboo tube, tasted it, and nodded and, "Not bad. Though slightly bitter. It should suffice." "Hey, Gu Chen," Gu Chen interjected, tapping him on the shoulder. "Didn't you say you would teach us how to make snares?" "I still need to go out, so let us discuss it later." Currently, their food supply was dwindling, with only a few small fish in the pond and the dried bamboo shoots left outside. If they didn't venture out for hunting soon, they would be preparing to go hungry. Before long, Will finished frying the fish, distributing 3 pieces to each person. After they had eaten, Gu Chen looked at everyone. "Who will join me in hunting? We might not return until evening." "I'm not going," Gu Chen replied. "My foot still hurts." Gu Chen quickly raised her hand. "Brother Gu Chen, my foot doesn't hurt. I'll go with you." "I will join as well," Tina added. "I went hunting a few years ago when I was at home." "All right," Gu Chen nodded, turning to Wen Man. "You all stay here and help with the roof." "Don't worry, the roof is in good hands with me," Will assured them with a chuckle. Will smiled faintly. "I have constructed wooden cabins before. This trivial task poses no challenge for me." Gu Chen swiftly devoured the fish and meat, sipped a cup of bamboo needle tea, and handed the dagger to Will before departing with Tina and Gu Chen. Gu Chen carried her small backpack and wielded a bamboo spear, while both Gu Chen and Tina held bows and arrows. Upon reaching the riverbank, Gu Chen surveyed the surroundings and waded across the stream to ascend the hillside on the opposite side. Gu Chen, observing her surroundings, inquired, "Brother Gu Chen, are we hunting rabbits?" "No," Gu Chen replied, glancing around and noting the absence of any rabbit shadows. "Let us move forward and explore the heights." After approximately 10 minutes, they reached the summit, gazing down at a grove not far away, with a small hill visible in the distance to their left. "Come, let us venture into the forest," he urged. Chapter 50. Capturing wild boars by the pond in the forest. The surrounding trees were neither particularly tall nor densely packed, with sparse undergrowth and minimal weeds, making the path relatively easy to traverse. though littered with dead branches. The three individuals walked while keenly observing their surroundings. Here, not a single bird could be heard, enveloping the area in an eerie silence. Descending a gentle slope, they arrived at a dry riverbed, where only a hint of moisture lingered. Crossing the riverbed, they ventured into the woods opposite, meandering for approximately 10 minutes until they stumbled upon a clearing overgrown with grass. At that moment, Gu Chen spotted a peculiar plant and hurried over. Cattail. Upon seeing the sausage-like flower spikes, Gu Chen instantly recognized the plant as cattail. Adjacent to him lay a pond teeming with aquatic vegetation. At a glance, the water appeared shallow, merely half a meter deep. Observing the abundance of cattails around him, Gu Chen felt a surge of joy, for every part of the cattail is useful. The flower spikes can be utilized as stuffing for pillows, while the leaves and stems possess excellent weaving properties. Its tender leaves and rhizomes are edible, and it is also known as mosquito-repellent grass. What is this? Lu Qianqian curiously plucked a flower spike, exclaiming, "So soft, it resembles sausage. This is a valuable find." Gu Chen smiled gently, bending down to uproot a cattail, peeling away the outer leaves to reveal the tender inner leaves and rhizome. "Here, it's quite palatable." He offered the rhizome to Lu Qianqian, who accepted it, took a glance, and promptly tasted it. Delicious. It's a bit crunchy with a hint of sweetness. Fantastic. Let us gather more to take back for them to try as well. Before she finished speaking, Lu Qianqian set down her basket and eagerly grasped a cattail to pull it up. "Qianqian, first pick those flower spikes and place them in the basket," Gu Chen advised. "Then we will uproot its rhizome to take back." Tina surveyed the vast expanse of cattails, realizing it would take quite some time to gather them all. Suddenly, she noticed a wild boar emerging from the cattail field across the pond, rolling exuberantly at the water's edge. Its body churned in the mud, coating itself in a layer of wet earth. "Hey, Gu Chen, quick look." Tina nudged Gu Chen, quietly pointing across. "There's a wild boar over there." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen turned to observe, confirming the sighting of a wild boar frolicking in the pond. This particular boar seemed to weigh around 50 to 60 pounds, relatively small in stature. "Qianqian, hold off on pulling any more." Gu Chen swiftly cautioned Lu Qianqian against uprooting more cattails. "You and Tina should stay here and remain silent." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Chen bent low and stealthily maneuvered towards the boar. Tina and Lu Qianqian squatted beside the cattails, watching the wild boar intently. Gu Chen utilized the dense cattail thicket to conceal his form while inching closer to the animal. Minutes later, he peered towards the pond and saw that the boar remained, continuing its playful antics. At this juncture, Gu Chen sensed that he was nearing the wild boar and pressed forward. After a while, indeed, a narrow path emerged amidst the bulrushes, the surrounding roots having been disturbed by wild boars. The earth turned over. Scattered droppings indicated that wild boars frequently visited this place. Gu Chen found a suitable spot to place his bow and arrows, then concealed himself among the bulrushes by the path. Time ticked by, and he dare not even breathe loudly. After 7 or 8 minutes, a wild boar leisurely rose from the pond and ambled onto the path. Upon hearing the faint rustle, Gu Chen held his breath, and at that moment, the silhouette of the boar came into his view. Suddenly, Gu Chen was propelled forward, before the boar could react. He had already clasped its neck, his entire body clinging to its back. The boar, bewildered, let out a series of frantic cries and began to sprint wildly, dragging Gu Chen along. Astonishingly, this boar, seemingly weighing only 50 to 60 pounds, was capable of such speed. As it bellowed and dashed about, leaves brushed against Gu Chen, who clung tightly to its neck, unwilling to let go. They raced over 200 meters, and gradually, the boar's speed diminished, its stamina depleting as it panted heavily. "Get down!" Seeing the boar finally exhaust itself, Gu Chen pressed down firmly, pinning it onto the underbrush, his weight bearing down upon it. He swiftly drew his eagle claw dagger, plunging it into the boar's neck with a quick thrust, slash, and pull. The boar squealed and struggled, desperately trying to break free, but Gu Chen held it down resolutely, its neck bleeding profusely. After a few minutes, the boar grew quieter and ceased its thrashing, Only then did Gu Chen release it and stand up. Exhaling deeply, he chuckled. Fortunately, it was merely a small boar, its tusks not yet developed. Were it over 100 pounds, I would not have dared such an approach, as it would be exceedingly perilous. Observing the boar's lifeless form, Gu Chen hoisted it onto his back and returned to Tina and the others. Upon seeing him arrive with the boar, both were filled with excitement and leaped up. "Ha! Brother Gu Chen, you're incredible," Tina exclaimed. "Though this boar is not large, your ability to subdue it barehanded is quite impressive." "Oh, it was nothing," Gu Chen replied with a proud smile. "Hurry and gather the bulrushes. We must head back." The trio spent half an hour collecting bulrushes, binding them together before carrying them back. Gu Chen bore the wild boar, while Tina carried a bundle of bulrushes, and Lu Qianshan's basket was filled with bulrush seed heads, topped with another bundle for the journey home. An hour later, the three had returned to the valley. "Ha! Leave the boar to me." Upon seeing the boar, Will was elated, and Gu Chen placed it by the stream for Will to handle. "Please remove your clothes. I shall assist you with the washing." Observing Gu Chen, who was covered in dirt and blood, when Man approached with a gentle smile. Gu Chen nodded in agreement, promptly shedding his garments until he was clad only in a pair of shorts. When Man took the clothes and proceeded to the small water pool to cleanse them. Meanwhile, Lu Qianshan and her sister, along with Lu Qianyue, busily stripped the leaves from the cattails, placing the roots and tender shoots upon the stone table. "Aren't they delectable?" "Hee. I did not deceive you, did I? The flavor is indeed delightful. In the future, they could serve as a delightful snack." The trio was engaged in a lively conversation while munching. At that moment, Gu Chen entered and remarked, "Be careful not to break the leaves and stems. They still hold value. Once you have extracted the roots and tender shoots, please move them to the vacant area above to dry." After speaking, Gu Chen ascended, discovering that the roof had already been completed. Quite impressive. As he gazed at the roof, Gu Chen smiled faintly. It seems that Wei Er is not only adept at culinary arts, but also possesses skill in roofing. Chapter 51. The Wild Boar Feast, leisurely wandering through the bamboo grove. Gu Chen meandered to the entrance wall and suddenly appeared to have an epiphany. Of course. I could devise an alarm system here, allowing me to be immediately aware of any disturbances during the night. With this thought, Gu Chen promptly turned and returned to the shed, where he fashioned numerous bamboo tubes, each approximately 20 centimeters in length, and whittled out several strips of bamboo. "Brother Gu Chen, what are you doing?" Lu Shanshan approached, squatting down with curiosity. "Is this a cup? Why have you made so many?" "Not a cup," Gu Chen replied with a gentle smile. "You'll understand once I finish." He then strung the bamboo tubes together using the bamboo strips, ensuring they were spaced merely a few centimeters apart, ultimately creating a chain of over 20 tubes. He hung them beneath the eaves of the bamboo house, securing them with a single bamboo strip that extended to the entrance, where he designed several bamboo stakes to which he affixed the strips. "Shanshan, keep an eye on those bamboo tubes and see if they make any noise," Gu Chen instructed. "If they do, come and inform me." "Okay." Lu Shanshan nodded and dashed back. After a brief moment, Gu Chen shook the bamboo, and as it moved, it tugged at the strips. Clang! Clang! As soon as he shook the bamboo, a delicate sound resonated from within. The tubes collided, producing a crisp and resonant clanging that could even be heard from a distance, indicating the success of the alarm system. "Brother Gu Chen," it rang. "How loud?" Lu Shanshan exclaimed as she rushed back. "I heard it too." Hee. Gu Chen smiled slightly. "From now on, if you hear the bamboo tubes ringing, you must inform me immediately. Now let us return." Upon arriving back at the shed, Wei Er was already simmering the wild boar's entrails, intestines, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, and stomach, boiling in a large iron pot. At that moment, when Man brought over some dried clothes for Gu Chen to wear. "Gu Chen, I suggest we roast half of the wild boar and cure the other half with sea salt. Once it's cured, we can smoke it to make smoked meat," Wei Er proposed. "Given the warm weather, any leftover meat will spoil quickly, but smoked meat can be preserved for a long time. Make the decision as you see fit." Gu Chen waved his hand with a smile. "As I mentioned, you shall take charge of the kitchen matters from now on without needing to consult me." "Understood." Wei Er nodded and turned to leave. "Sister Qianyu, they are following us. Should we catch them and take them back? They are too young. If we take them back, they may not survive." Let us return for now and catch them when they are older. Lu Qianyu and Lu Qianqian entered the bamboo grove to the left of the waterfall, initially hoping to hunt a bamboo chicken. To their surprise, they encountered a mother bamboo chicken with 10 chicks foraging for food. Upon noticing them, the curious chicks followed the two girls, unafraid of humans, prompting the pair to flee. As evening descended, Will roasted the wild boar, skillfully scoring the meat with his dagger to ensure it cooked evenly, while sprinkling a touch of sea salt upon it. In the corner lay a backpack filled with marinated wild boar meat. On the stone table, 2 large bamboo buckets and some bowls and chopsticks were arranged, ready to hold the roasted meat. I ought to construct a smoking chamber someday, Will mused aloud as he tended to the meat. Once we capture prey, it would provide a convenient space for smoking. Tonight, preparing the meat in the shed proves rather inconvenient. Hearing this, Gu Chen smiled slightly and asked, "Would you like some assistance?" "No need," Will replied with a gentle smile. "You've already exerted yourself hunting. I can manage these tasks. Besides, aside from cooking, I have ample time on my hands. It would be dreadfully dull to remain idle. I must find something to occupy myself." Gu Chen nodded in agreement. Glancing at Wen Man, "The pig offal should be ready. Let us serve it." Upon hearing this, Wen Man picked up a bamboo spoon from the stone table, retrieved a bowl, and began ladling the pig offal soup. "Sister Man, allow me," Lu Qianqian chuckled, taking a bowl for herself and using the bamboo spoon to specifically scoop the intestines. The soup, seasoned with a bit of sea salt, had a delightful, salty flavor, far superior to its previous blandness. Moreover, Will's soup was rich and flavorful, enhanced with some wild ginger. Will wielded his dagger, slicing the roasted meat into pieces and placing them in the large bamboo bucket. The roasted meat was perfectly charred on the outside, yet tender within, wafting a savory aroma that was visually enticing. "Qianqian, how did you manage to fill your bowl with all the fatty intestines?" Lu Qianyu exclaimed, noticing the bowl brimming with intestines in Lu Qianqian's hands. "Share some with me. I enjoy them too. There's plenty left in the iron pot." Lu Qianqian quickly replied, "I only took a little." Gu Chen and the others exchanged amused glances, surprised that both of them favored pig intestines. On the table, the bamboo bucket also contained many tender and delicate roots of sweet flag. Savoring a bite of meat followed by a bite of the roots was akin to enjoying green onions. "It would be even better with some seasoning." Will, savoring the roasted meat, commented, "There's still a hint of gamey flavor that lingers. Nonetheless, having something to eat here is a blessing." Gu Chen picked up a large rib, effortlessly tearing into it, enjoying the meat while sipping the rich soup. The sensation was utterly delightful. The pig offal soup in the iron pot was soon devoured, while the roasted meat remained in abundance. After satiating their appetites, the sky darkened, and they gathered around the campfire, engaging in light conversation. "Gu Chen, are you going hunting tomorrow?" Tina inquired. "I have a feeling there might be game on the left side of the slope below." "Of course, we shall go," Gu Chen chuckled. "Then let us venture there tomorrow." "I want to join," Wen Man eagerly exclaimed. "Me too," Lu Qianqian chimed in, both sisters looking at Gu Chen with anticipation. "Let us all go together," Gu Chen replied. Addressing the 5 women, "It will be the perfect opportunity to teach you how to hunt and how to set traps." Gu Chen pondered the notion of imparting hunting skills to them, for it would also serve to benefit himself. Relying solely on his own efforts to hunt proved rather overwhelming. They were set to embark on their journey at the break of dawn, so he urged them to retire for the night. Upon hearing this, the 5 women sipped their bamboo needle tea and returned to the bamboo hut. Meanwhile, Will began to construct a bamboo frame in preparation for smoking the meat, while Gu Chen busied himself crafting arrows. As 2 hours passed, weariness began to creep upon Gu Chen. He stood and stretched, saying, "Will, I shall retire for the night." Will chuckled in response, "Go ahead. I may not find rest until the latter part of the night." Gu Chen nodded and made his way to the bamboo hut above. Inside, it was eerily empty, lacking even a bed, so he resigned himself to sleeping on the ground. In the dead of night, a luminous moon hung in the sky, casting a silvery veil over the entire island, enveloping it in a serene and ethereal glow. Chapter 52. The Altar of Statues the following morning. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the sheer cliffs, Gu Chen and his companions were savoring the leftover roasted meat from the previous night in their makeshift shelter. After satisfying their hunger, they filled 2 bamboo tubes with water and placed them in a small backpack, along with some uneaten bamboo worms to serve as bait for traps. "Brother, we're leaving," Tina called out to Will before turning to follow Gu Chen and the others. Watching them depart, Will found himself alone in the valley. "Alas, I too must seek a place to construct a smokehouse," he mused before making his way toward a sunken area. The 6 of them waded across the river and continued along the ascending hillside. After climbing for over half an hour, they reached the crest of the hill and veered left, heading toward the distant mountain peak. Atop the peak, 2 golden eagles circled gracefully, soaring higher and higher until they vanished from sight. After traversing the grassy expanse, they entered a dense forest. Upon entering, a cacophony of birdsong erupted, and several squirrels scurried away upon spotting Gu Chen and his party. The deeper they ventured into the woods, the more the trees thickened, enveloping them in a verdant sea. "Look, there are monkeys!" exclaimed Lu Qianqian joyfully, pointing ahead. Following her gesture, they spotted a troop of monkeys perched on nearby branches. It seems they're feasting on something. Shall we go take a look?" Lu Qianyue observed keenly that the monkeys appeared to be squabbling over some fruit. "Let us go," Gu Chen replied, leading the way toward the troop. In his estimation, if the monkeys could consume the wild fruit, so could they. As they approached, several monkeys began to screech and bare their teeth, seemingly attempting to drive them away. "Will they bite?" Lu Qianqian and her sister exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of fear and clutching Gu Chen's garment. Unfazed by the raucous monkeys, Gu Chen merely looked up at the fruits hanging from the trees. "Jackfruit," he exclaimed in surprise. "No wonder these monkeys are here. There's a wild jackfruit tree." The tree towered at least 40 to 50 meters high, its branches sprawling and laden with numerous jackfruits. However, these fruits were not particularly large, measuring only about the size of 2 fists combined, significantly smaller than typical jackfruits. The ripe ones displayed a light green hue, with some even tinged with pale red. "Is this really jackfruit?" Lu Qianhua questioned, perplexed. "Why are they so small? The tree is so tall. Can we even reach them?" One man glanced up. "If one falls, it would be disastrous." "Not a problem," Gu Chen smiled slightly. "You all stay here." With that, he took Lu Qianqian's small backpack and slung it over his shoulder, then grasped the trunk and began to climb. Upon seeing Gu Chen ascend the tree, the monkeys scattered, some leaping to adjacent trees in fright while chattering incessantly. Ascending to a height exceeding 30 meters, Gu Chen cautiously traversed the bifurcated branches until he found his footing. Only then did he draw forth his eagle-clawed dagger to harvest the jackfruits. After plucking 7 or 8, his small backpack was nearly filled, prompting Gu Chen to glance down and toss several to the ground. Thud! Thud! The jackfruits landed amidst the underbrush, bouncing slightly upon impact. "Quick, retrieve them!" Upon seeing the fallen jackfruits, Lu Qianqian glanced upward at Gu Chen and hurriedly dashed out to collect one. The fruit, its surface cracked from a fall, could easily be split open by hand. Wow, such beautiful flesh! Upon prying it open, the enticing orange-red pulp was revealed, perfectly separating from the skin, though the flesh was somewhat smaller than that of the ordinary jackfruit. So sweet. Lu Qianqian quickly popped a piece in her mouth, exclaiming, "Hurry, everyone! Eat this." One man also tasted a piece, nodding in approval. "Not bad. The sweetness is moderate, the flesh tender, and it exudes a delightful aroma, though it lacks the intense sweetness of other jackfruits I've tried." Lu Qianyue and Tina each took a piece and instantly fell in love, hastily stuffing their mouths with the succulent pulp. "Hey, don't discard the seeds." Just then, Gu Chen approached with a smile. "The seeds can be cooked or roasted as well." Lu Qianqian, who was about to discard the seed in her hand, paused upon hearing Gu Chen's words. "Gu Chen, gather more for us to take back," Lu Qianyue suggested. "It's simply delicious." Indeed, Tina eagerly nodded, having not savored such a sweet fruit in a long time. Gu Chen, acknowledging their enthusiasm, agreed to gather more without needing further persuasion. After placing the jackfruits on the ground, he resumed his ascent to continue harvesting. After an hour, he managed to collect over 30 jackfruits. He then retrieved some vines from the forest, weaving several vine nets to secure the jackfruits within before leading them away. Turning left, They arrived at the foot of a mountain after a brief walk of 10 minutes. The base of the mountain sloped gently, strewn with rocks of various sizes. Place the jackfruits in this hollow. We'll return for them later. Gu Chen discovered a hole beneath a large stone and instructed Wen Man and the others to deposit the jackfruits there, alleviating the burden of carrying them. Having only been out for 2 hours, it was impractical to return just yet. Once the jackfruits were safely stowed, Gu Chen sealed the entrance with stones to prevent discovery by other animals. After securing the opening, he led them onward. Crossing the mountain, they entered a thicket, progressing toward the nearby woods. In less than 10 minutes, they found themselves enveloped by the forest, where the cacophony of birdsong intensified and the variety of avian species increased. Gu Chen even spotted a few wild chickens, their splendid long tails disappearing into the underbrush. "Come, I shall teach you how to fashion a simple snare," Gu Chen announced to the five, stepping into the woods ahead to cut several smooth, slender vines. Gu Chen sought a resilient hardwood and, with his dagger, severed a small portion from its apex. He then gathered several slender branches, sharpening their tips with his dagger before plunging them into the earth. Lu Qianyue and her companions bent forward, intently observing Gu Chen's meticulous actions. Once the mechanism was prepared, Gu Chen secured a vine to the hardwood, fashioning a slip knot at the other end, which he subsequently positioned beneath the mechanism. "Behold," Gu Chen proclaimed, raising his finger towards the group before pressing it down. Whoosh! The moment he pressed, the mechanism activated, ensnaring his finger and propelling him aloft. "Oh, so that is how it works? I begin to comprehend," Lu Qianyue remarked, nodding slightly. "Upon returning, I too shall endeavor to try." "No need to wait until we return. Let us do it now," Gu Chen suggested, encouraging them to venture nearby and set one up for themselves. During the process of constructing the lasso, should they encounter any uncertainties, they would approach him for guidance. Suddenly, from a thicket not far ahead, the sound of Lu Qianyue's cry pierced the air. Gu Chen, upon hearing it, assumed something was amiss and immediately rushed towards her. "Qianyue, Qianyue, I am here," he called out. In a dense grove, Lu Qianyue responded, and Gu Chen hastened to her side. Upon entering, he found her sprawled on the ground, shielding her face. "What has happened?" Gu Chen inquired anxiously, rushing to help her up. Lu Qianyue clung to him, merely pointing ahead. Gu Chen followed her gesture and beheld a grotesque stone statue resembling a human head. Beneath the statue, 3 rectangular stones lay arranged in a manner akin to a stone bed, meticulously spaced just a meter apart. Moreover, the central stone bore fresh, vivid stains of crimson. Chapter 53. The tribe of savages. Upon seeing the stones, Gu Chen gently patted Lu Qianyue's shoulder, reassuring her to remain unafraid. He then approached the central stone, tracing his fingers over the bloodstains upon its surface, which had only recently congealed, likely left from the morning, alongside dried remnants of blood. Gu Chen, this place is terrifying. Let's depart," Lu Qianyue implored, her grip tightening on Gu Chen's hand as she yearned to flee this ominous locale. Observing the stone statue and taking in the surroundings, he noticed scattered, fragmented entrails on the ground, the origin of which remained a mystery. On either side of the statue stood 2 stone pillars, each supporting a ceramic basin. Upon closer inspection, he discovered they were fire pits containing remnants of charred ash. Could this be an altar of a native tribe? Gu Chen furrowed his brow, pondering the unsettling notion that there might be an indigenous tribe residing on the island. He understood the peril. If such tribes existed, they would likely pose a significant threat. Having had no prior contact with outsiders, they might perceive anyone as an enemy or potential sustenance. Gu Chen, Qianyue. At that moment, when Man, accompanied by Tina and the 2 sisters, rushed in. "How do we find a statue here?" Tina exclaimed, astonished. "This is truly frightening." With a deep exhale, Gu Chen regarded Wen Man and the others. "Let us leave this place," he urged, not pausing for their responses as he began to walk out, with Wen Man and the others hastily following suit. Upon returning to the foot of the mountain, Gu Chen retrieved the jackfruit and led them back. An hour later, upon entering the valley, Will gazed at Gu Chen and the others in astonishment, having assumed they would not return so swiftly. Seated in the shelter, Gu Chen recounted the encounter with the stone statue, feeling compelled to share the unsettling information. Will, upon hearing this, wore a grave expression. Are you suggesting that there are natives on this island? Yes, Gu Chen affirmed with a nod. There is no other explanation for the bloodstains on the stone. If they were from survivors of the cruise ship, they would not behave in such a manner. You are correct, Will replied, pacing thoughtfully. If what you say is true, then that place is indeed an altar. What should we do? Do you think they might resort to cannibalism? Lu Qianyue interjected anxiously. Could they possibly find us? Not at all, Gu Chen reassured her. Moreover, it is premature to draw conclusions. Let me ascertain whether they are indeed natives before we proceed. If it is truly an altar, they are likely to make further appearances. For the next few days, Gu Chen intended to investigate the matter further. Indeed, it is possible that some wild beasts have dragged their prey there for consumption, he added. Will chuckled lightly. Do not let your worries consume you. There is no need for fear. Upon hearing Will's words, the tension within Wen Man and the others began to ease. Enough of this talk. Let us enjoy the jackfruit, Wen Man suggested, as she picked up the jackfruit from the ground and began to open it, prompting everyone to partake. Oh, I believe I have tasted this wild jackfruit before. Its seeds are also quite a delectable food source. Will smiled faintly, reminding them not to discard the seeds, as he would roast them later for a delightful meal. Lu Qianqian and the others nodded in agreement, placing the seeds atop the stone table. After satisfying his hunger, Gu Chen departed the valley, this time venturing out alone. Following his departure, Will made his way to the waterfall, leaving only Wen Man and the 5 others in the shed. What shall we do? Tina inquired, glancing at Wen Man and Lu Qianyue. We can't simply sit here doing nothing, can we? How about we go fishing in the river? Lu Qianqian suggested, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The bamboo net is still by the riverbank. All right, let us go and prepare fish soup for tonight, Wen Man replied, rising to her feet. Qianqian, you fetch the basket. Sure thing, Lu Qianqian exclaimed, darting outside and quickly returning with the basket. Upon reaching the riverbank, Lu Qianyue and Wen Man carried the bamboo net over, laying it flat in the water as they had done previously, propping it up with stones. Tina and Lu Qianqian wielded bamboo spears, moving to the top of the net, energetically splashing the water to drive the fish downstream. Meanwhile, Gu Chen ventured alone into the thicket. The fruits of the cactus had all vanished, either withered or consumed by birds. After digging up 2 wild ginger and wild onion plants, he set off towards a mountain peak where he had previously spotted wild goats. Arriving at the base of a sheer cliff, he found it impossible to ascend directly. Instead, he navigated to the right, where the slope was steep yet climbable with the aid of trees. After half an hour of climbing, he reached a concave notch. From this vantage point, he could see the grassland below, where waist-high weeds danced in the breeze. The wild goats had likely ascended from this very spot. Gu Chen pondered, if I descend, will I encounter the wild goats? The concave area was steep. To descend, he would need to cling closely to the rocky wall. However, ascending would prove much more challenging. Glancing up at the sun, he noted it was still early, around 10 in the morning. Resolute, he began his descent, carefully navigating the steep slope. His body pressed against the wall. The loose gravel crumbled beneath his feet, sending small rocks tumbling down. With no choice but to continue, he slid down, encountering several hair-raising moments where he nearly lost his footing, yet he managed to steady himself. Before long, he reached the grassy expanse below, his hands scraped and raw but thankfully unbloodied. As he stepped into the grass, he noticed many of the blades had been nibbled by animals. There's a small path here, he observed. After walking a few meters, a well-trodden path emerged, clearly worn down by frequent passage. Following the path, he soon arrived at the edge of a grove. Indeed, the wild goats had emerged from the woods. A narrow path meandered into the woods, where the tender leaves of surrounding trees bore marks of having been nibbled by wild goats. Gu Chen ventured deeper and discovered feathers scattered on the ground, remnants of a wild chicken. This place seemed promising. Setting a few snares here could yield a catch of wild chickens. With that thought, he proceeded into the forest, cutting some slender vines and fashioning 5 snares around him, using bamboo worms as bait. Finally, he fashioned 3 slip knots along the path with thicker vines. ensuring that if a wild goat happened to tread carelessly into the noose, a swift tug would ensnare it instantly. As he exited the thicket, the underbrush rustled unexpectedly, prompting Gu Chen to pursue the sound. To his surprise, it was a wild rabbit. No wonder the vegetation had been gnawed down to such a state. He understood that wild rabbits would bite the grass, dragging it into their burrows to create nests. "Since I am here, I cannot leave empty-handed," Gu Chen murmured to himself. "I shall lie in wait for the rabbit." With that, he concealed himself in the thicket, bow and arrow poised, awaiting the appearance of his quarry. Chapter 54. The Indigenous Girl Amidst the Weeds. Gu Chen squatted in the thicket, consumed by boredom, listening to the sound around him, gently swatting away the persistent mosquitoes. Time trickled by, and after nearly half an hour of silence, a sense of restlessness began to stir within him. Just then, he noticed a rustle in the grass to his right, instantly alerting him. A glance revealed a gray wild rabbit, its back adorned with irregular black spots. At last, it had appeared. A subtle smile graced Gu Chen's lips as he knocked an arrow onto his bowstring, moving slowly to aim at the rabbit. Whoosh! The arrow soared swiftly, piercing the side of the unsuspecting creature before it could react, causing it to collapse, its legs thrashing in a desperate struggle. Seeing the rabbit down, Gu Chen dashed over, picked it up, and noted its plumpness with satisfaction. He placed the rabbit into his backpack, glanced back, and proceeded towards the forest ahead. He preferred to avoid the treacherous incline and instead chose to navigate through the dense undergrowth. Within the jungle, the foliage was thick and tangled with climbing plants, making the path arduous. Bird's nest? When Gu Chen raised his gaze, he spotted a nest nestled in the branches of a large tree. Curiosity piqued, he approached, set down his backpack, and carefully ascended the trunk. After 7 or 8 minutes of climbing several dozen meters, he reached the nest only to find it devoid of eggs, containing instead 3 recently hatched chicks, their fluffy white down making them appear irresistibly adorable as they chirped. After a fleeting glance, Gu Chen descended, refraining from touching the charming chicks, for he knew that any trace of human scent might lead their mother to abandon them. Once back on the ground, he ventured deeper into the jungle, unaware that nearly an hour had passed without emerging from the thicket. Suddenly, he halted, discerning the presence of several gorillas amidst the foliage ahead. A roar erupted as a silverback gorilla spotted him, charging forward, standing upright, and thumping its chest with its hands while vocalizing a fierce growl. Gu Chen, eyeing the formidable creature, cautiously shifted to the left, wary of provoking such a giant, whose strength could shatter tempered glass with a single blow. He waited until the gorilla was out of sight before quickening his pace, slipping into the woods on his left. After a short while, he heard the sound of flowing water and paused momentarily before following the sound. Descending a slope and pushing aside the leaves of wild taro that blocked his way, he soon found himself beside a waterfall. However, the scene before him rendered him momentarily speechless, his eyes widening in astonishment. Below the waterfall, a young woman, completely unclad, reveled in the cascading water's embrace. Her skin, a deep ebony hue, gleamed with a radiant sheen, and her figure was exquisite. At that moment, the woman also noticed Gu Chen, letting out a startled cry as she hurriedly emerged from the waterfall, seeking refuge behind a large rock. How could there be a woman here? Gu Chen pondered in disbelief. Could she be an indigenous person? After a while, the woman cautiously emerged from behind the boulder, peering curiously at Gu Chen. Perhaps sensing that he bore no ill will, she gradually stepped out from her hiding place and approached him. Gu Chen observed her, and in her eyes, he discerned no malice, only a sense of wonder. Noticing the animal hide draped over her form, he confirmed that she must indeed be an indigenous person. As she halted a mere 3 or 4 meters away, she scrutinized him with intrigue, uttering words in a language he could not comprehend. Upon seeing Gu Chen smile in her direction, the woman grew bolder, advancing closer and even reaching out to touch the fabric of his clothing. With a gentle chuckle, Gu Chen settled onto the damp ground, prompting her to sit beside him, continuing to speak in her unfamiliar tongue. With the barrier of language between them, they communicated through glances, and her curiosity blossomed. She would occasionally caress his clothes and even his face. After a time, she rose and pointed toward the waterfall, flashing him a smile before departing. In that brief encounter, Gu Chen realized that this indigenous girl harbored no malice, only an innocent curiosity. Once the woman had left, Gu Chen turned and ventured deeper into the dense forest. 2 hours later, he circled back to the woods at the foot of the mountain, where just ahead lay the stone statue. Gazing upward, he noted that dusk was approaching. If he did not return soon, he would be unable to make it back to the valley before nightfall. Passing by the traps, Gu Chen discovered that 2 snares had been triggered, capturing 2 small birds. After retrieving them, he hastened toward the valley. In the valley, Will was preparing fish soup while one man and others tidied the path leading to the waterfall. As darkness loomed, Gu Chen's absence raised concern. Lu Qianyu, sweeping bamboo leaves, paused to voice her worry. Could something have happened? No, he should be on his way back, Wen Man replied, though her heart held a flicker of anxiety. Once the area was clean, they returned to their shelter, where Lu Qian set the dishes upon the stone table. After 10 minutes, as everyone was preparing for dinner, Gu Chen finally appeared. Brother Gu Chen, Lu Shan exclaimed joyfully, rushing to grasp his hand. Ah, you've returned just in time. The fish soup is ready, Will remarked with a slight smile. Why are you so late? He inquired. I ventured a bit farther this time, Gu Chen replied, placing his backpack down. Lu Qian approached and discovered the wild rabbit and small birds nestled within. The rabbit and birds are lifeless. We should tend to them now, Will said, taking them toward the water basin. First, have some fish soup to fill your stomach, One Man offered, ladling a bowl for Gu Chen, who took a sip. Will swiftly prepared the rabbit and birds, propping the rabbit open with bamboo and placing it directly over the flames to roast. Although the air here was somewhat humid, the environment remained dry. As Will roasted the wild rabbit, he remarked, smoked meat will spoil and mold if exposed to moisture for several days. We must find a way to preserve it, or we shall have to consume it. Gu Chen nodded in response. Leave this to me. I will devise a solution. After approximately 20 minutes, the rabbit was perfectly roasted, and we used a dagger to carve the meat. Shall we gather some cattails tomorrow? He suggested. Lu Qianyue gently nudged Gu Chen. We have already consumed all that we brought back yesterday. Very well, Gu Chen replied with a slight nod, taking a piece of rabbit meat to savor. After satisfying their hunger, the hour had advanced to past 7 in the evening, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Gu Chen arranged the dried cattail leaves and stems within the shelter, meticulously organizing them. Qianyue, shall we bathe now? You may go ahead. I shall wait and join later. Lu Qianyue replied. Upon hearing that she would not accompany them, Wen Man, Tina, and Lu Qianqian took their torches and made their way toward the waterfall. The night was profound, cloaked in darkness. Chapter 55. Learning the indigenous language the following morning, the bamboo grove resonated with the melodious calls of birds. After Wen Man and her companions rose, they proceeded to wash up. Ah, Sister Man, look, there are numerous insects here, exclaimed Lu Qianqian, as she curiously approached a bamboo shoot where several bugs were crawling. Be careful, it might bite you, Wen Man cautioned, her voice filled with concern. Quick, release it. It could be toxic. No, I'll take it to show Brother Gu Chen, Lu Qianqian declared, dashing towards a shelter where Gu Chen was busy placing his bow and arrows into a basket. Brother Gu Chen, look, I caught an insect. Lu Qianqian joyfully lifted the bug, her face beaming with excitement. Can this be eaten? Upon examining it, Gu Chen recognized it as a bamboo shoot bug and smiled slightly. Yes, it is edible and quite delicious. Go catch a few more. With that encouragement, Lu Qianqian turned on her heels and hurried away. A few minutes later, she returned with 7 or 8 bamboo shoot bugs in hand. Gu Chen sat by a stone table, meticulously removing the wings, legs, and innards of the bugs. He then skewered them with bamboo sticks, sprinkled a touch of sea salt, and placed them over the roaring fire to roast. Oh, is that an insect? Will approached, surprised to see Gu Chen grilling the bugs. Can it really be eaten? I have been a chef for many years, yet I have never encountered anything like this. Gu Chen smiled gently, and after roasting for about a minute, he took one off the skewer and ate it, with Lu Qianqian following suit. The insects were crispy and fragrant. Seeing Gu Chen relish the dish, Will's curiosity piqued. Let me try one, he finally said, unable to contain himself. Gu Chen handed him a skewer. Suppressing his distaste, Will popped one into his mouth. After a few chews, he was pleasantly surprised by the flavor, exclaiming, "Though it may appear somewhat unappetizing, the taste is indeed delightful. I rather enjoy it." "That's wonderful to hear," Gu Chen replied with a smile, gesturing toward the bamboo grove. "There should be plenty more in the forest. Feel free to gather as many as you wish." "Gu Chen, shall we depart?" At that moment, when Man and Tina approached, carrying baskets and wielding bamboo spears. "Very well, let us go," Gu Chen replied, shouldering his basket. We are leaving." Will nodded in acknowledgement. "You go ahead. I shall remain behind to construct the smoking chamber." Gu Chen led the group out of the valley, making their way toward the pond by the river. After a journey of over half an hour, they reached the pond's edge and began to harvest the cattails. Once they had gathered a considerable amount, Gu Chen expertly bundled them using bamboo strips. By threading a bamboo spear through the bundles, they could easily carry them back. Demonstrating the technique, Gu Chen showed the others how to balance the load, and soon they mimicked his actions, shouldering their burdens before retracing their steps. "Ow, my shoulder aches," one of them complained. "Has it only been a few steps? Come on, we must keep moving," another urged. As they traversed the hillside, they found a moment to rest. Man, you all return first. I need to check the snares," Gu Chen said, casting a glance at the 5 women. "Stay safe and refrain from wandering about." Since the discovery of the wolf pack, Gu Chen has been plagued by concerns regarding their potential return. If he were absent, Man and the others would be in grave danger. Upon hearing that Gu Chen intended to leave, Tina promptly stood up and suggested, "Perhaps I should accompany you?" "No, you all return to assist with the smokehouse for wire," Gu Chen responded, waving his hand as he turned to depart. Observing his departure, Man and the other 4 women also rose, carrying cattails as they made their way toward the valley. An hour later, Gu Chen arrived at the foot of the mountain and began his ascent. Upon reaching the mountain pass, he slowly slid down. He had initially intended to circumvent the woods, but that would have consumed too much time. Sliding onto the grassy expanse, he traversed the area and ventured onto a narrow path within the woods to inspect the 3 snares, discovering that they had not been triggered, indicating that the wild goats had not appeared today. He then entered the right side of the woods, and, not far along, he heard the sound of flapping wings. Wild chickens. Seeing that one of the snares had been triggered, Gu Chen hurried over and found a wild chicken suspended. It was a male, evident from its vibrant, multicolored feathers and long, beautiful tail. He untied the knot, retrieved the wild chicken, and bound its feet and wings with vine to prevent its escape. Placing it into his backpack, he inspected the other 3 snares, finding them inactive before leaving the woods. Capturing a wild chicken made the trip worthwhile, yielding at least some reward. Entering the opposite thicket, Gu Chen glanced ahead and recognized that he was approaching the territory of a gorilla, prompting him to veer left. After several minutes, he arrived at the waterfall and paused to contemplate before descending the slope. Not far down, he caught a whiff of grilled fish and, driven by curiosity, continued downward. Reaching level ground, he discovered the indigenous girl from yesterday grilling fish by a large rock. Hearing footsteps, the girl looked up, and upon recognizing Gu Chen, she waved her hand in familiarity. Seeing her gesture, Gu Chen smiled and approached. The girl pointed to the grilled fish, took it down, took a bite, and then offered it to Gu Chen. He, in turn, gently nibbled at it, causing the girl to beam with delight. As they shared the fish, the girl produced several bananas from behind her. Gu Chen was momentarily astonished, wondering where she had gathered these wild bananas. Saba, she said, smoothing the ground with her hand and drawing something with a stick while speaking continuously. At that moment, Gu Chen realized the girl aimed to teach him their indigenous language. Intrigued, he attentively engaged in learning. As time passed, 2 hours later, the girl suddenly stood and pulled Gu Chen toward the waterfall, laying down a hide on the sand before stepping directly into the water. This gesture momentarily stunned Gu Chen. He had not anticipated that the indigenous girl would be more daring than modern women. "Cammy," the girl called, waving to Gu Chen, signaling him to join her for a bath. Gu Chen had no choice but to disrobe and approach, standing beneath the waterfall, allowing the cascading waters to wash over them. The indigenous girl caressed Gu Chen's broad chest, while he gently explored the texture of her skin. Her sun-kissed complexion glistened with vitality and elasticity, albeit lacking a certain smoothness. After a while, the girl led Gu Chen to sit beneath a massive rock, where she began to teach him her tribal language. Embracing her, Gu Chen devoted himself to learning, occasionally attempting to speak, which elicited peals of laughter from the girl. After a substantial period of instruction, Gu Chen was able to grasp a few simple phrases. As noon approached, the girl glanced at the sky, donned her animal skin attire, and gestured to Gu Chen before departing. Watching her retreating figure, Gu Chen smiled, finding her utterly endearing. Beneath the giant rock, he noticed 3 bananas, which he picked up and placed into his backpack before leaving. Chapter 56. A lavish dinner. As I ascended the hillside, the clock had already passed 3 in the afternoon. A glance revealed Wen Man and her companions frolicking by the riverbank. "Uncle Will, I've caught 2 tiny fish," Lu Qianqian exclaimed joyfully, clasping her hands together as she sprinted to the shore, presenting the small river fish to Will. "Hee, these river fish are quite delectable," Will replied with a gentle smile, skillfully gutting the fish and placing them directly into a frying pan. Perched upon a stone by the waterside, he had constructed a rudimentary stove from rocks, kindling a fire to fry the fish right there on the bank. "There's a little crab. Quick, catch it," Lu Shanshan exclaimed, flipping over stones in the river, causing a small crab to scurry away in haste. Lu Qianyue and Tina wielded sticks, incessantly tapping the water's surface, startling the smaller fish into frantic movements. "Oh, a fish has flipped onto its back." Spotting a dazed little fish, Lu Qianyue dashed over to seize it. Every so often, Wen Man and her friends would extract fish from the river, while Will took on the task of frying them. 2 bowls sat nearby, already filled with the fried river fish, river shrimp, and small crabs. Exhausted from their play, the 2 sisters, Lu Qianqian and Lu Shanshan, ambled over to the riverbank. Dipping their feet into the water, their clothes dampened significantly. "Come, taste my culinary skills," Will said with a grin, gesturing to the bowls on the ground. Lu Qianqian eagerly reached out for a fish, popping it into her mouth and chewing, her face lighting up with astonishment. This is exquisite. I want to try too," Lu Shanshan exclaimed, also reaching for a fish. Just then, her gaze caught sight of Gu Chen returning from across the way. "Look, brother Gu Chen is back," she called out. "Let's see what he has brought," Lu Qianqian exclaimed, rising to run towards the grassy expanse, with Lu Shanshan hastily trailing behind. Observing Gu Chen's return, Wen Man and Lu Qianyue also made their way to the shore and sat down. "Look, a wild chicken. It's still alive, hee. Lu Qianqian shouted, clutching the wild chicken as she dashed back. Upon reaching the riverbank, Gu Chen set down his backpack and approached Will with a smile. Such a leisurely activity, grilling fish by the riverside. As he bent down to pick up a small crab and popped it into his mouth hole, crunching it delightfully, he added, "It gets a bit stifling staying indoors all day. I needed to unwind." Will chuckled softly. Indeed, the scenery here is rather splendid, though one must be wary of wolves. Gu Chen nodded in agreement. "Is this lard? Fried river fish is delicious. I rendered some fat from the wild boar we caught yesterday." Will glanced at the backpack, intrigued. "Oh, what leaves are these?" "These are plantain leaves. You can consider them wild vegetables," Gu Chen replied with a slight smile. "They're delightful whether boiled or used in soups." Gu Chen, at that moment, Lu Qianyue rushed over with a wild chicken in her grasp. "Can we spare this wild chicken for being killed? It's so beautiful. I'd like to raise it and save it for when we're out of food." Of course, Gu Chen nodded, smiling. "Let us return and construct a bamboo cage to keep it in. Come, let us head back." Upon hearing the call to return, Wen Man and a few others approached, Will took the frying pan and 2 bowls and made his way towards the valley. Back at the shed, Wen Man grabbed a basket to wash the plantain leaves, while Will prepared a couple of slices of smoked meat, neatly placing them into a bamboo tube, ready for quick cooking. After washing the leaves, she placed them in the basket. Inside the shed, a tin was heating water. Once the water boiled, she would add the leaves, sprinkle some sea salt, and add a bit of lard. Gu Chen observed Wen Man and remarked, "It only needs to be boiled for 2 to 3 minutes." Just then, Lu Qianqian, tempted to sneak a taste of the fried fish on the stone table, was met with a gentle slap on her hand from Wen Man. "Wait until everyone is gathered." Gu Chen and Tina were busy constructing a fence with bamboo strips in the clearing behind the bamboo house. Once completed, they could raise wild chickens inside. We'll slice the wild ginger and began to stoke the fire for cooking. When the frying pan began to smoke, he added a touch of lard and then the ginger slices. Once they released their aroma, he tossed in the prepared smoked meat, and after a while, added the bamboo shoots to stir-fry together, quickly filling the air with a delightful fragrance. Just securing this part will suffice. Gu Chen indicated the bamboo strips above, and Tina proceeded to bind them with bamboo strips. The fence, standing at 1.5 meters high, 1 meter wide, and over 2.5 meters long, was topped with bamboo strips, capable of housing a dozen wild chickens simultaneously. "Brother Gu Chen, I'm full." After a few minutes, they heard Lu Qianqian's cheerful voice. "Let us head back." Upon returning to the shed, everyone was already seated. On the stone table lay not only 2 bowls of fried river fish, but also sweet flag rhizomes, plantain leaf soup, and stir-fried bamboo shoots with smoked meat, making for a rather sumptuous dinner. "Delicious, haha," Will exclaimed after tasting the plantain leaves. "This plantain is quite good, and the soup is delightful. Next time, I'll gather more if I see it." "I agree," Wen Man added, turning her gaze towards Gu Chen. "In fact, we spotted plantain leaves as soon as we arrived at that meadow," Gu Chen replied, looking at Wen Man and the others. "There should be plenty. If you wish to gather some, we can go digging tomorrow morning." Upon hearing this, Wen Man inquired, "Are you referring to that large valley?" "Yes, that meadow over there," Gu Chen confirmed with a slight nod, savoring a piece of smoked meat. As they enjoyed the soup, fried river fish, and smoked meat, occasionally indulging in the sweet flag rhizome, Lu Qianqian suddenly noticed something bulging from Lu Qianqian's coat pocket. Curiously, she asked, "What do you have in your pocket? It looks quite full." Immediately, Lu Qianqian covered her pocket, exclaiming, "Nothing, nothing at all." Her actions only served to confirm the suspicion. "I don't believe you. I want to see," Lu Qianqian declared, reaching for her pocket. "Ah, no," Lu Qianqian shouted, but it was too late. Lu Qianqian had already pried her hand away and pulled out 3 bananas from her pocket. "Uh-huh, and you said there was nothing." Lu Qianwei raised a banana plant and inquired, "Pray tell, whence did this banana originate?" Upon the sight of the banana plant, all eyes turned towards Lu Qianqian. "This is the banana plant I brought back," she asserted. Just then, Gu Chen, with a playful smile, interjected, "There are only 3, no more to spare. Return it to me. I intend to keep it for tonight's supper." Lu Qianqian hastily reached out, attempting to reclaim the banana plant, but Lu Qianyue deftly evaded her grasp. "Hee, do you wish to indulge all by yourself?" Lu Qianyue chuckled mischievously and rose to her feet. "Let us share. Everyone shall receive their due portion." Ultimately, Lu Qianqian had no choice but to acquiesce to Lu Qianyue's proposal, and the 5 of them divided the bounty among themselves. After satiating their hunger, they waited for half an hour until nightfall. Gu Chen placed the wild chicken into the enclosure and added a few bamboo worms to feed it. That evening, under the shelter, illuminated by the flickering campfire, Gu Chen was instructing them on how to weave mats from dried cattail leaves. Suddenly, a loud clang echoed as the bamboo tube alarm hanging from the lower part of the bamboo house went off. Chapter 57. Shooting the wild wolves. Upon hearing the sound of the bamboo tube, Gu Chen furrowed his brow. Swiftly seizing a burning log from the campfire and grabbing his bow and arrows before rushing outside. "What is happening?" Upon witnessing Gu Chen's actions, Lu Qianyue's face displayed a flicker of alarm. "Is something amiss?" The bamboo tube sounded, Tina remarked, also taking a burning log and a bamboo spear as she followed suit. Lu Qianqian turned to Wen Man. "Should we go take a look?" "What purpose would that serve?" Wen Man retorted, irritation lacing her tone. "It's best to stay put." Despite her words, a pang of anxiety gnawed at her, fearing the potential for trouble. Arriving at the bamboo wall, Gu Chen raised the flaming wood to illuminate the surroundings, peering through the gaps to observe the path outside. After a moment's watch, he found the path eerily quiet, which struck him as odd. What triggered the bamboo tube? Tina approached and whispered, "Is there anything out there?" "Nothing." Gu Chen shook his head. "I can't tell what creature may have brushed against the bamboo." After several minutes of waiting within the bamboo wall, with no sign of disturbance, they returned. "Gu Chen, what is wrong?" As soon as they re-entered the shelter, Wen Man approached him, inquiring, "Did the wolves come?" "No, there is no need for concern. Everything is fine." Gu Chen waved his hand, reassuring them, "Come. Let us continue weaving the grass mats. Surely, you don't wish to sleep on the rigid bamboo beds?" Hearing Gu Chen's words, everyone exhaled in relief. Under Gu Chen's guidance, Wen Man and the others soon grasped the art of mat weaving. While Will had already retired for the night, Gu Chen and the 5 women toiled until past 10 o'clock. "Oh dear, my back aches. I can't go on." Lu Qinhua stood, stretching her limbs. "It's quite late. Shall we retire for the night?" Gu Chen glanced at the pitch-black exterior. "Let us conclude for tonight. We shall resume our work tomorrow evening." Nodding in agreement, Wen Man and the others sipped some water before returning to the bamboo house for rest. Gu Chen fashioned several torches, relocating the campfire to the bamboo dwelling below. As time drifted by, in the latter half of the night, Gu Chen leaned against the bamboo wall and dozed off. Clang! Clang! Suddenly, the bamboo tube beneath the eaves erupted with sound once more, ringing incessantly. Awakened by the commotion, Gu Chen sprang to alertness, quickly igniting a torch. And armed with his bow and several torches, he dashed outside. The clattering of the bamboo tubes failed to rouse Wen Man and the others, including Will. "Howl! Howl! Howl!" As Gu Chen approached the bamboo wall, he was met with deep growls. Several wild wolves were clawing at the ground. At that moment, upon catching sight of the flames, the wolves swiftly turned and fled. Gu Chen illuminated the area with his torch, inserting it into the crevice of the nearby bamboo wall. Drawing closer, he peered through the gap to observe the path outside. The narrow opening, wide enough for 2 fingers, had been intentionally left by Gu Chen to facilitate a clear view of the outside path. "Damn, how cunning," attempting to dig their way in. Gu Chen pondered to himself, "It seems I must reinforce this place tomorrow." After a brief interval of more than 10 minutes, a pack of wild wolves stealthily entered the vicinity once more. Gu Chen quickly lowered his head, knocking an arrow to his bowstring. 3 gray wolves surveyed their surroundings and, upon confirming the absence of any immediate threat, approached to dig a hole. In the dim glow of the firelight, Gu Chen could only discern their indistinct silhouettes. As he heard the wolves resume their excavation, he cautiously raised his head and extended his bow through a narrow gap. Just then, he caught sight of one wolf's hindquarters and took aim, releasing an arrow with precision. Whoosh! A howl erupted from the wounded creature as it writhed in agony, attempting to dislodge the arrow with frantic movements. The other 2 wolves, witnessing this chaos, fled in terror. Whoosh! Another arrow flew forth, striking the wolf in the neck and sending it crashing against the stone wall. Whoosh! Gu Chen swiftly loosed yet another arrow, piercing the wolf's head. Just then, one of the remaining wolves charged in, howling in defiance. "I shall not hesitate to slay you," Gu Chen thought, swiftly drawing another arrow from behind and aiming at the howling beast. Whoosh! The arrow struck its foreleg, causing the wolf to whimper as it retreated. "Do you wish to save your companion?" "Oomph. Enter if you dare," Gu Chen murmured coldly, readying another arrow. He patiently awaited his opportunity, and as his torch began to dwindle, he ignited another for illumination. At this moment, the wounded wolf lay on the ground, gravely injured, helplessly calling out to its companions. "Still alive?" Whoosh! Gu Chen released another arrow, which found its mark in the creature's throat. The wolf struggled briefly before succumbing to its injuries. With the wolf's demise, Gu Chen turned his attention to the entrance of the narrow path. Moments stretched into what felt like an eternity, yet the outside remained eerily silent. Strange. Have they departed? Gu Chen mused to himself, though he dared not open the door, wary of potential ambush from the cunning wolves. 2 hours passed without a sound, and Gu Chen, weary from standing, had burned through all 4 of his torches. It seemed they had indeed left. He settled down against the bamboo wall, closing his eyes to rest. Time slipped away until the sound of birds chirping in the bamboo grove roused him. Upon opening his eyes, he realized dawn was breaking. Rising, he made his way to the bamboo hut. He splashed his face with water from the pool to awaken his senses, noting the water's chill, a stark contrast to the warmth from the previous day. After half an hour, the sun had fully risen. Gu Chen approached the entrance again, peering outside to find the carcasses of the wolves still there. straining his ears for any sounds. He confirmed the outside was silent before he cautiously opened the bamboo door, armed with a bamboo spear, and stepped out into the world. Upon reaching the riverbank and surveying the surroundings, I found no trace of the wolf pack before making my way back. Hey, rise and shine. The dawn has arrived. It's time to forage for wild vegetables. After when Man got up, she roused her sisters, Lu Qianqian and Lu Qingyue. We emerged from the bamboo hut, intending to catch a fish from the pond for breakfast. We spotted Gu Chen dragging a wild wolf back. Gu Chen, this. Weir stammered, rendered speechless by the sight of the wolf's lifeless body. Hee. Gu Chen smiled slightly, tossing the carcass onto the ground. Last night, these beasts attempted to breach our defenses, and I managed to take one down. Oh, ha. I've never tasted wolf meat before, Weir exclaimed, suddenly bursting into laughter. I wonder how it will taste. At that moment, when Man and the others, drawn by the commotion, approached and were equally astonished upon seeing the wolf's body. Weir, ensure the pelt remains intact. Upon hearing this, we gave an okay sign and, along with Tina and the others, carried the wolf's carcass toward the pool. Chapter 58. The indigenous girl captured by the edge of the pool will adeptly skin the entire wolf pelt with his dagger, methodically slicing the meat into chunks. The pungent odor was overwhelming. Ugh, such a strong stench. Is this meat even edible? Lu Qianyue covered her nose, wrinkling her brow. I feel like I might vomit. The two sisters, Lu Qianqian and Lu Qianyue, could no longer endure the foul smell and retreated. Nonetheless, it was still meat. They decided to cook it and see. We'll place the cut meat into an iron pot, adding the remaining wild ginger to eliminate the odor. Once the water boiled, he simmered it for about 10 minutes before draining it and adding fresh water to continue cooking, ensuring the wolf's scent would dissipate. After another 20 minutes, he extracted the meat and placed it in a large bamboo basket. The steaming meat was daunting to the girls, who hesitated to take a bite. Gu Chen smiled at them and boldly took a piece to eat. Although the flavor was peculiar and retained a hint of gaminess, he found it palatable. Will also sampled a piece, nodding with a grin. I never expected wolf meat to taste like this. I thought it would be similar to dog meat. With enough seasoning, it should be quite delicious. Just then, he seemed to recall something and turned to Gu Chen. By the way, I've heard that wolves have a strong sense of revenge. If we kill one, will they come after us? Yes, Gu Chen affirmed. He understood that the pack would undoubtedly seek vengeance, possibly tracking them down and attacking from all directions, without addressing the wolf pack. When Man and the others would be unable to venture outside, as even the riverside would pose a danger. Upon hearing this, when Man inquired, should we still go to the grassland to forage for wild vegetables? You all should stay here, Gu Chen replied, shaking his head. I'll go out alone. And Tina, make sure someone keeps watch at the entrance. Tina, and when Man nodded, slowly eating the wolf meat. Though it was unappetizing, they remained silent. After their meal, Gu Chen took them to the riverside, where he gathered some larger stones to fill in the small pits dug by the wild wolves the previous night. Once filled, he returned, shouldered his backpack, and armed himself with a bow and bamboo spear before departing, reminding them once more not to venture outside. It's so boring not being able to fish by the river, Lu Qianqian pouted. What should we do? Manji and Tina. Tina surveyed their surroundings and suggested, let us move these leaves to the entrance and weave the grass mats. Let us go. It's better than sitting here idly, Lu Qinhua declared, rising to carry a bundle of cattail leaves to the entrance, prompting when Man and the others to follow suit. Will stood nearby in the smokehouse, which measured about 10 square meters and contained a 1-meter-deep pit, where several bamboo poles lay horizontally. Stepping out of the smoke-filled room, I ventured into the bamboo grove, meticulously selecting the more tender bamboo shoots to bring back. Gu Chen wandered alone into the thicket, occasionally glancing back to survey his surroundings, fearful of being pursued by wolves. Exiting the underbrush, he arrived at a grassy area, scanning the ground in search of plantain leaves. Amidst the dense weeds, several plantain leaves lay concealed, easily overlooked without careful inspection. Upon discovering two, Gu Chen crouched down to harvest their leaves. These leaves were notably large and vibrant green, with a single plant yielding a dozen or more leaves. After several minutes of gathering, his basket was filled sufficiently for the evening's meal. He decided to check on the snares. As he spoke, he retraced his steps back to the thicket, heading directly towards the nearby woods on the left. Half an hour later, after descending a steep slope, he found himself on the grass again, walking along a narrow woodland path, only to discover that the 3 snares had yet to be triggered. Odd. Could it be that the wild goats had not passed this way? Following the path deeper into the woods, Gu Chen sought to investigate further. After another half hour, the path had vanished, leading him to a steep incline. Observing the surroundings, he noted the absence of even a single bird. He had no choice but to circumvent the slope and continue rightward, descending further. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the dense forest ahead. An indigenous girl? Gu Chen instantly recognized the voice of the indigenous girl and sprinted towards the sound. Moments later, he found refuge behind a large tree, witnessing 4 indigenous men binding the girl with vines and forcefully escorting her forward. Laughter erupted from one of the men, while the others swiftly pinned the girl to the ground. One of the men drew a stone dagger from his waist, a sinister smile on his face, as he sat atop the girl and raised the dagger to plunge into her chest. The indigenous girl's face paled in terror as she cried out. Just then, an arrow whizzed through the air, piercing the neck of the man brandishing the dagger. The man, wide-eyed in shock, collapsed to the ground. In that instant, the remaining 3 men were startled, brandishing their spears and scanning the area for danger. Another arrow flew by, striking one of the men directly in the forehead, causing him to fall lifelessly. At that moment, one of the men spotted Gu Chen's position, pointing and shouting as he charged forward. Gu Chen dashed out from behind the tree, rushing towards the indigenous man, deftly spinning his eagle-clawed dagger as he lunged at the 2 remaining men. The foremost man raised a spear to thrust at Gu Chen, who swiftly pivoted to evade, slashing the dagger across the man's neck in a flash of cold steel. The indigenous man had no time to comprehend the situation before his throat was severed. The indigenous individuals behind were swiftly incapacitated by Gu Chen's flying kick, leaving one sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Without hesitation, Gu Chen approached and pressed his hand firmly upon the man's head, delivering a swift cut across his throat. The 4 natives were effortlessly subdued by Gu Chen. At that moment, the indigenous girl rushed over and embraced him tightly. "It's all right now," Gu Chen gently reassured her, patting her shoulder as he surveyed the lifeless bodies of the natives. Their forms were adorned with vibrant red paint, and a small bone pierced through their noses, while they donned garments made of animal hide. After a while, the indigenous girl took Gu Chen's hand and led him down a narrow path, where fruits were scattered about, wild bananas, mangoes, and pineapples, along with a fruit unfamiliar to Gu Chen. The girl picked up a small basket from the ground and collected the fruits, stating, "This is for you." She articulated each word carefully, and Gu Chen could comprehend her meaning. It turned out that the girl had come today to present him with fruit. "Let us go to the waterfall," Gu Chen suggested with a smile, taking the indigenous girl's hand as they made their way towards the cascading waters. Chapter 59. The Ba tribe beneath the stones beside the waterfall. Gu Chen and the indigenous girl sat on the ground, joyfully savoring bananas and mangoes. After consuming a couple of bananas, the girl began to teach Gu Chen the language of her tribe. On the sandy ground, she diligently inscribed the curvilinear indigenous characters with a twig. "Hee," she giggled, pointing to herself. "I am called by E." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen instantly comprehended that the girl's name was E. Under Yi's guidance, he swiftly grasped the basics of their communication in the indigenous tongue. "You're a warrior." "Very formidable," he remarked, giving a thumbs up while pointing at Gu Chen. "They are from the wolf tribe, fierce, and will kill you." After conversing for a while, Gu Chen learned that those he had just slain belonged to the wolf tribe, while he was from another tribe known as the Ba tribe. With a gentle smile, he said, "Then I shall call you a E from now on." Amichum, a E beamed, her bright and clear eyes gazing at Gu Chen, before she leaped into his embrace. Gu Chen chuckled softly, holding her close. This unique tribal girl had altered his perspective on primitive tribes. Suddenly, A.E. smiled at Gu Chen, stood up, and led him to the waterfall, shedding her animal skin before stepping into the cascading water. Captivated by her alluring figure, Gu Chen couldn't resist placing a gentle kiss on Yi's cheek. With her eyes half closed, Yi reveled in his affection and kiss. seemingly experiencing such joy and passion for the first time. Soon, in the pool beneath the waterfall, the two were entwined in blissful intimacy. Half an hour later, A.E. leaned against Gu Chen, panting slightly, her cheeks flushed and adorned with a smile. Gu, I must return now. Suddenly, he straightened up, gazing deeply into his eyes as she said, if we do not leave soon, we shall not make it back to the tribe before nightfall. With that, she stood, donned her animal skin, and prepared to depart. Gu Chen glanced at the sun, estimating it to be around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Let us go. I shall escort you back, he replied with a gentle smile, concerned she might encounter members of the wolf tribe along the way. A.E., delighted that Gu Chen wished to accompany her, beamed with joy. As they traversed the forest, laughter and conversation flowed between them. Gu Chen found himself more adept at the indigenous language, able to engage in dialogue with A.E. They maneuvered through the jungle, descended steep slopes, crossed low-lying valleys, and followed a meandering stream. After more than 2 hours of walking without reaching the Ba tribe, Gu Chen pondered how A.E. had made her way to the waterfall from such a distance. Following the stream for another half hour, they arrived at a river where A.E., emerging from dense underbrush, retrieved a canoe. Gu, I wish to invite you to my tribe, she said, grasping his hand. I do not want you to leave. Do not worry. The chief and the tribe members are very kind. Gu Chen gazed at the sky, noting that the sun had already begun its descent in the west. In approximately 2 hours, darkness would envelop the land, rendering a return to the valley impossible before nightfall. Very well. Gu Chen acquiesced with alacrity. Having arrived, he was inclined to explore. Upon hearing Gu Chen's agreement to visit the tribe, A.I. joyfully planted a kiss on his cheek, and together they embarked on a dugout canoe, paddling downstream. After navigating several bends, they reached a fork in the river, where A.I. directed the canoe to the right. Gu Chen surveyed the surroundings, captivated by the intricate terrain, with numerous peaks and valleys concealed within the landscape. As the canoe rounded a curve, a cave entrance loomed ahead, flanked by towering cliffs that soared dozens of meters high. The water flowed directly into the cave, clearly indicating that it led further within. The canoe glided gently into the darkness of the cave, where the light rapidly faded. Soon, however, they encountered a glimmer ahead. A dam-like wall constructed of wood and bamboo obstructed their path. Gu Chen looked up, marveling at the imposing structure, which soared over 10 meters high, with 4 or 5 individuals stationed atop as sentinels. Bahu, it is I. Open the gate, A.I. called out, drawing the attention of a native who glanced down at her. After a brief wait, a wooden door at the base of the wall creaked open. Seeing this, A.I. paddled the canoe inside. The door was just wide enough to allow the passage of their vessel. As they passed through, Gu Chen noted that the dam wall was over 3 meters thick, constructed entirely of bamboo and timber. As soon as the canoe entered, the door closed behind them, revealing a spacious area beyond the wall. Towering mountains flanked both sides of the river, forming a majestic panorama shrouded in mist. Not far ahead, in the center of the river, lay an expansive landmass resembling a small hill, which divided the waters into 2 distinct channels. Sparse trees adorned the hill, and numerous circular thatched huts, crafted from wood, dotted the landscape. In the river, several dugout canoes floated, some with individuals engaged in fishing. We have arrived, A.I. announced, bringing the canoe to rest at the riverbank before leading Gu Chen up an incline. As they entered the open space, the surrounding villagers regarded Gu Chen with curious and inquisitive gazes, while some women and children gradually approached. Please wait for me here, A.I. said, her excitement propelling her towards a larger thatched hut ahead. At that moment, Gu Chen found himself encircled by a group of women and children, all scrutinizing him with keen interest. Observing a few corpulent women, Gu Chen mused to himself, has life among the natives improved to such an extent? Are they truly so well fed? Just then, 7 or 8 middle-aged men approached, brandishing spears and regarding Gu Chen with wary, hostile expressions. The chieftain is coming, someone shouted, prompting the crowd to part. An elderly man, leaning on a cane and adorned with a hat crafted from animal feathers, approached, flanked by 6 robust men. The valiant outsider. Thank you for saving me. The chieftain approached and, with a smile, remarked, "Had it not been for you, you would not have returned." Subsequently, he recounted how Gu Chen had slain 4 members of the wolf tribe. Upon hearing this, the onlookers gazed at Gu Chen with heightened curiosity. Even those previously harboring animosity now regarded him with a hint of admiration, their hostility dissipating. To them, eliminating members of the wolf tribe signified an act of camaraderie. Gu Chen, upon hearing this, offered a slight smile and replied, "Ah, chieftain, you flatter me. He is my friend. Rescuing her is but my duty." His words momentarily stunned the chieftain, who inquired, "You speak our language?" "Indeed," Gu Chen responded, gesturing towards AI. "It is she who taught me." "Ha ha ha! Splendid!" the chieftain exclaimed joyfully, turning to the burly man beside him. "Bagu Baka, tonight we feast on lamb." He had saved and vanquished foes from the wolf tribe. Thus, tonight called for a grand celebration. Chapter 60. The chief's hospitality as more and more people gathered around. The chief had no choice but to escort Gu Chen to his dwelling. Sitting upon a stone, Bai Yi went out to fetch some fruits, which he placed upon the stone table before Gu Chen, then seated himself beside him. "Bai Yi is my youngest child," the chief remarked, gesturing towards the 2 men seated next to him. "These 2 are my sons, Babu and Bang. In truth, you're not the first outsider to enter our domain." The chief continued, fixing his gaze on Gu Chen. "Long ago, the warriors of my tribe rescued 2 individuals from the seaside, a man and a woman. After recovering from their injuries here, they departed." Gu Chen nodded slightly, smiling as he inquired, "Chief, do you have a habit of cannibalism?" "Cannibalism?" The chief paused, raising his hand in dismissal. "Ha, how could we possibly resort to that? There is an abundance of food on this island. We have no need to eat one another." "That is reassuring," Gu Chen replied with a light chuckle. "I was merely curious." However, the chief suddenly adopted a grave demeanor. "Within the depths of the island, there exists a group of cave dwellers who consume anything living, including humans. They inhabit dark, damp caves." As he spoke, the chief lifted his head and continued, "In fact, long ago, we coexisted with the wolf tribe within the island. During that time, our relationship with them was quite amicable. However, after a while, we noticed that our hunters would occasionally go missing, never to return. Eventually, we learned that they've been slaughtered and devoured by those cave dwellers. They are ruthless, and upon capturing any living creature, they would pounce upon it to feast. Consequently, we had no choice but to abandon that place." At this point, the chief took a sip of water from a bowl and resumed. "As for our conflict with the wolf tribe, it arose shortly after we moved here, primarily over food. They are naturally combative. When they see us with a catch, they come to steal it, and if they cannot, they resort to violence." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen understood why the 4 members of the wolf tribe had attempted to harm Bai Yi. "Very well," the chief declared. "You may allow Bai Yi to show you around." With that, he departed with Babu and Bang. "Come, I will take you to a place I often visit. It is quite beautiful," Bai Yi said, taking Gu Chen's hand as they stepped outside. The open area was bustling with people of all ages. Men were slaughtering sheep, fishing, and even handling monkeys, while women spread leaves on the ground, with children around 10 years old assisting by arranging wild fruits atop the leaves. "How long have you all lived here?" Gu Chen asked. "For how many years?" "What is a year?" Bai Yi inquired curiously, raising his head. "I only remember having lived here since my birth." Gu Chen nodded thoughtfully. It seemed they had resided here for at least 20 years. By the riverbank, gazing at the ceaseless flow of water, this river promises an unending supply of sustenance for the tribe. Not far across, a few individuals were seen herding a group of wild goats, piquing Gu Chen's curiosity. "Do you also raise animals?" "Indeed," Bai Yi replied with a smile. "Whenever we venture out to hunt, if we come across young lambs or pregnant ewes, we capture them to rear." She gestured toward the nearby ravine. "There are wild boars kept over there as well." After speaking, Bai Yi descended into a canoe, and Gu Chen climbed in as she paddled across the river. Upon reaching the opposite shore, Bai Yi led Gu Chen forward. After a brief descent down a slope, they arrived at a narrow path that stretched straight ahead. Following the path inward, they soon encountered a bamboo fence, revealing a more open area beyond it. The grasslands on either side were adorned with a riot of colorful wildflowers, reminiscent of a carefully cultivated garden. "Isn't it beautiful?" He exclaimed, crouching down to caress the flowers. I dug these up and planted them here myself. As they ventured further, Gu Chen observed that they were in a small ravine, encircled by sheer cliffs. On the grassy expanse stood a small hut constructed from wood. I built this, He declared, darting inside with a laugh. I often come here to play. They never intrude. Gu Chen chuckled, leisurely strolling beneath the cliffs, where he discovered an abundance of gravel on the ground. Iron ore? He mused, picking up a couple of stones, noting their reddish hue. Do you like these stones? He inquired, pointing to the left. Look, there are many over there. Turning at her words, Gu Chen saw indeed that piles of iron ore lay beneath the nearby cliffs. Observing such a wealth of iron ore, he ran his fingers along the rocky surface, contemplating how in the great Xia kingdom such resources would undoubtedly be exploited. Come here, He beckoned, taking Gu Chen's hand and pulling him into the hut, wrapping her arms around his neck. I wish to recreate what we did by the waterfall. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen smiled softly, leaning down to gently kiss her lips before slowly deepening the kiss. Gu, I'm feeling quite warm. Yi's body flushed with heat, her face glowing, and her gaze became captivatingly dreamy. Gu Chen, entranced, caressed her gently, and soon they found themselves on the ground. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves around them, while the sun dipped beyond the mountains. An hour later, Yi returned with Gu Chen to the campsite, where the tribespeople were roasting a wild goat, a wild boar, alongside fish and monkeys. Gu Chen noticed that the inhabitants were clad in animal skins, wielding stone-crafted daggers and spears, reminiscent of the Stone Age. As night fell, 3 bonfires were lit in the clearing, casting a warm glow to illuminate the surroundings. Everyone was seated upon the leaves, as several men carefully placed the roasted wild goat and wild boar atop them, proceeding to slice the meat with stone daggers at a leisurely pace. The entrails were gathered in a clay pot and set over the fire to boil. Observing their slow method of cutting the meat, Gu Chen produced his eagle-clawed dagger and approached with a smile, proclaiming, "Allow me to assist." The chieftain and Bai Bab exchanged amused glances with Gu Chen. A few men glanced at him curiously before stepping aside, offering their stone daggers. No need for that. Gu Chen waved his hand dismissively, grinning, "This will suffice." No sooner had he spoken than the eagle-clawed dagger twirled in his hand, swiftly gliding across the roasted whole sheep. With a flurry of precise movements, Gu Chen executed his task with remarkable efficiency, leaving the onlookers, including the chieftain, utterly astonished. In a mere moment, the entire roasted sheep was reduced to a state where the flesh was separated from a bone. "Oh, what manner of divine instrument is this?" the chieftain exclaimed in disbelief. "Is it truly so sharp?" Chapter 61. Return to the valley. As night fell, a grand bonfire feast commenced in the clearing, where each tribe member was granted their share of sustenance. A pot simmered with a golden broth of entrails, while many women and children utilized the shells of a certain fruit as bowls to scoop the soup and offal. Come, eat without reservation," the chief chuckled, addressing Gu Chen, prompting everyone to indulge heartily amid a chorus of laughter. Gu Chen surveyed his surroundings and noted the disparity in gender. There were only about 30 to 40 men, including some elders and children, whereas the women outnumbered them by at least double. Perceiving Gu Chen's contemplative demeanor, the chief intoned solemnly, "Alas, the men of the tribe venture out to hunt, and at times they encounter unforeseen perils and do not return. Gradually, the number of men in the tribe has dwindled significantly. They are all valiant warriors. Although we now tend to some animals, we still must hunt daily." Nodding slightly at the chief's words, Gu Chen acknowledged the wisdom in his understanding of the concept of not squandering resources. With over 100 individuals in the tribe, the daily requirement for sustenance was considerable. As they dined, many women and girls cast curious glances at Gu Chen, making him feel somewhat bashful. "By the way, do you craft your weapons from stone? Do you not possess iron tools?" Gu Chen inquired, noticing the absence of iron artifacts. "Iron?" the chief responded, his brow furrowed in confusion, for he had no knowledge of such a material. "Oh, it is this." Observing the chief's bewildered expression, Gu Chen promptly produced an eagle-clawed dagger and offered it to him. The chief took the dagger, examining it with astonishment. "Is this iron? How sturdy and so sharp." he exclaimed, then, picking up a banana tree core from the ground, he casually sliced through it. Gazing at the remarkably sharp tool, the chief mused. If we possessed such a divine instrument, we would not fear the wolf tribe or those wild beasts. As he finished speaking, he reluctantly returned the dagger to Gu Chen, a hint of longing in his eyes. An hour later, with their appetites sated, everyone retired for the night. Gu Chen was led by Bai Yi to her thatched cottage to sleep as a great battle loomed ahead. The following day, at the break of dawn, when Gu Chen emerged from the cottage into the clearing, the tribe members had already dispersed. Some were fishing, others foraging for wild vegetables, while many robust men set out to hunt. The tribe operated much like rural folk, rising with the sun and resting at twilight. On a tree beside the thatched cottage, Gu Chen noticed several crocodile and wolf skins. At that moment, the chief and Bai Yi approached. Gu Chen greeted them with a smile and expressed his intention to return, concerned that when Man and the others might worry, having not returned the previous night. Gu, I cannot bear to see you leave, Bai Yi said, embracing him tightly, reluctant to part. Fear not, I shall return in a few days, Gu Chen replied gently, stroking her hair with a smile. And for now, please refrain from visiting the waterfall. It is perilous. Ha ha, since you are leaving, take something back with you, she suggested. The chieftain offered a gentle smile before returning with 2 sizable fish, along with some bananas and mangoes, placing them into Gu Chen's backpack. Observing the fish and fruits, Gu Chen waved his hand, exclaiming, "This is too much. I have already troubled you throughout the night." The chieftain chuckled lightly. "Oh, it's nothing. The river is teeming with fish. You say Bai Yi, these gifts are but trifles." Unable to refuse, Gu Chen accepted the fish and fruits. Upon departing from the tribe, Bai Yi escorted Gu Chen to the riverbank. "You must stay here in the tribe and not venture out," she urged. On the shore, Gu Chen embraced Bai Yi softly, whispering, "I shall return to see you in a few days." With a reluctant nod, Bai Yi affirmed, and Gu Chen kissed her forehead before turning away. He watched her until she vanished into the jungle, while Bai Yi paddled her canoe back. Following the stream without pause, in under 2 hours, Gu Chen arrived at the forest path. Checking his lasso, he found it had not been triggered and proceeded onward, climbing the steep slope toward the valley. By the time he returned to the riverbank, it was nearly noon. He entered the narrow path leading to the bamboo wall and peered through a crack, spotting Lu Qianqian sitting disconsolately on the ground. "Hey, Qianqian, open the door," he called. Upon hearing his voice, Lu Qianqian sprang up, smiling as she exclaimed, "Ah, Brother Gu Chen, you're back." She swiftly pulled aside several bamboo poles to open the door. Once inside, Gu Chen inquired, "Nothing happened last night, did it?" "Nothing at all," Lu Qianqian quickly shook her head. "Only Man Jie was worried all night." "Haha, come on, let us head back," Gu Chen replied, shutting the door behind them as they walked inside. Upon returning to the shelter, the sight of Gu Chen brought joy to everyone. "Haha, you were gone all night. I thought something happened to you," Wei Er remarked with a slight smile. "I couldn't sleep a wink. What could possibly happen to me?" Gu Chen chuckled in response, glancing at Man and Tina. "Wow, bananas and mangoes, pineapples." Man Jie looked quickly. Lu Qianqian exclaimed as she unveiled the contents of her backpack, handing the 2 fish and plantain to Wei Er. Staring at the fruits on the table, Lu Qianyue widened her eyes, asking, "Where did you get all these fruits? Are there more?" Gu Chen smiled and recounted his encounter with the indigenous girl and his nights spent in the indigenous tribe. The group listened in astonishment, as their understanding of indigenous tribes was that of ferocity with the possibility of cannibalism. "Haha, hearing you say that makes me want to visit the tribe myself." Wei Er interjected with a laugh. "I'm curious to see how they live." Yes, I want to see too," Lu Qianqian chimed in eagerly. "Isn't there an abundance of fruits there? How else could they survive?" "They fish, gather, and hunt," Gu Chen explained. Gu Chen smiled gently, assuring, "Rest assured, when the opportune moment arrives, I shall take you there." At present, he was still unfamiliar with the Ba tribe and wished to gather more knowledge before leading them to explore. "You all continue your conversation. I must prepare lunch," said Wei Er as he exited with fish and plantain. "Qianqian, Shanshan, do not indulge too much. Save some for tonight's supper," Li Qin interjected, observing the 2 as they devoured bananas heartily. "Gu Chen, what do you think of this grass mat?" At that moment, Tina approached, laying the mat upon the ground. It measured 2 meters in length and 3 meters in width, and the craftsmanship appeared commendable. Indeed, quite good, Gu Chen remarked with a smile. If we could weave another, we could fill one with fruit and create a soft mat, making it feel as though one is resting upon a quilt. After tidying up the grass mat, Gu Chen ventured alone to the smokehouse and assessed its construction, deeming it satisfactory. Gu Chen. Just then, Tina approached from behind and embraced him, whispering, "I was worried sick when you didn't return last night. I thought something had happened to you." Gu Chen smiled softly, turning to embrace her in return. Silly. How can anything go wrong? Chapter 62. The reappearance of the wolf shadow at noon. Everyone gathered around the table to partake in lunch, consisting of 2 roasted fish accompanied by a soup made from plantain. I felt satiated. Lu Qianqian had only taken a couple of bites before she lost interest, rising abruptly to sprint towards the pond. Gu Chen glanced at Lu Qianqian's retreating figure and turned to Wen Man, inquiring, "Where's she off to?" With a faint smile, Wen Man replied, "She has set several snares in the bamboo grove above the pond, checking them every 10 minutes. Ever since she had bamboo chicken last time, she has been yearning for another. I have also set some. We collectively have over a dozen snares," Lu Qianwen interjected. "I refuse to believe we can't catch a single bamboo chicken." No sooner had she spoken than she set down her bowl and chopsticks, following after Lu Qianqian. After finishing my meal, Gu Chen returned with 3 large bamboo stalks. He split one open and carved out thin bamboo strips. The bamboo strips from the giant stalks were notably thick, and each strip he fashioned was half a meter long, polished to a smooth finish. Subsequently, he drilled a series of small holes, spaced merely half a centimeter apart, into 2 2-meter-long bamboo poles. What Gu Chen aimed to create was a small bamboo bed, which could also serve as a chair or a place to rest. As Gu Chen labored on the bamboo bed, Wen Man, Tina, and Lu Shanshan busily wove a mat inside the shelter. A few minutes later, Lu Qianyue and Lu Qianshan returned, empty-handed, suggesting they had not captured any bamboo chickens. We'll boil a pot of bamboo needle tea in an iron can and poured it into the bamboo cups on the table. "Brother Gu Chen, why don't you go catch a bamboo chicken?" Lu Qianqian approached playfully. "They're far too cunning and avoid the snares. Once I finish this, I will go. You should assist in weaving the mat." Upon hearing Gu Chen's suggestion, she had no choice but to join Wen Man and the others in their weaving. An hour later, Gu Chen had finally drilled the small holes into both bamboo poles. He then slightly tapered both ends of the bamboo strips and secured them into the holes, gently hammering them in with a piece of wood. Once one side was set, he aligned the other pole's holes with the bamboo strips, ensuring proper alignment before carefully standing it up and hammering it into place, allowing the 2 poles to tightly clasp the bamboo strips. With the small bamboo bed completed, he brought it into the shelter, laying it atop 2 wooden beams placed horizontally on the ground. Gu Chen reclined to test it and found it quite comfortable. It would serve well for an afternoon nap. He then strolled over to the table, took a few sips of tea, and noticed while returning from the pond with some yellow soil, which he placed on the ground and mixed with water to create a slurry. Approaching with a slight smile, Gu Chen asked, "Well, what are you planning to do with that slurry?" "I intend to construct a stove beside the shelter for greater convenience," Will explained, "and to create a grill so that cooking and roasting can occur simultaneously." Gu Chen nodded gently in response. "Very well, I shall not disturb you further." After speaking, he turned back to the shelter, continuing to carve the remaining bamboo strips into thin shavings, gradually weaving a simple round winnowing basket. Half an hour later, a rudimentary basket was completed. After meticulously crafting the winnowing basket, I approached Wen Man and her companions, noticing their increasing proficiency in weaving straw mats. "Let's take a break. I shall lead you to catch bamboo chickens. Come along." With a gentle smile directed at the 5 girls, I added, "I will teach you another method of capturing bamboo chickens." "Yay, that's wonderful," exclaimed Lu Qianqian, leaping to her feet. "Sister Man, Sister Tina, let us go." I fashioned a simple rope by binding together the stalks of bulrushes into a tight knot, and then we made our way toward the pond. Upon arriving at the water's edge, we ascended the slope, traversing the bamboo grove until we reached a small clearing not far above, where several trees stood and the ground was littered with the droppings of bamboo chickens. I ventured into the bamboo thicket to catch a dozen bamboo worms. instructing Wen Man and the others to conceal themselves in a nearby hollow behind the trees. Placing the winnowing basket on the ground, I propped it up with a branch, secured the rope beneath it, and placed the bamboo worms inside as bait. We then cautiously approached the low area. "Remain still and silent," I whispered, "or you will scare them away." The girls nodded, their eyes fixated on the winnowing basket, curiosity bubbling within them about the efficacy of this method. As time passed slowly, half an hour elapsed without any sign of the bamboo chickens. The lengthy wait began to wear on the 5 girls. Just then, 7 or 8 bamboo chickens ambled back, accompanied by a brood of chicks. The sight of the bamboo chickens instantly captivated everyone's attention. As they spotted the bamboo worms in the winnowing basket, they rushed forward, all clamoring to enter. Recognizing that the moment had arrived, I swiftly tugged the rope. The branch fell instantly, and the winnowing basket closed over the chickens, trapping them inside. A few agile bamboo chickens managed to escape. "Wow, we caught some." Lu Qianqian and her sister immediately dashed over, while Lu Qianyue cast a glance at me, astonished that such a simple method could yield success. With a smile, I approached and gently lifted the winnowing basket, retrieving the bamboo chickens one by one. In total, we had caught 4 large bamboo chickens and 5 small ones, while the rest had fled. "Let the little ones go," I advised. "We shall catch them once they have grown." Upon hearing this, Tina and Lu Qianyue released the small bamboo chickens, which scurried away in an instant. Returning to the shelter, we placed the 2 larger bamboo chickens into a pen to raise alongside the wild chickens, while the others were prepared for bamboo chicken soup. As evening fell, we'll place the chopped bamboo chicken meat into 2 bamboo tubes, added a pinch of sea salt, and set them beside the campfire to simmer slowly. Subsequently, he began cooking smoked meat with bamboo shoots. These would be our 2 dishes for the night. As darkness enveloped the sky, we sat in the shelter, savoring the meat and sipping the soup, when suddenly it began to rain outside. Will chuckled, glancing out. "It's raining. We shall sleep soundly tonight." "You would sleep well regardless of the rain," I replied. Gu Chen smiled gently, for he was well aware of Wei Er's nature. Should he fall asleep, rousing him would prove quite the challenge. Lu Qianqian and her companions remained silent, savoring the rich and delectable broth, relishing the tender meat of the bamboo chicken. The patter of rain disrupted the tranquility of the night, and once their hunger was sated, the 5 women returned to the bamboo hut to rest, while Gu Chen reclined upon a small bamboo bed and succumbed to slumber. The night passed quietly, enveloped in stillness. As dawn broke the following morning, Gu Chen led them to the riverbank, where they secured the bamboo net in a low-lying area beneath the flowing waters. The Lu sisters stood vigil nearby, while Gu Chen and Wen Man guided the shoals of fish towards the net. Startled by their presence, the fish leapt into the bamboo net under their diligent herding. Quickly catch them." The Lu sisters stepped onto the net, their hands deftly grasping the lively river fish. At that moment, Gu Chen caught sight of a shadow on the opposite hillside, a wild wolf, which merely glanced in his direction before vanishing into the underbrush. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He understood that the wolf had come to scout the area. "Hurry, lend a hand," Gu Chen called out, and together they gathered the fish, placing them into the woven basket before returning directly to the valley. Upon their return, Gu Chen placed a bottle of mineral water containing snake venom into the basket, armed himself with a bow and bamboo spear, and stealthily exited the valley. He was acutely aware that a pack of wolves was likely monitoring the area. Unless he eliminated the threat, danger would persist. Today, he resolved to take a risk. Chapter 63. The reluctance of the Wolf King. Gu Chen strolled along the riverbank, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the hillside across the way. After traversing the river and ascending the slope, he hastened towards the mountain peak. At that moment, a wild wolf appeared on the lower slope, its eyes fixated on the direction in which Gu Chen had departed, before swiftly turning away. Mere minutes later, a pack of over a dozen wolves emerged on the grassy meadow below, pursuing the path taken by Gu Chen, led by the formidable White Wolf King. Have they finally arrived? Gu Chen concealed himself behind a stone at the foot of the mountain, observing the approaching pack before sprinting away in haste. He understood that in the open terrain, he could not outrun the wolves and would be cornered. Only by entering the thicket could he evade them, for wolves cannot climb trees. As he ran, he glanced back, realizing the pack was gaining speed, prompting him to quicken his pace. The wolves, having spotted their fleeing prey, bared their teeth and pursued with fervor. Gu Chen swiftly turned into the forest, his legs propelling him forward as the wolves followed closely behind. Their distance to him now less than 100 meters. In a matter of minutes, Gu Chen had covered considerable ground. The howls of the pack echoed behind him, sending all nearby creatures scurrying for cover. Sprinting through the underbrush, he leaped and rolled, regaining his feet in an instant, moving with remarkable speed. After several minutes, he glanced back and saw that the wolves were now merely a few dozen meters away, closing in rapidly. Spotting a large tree ahead, Gu Chen dashed towards it, utilizing both hands and feet to adeptly ascend, resting on a branch 6 or 7 meters high. A piercing howl announced the arrival of the Wolf King and its subordinates, who encircled the tree. The White Wolf King stared up at Gu Chen with fierce, penetrating eyes, its mouth agape, revealing sharp fangs. The surrounding wolves also fixed their gaze upon him, emitting low growls. Observing the Wolf King and its pack, Gu Chen noted that this alpha was significantly larger than the others, its robust physique akin to that of a bull, unmistakably showcasing its strength and ferocity. Most individuals would have quaked in fear before such a display. However, encountering Gu Chen, the Wolf King's menacing presence held no advantage. For Gu Chen had previously faced wolf packs in the primordial forest. After a prolonged escape, Gu Chen felt fatigue setting in. He secured his backpack in a tree fork and retrieved a bamboo tube, lifting the lid to drink, casting a glance at the Wolf King. Fortunately, he had previously secured his belongings within the backpack. Otherwise, they would have been lost during his frantic dash. At that moment, two wolves attempted to scale the tree trunk, but lacking the ability to climb, they could only stare up in frustration. What are you looking at? If you have the skill, come up here. Carefully positioning the bamboo tube, Gu Chen provocatively beckoned at the Wolf King, taunting, "Even if you manage to catch up with me, what then?" A sinister twitch at the corners of the Wolf King's mouth suggested an understanding of Gu Chen's challenge, his eyes gleaming with a ferocity that hinted at a desire to rend Gu Chen limb from limb. As he spoke, Gu Chen retrieved his bow and arrows from his backpack, well prepared with a full complement of 30 arrows. Upon witnessing the bow's emergence, the Wolf King, seemingly aware of its lethal potential, began to retreat slowly. "Ah, so you finally feel fear?" Gu Chen smirked, "But will do you no good." In an instant, he spun around and loosed an arrow at the nearest wild wolf. With a swift thud, the arrow struck the wolf squarely in the forehead, causing it to thrash about wildly before collapsing in convulsions. The remaining wolves, witnessing this display, retreated to a distance of 7 or 8 meters. For Gu Chen, this range was inconsequential. Within 20 meters, he boasted an impressive accuracy, hitting at least 8 out of 10 arrows. Another arrow flew forth, piercing the neck of a wild wolf, which fell to the ground, howling in agony. The Wolf King, now witnessing the demise of 2 of its loyal followers, glared with increasing malice, its body trembling with rage. An arrow struck yet another wolf, this time embedding itself in its face, causing it to roll in pain. Understanding the strategy of subduing the leader first, Gu Chen focused on the Wolf King, knowing that as long as it survived, the pack would remain steadfast. Glancing at the Wolf King, now a mere 10 meters away, he slowly unscrewed the cap of a water bottle, dipping an arrow into the snake venom before knocking it to his bowstring, aiming directly at the Wolf King. At that moment, the Wolf King sensed imminent danger and swiftly darted into the nearby thicket. How did it know? Is it truly that clever? Gu Chen cursed in disbelief as the Wolf King fled, prompting the other wolves to follow suit into the underbrush. Trying to escape? It's too late. He loosed another arrow, striking one fleeing wolf in the rear, yet it managed to continue running. In mere moments, the pack vanished from sight. But Gu Chen understood they were likely hiding in the trees, poised to pounce the moment he descended. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that the nearest trees were only 5 or 6 meters away, prompting a cunning plan. Concealed behind dense foliage, the Wolf King fixed its gaze intently upon Gu Chen perched above. Minutes passed, and the wolf that had been struck suddenly collapsed, writhing on the ground as the venom took effect. Within 10 minutes, it breathed its last, The sight of a fallen comrade deepened the Wolf King's sorrow. Now bereft of 4 companions, leaving only 10 remaining, the backbone of the pack, essential for their survival and hunting prowess. At this moment, it contemplated whether to retreat, fearing that if a few more companions perished, the entire wolf pack would be utterly doomed. Gu Chen gazed intently at the spot where the Wolf King had vanished, continuously searching for their silhouettes. Just then, Gu Chen finally caught sight of them, concealed behind a thicket of underbrush. "Ah, do you think you can evade detection this way?" A cold smile crept across Gu Chen's face as he coated another arrow with serpent venom and aimed it towards the foliage. Whoosh! A howl erupted as a wild wolf was struck. In less than 10 minutes, it too would succumb to the venom, just like the previous one. Suddenly, a resounding wolf howl echoed throughout the forest, sending shivers down the spines of the surrounding creatures. At that moment, the Wolf King emerged from the nearby thicket, casting a distant, hate-filled glance at Gu Chen up in the tree, before turning away and leading the remaining wolves into the depths of the wilderness. For the sake of the pack, it had no choice but to depart. Is it truly leaving? Witnessing the pack's retreat, Gu Chen murmured in astonishment. It appears that this Wolf King is no ordinary creature. I must exercise greater caution in the future. Chapter 64. The exchange of prey. After the wolf pack departed, Gu Chen remained perched in the tree, wary of any potential schemes from the Wolf King. After all, he had never encountered such an astute creature before. An hour later, feeling emboldened, he cautiously descended from his perch. He surveyed the surroundings, and, upon confirming that the wolves had indeed vacated the area, he breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps emerged from the woods, and several indigenous individuals appeared. Upon hearing them, Gu Chen instinctively raised his bow, ready to defend himself. However, he lowered it when he recognized the newcomers. "Babu, what brings you here?" It was none other than the chief, his eldest son, Babu, accompanied by 4 tribesmen armed with bows and spears. "It's you?" Babu exclaimed, astonished to see Gu Chen. "We heard the howling of wolves and rushed over, fearing that other tribesmen were under attack." Gu Chen nodded slightly, understanding the situation. No wonder they had appeared in this vicinity. "Look, here lies the carcass of a wild wolf." At that moment, they discovered the wolf's body beneath the tree, and they squatted down in shock to examine it. Babu gazed at the 3 corpses, astonished, and asked Gu Chen, "Did you slay these?" With a gentle nod, Gu Chen replied, "Yes, I was pursued by the wolf pack and had to climb a tree. I managed to kill a few with my bow. By the way, there should be 2 more carcasses deeper in the woods. You may wish to retrieve them." Without hesitation, the 4 tribesmen hurried off, and after a while, they returned, indeed carrying 2 more wolf bodies. Smack! Babu clapped Gu Chen on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "Huh? The last time you claimed to have slain 4 from the wolf tribe. I was skeptical, but now I believe it. You're a true warrior." The other 4 regarded Gu Chen with admiration. Hunting wild wolves was an endeavor they would never dare undertake, as they would only flee when faced with a wolf pack. "All right, no need for further words." Gu Chen waved his hand with a smile. "Quickly take these wolf carcasses back to your tribe. This place is not very safe." Upon hearing this, Babu glanced around, recognizing the precariousness of their situation. "No, these are your kills. We cannot accept them." "Yes, indeed. How can we claim your catch?" Babu's companion, Bahu, interjected. "If we bring them back, the chief would punish us." Gu Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated such customs within the tribe. Contemplating for a moment, he remembered that when Man and the others did not enjoy wolf meat. What to do? Suddenly, an idea struck him. He looked at Babu and his companions with a smile. "How about this? We do not favor wolf meat either. I will give you these 5 wolf carcasses, and in return, you shall bring me a sheep. This shall be our exchange of prey." Babu nodded in agreement. "An exchange of prey? That sounds fair. Let's proceed." With that, each of Babu's 5 companions hoisted a wolf carcass and ventured back into the woods. After a journey of over 2 hours, Gu Chen accompanied Babu and the others back to their tribe. Upon witnessing Gu Chen's arrival, he was filled with unrestrained joy, immediately enveloping him in her enthusiastic embrace. The chief and the tribe were astounded to learn that Gu Chen had single-handedly hunted down 5 wild wolves. "Ha ha! Truly a formidable warrior, to dare hunt wolves. The chief exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. To be honest, it has been quite some time since I last savored wolf meat. The people of the Ba tribe had a particular fondness for wolf meat, especially the men. At that moment, Babu conveyed Gu Chen's desire to exchange his prey. Exchanging prey is certainly acceptable, the chief replied with a subtle smile. Babu, please go and select a sheep personally. Upon hearing this, Babu nodded with a grin and promptly departed. Gu Chen then recounted the tale of the White Wolf King and the wolf pack to the chief in its entirety. The White Wolf King? The chief pondered for a moment before responding, I have encountered it. It has commanded the pack for several years and has clashed with other packs over territory. Exercise caution, for wolves possess a strong sense of vengeance. If circumstances become dire, bring your people to stay here with me. Gu Chen nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, Chief, I know how to navigate this situation. Perhaps I shall frequently disturb your peace in the future. No, your presence brings us joy, the chief exclaimed eagerly. Moreover, Bai Yi has been longing for you. Upon hearing the chief's words, Bai Yi shyly lowered her gaze. Haha, you young ones converse. I have matters to attend to, the chief stated before departing. Bai Yi then guided Gu Chen to the small ravine they had visited previously. Gu, I have missed you dearly. Bai Yi embraced Gu Chen, showering his face with tender kisses, to which he reciprocated. The two soon lost in a passionate embrace, a tempest of emotions brewing. After their intimate moment, Bai Yi and Gu Chen returned to the tribe, where the chief and Babu were already leading a wild goat. Gu, are you truly leaving? Can't you stay just for the night? Bai Yi implored, reluctant to part ways. I shall return in a while. Gu Chen caressed her cheek gently. If I do not depart, I fear the wolf pack may launch a surprise attack on my dwelling. Indeed, the wolf pack may very well attempt an ambush. The chief interjected. Therefore, once you return, exercise utmost caution. I shall also keep watch. Should we discover the location of the wolf pack's den, you will be informed. Understanding the chief's implication, Gu Chen recognized that locating the den would offer a means to resolve the threat. Thank you, Chief, he said with a gentle smile. Turning to Bai Yi, I must take my leave, but I shall return to see you in a few days. As his words faded, Gu Chen turned and departed, with Babu trailing behind, guiding the wild goat until they reached the riverbank. After Babu left, Gu Chen took the goat in tow with a rope, making his way back up the creek. Along the way, he did not pause, fortunate to encounter no unexpected incidents. By evening, Gu Chen finally returned to the valley, and upon seeing the wild goat, Wen, Wu-En, and Wei-Er were filled with immense delight. Are you saying that you exchanged 5 wolf corpses for a single wild goat? Will exclaimed in astonishment. Oh my, you killed 5 wolves? Indeed, Gu Chen replied with a slight nod. This morning, while we were fishing by the river, I noticed a wolf watching us. Thus, I took the risk of luring them into the forest in hopes of eliminating them. However, I did not anticipate that the Wolf King would be so cunning. Upon sensing danger, it fled. Enough of that. The night is drawing near, and tonight, we shall feast on a whole goat. We'll chuckle merrily, and, together with Tina and Wen, dragged the wild goat to the poolside for preparation. Lu Qianqian and her sister, Lu Qianyue, also hurried over to assist. Gu Chen gazed outside, a subtle unease gnawing at his heart. He understood that as long as the wolf pack remained, danger could strike at any moment. Chapter 65. A bear encounter as nightfall approached. The wild goat had been meticulously prepared, its innards blanched twice before being placed into a metal pot for simmering. The entire hide of the goat was propped open in the shed by Gu Chen, ready to be sun-dried the following day. We'll slice the goat meat into pieces, placing them in a woven basket to cure with sea salt. Qian, have you finished? I'm coming, replied Lu Qianqian, approaching with a dozen skewers of goat meat to hand over to Tina. One man, Lu Qianyu, and Lu Shanshan were seated at the table, threading the diced meat onto bamboo sticks. The pot simmered with a rich goat offal soup, while a frying pan rendered the goat fat. Leaving was so busy that he scarcely had time to drink water. That evening, he also needed to transfer the marinated goat meat to the smokehouse for drying, lest it spoil by morning. Gu Chen returned after preparing the goat's head and hooves. The group toiled until after 8 o'clock before finally sitting down to enjoy the offal soup and roasted skewers. Oh, such exquisite wild goat meat, yet it lacks seasoning. What a pity, Will mused, shaking his head slightly. With the right spices, I could create a culinary masterpiece. And a glass of red wine would elevate it even further. When Man smiled faintly, when I used to dine at Western restaurants, my favorite order was lamb chops paired with red wine. I enjoyed it with juice. Gu Chen laughed. My mother often prepared that for me. As the conversation drifted towards home, it invoked nostalgia for their loved ones. They pondered if they would ever have the chance to reunite with them. As night deepened, when Man and the others retired to their bamboo hut to rest, Will, after igniting the fire in the smokehouse, returned to lie on a small bamboo bed and fell asleep, while Gu Chen continued to simmer the remaining offal soup with bones. In the early hours of the night, Will rose to take the basket to the smokehouse for roasting, threading the strips of goat meat onto bamboo skewers and hanging them on a pole to allow the charcoal beneath to gradually smoke them. The night passed serenely. The following morning, as the sun shone brightly, Gu Chen led Man and the others to the riverbank. They walked upstream along the river for several minutes until they reached a grove on the left. The women gathered dry wood from the ground, while Gu Chen discovered some resin on a tree trunk, scraping it off to place into the basket. "Hey, Brother Gu Chen, I found some mushrooms." At that moment, Lu Shan approached, holding a round yellow mushroom with a smile. "Look at this. Is it edible?" Gu Chen examined it briefly and replied, "I've never seen this before. Let us take it back to Will for identification." Unfamiliar with mushrooms, Gu Chen was cautious, but as a top chef, Will would certainly know whether it was safe to eat. "Hey, Manjia, did you feel a chill while we were sleeping last night?" asked Lu Qianyu. "I even had to get up in the middle of the night to add some wood to the fire," she continued. When Man shook her head, stating that she had slept soundly without feeling any chill, and asked, "By the way, Qianyu, when did we board the cruise ship?" Lu Qianyue lowered her head in contemplation. "It seems to be around mid-September." "September?" When Man murmured, "We have been on this island for nearly 2 months, which means it is already December." "December? Isn't that winter?" Lu Qianyue exclaimed in surprise. "Then why is it not cold here?" "Because this is a tropical island." At that moment, Gu Chen approached with a smile. Tropical islands typically do not experience winter. However, there is still a noticeable temperature difference between day and night. Currently, Gu Chen's greatest concern was the monsoon climate, as it could suddenly bring a wave of cold air, resulting in lower temperatures. In fact, he had noticed that the daytime temperatures were somewhat cooler than when they first arrived. "Gu Chen." Just then, Tina dashed over from the nearby woods, whispering, "I spotted a grizzly bear in the meadow at the foot of the hill." "A grizzly bear?" Upon hearing this, Gu Chen's expression darkened instantly. Encountering such a formidable beast in the wild was anything but fortunate. "Let us go take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, Tina led them out of the woods and up the hill, jogging ahead. Upon reaching the top of the hill, Tina signaled for everyone to crouch down and look at the meadow below. There, the grass stood nearly half a meter tall, dense and lush. A full-grown grizzly bear appeared to be searching for something amidst the underbrush, occasionally lifting its head to sniff the air. Its massive form was slowly making its way toward the hillside. "Come, it might be heading toward the river." Gu Chen gently tapped Tina and the others, bending low as they departed. Back in the woods, everyone hurriedly bundled the firewood with vines, swiftly carrying it away, anxious to avoid an encounter with the grizzly bear. Upon returning to the valley, they were all out of breath from their recent sprint. The bear's presence made them hesitant to venture outside, forcing them to remain in the valley. Bored, when Man and her companions resorted to weaving mats from cattail leaves, Gu Chen returned with several bamboo stalks, splitting them open and using a knife to carve out bamboo strips, which he then wove into baskets. What was beside the stove? Simmering lamb meat along with the leftover mutton soup and bones from the previous night. "Hey, Gu Chen, when will you take us to see the Ba tribe?" Will inquired, sitting down with a smile. "I am quite eager to witness their way of life." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen chuckled softly. "In a couple of days, perhaps. They are quite hospitable. Will they truly not eat people?" Lu Qianyu interjected. "What if they trick us into going there and then capture us to roast?" "I don't know. If you're afraid, then perhaps you should not go." Gu Chen joked, "You can stay here alone." At this, Lu Qianyu fell silent. The thought of being left alone was unappealing to her. "Let us pause for a moment to eat something before proceeding," Will suggested, moving to the stove to bring the iron pot to the table. Lu Qianqian and her sister immediately stood up to fetch bowls and chopsticks. They did not eat the lamb's head, so Will and Gu Chen divided it between themselves. The lamb's head, simmered to tender perfection, yielded effortlessly to the slightest pull, with the meat dissolving upon the tongue. The two sisters, Lu Qianqian and her companion, seized the bones, still adorned with generous morsels of meat. With each bite, they savored the rich, savory lamb offal soup, a sensation of pure delight. After satisfying their hunger, Wen Man and her companions resumed weaving grass mats, while Gu Chen ventured into the bamboo grove to harvest bamboo. Upon his return, he brought back a handful of bamboo worms to feed the wild chickens and bamboo fowls penned nearby. By midday, the grass mats were finally completed. Gu Chen arranged the sun-dried catkin spikes evenly atop one mat, then placed another mat over it, stitching the two together with dried cattail stems, as one would sew fabric. Half an hour later, the two mats had transformed into a single, splendid creation, which they carried to the bamboo hut to lay upon the bamboo bed. Wow, this is incredibly soft, Lu Qianqian exclaimed as she lay down, her voice filled with astonishment. It's as though I'm sleeping on a quilt. Chapter 66. Discovering the elk reclining on the soft, plush grass mat, Lu Qianyue and her companions felt a surge of happiness, no longer needing to endure the discomfort of a rigid bamboo bed. If only they had a quilt, their contentment would be complete. Lu Qianyue turned her gaze towards Gu Chen and remarked, "Don't you think so?" Gu Chen smiled gently in response. "It's not cold now. Why would we need a quilt?" Lu Qianyue pouted slightly. "That's hard to say. It is December after all. It might turn cold by tomorrow. Let us see what tomorrow brings," Gu Chen said, waving his hand as he stepped outside. It was rather amusing. He didn't even have a grass mat yet, and she was already wishing for a quilt. Besides, where could he possibly find one? They were far from civilization. "Oh, Gu Chen, is this what you brought back?" Just as he exited the bamboo house, Will approached, holding a mushroom. Upon closer inspection, Gu Chen realized it was the yellow mushroom that Lu Qianqian had picked and placed in the basket. "What's the matter? Is it poisonous?" Gu Chen nodded. "I'm not sure, so I brought it back to see if it's edible. If it's toxic, we'll just discard it." "No, it's not poisonous," Will replied, bursting into laughter. "This is a type of yellow mushroom. Whether steamed or in soup, its flavor is exceptional, a rare delicacy. As long as it's edible," Gu Chen said with a faint smile. "I'll go out and gather some more shortly. There are plenty in the woods. Make sure to gather a good amount. I need to check on the smoked meat," Will said, turning to leave. He entered the smokehouse and found the strips of lamb hanging from the bamboo poles had contracted and curled up, having been transformed into jerky by the charcoal fire. These pieces were ready to eat as they were, or could be cut into chunks for cooking. Now, he needed to take the jerky outside to sun-dry it thoroughly, ensuring it could be preserved for a long time. In the afternoon, Gu Chen, with a basket slung over his back, ventured to the riverside, scanning the surroundings for the elusive grizzly bear. Finding no signs of it, he proceeded into the woods. Once inside, he crouched low, carefully observing his surroundings, wary of the bear's potential presence. After confirming the area was clear, he began to search for yellow mushrooms. These mushrooms were partially obscured by leaves, requiring him to gently brush aside the foliage with a twig to reveal them. There were quite a few, though some had already begun to decay. As he collected the yellow mushrooms, Gu Chen remained vigilant, ensuring he did not accidentally harvest any toxic varieties. After gathering dozens, he finally left the woods and made his way back to the riverbank, removing his shoes to wade into the water. The day was bright and sunny, with not a cloud in the sky, and even under the sun's direct rays, Gu Chen did not feel overly warm. He searched the riverbed for over 10 minutes before finally discovering the clay he sought. This clay was a yellow-brown hue and was found along the riverbank. Gu Chen dug a little with his hands and found more of the same clay beneath the surface. "Excellent. Tomorrow, I can bring them here to gather some and start crafting pottery for storing food." Gu Chen smiled with delight, aware that abundant clay lay along the riverbank, though some of it was elusive and hard to uncover. Glancing at the sky, he noted that it was still early. Thus, he had no intention of returning to the valley just yet. After donning his boots, he ascended the hillside behind him. Minutes later, he arrived at the slope where a grizzly bear had previously been sighted, cautiously making his way down to the grassy expanse below. This was his first visit to this area, and the presence of the bear rendered him particularly vigilant. As he traversed the thicket, swarms of mosquitoes buzzed around him, compelling him to swat at the pesky insects as he walked. Soon, he entered a forest where the ground was carpeted with moss, and towering trees formed a dense canopy overhead, the terrain uneven and rugged. Ah, what is this? Within 10 minutes, he discovered a deer antler on the ground, picking it up to examine before stowing it in his backpack and continuing deeper into the woods. The forest was alive with the occasional chirping of birds, and now and then he spotted squirrels darting among the branches. After an hour of exploration, he carefully descended a steep slope, each step taken with utmost caution. Suddenly, a loud, piercing call echoed from afar, resonating throughout the woodland expanse. A stag? Recognizing the sound instantly, Gu Chen identified it as the call of a stag. Stags are social creatures, often seen in small groups, but the males tend to roam alone. Alerted by the sound, Gu Chen hastened toward the direction from whence it came. Minutes later, he found himself atop a steep incline. Looking down, he discerned a vast, sunken valley below, densely populated with lush foliage, where even the sunlight struggled to penetrate. Beside him, a landslide offered a potential descent into the valley's depths, but with twilight approaching, he realized it would take him roughly 2 hours to return to the valley from here. Hence he chose not to venture down. Just then, another stag's call echoed from the distant woods at the valley's bottom. It seemed he would have to wait until tomorrow for another opportunity. Gu Chen cast one last glance at the valley and the sky before turning back. If he could capture a stag, it would provide ample meat, and combined with the jerky and other provisions, the 7 of them would be free from concerns about food for at least 10 to 15 days. Upon returning to the valley, it was already evening, and Will and Tina were preparing dinner. Qian, you two go wash the mushrooms, Gu Chen instructed, handing his backpack to the 2 sisters. Make sure to clean them thoroughly. I'll go too. I can't leave them alone, Wen Man said with a gentle smile, taking the backpack and leading the sisters toward the water pool. After a brief interval, Wen Man returned with the freshly cleaned yellow mushrooms. Tina, it's your turn to stir-fry, Will said, handing her the spatula while he crouched down to tear the mushrooms into pieces, placing them into a tin can. Once prepared, simply place the iron pot on the stove and ignite the fire. In truth, this yellow mushroom requires minimal intervention. It is delightful when boiled directly. Will smiled faintly, remarking, if only we had chicken, it would be even more delectable, haha. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen glanced towards the fence and replied with a grin. Isn't there a wild chicken over there? Why not catch it? Will shook his head with a smile. Perhaps next time. Our provisions are scarce, and it's prudent to keep it alive. As they spoke, the water in the iron pot swiftly reached a boil, and the enticing aroma of the yellow mushroom wafted through the air. After Tina finished the smoked meat with bamboo shoots, she promptly brought the skillet to the stone table. Seeing this, Lu Qianqian hurriedly placed 3 twigs beneath it, assisting Tina in positioning the skillet on the branches. Wow, it smells wonderful, Lu Qianqian exclaimed as she approached. Uncle Will, can we eat now? Not yet. Will quickly shook his head. It must be thoroughly cooked first. Otherwise, you might risk poisoning. Chapter 67. The condition of Shun Lang and his companions as night fell. The delightful aroma of yellow mushroom soup wafted from the iron pot within the rustic hut. The tranquil evening, adorned by a stunning starry sky, was accompanied by a gentle breeze that brought a refreshing chill. The weather had indeed shifted. Will, feeling the coolness, remarked, it seems to have dropped by 7 or 8 degrees all of a sudden. Do not worry. Even if winter arrives, it should not be too frigid here. Gu Chen replied with a calm smile. However, the temperature difference between day and night may be significant. Although tropical islands lack a true winter, there can still be a considerable disparity between daytime and nighttime temperatures. During the day, with the sun shining, it might reach over 20 degrees, but at night, it could plummet to around 10 degrees. Here, 10 degrees feels much colder than in the city. Regardless of the temperature, as long as it remains above freezing, I am content, Will said with a slight smile. Now let us enjoy the soup. The rich and delectable yellow mushroom soup was tantalizing, causing the Lu sisters to eagerly pass their bowls forward. As Gu Chen savored the soup, The changing weather momentarily quelled his desire to fire the pottery. As night deepened and the temperature fell a few more degrees, Gu Chen found himself resting beside the campfire, just as he began to drift into a light slumber. He felt a weight upon him, and upon opening his eyes, he discovered it was Wen Man. "Why are you out here?" he inquired. "Have you missed me during this time?" Wen Man lowered her gaze, her face drawing near to his as she whispered, "Or perhaps, with Tina around. You no longer need me?" Gu Chen was taken aback by her words. How did she know of his connection with Tina? "You cannot deceive me," she chuckled softly. "Breathless?" Wen Man smiled coyly. "I can see the change in your eyes when you look at Tina." As she spoke, the enamored Wen Man gently pressed her lips against Gu Chen's face. A surge of passion coursed through him, and he took the initiative, kissing her deeply. Wen Man tilted her head back slightly, playfully biting her lip, her cheeks flushed, eyes softly closed, embodying pure enjoyment. Under Gu Chen's tantalizing advances, Wen Man could no longer contain a soft moan. Just as they indulged in their intimate embrace, a figure stood at the entrance of the bamboo hut. This scoundrel! He has taken advantage of Sister Man again. Lu Qianyue, her cheeks flushed, glared at the two, before retreating to her bed. She had intended to visit the restroom, only to stumble upon this unexpected scene. Listening to Wen Man's occasional sounds from outside, sleep eluded her, and her hand instinctively found its way to her chest. The following morning, the jungle was shrouded in a delicate mist. In a deep pit beneath a sheer cliff lay a cave, and shortly after dawn, Shun Lang and Xiao Hao emerged slowly from within. Their clothes were tattered, and they appeared despondent, as if even the act of walking had drained them of strength. Alas, the heavens are just! Lu Dahu could not restrain his frustration, shouting at the sky and unleashing a stream of curses. "Where shall we go now, Brother Lang?" Xiao Hao, with a furrowed brow, inquired. "We cannot continue like this." Over the past few days, they had subsisted solely on bitter wild fruits, leaving them devoid of strength even to walk. "Should we return to the seaside?" At that moment, Luo Hong interjected, "At least by the sea, we could forage for small sea snails." Following the three of them had become unbearable for her. Shun Lang, with a solemn expression, gazed at the trio and stated, "At present, we lack even a fire. Are we to consume raw seafood by the shore? Furthermore, we have journeyed several days to arrive here. To be honest, I no longer know which direction the seaside lies. How shall we proceed?" Upon hearing this, the faces of the three darkened instantly. If they continued in this manner, they would surely perish here. Xiao Hao looked at Shun Lang and voiced, "Brother Lang, the nights are growing colder, and without fire or food, I fear." Suddenly, a cry erupted from Li Dao, who clutched his thigh in agony and collapsed to the ground. Shun Lang quickly knelt beside him, pulling up his trousers. Exposed was a swollen ring on his thigh, with some discharge oozing forth, resembling a festering wound, as if something within was writhing. "How repulsive!" Luo Hong gasped, retreating in horror, covering her eyes, too frightened to look. "Brother Lang, what is this? Why is there such a thing on my leg?" Witnessing the movement beneath his skin, Li Dahu's complexion turned ashen with dread. "It is a parasite," Shun Lang said gravely. "Once the larvae mature, they will emerge from your flesh." "What?" Li Dahu felt dizzy, a wave of revulsion washing over him. "Brother Lang, what should I do? Please save me. I do not wish to die." Shun Lang sighed softly, shaking his head. "If we had a dagger and some fire, we might attempt to extract the larvae, but currently we have nothing. Then what do we do? I cannot bear to have this disgusting thing remain in my leg." Just then, Li Dahu began to panic, attempting to claw at his flesh. But Shun Lang firmly restrained him. "Do not do that. If you break the skin, infection will ensue, and there will be no saving you then. It will be fine. Once they emerge, you will be all right." In truth, Shun Lang was uncertain what would occur once the larvae exited, but for now, he needed to stabilize Li Dahu's emotional state. "Let's leave this place." He helped Li Dahu to his feet, and they all proceeded toward the steep slope ahead, where a path led up to the grassy terrain. The itching in Li Dahu's thigh compelled him to scratch, but Shun Lang stopped him. "Resist. Do not scratch it." "Brother Lang, it itches terribly. I cannot endure it." Li Dahu wore an expression of profound distress, his complexion flushed with an intense crimson hue. As he stepped onto the grassy expanse, he surveyed his surroundings, while at that moment, Shen Lang was equally uncertain about their next course of action. Let us return to the seaside, he proposed, though the original path eludes us. If we persist in a single direction, we are bound to arrive at the shore. Shen Lang glanced to his right, recalling, I remember we came from that way. We shall retrace our steps. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hao inquired, Lang Gu, did you not mention that we are without fire? What purpose does a return to the seaside serve? To seek Gu Chen and Qian Yu, Shen Lang replied. Regarding the trio, continuing as we are is not a viable solution. Gu Chen, Li Dahu exclaimed, his voice laced with urgency. He will kill us. Enough of that. At this juncture, he is our only hope for salvation. Let us proceed. I shall beseech his forgiveness. Shen Lang understood that remaining here would only lead to their demise. They had no choice but to return to the seaside in search of Gu Chen and Qian Yu. Chapter 68. The Wolf King's Revenge at Noon. Gu Chen led Wen Man and several other young ladies to the weedy outskirts of the forest, where they crouched down to observe their surroundings. They're coming out, Lu Qianyue exclaimed in excitement as she spotted several wild rabbits darting out from the grass, whispering, So many, 7 or 8 of them. These rabbits, clad in gray with speckles, were quite conspicuous amidst the weeds. Suddenly, Tina made the first move, launching an arrow directly towards one of the rabbits hidden in the thicket. Seeing this, Gu Chen swiftly aimed an arrow at another plump rabbit. Quickly, they're trying to escape into their burrows. Block the entrance, one man shouted, prompting Lu Qianxian and her sister to scramble up and position themselves at the burrow's opening. Lu Qianyue lunged forward, attempting to catch a rabbit, but the cunning creature made a sharp turn and dashed towards Tina. I almost had it, Lu Qianyue murmured, getting back to her feet to continue the chase. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air. Ah, a snake! There's a snake! Lu Shanshan cried out in alarm as she fled. Gu Chen rushed over to see a python, as thick as an arm, slithering into a rabbit hole. He crouched down to peer inside, but the darkness concealed everything. This python was undoubtedly after the rabbit's young. Gu Chen, if you shoot one, we can catch another, Tina suggested with a smile as she approached. There are only 2 left. The others have escaped. Very well. Let us head back. We've managed to catch 2 rabbits. Gu Chen replied with a gentle smile, satisfied that their effort had not been in vain. An hour later, they returned to the riverbank outside the valley. Lu Qianyue and Tina decided to stay behind for a bath in the river. Wow, it's so refreshing. The water is colder than a few days ago. Lu Qianyue exclaimed as she sat in the river, leaning against the bank and splashing water with her hands, glancing at Tina and then down at her own chest. She curiously asked, Tina, how did you get yours to grow so big? Tina chuckled softly in response. It's natural. Hee hee, yours is quite lovely too, petite and exquisite. Lu Qianyue, touching herself thoughtfully, murmured, mine isn't too shabby either, just right for one hand. Meanwhile, Gu Chen returned to the hut with Wen Man and the others, handing the wild rabbits over to Will. Sister Man, come on, let us go play by the river. As soon as the basket was set down, Lu Qianxian and her sister tugged at Wen Man to lead her outside. These rabbits are so plump, Will remarked with a grin. By the way, how should we prepare them? Roasted or stir-fried? Whichever you prefer. I'm fine with either. Gu Chen replied with a slight smile, taking a dagger to scrape off the flesh from the rabbit at the sun-dried sheepskin. Let us roast one and stir-fry the other, Will said, chuckling as he took the rabbits away. He ran his hand over the sheepskin, which would be dry enough by evening for cleaning. Once washed, it could serve as a blanket. The wolf pelt had already dried. Gu Chen had been hanging it on a bamboo hook inside the hut, and now that the weather had turned cooler, it would come in handy. Brother Gu Chen, Brother Gu Chen. At that moment, Lu Qianyue and her companions hurriedly returned, their faces etched with fear. Gu Chen, while we were bathing by the river, we spotted a white wolf on the hillside watching us. Tina approached, her voice trembling. Its gaze was truly terrifying. Fortunately, we noticed it in time and ran back. A white wolf? Gu Chen immediately understood that the Wolf King had arrived. Its appearance now might indicate a desire for vengeance. It's all right, just don't go outside, Gu Chen replied with a calm smile. By the way, could you gather some firewood at the entrance? We might need it tonight. Upon hearing this, when Man and the others promptly went to retrieve some firewood from below the stone wall. Gu Chen then returned with several bamboo stalks, splitting them open to carve out sharp bamboo spikes with his dagger. He proceeded to reinforce the wall by inserting these spikes through the gaps and creating 2 additional openings for better observation of the outside. Gu Chen, will everything be all right? One man voiced her concern. What if they won tea? Gu Chen interrupted reassuringly. You need not worry. They cannot get in. Let us head back. Upon returning to the shelter, Wu was processing a wild rabbit, with its fur hanging from the eaves. Gu Chen sat on a log, weaving a fishing net from bamboo strips, while Lu Qianqian and her friends curiously watched. Brother Gu Chen, doesn't tea that look like a fishing net? Lu Qianqian exclaimed as she recognized the familiar shape from their last seaside adventure. Indeed, it is a fishing net, Gu Chen replied with a slight smile. Once completed, we can place it in the river. This net is intricately woven, ensuring that even small fish cannot escape. I've left a small opening at the bottom. When we submerge it, we simply need to stuff it with some weeds to seal it. As evening fell, we began to salt the wild rabbit while Tina roasted another. Gu Chen had successfully woven 3 fishing nets, and Lu Qianqian and her sister picked up some bamboo strips to mimic his technique. As night descended, we'll place the frying pan on the table, alongside a roasted rabbit. The bonfire blazed brightly, casting a warm glow throughout the shelter. The fragrant aroma of the wild rabbit meat made Lu Qianqian and her sister's mouths water. Delicious. This is even better than smoked meat, Lu Qianqian exclaimed, biting into a rabbit leg and tearing off a chunk of meat with gusto. The 2 wild rabbits were quickly devoured, leaving Lu Qianqian still yearning for more. After satisfying their hunger and sharing some conversation, Wen Man and her companions retired to the bamboo hut for the night. Gu Chen, if the wolf pack arrives tonight, let me know. Will chuckled. In the past, I hunted wolf packs on the farm, but back then I had a gun and hunting dog, huh? All right, Gu Chen smiled, and will return to the bamboo hut to rest. As the night deepened, Gu Chen remained in the shelter, continuing to weave the fishing net while attentively monitoring the sounds from the bamboo hut. He was prepared to rush over at the slightest alert from the bamboo tube warning system. As the midnight hour approached, the alarm remained eerily silent. Despite this, he dared not succumb to slumber. At that moment, a beam of radiant moonlight cascaded down from above, illuminating the night sky where a luminous moon hung. Gu Chen set aside the fishing net in his hands and, torch in hand, approached the surrounding wall to investigate. He placed his bow and quiver against the stone wall nearby, along with a bottle of mineral water that contained remnants of snake venom. At that juncture, Tina approached, carrying a torch of her own and her bow. What brings you here? He inquired. I couldn't sleep. My mind was consumed with worry, she replied, setting her torch against the stone wall before tenderly embracing Gu Chen. The moonlight gradually enveloped them, casting a silvery glow all around. In the warmth of Tina's soft embrace, Gu Chen felt an irresistible urge to caress her supple form. Just then, several figures emerged from the outside, and Gu Chen caught a glimpse of them through a narrow opening. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "They have arrived." Chapter 69. The desolation of the Wolf King beneath the luminous moonlight. The White Wolf King, accompanied by 4 gray wolves, slowly approached the narrow path, their gazes betraying a chilling ferocity. They halted a mere 4 or 5 meters from the bamboo wall. The Wolf King scanned the surroundings, an instinct honed over years alerting it to an ominous presence. At that moment, Gu Chen and Tina peered through a crevice, their breaths becoming heavy with trepidation. Gu Chen's eyes glinted with a murderous intent as he stealthily dipped his arrowhead into a vial of serpent venom, preparing for the imminent confrontation. He understood that to capture the thief, one must first seize the leader. Once the White Wolf King fell, the remaining wild wolves would be far easier to manage. From his vantage point, he discerned 5 figures and gradually raised his bow, aligning it through the narrow opening, aiming at the Wolf King. With a swift whoosh, the arrow was released. At that instant, the Wolf King was engulfed by an unprecedented fear and instinctively turned to flee, yet it was already too late. The 5-meter distance rendered it unable to react in time. The arrow struck true, embedding itself in its hind leg, eliciting a pained howl as it dashed away. The remaining 4 gray wolves hastily following suit. Tina, stay here, Gu Chen called out, flinging open the bamboo door, and, bow slung over his shoulder and bamboo spear in hand, pursued the fleeing wolves. Tina, she began to call, but Gu Chen was already in pursuit, leaving her to close the bamboo door and wait anxiously. The white wolf king crossed the stream, sprinting toward the slope ahead. The more it ran, the more the venom coursed through its veins. After covering only a few hundred meters, its pace began to falter. Soon, its entire body began to convulse, struggling to maintain its footing, teetering on the brink of collapse. With the 4 gray wolves circled around their leader, howling in despair, as if they sensed the Wolf King's life ebbing away. With a thud, the Wolf King finally succumbed, collapsing onto the grass and writhing in agony as the venom wreaked havoc within. Gu Chen stood by the riverbank, observing the 5 figures on the slope, sharply illuminated by the moonlight. He waded through the water, directly pursuing those figures. Woo! One of the gray wolves spotted Gu Chen, howling as it charged toward him, accompanied by another gray wolf. Seeing the oncoming threat, Gu Chen swiftly planted his bamboo spear into the ground, drew his bow, and knocked an arrow from the quiver on his back, aiming ahead. With a mighty leap, the gray wolf lunged at him, its fangs glinting menacingly. Whoosh! Whoosh! In a heartbeat, Gu Chen loosed 2 arrows with remarkable speed. Thud! Thud! The gray wolf fell lifelessly to the ground, an arrow embedded in its chest. Almost immediately, the wild wolves trailing behind it lunged forward, jaws agape. D! Gu Chen shouted, yanking the bamboo spear from the ground and pivoting to launch it with force. Thud! The spear pierced through the gray wolf's body, and by the time it hit the ground, its life had already extinguished. Observing the lifeless gray wolf, Gu Chen approached to retrieve his spear, his gaze fixed on the 2 wild wolves guarding the fallen Wolf King. Thud! The gray wolf, pierced by an arrow, struggled in vain until Gu Chen drove a bamboo spear through its chest. Ack! The 2 wild wolves, poised to pounce, were halted by a low growl from the Wolf King. With sorrowful eyes, the Wolf King seemed to implore the 2 wolves to flee. Upon witnessing this, the 2 wild wolves circled the king once before bolting towards the hillside. By the time Gu Chen arrived, the 2 wolves had vanished into the grass, disappearing within the trees. Taking a deep breath, Gu Chen sat beside the Wolf King, gazing up at the moon. The Wolf King lay still, eyes closed, as if awaiting the arrival of death. After a few minutes, the Wolf King breathed its last, prompting Gu Chen to hoist its body and make his way back. Tina, filled with concern, waited anxiously inside the bamboo enclosure, glancing outside through the gaps with trepidation. Just then, Gu Chen returned, carrying the Wolf King, and upon seeing his silhouette, Tina joyfully opened the bamboo door. "Did you kill it? Is this the Wolf King?" she exclaimed, astonished, as she gently caressed its snow-white fur. "Yes, but there are still 2 more outside," Gu Chen replied, tossing the Wolf King onto the ground with a grin. "Let us each carry one back." Tina nodded and followed Gu Chen outside to retrieve the corpses of the 2 gray wolves. After placing the bodies at the entrance, the pair returned to their shelter, their clothes stained with mud and blood. They headed to the pond to wash off. The icy mountain water cascaded over their bodies, yet they paid no heed, lost in passionate embraces and kisses. Tina's cheeks flushed, her breath quickening, her fair skin glowing with a rosy hue. With a playful huff, she found herself effortlessly lifted by Gu Chen, who carried her to the sandy ground beneath the radiant moonlight where their silhouettes entwined. Half an hour later, they returned to the shelter, seated by the campfire, whispering sweet nothings to one another. "You should get some rest. We'll visit the tribe tomorrow," Gu Chen suggested. "All right," Tina replied softly, planting a kiss on Gu Chen's lips before retreating to the bamboo house to sleep. Now that the wolf pack was vanquished, though 2 had escaped, they had lost their leader and were rendered ineffective, struggling even with their usual hunting. Gu Chen moved a small bamboo bed beside the campfire, lying down to quietly watch the flames before slowly closing his eyes. The following morning, when Gu Chen opened his eyes, he found Lu Shanshan gazing intently at him. "Ah, you're awake," she said with a gentle smile. "Are we heading to the natives today?" "Yes," Gu Chen replied, stretching as he observed the clear blue sky. A beautiful day ahead. Looking around, he noticed that only Lu Qianyue was absent. "Where's Qianyue? Where did she go?" Lu Shanshan pointed toward the bamboo grove. Sister Qianyue went to find bamboo worms. She said she was going to feed the wild chickens. Go call her back. It's time for us to depart. Gu Chen instructed. At this, Lu Shanshan dashed off into the bamboo forest. After a while, the two returned, with Gu Chen carrying bamboo strips and a bamboo spear, leading them to the entrance. Gu Chen, did the wild wolf truly come? Upon seeing the carcass of the wolf, Wei Er exclaimed in astonishment, "Why didn't you wake me?" "Ha ha, I forgot," Gu Chen replied with a slight smile, beginning to bind the wolf's body. "This white wolf is indeed the wolf king you mentioned, isn't it?" Wei Er crouched down to stroke the wolf king's fur, marveling. It's enormous, significantly larger than the other wolves. No wonder it's the wolf king. Wei Er, you and Qian and Qin you lift one, Gu Chen instructed. Tina, you, one man, and Shan carry another. I shall manage the wolf king myself. Upon hearing this, they pierced the bodies of the wild wolves with bamboo spears and began to carry them outside. Gu Chen followed behind, and, after exiting, he closed the bamboo door before departing. This expedition to the Ba tribe had yielded the finest gifts in the form of these 3 wolf carcasses. Chapter 70. The departure of the Ba tribe after traversing the dense jungle. It was only by midday that Gu Chen and her companions arrived at the riverbank beneath the small creek. As Gu Chen surveyed the surroundings, she suddenly spotted a canoe gliding down the water. "Hey!" Gu Chen called out, waving her hand. Upon noticing her, the occupants of the canoe hurriedly paddled over. Their faces lit up with enthusiasm upon recognizing Gu Chen, and they greeted her warmly. The sight of the wolf carcass on the ground astonished them, and they repeatedly gave Gu Chen a thumbs up. "Haha, as expected of the strongest warrior as proclaimed by the chief, truly impressive." After exchanging pleasantries, one of them raised a whistle hanging from their neck and blew a few notes. Soon after, 3 more canoes emerged from upstream. Gu Chen observed that the whistle was crafted from animal bones. The natives, including Lu Qianyue and her companions, gazed at them with curious eyes. After loading the wolf carcass onto the canoe, Gu Chen and Lu Qianyue climbed aboard. "Hey, Gu Chen, what are you talking about with them?" Lu Qianyue inquired, intrigued by Gu Chen's jovial interaction with the natives. "Do you speak their language?" Gu Chen chuckled softly in response. "Yes, I learned it from a girl in their tribe." The 4 canoes drifted gently along the river, and after half an hour, they finally reached the cave entrance. As they entered, a small door beneath the wooden wall swung open immediately. Once ashore, the natives joyfully transported the wolf carcass up, while one individual went to fetch the chief. A few minutes later, the chief arrived with Bai Yi and Babu, all smiling broadly. "Ha ha ha ha! Great warrior, it brings me great joy to see you again." The chief's laughter echoed even before he approached. Bai Yi gleefully dashed over, leaping into Gu Chen's embrace. Lu Qianyue, witnessing this affection, pouted and murmured, this fickle heartthrob. How is it that girls are so enamored with him everywhere, even the natives? One man and Tina exchanged peculiar glances at Gu Chen. The 3 wolf carcasses laid on the ground drew the attention of the surrounding natives. "Oh, are these your companions?" The chief stepped closer, eyeing Lu Qianyue and her friends, revealing a slightly yellowed smile as he remarked, "These women are quite remarkable. Ha ha." Feeling a twinge of unease from the chief's unsettling smile, Lu Qianyue felt a flicker of fear. "You need not be afraid. Rest assured, they do not consume humans and are free to roam about." Gu Chen reassured Lu Qianyue and the others. "You may also explore the ravine across the river." Hearing Gu Chen's words, Lu Qianyue and her friends felt a bit more at ease. "Then I shall take a good look," Wei Er said with a faint smile as she departed alone, followed by several plump native women. "Indeed, this is the White Wolf King," the chief remarked solemnly, squatting to examine the Wolf King's carcass. "It has ruled the jungle for quite some time. Who would have thought it would meet its end at your hands? By the way, it is fortunate you came today," he added, rising with a smile. "If you had come tomorrow, you would not have seen us." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen felt somewhat perplexed. Why would they not be able to see them tomorrow? Were they planning to move away? "Gu, we are returning to our ancestral land," Bai Yi interjected from the side. "When the weather turns cold, we will head back to our roots and return here after some time." Ancestral land? Gu Chen suddenly understood. They were not moving away, but rather returning to their ancestral land for a spell before coming back. He turned to the chief and inquired, "Oh, how long will you be gone?" "We shall return in 100 days," the chief replied, raising a finger with a smile. "After we go back, we must conduct a sacrificial ceremony. 100 days, which equates to 3 months, is quite a lengthy period. No worries, we will visit you again upon your return." Gu Chen smiled at Bai Yi. "By then, you could take me around to explore." "Certainly," Bai Yi replied, joyfully embracing Gu Chen, feeling a deep reluctance at the impending farewell. In the afternoon, the tribe's members returned with 5 or 6 wild goats, 3 large wild boars, and a single elk, all gathered in an open space for processing. According to Bai Yi, this was to prepare food ahead of their early departure the following morning. Glancing around, one man and others were observing the thatched huts and various peculiar items. At that moment, Wei Er was nowhere to be found, and his whereabouts were a mystery. Half an hour later, Wei Er returned in a canoe, accompanied by 3 indigenous women. "Ha ha ha! Gu Chen, look what I found!" he exclaimed, approaching with laughter and revealing his open palms. "These are wild peppers with ginger and perilla, excellent seasonings. There are plenty in the ravine, so I picked some to bring back for tomorrow." Upon seeing the peppers, Bai Yi tugged at Gu Chen's hand. "Gu, you can't eat these. They are too spicy." "Oh, it's fine. They are edible." Gu Chen gently patted her shoulder, smiling. "If you know where to find more, you should take us to gather some." "Yes." Bai Yi pointed towards the opposite ravine. "There are plenty there, but we do not eat them." Just then, the 3 women giggled as they pulled Wei Er towards the thatched hut. "Oh, Gu Chen, they are too friendly. Please save me." Wei Er was being led away, while Gu Chen merely smiled quietly, refraining from intervening. As dusk fell, 5 bonfires were lit in the open area, and the tribe was busy roasting meat. By nightfall, joyous laughter filled the air, and an array of fruits adorned the leaves. The men of the tribe were dividing the food, and Gu Chen, along with one man, also received a generous share. Several clay pots simmered with animal entrails, releasing steam. Wei Er sat beside the 3 women, enjoying their attentive feeding, looking quite content. Lu Qianqian and her sister paid little mind to anything else, grabbing roasted meat and indulging. "Are they welcoming us by preparing so much food?" Lu Qianyue asked softly, chewing on a banana and tilting her head towards Gu Chen. "Isn't this an excessive amount of meat? We could not possibly finish it all. What are you thinking?" Gu Chen smiled faintly. "They will return to their ancestral land tomorrow, taking the remaining provisions with them." At that moment, the chieftain, accompanied by Babu and Bahu, approached Gu Chen to engage in conversation. Their dialogue continued until past 10 in the evening, after which everyone gradually dispersed, and the leftover food was neatly packed away. In the deep of night, Gu Chen and his 6 companions found slumber within a thatched hut. The following morning, as Gu Chen and his companions awakened and stepped into the clearing, they discovered the tribe members already busy preparing for departure. The weather was becoming increasingly frigid. The chieftain approached Gu Chen and remarked, "Allow me to present you with some gifts for your journey home." No sooner had he spoken than Babu brought forth a wild goat, while Bai carried a basket filled with several fish, and Bahu held 3 pelts of wild goats in his hands. "Take these with you," the chieftain said with a smile, gesturing towards the items in their possession. "I hope that upon our return, we shall see you again." "Hee hee, Bai, I will miss you," Gu Chen replied. Bai placed the basket on the ground, embraced Gu Chen, and even bestowed a kiss upon his cheek. "Do not worry, Bahu and the others will remain here. You're always welcome to visit us." The chieftain patted Gu Chen's arm with a smile and said, "We shall take our leave now." With that, he departed alongside Bai and Babu, and shortly thereafter, the tribe members began to withdraw gradually. Chapter 71. The leopard cubs. After the departure of the villagers, only Bahu, Ayi, and 2 women remained. Bahu's wife and Ayi's wife had taken Lu Qianyu and the others across the river to the ravine on the other side to gather wild pepper and wood ginger. "Bahu, do you know the way to the seaside from here?" Gu Chen inquired. "We wish to visit the coast, but we are uncertain of a route. The last path was perilous, and I do not wish to traverse it again." "The seaside?" "Indeed," Bahu replied, gesturing towards the river. "Follow this river to its end, and then cross 2 mountains, and you shall reach the coast. If you wish to go, I can accompany you." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen smiled. "Very well. we shall plan to visit next time. Half an hour later, we're returned with Lu Qianyu and the others, their baskets brimming with perilla, with ginger, and a bunch of bananas. Before departing, Babu gifted them some fruits and escorted them to the riverbank. After bidding farewell to Babu and Ai, Gu Chen and his group ascended along the creek. Gu Chen, it seems the indigenous people can be quite hospitable, Weir remarked, stroking his chin with a smile. This was unexpected. Indeed, they have presented us with so many gifts, Tina nodded with a smile. This is quite different from my preconceived notions of indigenous people. There are both good and bad among them. Gu Chen interjected, cautioning them. For instance, the wolf tribe, should you encounter them, may take your life without hesitation. Thus, exercise caution when you meet members of any tribe. This served as a warning from Gu Chen. Otherwise, should they encounter the wolf tribe, they might mistakenly believe them to be as amiable as those from the Babu tribe, which could prove dangerous. Fortunately, the chief had informed him that the wolf tribe would also return to their ancestral land, ensuring they would not cross paths in the next 3 months. They continued their journey, stopping intermittently, and by afternoon, safely returned to the valley. The wild goat was tethered beside the bamboo grove by the fence. We took the fish to process, and after a long trek, everyone felt fatigued. When Man and Lu Qian, you carried the bananas into the bamboo hut, as they were still unripe and required a few days to mature. After a while, we cut the fish into pieces and placed them in an iron pot, adding some with ginger and perilla to eliminate any fishy odor. The remaining with ginger, perilla, and wild pepper were placed on a bamboo sieve atop the roof to dry. This mango is enormous. One is quite filling, Lu Qian exclaimed, holding a mango larger than her fist. However, it seems it is not yet ripe. Do not hold on to it. Place it down quickly, when Man admonished Lu Qian. We shall eat it once it ripens. Oh, Lu Qian responded, hastily taking the mangoes into the bamboo hut. 10 minutes later, steam began to rise from the iron pot. We stirred the contents with a bamboo spoon and sprinkled in some sea salt. Time to eat fish, Lu Qian announced, setting down bowls and chopsticks on the table. After their long walk, their stomachs were already rumbling, as they had not consumed anything since morning. Bring the bowls over, it's time to eat. As Will's voice echoed, Lu Qian and the others promptly approached with bowls to ladle the fish soup, savoring the steaming fish broth and tender fish meat. This moment was the epitome of comfort for them. This fish soup is far more delectable than when it lacked these ingredients, Lu Qianwei remarked with a slight nod. There's no fishy taste. I adore this flavor. Do you wish to try this? Will asked, holding up some wild mountain peppers. It's quite spicy. I wonder if you can handle it. As he spoke, he sampled one himself, nodding appreciatively, clearly enjoying it. When Man and the others shook their heads at the sight of the wild mountain peppers. Although they could tolerate some spice, they dared not attempt the intense heat of these peppers. Before long, the large iron pot brimming with fish soup and meat was completely devoured. Gu Chen glanced at the sky and noted that there was still ample time, so he led them, armed with bamboo spears and strips, towards the pond, with Will accompanying them as well. Upon reaching the pond's edge, Will beamed with delight at the sight of the bulrushes. Wonderful! We could dig up more bulrush rhizomes to take back. Gu Chen surveyed the surroundings, his gaze drifting into the distance. Well, while you gather bulrushes here, I will venture ahead to scout. With that, he turned left, stepping out of the bulrush thicket and onto the grassy expanse, continuing forward. Upon reaching the forest's edge, he encountered a thicket of weeds, flourishing and towering to half a person's height. Gu Chen ventured into the woods, drawing out his bow and scanning the area cautiously as he crept deeper. Looking up into the treetops, he spotted large fruit bats hanging from the branches. Unlike their vampiric counterparts, these bats fed on nectar, fruits, and flowers. However, Gu Chen would only consider consuming them in dire circumstances. Birds began to emerge around him, including parrots, sunbirds, and birds of paradise. Vibrant wildflowers attracted a myriad of colorful butterflies fluttering gracefully above them. Suddenly, a wild boar dashed through the dense thicket ahead, prompting Gu Chen to quickly hide behind a tree. So massive, could it be the king of wild boars? The creature was enormous, weighing an estimated 600 to 700 pounds, adorned with a ring of white bristle-like whiskers around its face, and its tusks extending over 20 centimeters. Its body seemed to harbor immense strength, with fur that provided formidable defense. Gu Chen's arrows would hardly pierce it. After a while, the wild boar vanished from sight, allowing Gu Chen to cautiously emerge. What is that foul odor? After taking a few steps, he caught a whiff of decaying flesh. Following the scent, he soon arrived beside a small rocky hill, measuring roughly 70 to 80 square meters and standing only a few meters high. Gu Chen sniffed the air and discerned that the odor emanated from atop the rocky hill. After a brief glance, he began to climb the stones, ascending towards the source of the smell. Having ascended to a height of 5 or 6 meters, Gu Chen discovered the lifeless body of a leopard sprawled upon a stone, emanating a foul stench, with certain areas having been partially devoured by other creatures. Nearby, at the entrance of a cave, lay the remains of a leopard cub, which had also succumbed to death some time ago. As the apex predator of the jungle, it puzzled Gu Chen as to why the leopard had perished in this location. After a brief glance, he turned and began his descent. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from within the cave, prompting Gu Chen to hastily ascend once more. Upon reaching the cave's opening, he beheld movement inside, where something had dislodged the cub's body. A small leopard cub emerged, its tiny head poking out as it cried out incessantly. Another one? Gu Chen marveled at the sight, exclaiming in astonishment, "And it is still alive?" At that moment, the cub stumbled out of the cave, calling out to Gu Chen with unsteady steps. Its frail body appeared weak, struggling to maintain its balance. Contemplating the situation, Gu Chen realized that without intervention, the cub would surely not survive the night. Very well, since fate has brought us together, he decided, and without further hesitation, he scooped up the helpless creature and began his descent once more. Chapter 72. Unarmed capture of a king cobra upon returning to the pond. Lu Qianyue and her companions were enchanted by the sight of the leopard cub, finding it irresistibly adorable. They all approached, eager to embrace it. Yet the cub only desired the company of Gu Chen. "All right, it's getting late. Let us head back," Gu Chen said, gently placing the leopard cub into a woven basket. The group used bamboo spears to gather the bundled cattails and carry them home. Once back in the valley, Wen Man and the others began extracting the tender roots and shoots of the cattails, setting aside the cattail stalks while moving the remaining leaves and stems to an open area outside to dry. Gu Chen ventured to the pond and caught several small fish to feed the leopard cub. After consuming the meal, the cub appeared rejuvenated and soon nestled down to sleep in the shelter. "Gu Chen, what shall we do with the remaining 2 fish?" Wei Er inquired. "Shall we prepare fish soup? We still have 7 or 8 pieces of smoked wild boar meat left. Perhaps we could stir-fry 2 fish with bamboo shoots?" "Indeed, we can do that," Gu Chen nodded. "Oh, and let's reserve half a fish for the leopard cub tonight." Wei Er acknowledged the suggestion with a nod and departed, while Gu Chen entered the bamboo grove with his eagle claw dagger. Half an hour later, Gu Chen emerged for the bamboo thicket, carrying a bamboo tube filled with bamboo worms. He approached the enclosure and tossed a dozen worms inside to feed the wild chickens and bamboo chickens. Returning to the shelter, he retrieved 5 fish traps, placing several bamboo worms into each, then sealing the small openings with cattail leaves. Subsequently, he placed the traps into the basket and made his way outside. Arriving at the riverbank, he descended into a deeper area of water. One by one, he positioned the traps along the submerged vegetation, securing them with stones to prevent the current from sweeping them away. After ensuring the traps were set, he gathered a substantial amount of water plants to take back. By the time he returned to the valley, dusk had settled in, and wisps of white smoke were rising from the cooking fire, where Wei Er was preparing dinner. "Qian, take these grasses to feed the wild goats," Gu Chen instructed, gesturing toward the basket. "Just place them on the ground." "Got it," Lu Qian replied, promptly taking the basket outside. Wen Man, overhearing, turned to Gu Chen and asked, "Are we keeping the wild goats?" Gu Chen nodded in affirmation. "Let us keep them for a few days. We have enough food for now. We can always slaughter them later when supplies dwindle." Suddenly, a panicked voice pierced the air from the pond. "Ah, a snake! Come quickly. It's enormous." Upon hearing Lu Qianyue's cry, Gu Chen swiftly grabbed his bamboo spear and raced over, with Wen Man and Lu Qian following closely behind. As Gu Chen reached the edge of the stream. He found Lu Qianyue running towards him in fear, and upon spotting him, she immediately clung to him. "The snake is so long and terrifying," she exclaimed, holding on to Gu Chen, oblivious to her lack of clothing, her skin smooth and delicate against his touch. "Do not fear," Gu Chen reassured her, gently patting her back. "Qianyue, where are your clothes?" one man inquired, and at that moment, Lu Qianyue glanced down, realizing she was not clad in garments while embracing Gu Chen. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, and she hastily released him, retreating behind one man for concealment. "Hee, it's all right. I didn't see anything," Gu Chen remarked with a gentle smile, proceeding towards the waterhole. Yet before he reached it, he encountered a 4-meter-long king cobra lying across the path. Upon noticing Gu Chen, the snake promptly raised its body, flicking its tongue at him. Gu Chen brother, Lu Qianqian and her sister rushed over, only to be startled by the sight of the king cobra. "You two should return at once. Do not linger here." Gu Chen urgently instructed them, "Hurry. If it bites you, not even a deity can save you." Upon hearing this, the sisters swiftly turned and fled. Gu Chen positioned himself with a bamboo spear raised before him, prepared to thwart any sudden attack from the serpent. Once the two had distanced themselves, Gu Chen began to move cautiously, his gaze fixed on the creature, circling around it. Initially, the king cobra followed his movements, but after a while, it lowered its body, allowing Gu Chen to gradually grasp its tail from behind. At that moment, the king cobra seemed to have no intention of attacking. Rather, it appeared to seek an escape. Gu Chen patiently wore it down, feeling its powerful muscles and strength. He understood that capturing such a snake required a gentle touch, avoiding any pain. After 10 minutes, the king cobra suddenly lifted its head, focused on one man and the others watching from short distance. Seizing the opportunity as the snake's attention shifted, Gu Chen slowly approached, extending his hand towards its head. Whenever the snake moved, he promptly withdrew his hand, waiting for it to remain still before attempting again. This maneuver was perilously risky. A bite would lead him to an untimely demise. After several attempts, Gu Chen finally found his moment, seizing the snake's head with one hand while supporting its body with the other. "It's enormous," he mused, a smile gracing his lips as he turned back. Upon witnessing Gu Chen approaching with such a sizable snake, one man and the others immediately scattered. "Oh my, look at that!" exclaimed Weir, his face reflecting astonishment. "That is a king cobra. Gu Chen, you are incredibly bold." Even Tina, upon seeing it, stepped back, hesitant to draw near him. "Fear not, Weir. Please fetch a bottle of mineral water from the bamboo hut," Gu Chen said with a soft smile. "I need to extract its venom." Weir, shaking his head in disbelief, complied and went to retrieve the bottle. "Bring a bamboo cup as well, and cover the opening with a piece of cloth. The bottle's mouth is too narrow for my purposes." Following Gu Chen's instructions, Weir, lacking cloth, tore a piece from his pocket to cover the opening. "Hold it steady. Do not let go," Gu Chen cautioned. Weir, filled with trepidation, replied, "You must hold it too. I do not wish to meet my maker." In truth, Weir was quite anxious, fearing the king cobra might escape Gu Chen's grasp. Gu Chen smiled gently, grasping the head of the snake and bringing it closer to the opening. He then pried the snake's jaws apart and allowed it to bite down onto the cloth, causing the venom to flow from its fangs. After a while, he extracted the venom and proceeded to prepare the king cobra with a dagger. He skillfully skinned the snake, removed its entrails, and with precise movements, will slice the snake meat into chunks, placing them onto a skillet where they sizzled with a delightful sound as they cooked in lamb fat. Gu Chen poured the venom from the bamboo cup into a mineral water bottle, sealing it tightly before tossing the bamboo cup into the bonfire to burn. "Ah, this snake meat is delicious," he remarked. Once the meat was cooked, Will eagerly took the first bite, nodding with a smile. "Tonight, I shall be satisfied with this snake meat. Ha!" Lu Qianqian and her sister also grabbed pieces of the snake meat, relishing it as if indulging in a gourmet delicacy. At that moment, a young leopard cub stirred awake, prompting Gu Chen to toss it a few pieces of raw snake meat. "Hey, did you really see nothing just now?" Lu Qianyue inquired softly, seated beside Gu Chen as she sipped on fish soup. Gu Chen's face broke into a mischievous grin as he assessed Lu Qianyue from head to toe, responding playfully, "Well, What do you think? Chapter 73. A surge of frigid air the following day, as the sun began to rise. Gu Chen led Wen Man and her companions to a small grove on the hillside. Are these logs you felled previously? Will inquired, observing the timber scattered on the ground. Why Haven Tea, they've been moved back. With a light chuckle, Gu Chen replied, when we first arrived, I intended to construct a wooden cabin here. It was only after discovering the bamboo grove below that we decided to settle there. Ah, I see, Will nodded. Let us gather these logs and take them back. They will suffice for our needs for quite some time. Though the valley has plenty of wood, we must not squander what is here. Besides, these logs are dry and not overly heavy. They bound the logs with bamboo strips, carrying the larger ones on their backs and bundling the smaller ones together. After over 3 hours of labor, they succeeded in transporting all the timber back. By the riverside, Gu Chen and Lu Qianqian approached the area where they had set their fishing nets the previous day. Wow, Brother Gu Chen, there are so many fish, Lu Qianqian exclaimed, peering into one of the nets. It contained not only 5 or 6 river shrimp, but also several loaches, small river fish, and little crabs, an abundance of tiny aquatic creatures. As Gu Chen gathered the other nets, he found they were all filled with similar small fish and shrimp. In total, 5 nets yielded dozens of these little prizes. Clearing the weeds from the nets, he poured the fish and shrimp into a woven basket for the 2 girls to carry back while he ventured further downstream. After walking 100 meters, he arrived at the entrance of a small ravine. Gu Chen lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings before stepping inside. This ravine was unfamiliar to him, with a narrow path overgrown with weeds reaching half a meter high. Venturing over 100 meters into the ravine, he found himself at a dead end, flanked by steep rock walls on 3 sides. The area was thick with weeds, creeping vines, and a few small trees, with only a small patch of green grass in the center, offering little of interest. Just as he turned to leave, a buzzing sound caught his attention. A few bees flitted past him, heading deeper into the ravine. Bees? Could there be a hive inside? Gu Chen pondered, curiosity piquing his interest. He quietly followed their path, maneuvering through the underbrush to the steep slope, where he observed the bees entering a crevice in the cliff. Driven by intrigue, Gu Chen cautiously climbed up to peer into the crevice. To his delight, he found a buzzing hive within, with layers of honey glistening inside. The mass of bees clung to the honeycomb, and Gu Chen hesitated to reach in without proper tools. It would be wiser to return for my lighter, he mumbled to himself before departing. Upon returning to the valley, he noticed Will and Tina were digging in a clearing not far from the bamboo hut, having also felled some bamboo in the center. The surrounding area was meticulously cleared, devoid of any bamboo leaves. What are you all up to? Gu Chen asked. Oh, it's quite simple, Will replied with a slight smile. They wish to build a pavilion here and enclose it, ensuring that snakes cannot intrude. Upon hearing the words, Gu Chen smiled and nodded. It seemed that the king cobra from yesterday had indeed frightened them. However, with nothing else to occupy his time, constructing a pavilion seemed a splendid idea, a place to sip tea and engage in casual conversation. You all carry on, Gu Chen remarked as he returned to fetch a lighter, placing the torch in his backpack before departing. Upon arriving at the small ravine, he retrieved the torch, igniting it and adding some damp grass. Approaching the cliff base, the torch emitted thick plumes of white smoke. He carefully positioned the torch near a crevice, gently fanning the smoke inside. In a short while, the bees within settled down. Gu Chen swiftly retrieved a branch to scrape off the bees and reached in to extract a sizable chunk of honey. Fortunately, the crevice was just wide enough for a hand. Otherwise, he would have been unable to procure any honey. As he reached in for a second time, he was stung by a bee. Peering inside, he noticed more honey, but it was too deep to reach, so he had to retreat. Delightful and sweet, he mused, stepping away from the riverbank and savoring a small piece of honey. This will surely surprise them when I return. Back at the pavilion, he found Will frying small fish and shrimp. The leopard cub, upon seeing Gu Chen return, scampered over and clung to his feet. Go play, Gu Chen chuckled, bending down to pat its little head. The cub seemed to understand and released him, darting off into the bamboo grove. Oh, what have you brought back? Will inquired with a smile. There is something good in your backpack. I can smell it. Indeed, your nose is quite keen, Gu Chen laughed. handing him a small piece of honey. Will's eyes widened in astonishment. "Oh, my goodness, honey." He promptly tasted it, exclaiming, "It's delicious. I love it. What is so tasty?" At that moment, when Man and the other girls entered, Lu Qianqian approached Gu Chen, gazing at him. "It's honey. Let us each have a piece." Gu Chen distributed the honey, leaving only a small amount remaining. "Brother Gu Chen, I want more," Lu Qianqian pouted, pulling on his hand after finishing her piece. "There is hardly enough left to share." Gu Chen replied with a smile. "Let us boil some water and mix in the honey. Then everyone can enjoy honey water." "I'll go boil the water," Lu Qianqian exclaimed, rushing out with an iron can to fetch water for boiling. "Come, let's eat the fried fish." We'll place the skillet on the table, filled with fried fish, shrimp, and crabs. The fried fish is delicious. Everyone used chopsticks to pick up their food directly without needing bowls. Though the fish and shrimp were insufficient to fill their stomachs, at least they wouldn't go hungry. After their meal, they poured hot water from the iron can into bamboo cups, stirred in the honey, and soon had a refreshing drink. In the afternoon, Will took Tina and the others to the open space beneath the bamboo fence. Gu Chen walked alone to the cactus thicket, his head bowed, as if in search of something amidst the tangled weeds. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, and dark clouds surged in from beyond the horizon, obscuring the sun. A wave of frigid air swept in from the sea towards the island, prompting the creatures to seek refuge in haste. How curious it was that the wind had picked up so abruptly. Glancing up at the sky, Gu Chen murmured to himself, "More clouds? It seems rain is imminent." Realizing the impending downpour, he hurriedly gathered pods from the trees, filling a large basket before making his way back. The gusting winds nearly lifted him off his feet. As he dashed home, the temperature plummeted dramatically, causing him to huddle tighter against the chill. Upon returning to the valley, Wei and the others also retrieved their sun-dried belongings. Lu Qianyue rubbed her hands together, exclaiming, "How strange! It feels significantly colder all of a sudden. The cold air must be arriving." Just as Gu Chen finished his sentence, the ominous clouds loomed overhead. With a rumble of thunder, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. Chapter 74. Enjoying lamb hot pot. As the temperature plummeted, the entire valley was enveloped in a damp chill. The howling wind rustled the surrounding bamboo, and the rain fell heavily. Inside the shelter, Gu Chen shifted the bonfire slightly inward to prevent the rain from splashing onto it. "Qianqian, where are the 3 pieces of wool that the locals sent us?" "In the box in the house." "Hurry and bring them out." Lu Qianqian sprinted to the nearby bamboo hut and retrieved the wool. A piece of wool and a wolf pelt were still hanging in the shelter. The cold air had arrived, and it seemed it would linger for several days. We gazed at the bonfire with a faint smile. "Fortunately, we have enough food." Gu Chen responded with a gentle smile. The cold air is inconsequential. The main concern is the rain. If it weren't for the rain, we could still venture outside. Alas, it seems the rain will last for 2 days." We stood up and stretched lazily. "I think I'll take a nap. It's still early." He then walked inside and laid down in a corner piled with fragrant cattail leaves, inadvertently waking the leopard cub. One man and the other women huddled together on the small bamboo bed, draping the 4 pieces of wool over themselves. "It's so cold. Perhaps we should go back to sleep?" "Let us go." The 5 of them hurried back to the bamboo hut, lying on the soft grass mat, even pulling out 2 sets of clothes from the box to cover themselves. Despite the wool and clothes, they still felt the chill. One man dashed outside to fetch a burning log, igniting the fire in the hut. Gu Chen removed the wolf pelt and wrapped it around his neck, sitting by the bonfire and idly drawing on the ground with a bamboo stick. In such weather, there was little to do but sit there. Time slipped by, and an hour later, we could no longer endure the cold and woke up. I detest the cold air," Were complained as he sat down. "No matter how many clothes you wear, you still feel cold. Only sitting by the bonfire brings warmth." Gu Chen smiled slightly in response. Just endure it." "Yes, you're right," Were replied solemnly. "Better than perishing in the sea." Sigh. The memory of the tragic scene when the cruise ship sank flooded his mind, bringing a wave of sorrow. Gu Chen patted his shoulder. What is past is past. Those who remain must look forward. Were nodded silently, though he spoke of moving forward. The scene would forever haunt him. The rain gradually subsided, and and the wind ceased, with a light drizzle continuing. The sky had darkened, and unsure of the time, we ventured out into the drizzle to the smokehouse, returning with 3 pieces of smoked meat. Oh, in such cold weather, we must make some soup to warm our bodies, or we won't sleep well tonight. We smiled at Gu Chen, don't you think? Haha, you're right. Gu Chen chuckled, stood up, and stepped outside, only to find the 2 bamboo chickens lying motionless on the ground, fearing they might be dead. The wild chicken nestled in the corner, sheltered from the downpour by the dense bamboo leaves overhead. Gu Chen captured the 2 bamboo chickens and brought them back to the shed for processing. Meanwhile, a young leopard cub, upon spotting the bamboo chickens, scampered over, persistently tugging at Gu Chen's pant leg, eager for a taste. Reluctantly, Gu Chen offered the cub the chicken's entrails, after which it retreated to hide among the cattails. Weir, wielding a dagger, sliced the smoked meat and glanced down, suggesting, Gu Chen, perhaps we should slaughter the wild goat tomorrow. In this cold weather, a hot pot of goat meat would be splendid. Gu Chen nodded slightly, as he too harbored similar thoughts. Once the cold front passed, he would venture out to hunt. After cutting the meat, we stepped outside to retrieve the bamboo shoots, soaking in a giant dragon bamboo bucket. Grinning, these shoots are tender, perfect for stir-frying with smoked meat. He drained them in a basket before adding sheep fat to the skillet, followed by the smoked meat. After stirring for a while, he tossed in the bamboo shoots to saut together. Meanwhile, white smoke began to rise from an iron pot nearby, indicating the bamboo chicken soup was nearly ready. Gu Chen placed 2 logs directly on the bonfire, allowing them to burn slowly. With the fire crackling, the shed became warm and inviting. Just then, Wen Man and her companions emerged from the bamboo house. Gu Chen, noticing them, chuckled, awake at last? Not quite. Wen Man shook her head. It's too cold. I couldn't sleep at all. Let us serve the soup. It should be ready. Gu Chen pointed to the iron pot on the stove, and the Lu sisters fetched bowls and chopsticks. Once the soup was ready, were brought the salt-ed dishes to the table. They all sat on wooden benches, savoring the warm soup, which instantly enveloped them in comfort. Why does this soup taste less delightful than the one made in the bamboo tube? Lu Qianyu remarked, observing the group. One man nodded in agreement. Yes, it lacks the fresh aroma of bamboo, and the chicken's exquisite flavor is somewhat diminished. Huh, my blunder, we laughed heartily. Such a basic mistake should not have occurred. Rest assured, I shall remember to use the bamboo tube next time. As night fell, temperatures dipped once more. After satisfying their hunger, Wen Man and her friends carried some firewood into the bamboo house. Due to the chill, Gu Chen and were also returned to the bamboo house below, rekindling the bonfire. Wen Man provided a wool blanket for both men, while the 5 of them shared the 3 wool blankets and clothing. With the bonfire crackling, the interior remained comfortably warm. They lay on the floor strewn with cattail leaves, covered with wool, and soon drifted into slumber. The night passed without incident. The following midday, Gu Chen and Wen Man's group finally rose. Throughout the night, Gu Chen had awakened 3 times to add wood to the nearly extinguished bonfire. Outside, a gentle rain continued to fall, showing no signs of abating. We ventured to the bamboo grove to bring the wild goat to the water pool for processing. The rain was light, so standing outdoors for a while posed no significant issue. Gu Chen and Wen Man, along with their companions, assisted in the task, extracting the entrails and placing them into a woven basket. Gu Chen, carrying the basket, led Lu Qianqian and her sister, as well as Lu Qianyue, to the stream below to process the innards. Let us take the meat back to the shed and cut it at our leisure, Wei Ye remarked. And the trio returned to the shed, bearing the lamb meat, which they laid upon the stone table to slice gradually. After Gu Chen and her companions had cleaned the entrails, they too returned, with Gu Chen tossing the lamb liver whole to the young leopard cub. After more than 2 hours of diligent work, steam began to rise from the iron pot containing the lamb offal soup. Wei Ye seized the opportunity to place several pieces of lamb chops into the pot to boil alongside, while he sliced some wild mountain peppers into a bamboo cup, adding a pinch of sea salt and broth to create a dipping sauce, which he set on the table for use. The soup was enhanced with an abundance of wood ginger to elevate its flavor, promising a delightful dish for the day. The remaining meat and bones were stored in 2 baskets. Given the current weather, they would remain fresh until tomorrow. Come, let's feast. Wei Er smiled lightly. For those who enjoy spice, feel free to dip into this sauce. In such cold weather, nothing is more satisfying than a bit of heat. Haha. As Gu Chen and her companions relished their lamb hot pot, Shun Lang and his group were not so fortunate. Chapter 75. The despair of Shun Lang and his companions within a modest shelter. Gu Chen and his 7 companions were joyfully feasting on lamb entrails and meat, dipping their morsels into spicy chili sauce, their foreheads glistening with sweat. Not far from the seaside, in a damp cave concealed within the jungle, Shun Lang and his 3 companions were huddled together, their faces pale and shivering from the cold. They had endured a full day and night in this wretched state, beset by hunger and the biting chill. Li Da, who sat with his eyes half closed, his complexion ashen, resembling a cadaver. His thigh was swollen and oozing pus, already succumbing to decay and infection. Wolf brother, are we destined to perish here? Xiao Hao chattered his teeth, his voice trembling. I still cling to life. Our paramount objective is to reach the seaside. If we can locate Gu Chen and the others, we may yet survive, Shun Lang stammered, acutely aware that if they remained in this cave, they might succumb to the cold before nightfall. What shall we do about Dahu? Xiao Hao glanced at Li Dahu, who was unable to walk. Sighing heavily, Shun Lang replied, we must leave him here. Once we find Gu Chen and the others, we can return for him. They were in no position to assist someone incapable of moving. Let us go, while there is still daylight, Shun Lang declared, gesturing with his hand as he rose to exit the cave. Xiao Hao and Luo Hong exchanged a glance with Li Da, who before following suit. Outside, a gentle drizzle fell, accompanied by gusts of bone-chilling wind. To survive, they had no choice but to press onward toward the sea. After half an hour of trudging through the low-hanging trees, they finally reached the shoreline. However, the frigid wind here was relentless, rendering their lips nearly black and making it difficult to maintain their footing. Looking upward, Shun Lang realized that Gu Chen and the others were not far away, hidden in the woods above, a place they once called home. Quickly, Shun Lang shouted, gritting his teeth against the biting cold as he urged them to move forward. Suddenly, a cry rang out, bang! Luo Hong! Luo Hong! As her vision blurred, she collapsed onto the beach, prompting Xiao Hao to rush over, shouting in alarm. We'll help her. Shun Lang quickly joined Xiao Hao, each taking an arm and gradually assisting Luo Hong along. Upon reaching a bend and glancing upward, a smile broke across Shun Lang's face. He knew that Lu Qianyu and the others were just above. Driven by instinct, they quickened their pace, arriving at the edge of the woods. Where? Shun Lang called out, Qianyu. Well, man. As they moved while shouting, they soon reached the shelter only to find it utterly deserted, leaving them momentarily stunned. Were they? Xiao Hao murmured, scanning the surroundings, bewildered by the absence of any presence. Gently placing Luo Hong on the ground, they approached the front of the shelter, which was equally empty. The charcoal on the ground indicated that no fire had been lit for quite some time. It's over. They must have moved on. Shun Lang lamented as he sank down onto the ground, murmuring, this time, it's truly finished. Turning his gaze, he observed Xiao Hao exhaling warm breaths to thaw his hands while diligently scraping a dry piece of wood with a small stick. Xiao Hao, are you attempting to create fire by friction once more? Haven't you already tried this method? It has proven futile. Shun Lang spoke wearily during their time in the cave. Xiao Hao had made several attempts, none of which yielded success, leading Shun Lang to believe this approach was ineffective. I do not wish to perish. If only we could ignite a flame, we could survive. Survive. Xiao Hao murmured incessantly, his mental state teetering on the brink of collapse. Shun Lang staggered over to Luo Hong, spreading coconut leaves over her and lying down beside her to share warmth. However, their clothes remained damp, providing little comfort. Brother Lang, look, we are so close to creating sparks. Shun Lang, on the verge of succumbing to slumber, was suddenly roused by Xiao Hao's exuberant voice. He quickly stood and approached to find, indeed, there was blackwood ash. Let's take turns. With a glimmer of hope, Shun Lang felt invigorated, and the two began to alternate in turning the wooden stick. There was still a substantial amount of dry timber in the shelter, and the coconut leaves on the ground had long since dried. An hour passed, Yet their efforts to create fire remained in vain, and the two collapsed onto the ground. Exhausted, the sky gradually darkened, compelling them to drag Luo Hong into the shelter and gather the coconut leaves from outside. The three nestled within the pile of leaves, removing their damp garments to cover themselves. They clung tightly to one another, utilizing their body heat to stave off the chill. Suddenly, Luo Hong awakened, realizing there were two individuals embracing her on either side. "Brother Lang," she whispered softly. "Luo Hong," Shun Lang replied, trembling. "If we continue like this, we may not survive until dawn. We need to move to generate warmth." Luo Hong nodded gently, prompting Shun Lang to lean in and kiss her. The following day, as dawn broke, Shun Lang opened his eyes to discover he was still alive. He hastily shook Xiao Hao awake, exclaiming, "Xiao Hao! Xiao Hao! Wake up! It's morning. Brother Lang, we're not dead?" Xiao Hao slowly opened his eyes, still dazed. "We're alive. Hurry, let us resume our efforts to create fire." They donned their still damp garments and ventured outside to continue their attempts at igniting a flame. If they could succeed in kindling a fire, it would be their final hope for survival. An hour later, their palms were blistered from the friction, yet the cold numbed any sensation of pain. After another half hour, Xiao Hao noticed wisps of white smoke emerging and quickened his pace in turning the stick. Previous attempts had taught him that this was not sufficient. Shun Lang prepared dry coconut leaves, twisted into fibrous tinder. As the smoke billowed more profusely, their hearts raced, knowing the outcome hinged on this moment. Just then, Xiao Hao set the stick down, quickly grasped the wood, and transferred the spark into the tinder, gently blowing upon it. Soon, tendrils of smoke rose from the tinder. And then, in an instant, it ignited. "It's lit! It's lit! Ha ha ha!" Filled with excitement, Xiao Hao hurriedly placed the firewood on the ground, cautiously adding small twigs to it. As the flames grew larger, the exhilaration of the two companions could no longer be contained. Xiao Hao's palm, blistered and raw, throbbed with a piercing pain that brought tears to his eyes. Yet, every bit of suffering felt worthwhile. Shun Lang quickly dashed to the shelter, calling for Luo Hong, and the three of them gathered around the campfire to warm themselves, their complexions visibly improving. "By the way, Xiao Hao, how did you come to know about the method of friction fire?" Shun Lang inquired with a slight smile. "I never imagined you possessed such knowledge." Xiao Hao replied with a wry smile. "I once saw a program on a video called Survivor in the Wild. When I first watched the participants starting a fire with wood, I thought it was merely a stunt." Shun Lang nodded in understanding. "Ah, so that's how it is." After a little over 10 minutes, the three of them appeared much healthier. At that moment, Luo Hong seemed to remember something and exclaimed, "Oh no, we forgot about Dahu." Chapter 76. The chill of winter, perfect for slumber in the shed, after Shun Lang and his companions dried their clothes. They braved the biting cold to search for sustenance along the rocky shore. The relentless waves crashed against the stones, forcing the trio to cautiously navigate the edges of the rocks. Among the crevices, numerous small, spicy snails and green mussels clung tenaciously, ignoring their frigid surroundings. They gathered whatever they could, retreating to the woods when the cold became unbearable. "Ah, this is intolerable. It's too cold," Luo Hong exclaimed, placing the small snails on the ground and hastily extending her hands toward the warmth of the campfire. Shun Lang and Xiao Hao placed their gathered seafood on the coals to roast. As the snails cooked, they eagerly used sticks to extract the tender meat, savoring the morsels that, though small, were plentiful enough to evoke a sense of rejuvenation. With a steady influx of warmth into their bodies, they began to feel significantly more comfortable. "Luo Hong, wait here for us," Shun Lang instructed after they had eaten their fill. "Xiao Hao, let us go retrieve Dahu." The two once more braved the biting wind as they departed from the woods. An hour later, upon entering a small cave, they found Li Dahu slumped against the stone wall, lifeless and rigid. "Sigh." Shun Lang knelt beside Li Dahu's body, letting out a heavy sigh. He had sensed that Li Dahu would not endure much longer when they left. "What shall we do, Brother Lang?" Xiao Hao inquired solemnly. "Should we bury him?" "No, let him remain here," Shun Lang replied, shaking his head. "It is far too cold. Lingering outside for too long may lead to illness. Let us go." Before departing, They exchanged a lingering glance with Li De Hu and turned away from the cave. Upon returning to the shed, Luo Hong, learning of Li De Hu's demise, displayed no visible emotion. To her, he had merely been a transient presence in her life. Xiao Hao, let us dismantle the shelter and construct a barrier around the campfire. Shen Lang proposed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hao followed Shen Lang to take down the shelter and erected a fence around the fire, providing some protection against the biting wind. Now, the three of them could only remain here, waiting for the weather to improve before deciding their next course of action. In the valley, Gu Chen returned with an abundance of bamboo, skillfully crafting strips to weave baskets, carriers, and other tools to pass the time during the harsh cold. With a pot simmering bones, Wei Er utilized the spare moments to extract peas from the carrier, placing them into a bamboo tube and pounding them with a stick. Sisters Lu Qianqian and Lu Shanshan, armed with daggers, incessantly struck the wood, carving holes into the bamboo. Wait, hold it steady while I insert this. Lu Shanshan instructed Lu Qianqian, guiding a piece of bamboo through the hole, soon fashioning a sturdy footrest. Look, isn't it stable? Lu Shanshan exclaimed joyfully, admiring her handiwork. Gu Chen, brother, what shall we create next? Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, he raised his head and smiled slightly, remarking, it is quite suitable for crafting a table, indeed. A table is splendid, as it can be placed beside the stove for holding items. Will chuckled lightly. Indeed, it appears that you possess considerable imagination. To create a table without any guidance is truly impressive. Of course. Upon receiving Will's compliment, Lu Qianqian proudly replied, our teachers always said we were the brightest during our studies. Encouraged by their praise, the two girls worked even harder, beginning to carve bamboo strips. Having learned by observing Gu Chen's technique, be careful with the carving, Gu Chen cautioned, do not cut yourselves, the dagger is quite sharp. At noon, everyone set aside their tasks to enjoy some soup, with one person even gnawing on a bone. After savoring the mutton soup, their bodies felt wonderfully warm. In an effort to conserve food, they were currently preparing broth with minimal meat, sufficient to stave off hunger. We'll cut a piece of mutton for the leopard cub, which took it to the rushes to eat leisurely. After 2 days of feeding, the previously frail cub had noticeably gained weight. Once satisfied, Gu Chen wrapped herself in 2 sheepskins and ventured to the riverbank, as the light rain had finally ceased. Although the rain had stopped, the sky remained overcast and misty. Birar is still quite cold. It seems it is not the best time to be outside. She shivered, hugging her body tightly as she walked along the riverbank, eventually halting at the spot where the fishing nets were placed. Gu Chen promptly removed her shoes and waded into the icy, biting river to retrieve the fishing net. So cold, she muttered, clutching the net as she jogged back to the valley. Upon returning, she transferred the small fish and shrimp from the net into a large bamboo tub to keep them alive. After securing the net, she hurried to the bonfire for warmth. It is quite chilly outside. It seems we must wait for this cold front to pass before we can go hunting. Alas, I wonder when it will dissipate. Will, holding a dagger, was busy processing the sheep's head and hooves when he remarked, I've had enough of this for 2 days. I'm going to take a nap. This weather is best suited for sleeping. As soon as he finished speaking, he placed the prepared sheep's head and hooves into his backpack and made his way to the bamboo hut below. Inside the hut, there was still charcoal burning. He added some dried bamboo strips, which soon ignited, and then gradually added a few logs to build a stronger fire. In the shed, Lu Qianqian and her sister continued to carve bamboo strips. Gu Chen approached to lend a hand, and together they quickly fashioned a rectangular table. In the afternoon, the bored man and her companions sat on a small bamboo bed, chatting until they dozed off, 3 of them nestled closely together. Lu Shanshan rested on 2 wooden beams, while Lu Qianqian laid her head on Gu Chen's lap to sleep. Gu Chen kept a watchful eye on the bonfire, promptly adding logs as soon as the fire would burn out. Hey, Tina, man, wake up. Gu Chen gently shook the 2. It is dangerous to sleep like this. What is it? Tina opened her bleary eyes, still unaware of why Gu Chen was rousing her. It is perilous for you to sleep in this manner. Gu Chen spoke softly, what if it falls? Let's return to sleep. At that moment, man also awoke, and Gu Chen urged them to retreat to the shelter for rest. It would be inconsequential if one were to tumble on the ground. But should they fall into the campfire, it would spell disaster. They were perilously close to the flames, and in their slumber, a single misstep could lead to calamity. After they returned, Gu Chen added more firewood to the flames. Upon entering the tent, Gu Chen wrapped himself in sheepskin, draped wolf fur around his neck, and set off with his backpack. He tread upon the damp grass, making his way along the riverbank. After traversing a considerable distance and rounding a bend, the serpentine river stretched endlessly before him. Having resided in the valley for so long, this was his first visit to this particular spot. The distant peaks were shrouded in a blanket of thick mist, obscuring all visibility. As Gu Chen ascended for several hundred meters, he suddenly caught sight of a figure in the river. He hurriedly concealed himself in a dip on the hillside, murmuring, "What is this giant doing here?" Chapter 77. A surprise attack on the wild boar piglets hiding in the low-lying area. Gu Chen observed the large gray bear fishing in the river, quietly making his way back to safety. This adult gray bear appeared to weigh between 500 to 600 kilograms and had a notoriously irritable temperament. If it were to catch sight of him, it might very well pursue him. One must understand that on flat grasslands, a human could never outrun a four-legged creature. Once caught, a single swipe could prove fatal. Upon returning to the slope below, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. In such frigid weather, even the wild rabbits refrained from foraging. The biting cold wind compelled Gu Chen to retreat. Once back in the shed, he noticed Wei Er boiling water in several bamboo tubes. Approaching him, Gu Chen smiled and said, "How is it that you are awake so soon?" "Oh, I hardly slept at all," Wei Er replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. "As soon as the fire died down, I was awakened by the cold, so I had no choice but to get up and brew some tea." As they spoke, he placed the bamboo needles into the tubes. After a while, when the water reached a boil, Wei Er poured the tea into bamboo cups. "You ventured out in this cold? Come, have a cup of tea to warm yourself." Gu Chen set down his backpack and sat on the wooden stool, gently sipping from the bamboo cup. As the hot tea flowed into his stomach, warmth enveloped him instantly. "I encountered a gray bear," he said, placing the cup down. It appeared to be an adult male. Wei Er's expression grew serious upon hearing this. "Oh, a gray bear. That creature is not to be trifled with. It has a very fierce temperament, so you must exercise caution." "I am aware," Gu Chen nodded. "It was likely just passing through. Otherwise, having lived here for so long, we would have encountered it by now." "You are right," Wei Er said as he stood up. "I must begin stewing the sheep's head. It is getting late. Take your time with the tea." After Wei Er left, Gu Chen continued sipping his tea. He had intended to take a stroll in the bamboo grove, but the thought of the dampness deterred him. "Ah, it's so cold." At that moment, Lu Qianyue hurried over, rubbing her arms for warmth. "Quick, give me your sheepskin." Chuckling, Gu Chen began to remove the sheepskin as he replied, "You wouldn't feel cold sitting by the campfire." "My back is cold," Lu Qianyue said, taking the sheepskin and draping it over herself. She continually extended her delicate hands towards the fire for warmth. "I never expected this sheep wool to be so warm. If only I had a few more pieces, I wouldn't fear the cold at night." Gu Chen smiled slightly at her words. "We already have 5 pieces of sheep wool. You 5 can share 3, and Wei Er and I will each take 1, along with this wolf pelt." 3 pieces are hardly sufficient. Lu Qianyue raised 3 fingers. "At least 3 pieces per person would be more appropriate." 3 pieces each? Ha ha, Gu Chen chuckled softly. "Even if we encountered a herd of wild goats, it would be improbable to hunt that many at once. 1 piece per person is still feasible." At that moment, when Man and the others emerged from the house, heading straight to the shed to pour themselves some hot tea, the 2 sisters, Lu Qianqian, approached with cups in hand, taking their seats beside Gu Chen, one on each side. Before long, darkness enveloped the sky and was brought over the freshly cooked lamb, perfectly portioned for each person. Gathered around the campfire, everyone savored the meat while sipping on lamb soup. For those still hungry, there were 4 lamb hooves remaining in the iron pot. Will gestured toward the pot with a smile, saying, "Just save the head for me." Gu Chen checked the backpack and found a few more pieces of lamb, slicing off a bit to feed the young leopard cubs. Night swiftly descended, rendering the outside world pitch black. After everyone had their fill, They engaged in leisurely conversation within the tent, and it was late before they retired for the night. The next morning, although the sky remained somewhat overcast, it was significantly brighter than the previous day, heralding the imminent arrival of sunshine. After Wen Man and the others finished their morning routines, Gu Chen led them to the pond. Upon reaching the overgrown patch of grass outside the cattail thicket, Gu Chen noticed numerous signs of disturbance. The overturned earth was marked by wild boar tracks, both large and small. Glancing ahead, he observed a swath of grass flattened to about half a meter in height. Faint sounds of wild boars echoing in the distance. Could there be a nest nearby? Gu Chen pondered, recalling that there had not been one last time. Wild boar nests typically housed groups of these creatures together, and even the wild boar king he encountered in the woods before might be among them. Suddenly, rustling emerged from the thicket, and several young wild boars scurried about. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Lu Qianyue unexpectedly tapped Gu Chen from behind, nearly startling him. "I can take a look. What about you?" Gu Chen turned to her. "You should head back. It's dangerous here." "Uft. What danger could there be?" Lu Qianyue replied dismissively. "Shoo. Be quiet." Gu Chen quickly pressed her down and whispered, "Look, there are wild boars in the grass. Stay still." With that, he drew his eagle-clawed dagger, crouched low, and stealthily positioned himself within the thicket. The little wild boars frolicked joyfully, darting about in the underbrush. After a tense wait of several minutes, Gu Chen finally seized an opportunity as one of the young boars came running towards him. In a swift motion, he lunged forward and pinned the little creature to the ground. The boar emitted a pitiful squeal, which soon caught the attention of the nearby wild boar group. Gu Chen held the young boar down and swiftly slashed its throat with his dagger. Within moments, the 20-pound boar ceased to struggle. Success. Upon hearing the commotion, Lu Qianyue stood up, her gaze fixed ahead. "Wow, that was quick." As Gu Chen hoisted the young boar, he noticed the wild boar nest ahead, stirring with activity, as several large boars charged towards him at full speed. Gu Chen, disregarding his own concerns, rushed directly to Lu Qianyue, handing her the small wild boar. "Quick, hold on to it and run. Call them to return immediately. The wild boars are in pursuit. Do not ask questions. I will divert their attention." Upon hearing this, Lu Qianyue promptly took the wild boar and turned to flee. She quickly returned to Wen Man and the others, informing them, and they all hurried into the woods. Standing on the grass, Gu Chen revealed half his body to attract the wild boar's attention. As expected, the wild boar king, accompanied by several hefty wild boars weighing 200 to 300 pounds, charged towards him. Without hesitation, Gu Chen sprinted towards the left side of the forest, with the wild boar king hot on his heels. Darting into the dense thicket, Gu Chen soon realized that he could not outrun them and halted to assess his surroundings. Spotting a large tree, he swiftly ran over and embraced the trunk, climbing upward. As he settled onto a branch 5 or 6 meters high, the wild boar king and several large wild boars caught up with him. Chapter 78. Roasting Wild Boar. Bang. Bang. Howl. Howl. The wild boar king thundered against the sturdy tree, causing it to tremble slightly. With its tough skin and thick flesh, the boar's bristles stood erect, and a substantial layer of fat enveloped its body. Gu Chen estimated that even his arrows would struggle to penetrate its hide. Should he succeed in slaying it, a month devoid of hunting would be assured. Perched upon a tree branch, Gu Chen gazed at the wild boar king, murmuring to himself. He was well aware that the creature's vulnerability lay above its eyes, nestled between them. Blast it! If only I had brought a water bottle today, I might have been able to hunt down a wild boar, he lamented, slowly retrieving his bow and arrows, nocking an arrow, and preparing to draw. The wild boar king circled the tree incessantly, occasionally gnawing at the bark. The two boars without protruding tusks were likely females. Despite their lack of visible tusks, female wild boars were not to be underestimated in their aggression. "Hey!" Gu Chen suddenly shouted at the wild boar king, causing it to halt and raise its head in his direction. At that moment, he released his grip, and the arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Swish! Thud! The arrow embedded itself directly into the creature's eye. A heart-wrenching cry echoed through the forest as the wild boar king charged wildly into the thicket. pursued by the two females that roared after it. Observing that the boar had vanished from sight, Gu Chen swiftly descended from the tree and sprinted away. He raced back to the path where Tina and Wen Man awaited by the entrance. Upon seeing Gu Chen return, they hastily opened the door for him. "Are you all right? What could possibly be wrong?" "Let's head back," he replied. Once inside the shelter, Will, along with the Lu sisters, Lu Qianyue and Lu Shanshan, were busy tending to a young wild boar. "Brother Gu Chen is back," exclaimed Lu Qianqian, joyfully rising to greet him. "Hey, your hands are filthy. Don't touch me." Gu Chen quickly waved his hands, urging her to refrain from hugging him. In such cold weather, he had no desire to wash clothes. "Hiv, Gu Dian. I want to roast this whole young boar," Will chimed in with a grin. "If we can't finish it, we can enjoy it again tonight." "Sound good," Gu Chen replied with a smile. "I'll go prepare." When Man and Tina approached to assist in the butchering, having grown considerably more adept at handling the innards through practice. Gu Chen procured 2 forked wooden sticks, inserting them on either side of the campfire. Once Will had skewered the boar with 2 smaller bamboo poles. He mounted it upon the tree fork to roast. The campfire blazed with glowing coals as Gu Chen adjusted the flames slightly. Will prepared mutton fat and sea salt on the side for later use, gradually turning the boar for an even char. After a while, Tina and the others returned with a tin filled with the pig's entrails. "Qianqian, there are still some pieces of mutton in the basket. Take one out to feed the little leopard." At this moment, a young leopard cub crouched at Gu Chen's feet, gazing wide-eyed at the roasted wild boar. "Come here, little leopard. I've got something for you." Upon hearing this, the cub looked up and, spotting the meat in Lu Qianqian's hand, immediately scampered over. Lu Qianyue and Lu Shanshan peeled some tender roots of the sweet flag and placed them on the table. Gu Chen turned around and took 2 to eat. "Gu Chen, we are running low on sea salt," Wal remarked as he spread the salt on the boar. "We've used quite a bit for the lamb over the last 2 marinations." Gu Chen smiled slightly in response. "No worries, once the weather improves, we shall pay a visit to the seaside." After applying the sea salt, he later spread lamb fat onto the meat, which was already turning a golden hue, while used a dagger to score the meat, enhancing its flavor and ensuring it cooked more rapidly. Half an hour later, while the meat continued to roast, the pig's entrails had already been cooked. "I'm feeling hungry. Let us indulge in the entrails for now, as the roasted meat will take a while longer," Wal chuckled, taking a bowl and serving himself some pig offal. Sitting on a wooden log to eat, the 5 women, Wen Man and her companions, sat by the table, chatting idly while savoring the rich broth, occasionally taking bites of the tender sweet flag roots. By noon, after more than 2 hours of roasting, the meat was finally ready. Wal wielded his dagger, slicing the roasted meat into pieces and placing them into a basket. Lu Qianqian could no longer resist and grabbed a piece, enjoying the crispy, tender texture that made it impossible for her to stop. "Uncle Weil, your roasting is simply delightful." Lu Shanshan nodded in praise while eating. "This is far better than any roasted meat I have had at home before." "Indeed, it would be even better with some pepper and salt," Lu Qianyue added, giving a thumbs up with a smile, truly worthy of chef's acclaim. "Ha, you flatter me," Wal replied, feeling immense joy at the compliments. For a chef, receiving acknowledgement for their culinary creations is the greatest reward. Though the roasted meat was delectable, having just sampled the entrails, everyone was only able to eat a small piece before feeling satiated. The entire roasted boar remained, with about half left for dinner later. After a brief respite, they proceeded to the lower area to begin constructing a pavilion. The weather was chilly, and moving about would help stave off the cold. Gu Chen split bamboo, while Tina and Wen Man assisted in securing the bamboo strips into the ground. Wal took charge of anchoring the 4 pillars of the pavilion, and then measured the distances to craft horizontal beams from the bamboo. The work progressed enthusiastically. With tasks at hand, there was no room for boredom. By around 4 in the afternoon, the bamboo fence was completed, standing at a height of 1.5 meters, leaving only a small gap, preventing snakes from entering. Finally, Gu Chen fashioned a bamboo door to install at the entrance, marking the fence's completion. The pavilion was nearly finished, requiring only the roof to be added. "Say, wouldn't it be beautiful if we planted some wildflowers around the enclosure?" Lu Qianyue suggested cheerfully, that would add some color and prevent it from being too monotonous. We'll discuss that later, when Man replied, following Gu Chen back into the shelter. As dusk settled, Will reheated the barbecue, and the gathering commenced their meal, while Gu Chen prepared some hot tea to enjoy. As night fell, after sharing a couple of cups of tea, everyone retired for the evening, leaving Gu Chen alone in the tent. He sat on a small bamboo bed, the young leopard, having feasted on lamb, curled up beside him and drifted into slumber. In the stillness of the deep night, Gu Chen added a few logs to the bonfire and lay back on the bamboo bed to sleep. At that moment, Tina quietly emerged from the bamboo hut, approached Gu Chen, and gently embraced him. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Tina, he smiled and reciprocated the embrace, whispering, "What brings you out here? I missed you." Tina, breathless, showered kisses upon Gu Chen's face and ears. Gu Chen sat up, and the two shared a passionate kiss, their garments gradually slipping away as their forms entwined. "Gu Chen, Tina, you too." Just then, an untimely voice broke the moment, and Tina turned to see it was when Gu Chen halted, and Tina paused for a moment before mischievously striding over to pull Man closer. Chapter 79. The misty valley. The following morning, the sky remained shrouded in a gray haze, and the damp chill in the air rendered everyone lethargic. Gu Chen sat on a small bamboo bed, gently massaging his waist, pondering to himself, "Alas, it seems I must seek out some nourishing supplements, otherwise my body shall suffer greatly." "Brother Gu Chen, what troubles you? Is your waist in pain?" Lu Qianqian approached with a smile, inquiring, "May I assist you?" She then moved behind him, her small hands rhythmically kneading his back. Gu Chen smiled softly, casting a glance at Man, who was seated nearby. Upon noticing his gaze, she merely shot him a glare before turning away, feeling a lingering shyness from their previous night's escapade. "Qianqian, let us go help Wei Er," Man declared, unable to tolerate Gu Chen's playful smile, as she pulled Lu Qianqian toward the enclosure. Once they departed, Gu Chen picked up a bulrush stalk to weave a rope, announcing, "Qianqian, you should join the efforts. I am heading out." "Where are you going, Brother Gu Chen?" Lu Qianqian paused to inquire. "May I accompany you? Perhaps another time." Gu Chen replied, shaking his head. "There are large grizzly bears outside. It is quite perilous." At the mention of the grizzly bears, Lu Qianqian fell silent, turning to dash towards the enclosure. Gu Chen finished weaving 5 ropes, each over a meter long, and placed them in his backpack. Armed with a bow, a bamboo spear, and a water bottle, he set off. Following the riverbank upwards, he arrived at the foot of the hill and ventured into the woods, ascending toward the mountain's peak. Upon reaching the summit and surveying the surroundings without spotting anything amiss, he descended along the slope. In the thicket, the wild rabbits, startled by his presence, scurried into their burrows. Gu Chen noted the expanse of several hundred square meters of grassland, evidently home to a considerable number of rabbits. Entering the forest, he retraced his steps along the previous route. After an hour, he finally arrived at the base of the slope. Gazing at the lush tree canopies enveloped in a fine mist, exuding an air of mystery. The valley was vast, surrounded by an unbroken chain of mountains. It was from this valley that the calls of the elk had echoed previously. If he could capture an elk, he would be free from concerns about food for the next 10 days or 2 weeks. Taking a deep breath, Gu Chen approached the collapsed area and cautiously descended. The slope was somewhat slick, and stepping on it sent small stones tumbling down. He carefully slid down the incline, which was approximately 20 to 30 meters high, taking nearly 10 minutes to reach the valley floor. Upon arrival, he entered the forest, where the cacophony of chirping birds greeted him. Towering ancient trees obscured the light, casting the interior into shadows. The ground was blanketed with a thick layer of moss, rendered slick by the humidity. The trunks of the surrounding trees were adorned with a greenish bark, and numerous parasitic vines descended from the branches, rendering this place profoundly primal. In the canopy above, not only were rare birds abundant, but Gu Chen also spotted 2 elusive green peacocks, gracefully soaring into the depths of the jungle. The chorus of chirping intensified, gurgling, cooing, and clucking. It was as if this place were a veritable paradise for avian life. As he tread carefully through the forest, Gu Chen became increasingly vigilant, for one could never predict when a wild beast might emerge from the underbrush. Along his path, he encountered sloths, monkeys, tree frogs, and various small creatures. After more than an hour of wandering, he finally emerged from the thicket, arriving at the edge of a stream. Here, smooth, flat stones dotted the landscape, while the water trickled gently over them. Refreshing his face with the cool stream water, he settled onto a smooth stone to rest. After such a long journey, he had yet to catch even a glimpse of a deer, nor had he heard their calls. Beyond this open space, dense woods enveloped him. At that moment, a deep and resonant call of a stag echoed from afar. Gu Chen quickly stood to observe, judging by the clarity of the sound. The stag must be in the jungle below, albeit at a distance. Approaching noon, venturing into the thicket below might prevent him from returning to the valley before dusk. Given the damp weather and the expected drop in temperature at night, Gu Chen decided against it. After a brief contemplation, he turned back into the woods. Just moments after re-entering the forest, familiar calls reached his ears. It was a turkey. Unable to find a deer, capturing a turkey would suffice. Gu Chen murmured to himself, "It's not my style to return empty-handed." No sooner had he spoken than he bent low and quietly moved to the right. Following the sound, he soon spotted the turkey beneath a grand tree, foraging for insects, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Concealed behind the trunk of a large tree, Gu Chen drew his bow, positioning himself just a dozen meters from the turkey. "Stay still," he whispered, raising his bow to aim at the bird. Whoosh! Thud! The arrow flew, striking the turkey's wing. Though wounded, the turkey attempted to flee, but Gu Chen swiftly lunged forward and captured it. Suddenly, a fearsome roar erupted from the left, prompting Gu Chen to quickly hide behind the tree, cautiously peering out. Before him stood a large gray bear, rearing up, rubbing against the tree trunk. After a moment of scratching, it emitted a low growl and ambled away at a leisurely pace. Once the bear had departed, Gu Chen secured the turkey in his backpack and quietly made his exit. Upon returning to the valley, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. When Will and Tina caught sight of the turkey, their faces lit up with joy. "There's fish soup in the tin, safe for you," one man said with a smile. "I'll help you serve it." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen chuckled softly. "Indeed, I could use a good meal." One man rolled her eyes playfully and went to ladle the soup. "Ha! This turkey is quite hefty," Will exclaimed, holding it up. "Oh, it must weigh at least 30 pounds. Gu Chen smiled gently. "It's up to you then." "All right." Will raised his hand, gestured, and departed. One man approached with a bowl of fish soup, which Gu Chen accepted before making his way towards the railing. The pavilion's roof had been completed, yet the seating remained unfinished. Following closely behind, one man chuckled softly. "What do you think? Is there anything that needs improvement?" Gu Chen replied with a faint smile. "You need not inquire of me. Brother Gu Chen, Brother Gu Chen." At that moment, the Lu sisters, Lu Qianqian and Lu Shanshan, hurriedly ran over, exclaiming, "We discovered an opening above." "An opening?" Gu Chen responded with a hint of confusion. "What opening could possibly be here?" "Up above, come quickly." The sisters eagerly tugged at Gu Chen, with one man curiously trailing behind. Chapter 80. The Unexpected Survivor Navigating Through the Bamboo Groves. Gu Chen ventured deeper until he arrived at the base of a stone wall, where he indeed discovered an opening. He crouched down to peer inside, only to find an abyss of darkness, rendering visibility impossible. "Hello," Gu Chen called into the void, and soon an echo reverberated back, indicating the space within was vast and empty. "Brother Gu Chen, what do you think? Should we crawl inside to take a look?" Lu Qianqian inquired, her curious gaze fixed upon him as she squatted down. "This opening seems just wide enough for someone to squeeze through." The entrance was oval-shaped, perfectly accommodating an individual, though a person of ample girth might find it challenging to enter. "Let us leave it for tomorrow," Gu Chen replied, shaking his head. "It's getting dark, and venturing in now might be perilous. It's quite dim inside, and if we do decide to explore, we must prepare torches." Upon returning to the shelter, Wei Er and Tina were already preparing dinner. A turkey was being divided, half to be boiled and the other half roasted. Sensing that a meal was imminent, the Lu sisters promptly fetched bowls and chopsticks to set the table. Gu Chen settled beside the campfire, adding a few logs to stoke the flames. Before long, Wei Er placed the roasted turkey on the table. "Come, it's time to eat," he smiled, handing a drumstick to Lu Shanshan. "Sister, let me have a bite." Lu Qianqian exclaimed, rushing over to snatch the drumstick and tear off a piece of meat. As they feasted, the darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings. Soon, Gu Chen found himself alone in the shelter, feeling less chilled than he had the previous night. A night devoid of conversation passed. The following morning, Gu Chen awoke to the radiant sun. "Wow, the sun is out," he exclaimed, pleasantly surprised by the cheerful sounds of laughter from Lu Qianqian and her sister. Upon rising, he noticed a beam of sunlight streaming in, a stark contrast to the previous day's gloomy skies. "One man, Wei air. I am heading out for a while and may not return until noon," he advised them before shouldering his pack and departing the valley. They had grown accustomed to Gu Chen's solitary excursions. Once outside the valley, Gu Chen made his way directly into the thicket, determined to locate an area frequented by deer. An hour later, he descended to the valley floor, navigating through the dense forest. His senses heightened due to the potential presence of grizzly bears. Arriving at the stream from the previous day, he followed its course downstream. Half an hour later, he arrived at a fork in the path. To the right lay another valley, concealed between two mountains. A small stream trickled forth from within, merging into the larger creek. Glancing around, he noted the expansive sea of trees, concealing numerous canyons and ravines. "I should explore inside," Gu Chen mused, proceeding along the right side of the stream. The further he ventured, the more spacious the area became, with dense underbrush flanking both sides. Suddenly, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Gu Chen seemed to have stumbled upon something intriguing and immediately dashed towards the thicket. Upon entering the dense foliage, he discovered several bird traps fashioned from stones. Furthermore, in a nearby depression, he spotted 5 or 6 papaya trees, though they bore no fruit. Could it be that someone resides here? Crouching down to examine the traps, he concluded that they were indeed man-made. Just then, faint melodies drifted through the air, hinting at a woman's voice. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen swiftly exited the thicket and followed the stream upstream. After walking a mere few dozen meters, he encountered a breathtaking scene. A stunning woman with long hair was bathing in a small pool of water, unclothed. She gently washed her flawless body with her hands while humming a captivating tune, utterly unaware of Gu Chen's presence. At that moment, she seemed to sense a gaze upon her, abruptly looking up. Upon realizing Gu Chen was watching her, she screamed in terror, hastily standing up and grabbing her clothes before fleeing up the bank. As Gu Chen pondered the curious sight of a woman bathing in such a secluded locale, 7 or 8 individuals, both men and women, came rushing down from above, 3 of whom wielded machetes and fire axes. "That's him. He was spying on me while I bathed," the woman exclaimed, pointing accusingly at Gu Chen, her hands clutching her neckline in a display of indignation. "Feng Gu, he doesn't seem to be from Chu Tian. I've never seen him before," whispered a rather unsavory-looking man to a taller companion, holding a wooden spear. As they assessed Gu Chen, he scrutinized them in return. 5 men and 3 women. "You audacious wretch! How dare you steal a glance at my woman bathing? I will kill you." A young man brandishing a machete charged at Gu Chen in fury. "Easy. Stop." Zhou Feng, standing in front, raised a hand to halt Hao Jie, his eyes fixed on Gu Chen. "You are not from Chu Tian. Are you also from the cruise ship?" "I know not of anyone named Chu Tian," Gu Chen replied with a calm smile, "but I am indeed from the cruise ship. It seems you are as well. Furthermore, I did not intentionally spy on her bathing. I merely stumbled upon the scene." "Hey, young man, how did you come to be here?" inquired a man of around 40, brandishing a dagger toward Gu Chen. "I simply walked in. Do you expect me to fly here?" Gu Chen replied with a slight smile. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Chen turned to depart, wishing to avoid further entanglements with them. "Young man, you think you can just leave like this? I'll gouge out your eyes," Hao Jie shouted, shoving aside Zhou Feng and lunging towards Gu Chen. Having taken only a couple of steps, Gu Chen sensed an ambush from behind. He swiftly turned, extending his hand to firmly grasp Hao Jie's arm as the machete descended. Gu Chen's expression hardened as he twisted his grip with force. Hao Jie's hand was seized, causing him to immediately relinquish the machete in pain. With a resounding thud, Gu Chen swiftly raised his foot and sent him sprawling. "Jiezi!" Zhou Feng deftly sidestepped and caught the faltering Hao Jie, casting a cold glance at Gu Chen. This maneuver earned Zhou Feng a modicum of respect from Gu Chen. It was evident he had undergone training. "Kid, I am aware that your intrusion was unintentional," Zhou Feng remarked icily. "However, having injured my man, I must impart a lesson upon you." As his words fell, Zhou Feng advanced, launching a barrage of punches aimed directly at Gu Chen's chest. Gu Chen nimbly evaded while neutralizing the onslaught with his hands. "Ha! This kid is doomed. Once Feng Ji takes action, he is invincible." Indeed, Feng Ji is the king of mercenaries, having graced the battlefield. How could this kid possibly compare? As the two engaged in combat, onlookers above derided Gu Chen for his overestimation of his abilities.